Chapter 1. The Underdog of the Lin Family. Level 8 of the Foundation Establishment Stage, devoid of spiritual power, an elder proclaimed, announcing Lin Yi's test results. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a commotion, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disrupted by a colossal stone, sending ripples cascading outward. Is he truly the son of Lin Feng? Wasn't he supposed to be a dual attribute genius? How could he fail to reach the initial foundation stage? I heard his father was a top 10 expert on the Tianyuan rankings. How could his son possess such dismal aptitude? In Kanglan City, there are only 4 slots available. He must have used connections to secure one. Fear not, the practical test is in 3 days. With his low cultivation level, how could he possibly defeat the initial foundation stage candidates? The murmurs from the audience surged and fell like a relentless tide, forming an invisible pressure that nearly suffocated Lin Yi. On the stage, a tall and beautiful woman, her expression stern, fixed her gaze on Lin Yi and spoke gravely. Lin Yi, if you cannot place in the top 20 during the practical competition in 2 days, I will be powerless to assist you. Lin Yi forced a bitter smile and replied helplessly, Sister Zixuan, I will give it my all. Lu Zixuan sighed softly, shaking her head slowly. The slot for Kanglan City had been a hard-won concession she had pleaded for from her grandfather. As childhood friends, she ardently hoped Lin Yi could join the genius class and fight alongside her. To achieve this goal, she had delayed her own admission to the Yuzhou Martial Academy for an entire year. She was acutely aware of the Lin family's current predicament if Lin Yi failed to place in the top 20. The immense costs of training resources and tuition would become an unbearable burden for the Lin family, potentially causing Lin Yi to abandon the path of a martial artist altogether. She, the granddaughter of the dean of Yuzhou Martial Academy, had already broken through the limits of the initial foundation at the tender age of 16, making her the only candidate granted direct admission to the genius class this year. Her family shared a deep bond with the Lin family. Lin Feng had been a close disciple of her grandfather, and their families had enjoyed an intimate relationship for years. In truth, if it were solely based on Lin Feng's connections, Lin Yi only needed to place in the top 20 during the practical test to secure a spot in the genius class. Yet the reality was starkly cruel. This year, nearly 1,000 contestants under 17 from various counties had qualified, with close to 18 boasting realms above the initial foundation stage. Lin Yi, at merely 15 years of age, remained stagnant at level 8 of the foundation establishment stage, rendering him exceedingly juvenile in both age and cultivation level. His chances of selection appeared almost non-existent. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lu Zixuan's brow furrowed tightly, her heart heavy with disappointment, and she swiftly exited the square. Lin Yi gazed at the retreating figure of his sister, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He understood that with his current abilities, he was unqualified to enter Yuzhou Martial Academy, yet his deceased father had once been a top 10 expert on the Tianyuan rankings, and everyone held high expectations for him. Moreover, his relentless training was driven by a more profound reason, for Lyre. He aspired to become an exceptional martial artist so that when Lyre turned 18, he could persuade Uncle Bai Diu to allow her hand in marriage. Alas, his aptitude was painfully mediocre. Without entry into Yuzhou Martial Academy's genius class, he could not gain admission to the 3 houses and 8 sects. Without the prestige of an elite institution, how could Uncle Diu ever consider marrying his daughter, the second Miss Bai, to him? At that moment, a sweet voice interrupted his reverie. Brother Lin. He looked up to see a little girl in white, joyfully bouncing through the crowd, waving her arms. Her beauty was striking, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, yet the absence of 2 front teeth added a touch of whimsy and charm that instantly dispelled the gloom in Lin Yi's heart. Lyre, what brings you here? Lin Yi approached her, beaming with joy. Bai Ying and Bai Kuan are also here for the selection, so I asked them to sneak me out. The little girl, Bai Shaoli, replied, her smile as bright as the sun. She had been confined within the Bai household since childhood, rarely venturing outside. For reasons unknown, her mother, Li Miaoyin, had moved away from the Bai family upon her birth. Before the age of 8, she had few friends aside from her elder sister and Bai Area, as her father forbade anyone from approaching the backyard. When her elder sister awakened her golden elemental chaotic body at 8, she was exceptionally admitted to the Lukuan Academy, leaving Bai Shaoli with only her younger sister, who was less than 4, and by area as companions in the Bai family's backyard. It was not until Lin Feng's family arrived that she found a new friend in Lin Yi. Since childhood, she had suffered from a peculiar ailment that caused a dull pain to emerge in her dantian and heart each night, as if a torrent of chaotic energy coursed through her body. Previously, she could manage the discomfort, but after awakening her elemental energy at 8, the pain intensified significantly on full moon nights, becoming unbearable. Uncle Lin Feng's internal cultivation techniques were just what she needed to heal, and every time he visited, he brought Lin Yi along, leading to their deep friendship. However, after Lin Feng's demise, Lin Yi found it increasingly difficult to enter the Bai family estate. Sometimes, he had to rely on Bai area to sneak in for their clandestine meetings. Liar. You look even more beautiful when you smile, Lin Yi teased, focusing on her missing teeth. Bai Xiaoli suddenly remembered something, quickly covering her mouth, her cheeks flushing as she self-deprecatingly remarked, "Brother Lin, don't tease me." Hee hee. Lin Yi noticed her eyes squinting into crescent moons as she laughed, making her even more enchanting. If she reached 18, she would undoubtedly be a breathtaking beauty. Second miss. The master is returning home. Soon we must hurry back, a boy's voice called from behind. It was Bai Kuan, the grandson of the Bai family's third elder. He shot Lin Yi a jealous glare. He had initially thought that by sneaking the second miss out, he would have more opportunities to grow closer to her. To his dismay, throughout their outing, the second miss had been indifferent to him, while her demeanor transformed entirely in Lin Yi's presence. Bai Xiaoli shot Bai Kuan an annoyed look before turning to Lin Yi and whispering, "Brother Lin, come to my house tomorrow. I'll let you see the sword that Uncle Han gifted me." With a playful wink, Bai Xiaoli signaled that she intended to sneak him into the Bai residence again. Due to Bai Daya's prohibition against outsiders approaching the backyard, Lin Yi usually contacted Bai San Xiao, Bai Xiaoling, and disguised himself as a servant to enter the Bai family's backyard. Bai Xiaoling, 3 years younger than Liar, was exceptionally intelligent. Unlike Bai Xiaoli, she navigated the Bai household with ease and had many clever methods to help Lin Yi infiltrate. However, since her own elemental awakening at 8, she had developed a spiritual core, possessing innate dual attributes of space and wood. Moreover, like her elder sister, she was a wood elemental chaotic body, prompting Bai Diyu to send her to study in the celestial capital. Afterward, Lin Yi could only rely on Bai area to gain access to the Bai residence. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoling had left behind numerous tactics for him to enter as long as the timing was right. Meeting Liar wouldn't pose too much of a challenge. The following day, in the Bai family estate's rear garden at the second Miss Villa, "Brother Lin, I have already reached the initial foundation stage. Let me show you my flying knife technique," Bai Xiaoli exclaimed joyfully, brandishing a standard flying knife from the Bai family, complete with small wind wings on either side. Lin Yi had heard from his father that using the Bai family's unique flying knife techniques allowed the blade to carve arcs in the air, striking enemies hidden behind cover. Moreover, the speed of the Bai family's flying knives surpassed that of bullets, exhibiting far greater agility. Bai Xiaoli observed the leaves fluttering down from the trees with utmost seriousness, her right hand sweeping through the air as the flying knife darted like lightning into the foliage, then glided in a circle before returning to her grasp. Lin Yi was astonished. Controlling the wind wings required mental energy, and she had mastered it by 11 while still at the initial foundation stage. Such talent was extraordinary, rivaling even that of the Bai family's eldest daughter. Bai Xiaoli beamed at Lin Yi, who appeared utterly captivated, revealing her 2 missing front teeth once more. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, and Lin Yi, puzzled by her sudden change in mood, inquired, "Liar, what's wrong?" "I'm simply amazed by your exceptional talent, while I, at 15, have yet to break through the initial foundation stage." Bai Xiaoli shook her head. "I was just thinking about that sword. I wanted to show it to you today, but father won't let me take it out freely." "That's all right. By the way, Liar, I rarely see you outside the Bai family estate. With your talent, why not attend the Yuzhou Martial Academy? Although you are young, with your abilities, they would surely grant you admission." Lin Yi recalled Lu Zixuan, who had entered the genius class without examination at 16, having reached the limits of the initial foundation stage. Liar was only 11, yet she had already attained the first layer of the initial foundation stage and possessed mental energy. Given her prowess with the flying knife technique, the practical test should pose no problems for her. By Xiaoli's expression dimmed, a hint of disappointment shadowing her features. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, "In truth, my father forbids me from leaving the Bai family estate. I have suffered from a peculiar ailment since birth, and venturing outside without permission could be dangerous." "What kind of ailment? Is it serious?" This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of such matters. It seemed Bai Diyu had requested Lin Feng to keep this a secret, even from his own son. At that moment, Bai Xiaoli felt that her bond with Lin Yi had reached a certain level, and it was time to share some of her little secrets with him. Bai Xiaoli shook her head gently and whispered, "Every time the night of the full moon arrives, I am engulfed in excruciating pain that lasts for several days, and even my father is at a loss. Only Uncle Lin's infinite primordial skill can alleviate my suffering. But alas, Uncle Lin has passed away, and I." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a pang of anguish in his heart, realizing that his father had concealed such a matter from him. Despite Bai Xiaoli's usual brightness and laughter, it was shocking to learn that she endured such immense torment. "Rest assured, my father possesses great abilities. Perhaps I too may have the potential. I will dedicate myself to training and strive to become a powerful warrior like my father, and then I shall heal your wounds. I will traverse the fire cloud continent, searching for the spiritual herbs that can cure you." Bai Xiaoli gazed deeply at Lin Yi, her eyes shimmering with enchanting light, filled with hope. However, the following day, a terrifying incident occurred. Chapter 2: The Monster from the Kitchen. After a day of rigorous training, Lin Yi suddenly felt a wave of hunger. He entered the kitchen seeking something to eat, only to discover that the table was utterly devoid of food. At that moment, he thought he heard a strange sound. Following the sound, he noticed a dark object writhing in a corner of the kitchen, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to resemble the tail of a python. As a martial artist, he was not afraid of snakes. His intense curiosity compelled him to approach quietly. Gradually, he began to hear a rhythmic panting, which quickened as he drew nearer. Lin Yi extended his hand towards the snake, but suddenly a shadow pounced upon him, and he discerned the creature's facet was a monster. With crimson eyes and jagged teeth, its body was covered in scales, and its tail resembled that of a snake. Its hands were akin to dragon claws, adorned with silvery white talons approximately an inch long, glimmering ominously under the light. Most unsettling were its eyes, with scarlet pupils and ink-black sclera, flickering with terrifying red glimmers, reminiscent of a descending demon from the heavens. Overcome with fear, Lin Yi felt paralyzed, unable to utter a word. The creature thrashed its head, as if wrestling with its own inner turmoil, before ultimately opening its maw to bite down. Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his vision began to darken. He sensed himself plunging into an abyss of darkness, losing his sense of gravity and control over his body, as if plummeting from the clouds. Suddenly, the scene before him brightened, and he found himself amidst a starry expanse, standing upon a palace suspended in the cosmos. Looking up, he was astonished to see a colossal entity occupying 2/3 of the sky, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This immense being radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, perhaps 10 distinct hues. It was a gigantic heart. Its grandeur defied description, with surrounding planets and stars appearing as mere specks in comparison. With each beat, the planets and stars shifted slightly, causing Lin Yi's own heart to tremble in response. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended upon him, rendering Lin Yi trembling and immobile, as if awaiting divine judgment. Apocalypse, as punishment for your negligence, I shall strip you of your sentience until a new host is born. An immensely authoritative voice resonated from the depths of his soul. Instinctively, Lin Yi found himself prostrating on the ground, realizing that he had entered a dreamscape where he had no control over his body. Or perhaps he was already dead, and this was the fabled paradise or underworld. At that moment, his physical body began to speak. "Holy Mother of time and space, please allow us to redeem ourselves. Ours lies within the universe you have created. No matter where it flees, you will always sense its position." The soul-stirring voice echoed again. "It is hiding in a new universe with independent laws, precisely where the black light resides. Yet within that black light, my laws shall falter. This is the sole opportunity to capture it. Yet you squandered it and sacrificed the host of the Dragon Mother. Beside Lin, stood a woman with colorful hair, who stepped forward and said, "Master, if Hars cannot find other elemental cores, it will inevitably meet its demise. We can afford to wait. It will undoubtedly attempt to re-enter the Ark to gather elemental cores." The colossal heart erupted in laughter. "Haha, my queen, you, as my primary operating program, are the wisest. I shall enter seclusion. Now the task of capturing Hars is entrusted entirely to you. Remember, I grant you just 10 epochs." At that moment, Lin Yi abruptly awakened, strange system sounds echoing in his ears. Soul Stone activated. Soul Stone space expanded by 1 cubic decimeter. He felt a dampness at his chest, realizing that the monster was still lying atop him, the moisture evidently a result of its weeping. To his astonishment, he observed that the creature had colorful hair, reminiscent of the woman in his dream, and its figure and contours bore a sense of familiarity. After a moment, the system sound resonated in his mind once more. Soulstone space construction completed. 2 strands of elemental energy threads available for manipulation. Soulstone level 2. Lin, he was utterly bewildered. Through introspection, he determined that his body was unharmed, save for a stone-like object in the region of his dantian. Could this be the Soul Stone? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, and a line unfurled in his mind, memories flooding back to him. It was a recollection for his past life. He realized he was a traverser. He remembered that in his previous life, he was an explorer from the Blue Star civilization, but the reasons for his traversal to this realm eluded him for the moment. "Brother Lin, please don't die. I can't bear to lose you." The creature suddenly spoke. Lin Yi's heart trembled. His pulse quickening, it seemed that his movements had awakened the creature. Could he continue to feign death? Did the monster not consume the flesh of the deceased? Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? Yet he felt that voice was familiar. He cautiously peered through his eyelids at the creature. Though it appeared fearsome, its size was not imposing, and its facial structure bore a resemblance to a human. Its eyes seemed to have returned to a more human-like state. Lin recognized those eyes. "Liar! Is that you, liar?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the creature lifted its head, joy radiating from its expression. "Brother Lin, you're alive. This is wonderful. You are my dearest friend. I cannot lose you." With that, she embraced Lin Yi and wept once more. Lin Yi then understood that the strange illness she spoke of was indeed this severe. No wonder Uncle Tianyu prevented her from venturing outside. However, if her condition was truly this dire, it was far more than merely being confined indoors. He had heard from his late father that this planet was divided into 4 continents and 1 sea. The eastern continent, where he resided, was predominantly inhabited by humans. Far to the east lay the holy demon continent, home to the demon race, who often appeared in human form but would transform into monsters during times of battle, their combat prowess soaring. For nearly a millennium, the Zhao Kingdom had frequently suffered incursions from the demon race, and Lyre's current appearance closely resembled the descriptions his father had provided of the demon clan. Could it be that the Bai family were descendants of the demon race, and that Bai Tianyu was one of them? He knew that Bai Tianyu held a high-ranking position in Tiandu. If he were indeed part of the demon race, the Zhao Kingdom would surely have taken notice. It must be Lyre's mother, but he had heard that Bai Tianyu's wife was Li Miaoying, an elder of the Lukuan Academy and a pure human. Regarding Lyre's lineage, Lin Yi chose not to pry further. He believed that only he and Bai Tianyu were aware of Lyre's situation should a third party learn of her secret. Given the hostile relations between the Zhao Kingdom and the demon race, Lyre would undoubtedly be in peril. He also feared that if he revealed Lyre's presence in his home to Bai Tianyu, he could not guarantee that Bai Tianyu would not resort to violence to protect his daughter. It would be best for Lyre to recover fully before returning to Bai family fort. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Lyre, discreetly arranging for her to reside in a secluded guest room. The next day, Bai Xiaoli began to gradually recuperate. Her serpentine tail had vanished, and her colorful hair had turned black. Lin Yi estimated that she would return to her former self within a day. "Brother Lin, will you be participating in the practical combat examination at Yuzhou Martial House tomorrow?" Lin Yi nodded in response. Could you stay with me?" Bai Xiaoli implored, her expression one of utter vulnerability, her large, watery eyes pleading. She did not care whether Lin Yi was a warrior. She simply wished for his safety and his company. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Though he held little hope for the practical examination, he felt compelled to give it his all, as the expectations of his mother and friends weighed heavily on him. Moreover, becoming a formidable warrior was his dream, and given Lyre's current condition, he realized that only by growing stronger could he truly be with her. Your father is searching for you. I believe you will recover fully by tomorrow. It would be safer for you to return to my family fort. Do not worry, I will visit you after the examination, Lin Yi reassured her. In truth, Lin Yi understood that after such a grave incident, it would be increasingly difficult for Bai Xiaoli to leave Bai family fort, and that Bai Tianyu's opposition to his association with Lyre likely stemmed from a desire to keep her secret safe from prying eyes that I have returned to Baijia Fortress, and it is likely that my father will impose even stricter supervision upon me. Perhaps we will no longer be able to meet as freely as we once did, Bai Xiaoli murmured, her gaze distant. Chapter 3. The Soul Stone Lyre. I have resolved to participate in the practical combat examination at the Yuzhou Martial Academy. I shall strive with every ounce of my being for even the faintest glimmer of opportunity. Should I gain admission to the Yuzhou Martial Academy, I will have the chance to enter the Lu Kuan Academy and the Tianshi Mansion at the age of 20. I yearn to become a formidable force. I have promised you that I would cure your ailment, and for that, I require strength. Without power, how can I protect you in the future? Lin Yi's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. In the past, he had drifted aimlessly without purpose, but today he had finally clarified his path. Brother Lin, I do not need protection. I have my father, Uncle Han, and my elder sister and younger sister. Moreover, I have discovered that my cultivation has remarkably advanced by a significant realm in my altered state. Bai Xiaoli replied, I have heard that being a martial artist is perilous. You must complete various tasks and might even engage in warfare against the demon races. I only wish for your safety. She continued, her delicate face suddenly flushing crimson. Perhaps in the future, I shall be the one to protect you. As long as you remain by my side, she added softly. Lin Yi gazed deeply at Lyre. While others scorned him and ridiculed his lack of cultivation, Lyre had never regarded him with disdain. Rather, she considered him her closest friend. Lyre was, apart from his mother, the most significant person in his life. Thus, he felt an even greater need to protect her wholeheartedly, ensuring he would not become a burden. In truth, Bai Tianyu had once approached him, expressing a desire for Lin Yi to limit his interactions with Lyre, as she required a truly powerful guardian, and Tianyu's father did not hold Lin Yi in high esteem. However, Lin Yi's father had once made a betrothal agreement with the Bai family, and Bai Tianyu was still willing to honor that commitment, attempting to facilitate a union between Lin Yi and Bai Xiaoying. Now, Lin Yi truly comprehended the reason behind Bai Bo's reluctance to allow him to be with Lyre. Brother Lin, do you have confidence for tomorrow's competition? In truth, winning or losing matters little. You are only 15 and can still participate in next year's examination, Bai Xiaoli said, recognizing that she could not sway Lin Yi. However, she did not believe he could smoothly pass the assessment tomorrow. And fearing he might be disheartened, she preemptively offered her encouragement, especially since she might not attend his competition. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his head, as memories from his previous life unfurled before him. A sudden image emerged, the core of the sun, an alternate dimension, an altar, the Lord of Light Elements, and the Soul Stone. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled the Soul Stone and the previous system notification regarding a cubic decimeter of space and energy threads, which he had initially dismissed as mere illusion. This time, he focused his consciousness once more on that crystallized stone, feeling a warmth emanating from his dantian as the stone radiated a shimmering light. Master, Master, I am Bai Niao. I have awakened, Master. Lin Yi trembled in shock. This occurrence was far too bizarre. He decided to wait until Lyre fell asleep to investigate further. Once she was asleep, he gently tucked her in and hurried out of the room. Predecessor, are you the system? Lin Yi recalled having read various novels about traversing worlds during his previous life on Blue Star, where the systems were all-powerful. His excitement surged as he believed that perhaps he still had a chance in this practical combat examination. Master, do you not recognize me? I am Bai Niao, your artificial intelligence. Bai Niao? The buried memory tree extended once more, and he suddenly recalled fragments of his past life, the Galactic Alliance's supercomputer, Bai Niao. Why do you call me Master? And what are the energy threads and cubic decimeter of space mentioned by the system? Lin Yi inquired. Before you traversed to this planet, you were known as EU, a great hero of the Galactic Alliance, an extraordinary martial artist, and the only 12th level expert in the art of transformation within the human alliance. The art of transformation? Lin Yi felt a flicker of hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He began to search through the memory tree, which illuminated various branches in his mind, stopping at one particular branch. The art of transformation instantaneously enhances cellular strength through the injection of energy liquid. But there is a time limit. Once the enhancement ceases, the cells require time to recover before it can be utilized again. The minimum cooldown period is 1 hour. By now, I recall that I need to inject energy liquid. But this world lacks the technology of the Alliance and certainly does not have energy liquid, Linny said, his expression one of despair, realizing that he might not be able to grasp this lifeline after all. Master, we possess the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone can convert the energy within your Dantian into pure energy and then inject it into all body cells. It can serve as a substitute for energy liquid. Moreover, the physical constitution of humans on this planet is unique, and the degree of enhancement from the art of transformation depends on the energy stored within the human Dantian. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Then tell me, how much can that 12th level art of transformation enhance my cultivation? The enhancement from the 12th level is 138,240 times your base cultivation energy. Your current cultivation is at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. And with the 12th level of transformation, you can elevate your cultivation to the 8th level of the spirit establishment stage for a duration of 24 seconds. Only 24 seconds? But reaching the 8th level of the spirit establishment stage, might the relevant departments of the Zhao Kingdom not subject me to experimentation? Lin Yi expressed his concerns. He recalled that the most formidable enhancement techniques available to martial artists here could only raise them by 9 minor realms, exemplified by the Crown Prince of Tiandu. Zhao Zirwei, who was merely around 8 or 9 years old, if he were to break through from the foundation establishment stage to the spirit establishment stage, it would undoubtedly create significant trouble. Exhibiting the 12th level of transformation in front of others is indeed perilous. However, by employing the first level of transformation, your cultivation can be elevated to the 4th level of the initial establishment stage for a duration of 24.7 hours, Bai Niao added. Lin Yi nodded. After all, the goal of the practical examination was to place within the top 20. Elevating to the 4th level of the initial establishment stage for a duration of 24 hours should suffice. I shall utilize the first level of transformation. Please devise a plan for me. Which skills can I employ with my transformation technique? Lin Yi asked, knowing that this world possessed a unique physique known as the Elemental Chaos Divine Body, which could bolster his cultivation, much like Bai Xiuying, the elder sister of the Bai family. When the time came, he could attribute his cultivation enhancement to the Elemental Divine Body, as he could only publicly display the first level of transformation. If he were to employ a higher level of transformation, it would constitute a breakthrough of nearly an entire realm, which he could not disguise with the Elemental Divine Body. Lin Yi vaguely recalled in his past life that his biomech had utilized a supercomputer for combat, which could calculate various plans for his skills. The art of transformation comprised 3 primary skills: Transformation Lightning, Transformation Barrier, and Celestial Shift. Transformation Lightning enhances speed, Transformation Barrier increases overall defensive capability, and Celestial Shift, as the name suggests, consists of 3 stages: energy absorption, energy conversion, and energy reflection. Given that you were a 12th level expert in transformation in your previous life, you can directly access the 3rd state of Celestial Shift, which is energy reflection. After listening to Bai Niao's explanation, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, puzzled. Why are there no offensive skills? Master, in your previous life within the Galactic Alliance, you fought using biomechs where all offensive weapons and supercannons were integrated into the biomech. The art of transformation serves primarily to enhance the auxiliary attributes and defensive capabilities of the biomech. Lin Yi finally understood. It was merely a change from a biomech to the flesh of a martial artist. The vessel had transformed. However, the technique you currently possess is the infinite palm. When you utilize the art of transformation, your survival capabilities will greatly increase, allowing your infinite palm to have extensive potential. Bai Niao continued with her analysis. Lin Yi was aware of the power of the infinite palm, a superior technique taught to him by his father, which comprised 2 variations: the infinite palm and the breaking yuan finger. This technique required charging, and the longer the charge time, the greater the power in practical combat. If there was teamwork, it would be manageable, but tomorrow's assessment would be a solitary endeavor. and his opponent might not afford him the opportunity to charge. Chapter 4. The Salt Gang Black Market. Fortunately, he had regained his memories, enabling him to utilize the art of transformation, significantly enhancing his speed and defensive capabilities. Coupled with over 40 years of combat experience from his previous life, perhaps the Infinite Palm still held considerable potential. The Infinite Palm could charge to increase destructive power by 6 minor realms, while the Breaking Yuan Palm could charge to enhance penetration power by 12 minor realms. If this palm technique were fully charged, its might would be immense. If the defense were inadequate, the recipient would either perish or be grievously harmed, though greater power would necessitate a larger expenditure of energy. Fortunately, the forthcoming competition would take place within a secret realm where martial artists would possess merely a virtual form. However, energy expenditure would still be a consideration. It was said that the secret realm system of the Yuzhou Martial Academy would restore 30 of a martial artist's energy after each battle. By now, what is the purpose of this cubic decimeter of space? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. The Soul Stone space can store energy or non-corporeal objects. When we explored the Bi-Star ruins, your physical form was torn apart, and the Soul Stone replicated your neural network and memories, which are stored within this Soul Stone space. At that time, it was only 1 cubic centimeter. The memories of Lin Yi's past life have mostly faded from his mind. However, with the explicit reminder from Bai Niao, he suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Bai Niao was an intelligent system of a biochemical mecha. He indeed controlled Bai Niao to explore an alien relic and inadvertently triggered the Soul Stone, which led to his being engulfed by a black hole. This implies that once the Soul Stone is activated, as long as my cultivation improves, the spatial area of the Soul Stone will also expand. Lin Yi then pondered the issue of the Wuliang Palm. Upon using a primary mutation technique, all the cells in his body would be enhanced, and the energy in his dantian would disperse throughout his body, elevating his cultivation from the 8th layer of foundation establishment to the 4th layer of initial establishment. Yet, his total yuan energy would still remain at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Even if he executed a Wuliang Palm at the 4th layer of initial establishment, the consumption would be 3/1000 of the basic yuan energy at the 4th layer, but in reality, he only possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Thus, a single palm from the 4th layer of initial establishment would actually consume 10% of his yuan power, leaving him in a dire predicament. Could it be that he was unable to utilize yuan techniques? Lin Yi conceived a plan and inquired. By now, this cubic decimeter of space is approximately the same size as a fire yuan crystal. Dio, you think the energy consumed by the yuan techniques I unleash could be drawn from the fire yuan crystal? Master, the fire yuan crystals used by warriors for cultivation can indeed be placed into the Soul Stone space, but it requires an additional yuan energy thread to connect to the dantian. Warriors must first summon energy from the dantian to utilize yuan techniques, and the yuan energy thread can transfer the summoned energy into the Soul Stone space. Master, the yuan energy thread is the primary means for the Soul Stone to connect with the outside world. Do you agree to expend a yuan energy thread? Lin Yi suddenly enlightened. The yuan energy thread referred to in the system prompt served this very purpose. After all, he had 2 threads, and it seemed that with the enhancement of his cultivation, the yuan energy threads might increase as well. He excitedly responded, then let us use one. Not so, in the future, as long as there are sufficient fire yuan crystals in the Soul Stone space, I can freely unleash yuan techniques? Yes, Master. However, I recommend that you do not place fire yuan crystals directly, but rather absorb pure energy into the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone, also known as the light element core, can convert energy of other attributes into pure light energy. The shell of the fire yuan crystal occupies nearly 50% of the space. If pure energy is absorbed, a cubic decimeter can store the energy of 2 fire yuan crystals. Furthermore, as you are a warrior of light attribute, utilizing pure light energy will increase efficiency by 30%. Lin Yi understood that this planet only produced one type of cultivation crystal, the fire yuan crystal, which primarily emerged from the vicinity of active and dormant volcanoes. The quality is categorized into ordinary, medium, superior, and exceptional, with a uniform exchange ratio of 1:100 among them. This crystal naturally absorbs fire attribute energy if the energy is below ordinary grade. The crystal will naturally absorb energy, although the saturation state remains at ordinary grade, absorbing at a rate of 1 in 10,000 per day, if placed in magma or an environment rich in fire elements. The absorption rate of the fire yuan crystal can increase several fold, yet saturation can only reach medium grade. Thus, Most circulating fire yuan crystals in the market are of medium and ordinary quality. Inferior grade crystals, which lack sufficient energy, cannot be exchanged for fire yuan crystals at all, except in black markets. In the Zhao Kingdom, the circulating currency is Zhao coins, with an exchange rate of 10 Zhao coins for 1 fire cloud coin. Since his father's sacrifice, the Lin family's villa has faced considerable financial strain. Lin Yi's mother had contemplated moving out of Bai family town to find a 2-bedroom apartment in Kanglan City, which would alleviate their daily expenses and allow Lin Yi to self-fund his studies at the Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy. However, Lin Yi, being a proud individual, did not wish for others to witness his downfall, nor was it convenient for him to see Li Er if they moved away. Therefore, in preparation for the competition the following day, he ventured into the underground black market of Kanglan City. Hoping to find some inexpensive, inferior fire yuan crystals, a dilapidated motorcycle rolled into a desolate area, entering a crumbling underground garage. The wall at the entrance bore the crooked inscription Salt Gang Night Market. Standing at the entrance were a dozen ruffians, yet Lin Yi remained unperturbed, paying the deposit and calmly awaiting the door to open. There's a child who is new here. Should we let him in? A young man dressed in ruffian attire with yellow hair reported into a communicator on his wrist. We, the Salt Gang, are open for business. A child is not a white melon or a cucumber. As long as he pays the deposit, he is a customer. Let him in, came the command of a middle-aged man from the communicator. In the slang of the underworld, white melon referred to the white guard of the Zhao National Security Division, while cucumber indicated the shadow guard of the Zhao Special Operations Division, akin to ordinary police and SWAT teams in Blue Star. The shadow guard is directly under the Tiandu Shadow Guard Division, whose director is Bai Tianyu. Naturally, a 15-year-old boy could not possibly be affiliated with either the shadow guard or the white guard. Thus, the guards of the Salt Gang opened the door, allowing Lin Yi to enter the black market without incident. The yellow-haired man, nodding and bowing, stated, "Chow Lauda, I was merely joking. Keep a close watch at the entrance. Recently, the shadow guard has shut down several of our black markets. Today's auction is crucial and must proceed smoothly. If you let in a cucumber, I will take your life." Yes, yes. Chapter 5. The egg of the flying demon beast. Lin Yi arrived at the 3rd underground level, where an expansive trading market unfolded before him, seemingly endless. Clearly, this black market had been transformed from an abandoned underground shopping mall. The trading market was divided into 4 layers. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were semi-lofted, each with a height of 4 meters, while the 6th level featured a vast square approximately 800 meters long and over 200 meters wide, with a height of about 6 meters. The entire square was brilliantly illuminated, surrounded by a dense array of merchants, mostly operating stalls. The most dazzling feature was the auction platform at the center. Raised area 2 meters high, 20 meters wide, and 50 meters long. It attracted nearly 60% of the square's light, particularly from 6 enormous spotlight arrays, each composed of 16 lights, each equivalent to the brightness of a streetlight. These 6 massive spotlight arrays shone like 6 resplendent pearls, illuminating the auction platform as if it were day, radiating brilliance and resembling the heart of this underground black market. Today's highlight auction item was the egg of a flying demon beast. Moreover, it was the exceedingly rare egg of the flashing emerald bird. As a flamboyantly dressed female host announced this, the nearly 1,000 spectators surrounding the platform erupted into chatter. The central lift activated, revealing an egg approximately 1 foot in height and 10 centimeters in radius, emitting a faint green glow. This egg appeared as if it were a jade enveloped in green light, exuding a mysterious radiance that captivated all who beheld it. The flashing emerald bird is an exceedingly rare reconnaissance demon beast, typically found in the Holy Demon Continent, and is exceptionally scarce in our eastern continent. The size of the flashing emerald bird is comparable to that of a hawk, yet its classification is that of a second-tier demon beast. However, after repeated examinations by our hired experts, it has been confirmed that this is not an ordinary flashing emerald bird egg, but a mutated variant. Upon hearing this, the audience grew even more boisterous. Nearly 1,000 individuals had gathered around the auction platform, and upon hearing the term mutated variant, an additional 1,000 people surged in. The enchanting host, no longer teasing the crowd, declared loudly, "Its mutation characteristic is iron feather." VIPs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors also stood up, discussing animatedly. With reconnaissance capabilities and formidable defensive strength, this is a top-tier demon beast. a rarity occurring once in a century. It is well known that demon beasts are strategic resources in every country. Aside from the imperial palace, the 3 estates, 8 sects, and 108 academies, private transactions are prohibited. This is because the Fire Cloud continent possesses no nation capable of producing demon beasts. They only exist in the upper realm. Demon beasts are intelligent energy life forms, said to be created solely for warfare in the upper realm, primarily manufactured by the divine race to combat the extraterrestrial demon beasts. Thus, the skills of demon beasts predominantly involve attack, defense, hand-to-hand combat, and reconnaissance techniques. They can also be tamed by beast tamers, puppet masters, and celestial masters, transforming into domesticated beasts, puppet beasts, and sealed beasts. Reconnaissance beasts are exceedingly rare. A first-tier talent reconnaissance beast typically commands the price of a third-tier talent. The value of an initial establishment realm reconnaissance beast can reach as high as 1 exceptional fire yuan crystal, and this mutated egg is at least of third-tier quality. Lin Yi mused that the Salt Gang was indeed the largest land smuggling organization in the Zhao Kingdom. Holding an auction in such an open environment with so many people, did they not fear being robbed? At that moment, he noticed a multitude of enigmatic individuals clad in standard black suits, their eyes obscured by dark sunglasses and sporting crew cuts, standing around the auction platform. They were arranged in precise formation, 1 every 5 paces, extending across 4 and 5 tiers in the same manner, each wielding an array of energy weapons including energy submachine guns, energy pistols, daggers, knives, and clubs. Looking at the 3rd underground level where he stood, he observed a burly man with a half-human, half-metal prosthetic limb stationed every 20 paces. The sight evoked a resemblance to the mechanical aesthetics of the Blue Star technology from Lin Yi's past life. Yet these metallic limbs utilized rune technology, for the intricate and sophisticated mechanical sciences of this era had long been lost. Lin Yi recognized that those capable of harnessing rune prosthetics were likely martial artists, as runes could only be activated through energy. Most of these individuals were likely retired veterans, having sustained injuries on the battlefield, evident from the scars marking their limbs where prosthetics were absent. The starting bid is 10 premium fire energy crystals, the female host announced, declaring the minimum price. This item was beyond my means. I merely sought to acquire some energy crystals. With this thought, Lin Yi paid no heed to the frenzied auction on the terrace and proceeded directly toward the 4th underground level, where energy crystal vendors resided. The trade of low-grade fire energy crystals resembled gambling. The official exchange rate for 10 cubic centimeters of low-grade fire energy crystal shells was 100 to 1 for ordinary fire energy crystals. However, in the black market, prices were openly displayed, with some fire energy crystals priced even higher than medium-grade ones, perhaps reflecting premium fire crystals that had only utilized 80% of their energy. Martial artists could sense the energy within fire energy crystals through touch, yet the low-grade fire energy crystals in the black market were off-limits for physical contact, relying solely on intuition and luck for purchase. Low-grade fire energy crystals, 200 Zhao coins each, don't miss out as you pass by now, 300 each, absolutely worth it. Fire energy crystal bonanza, 500 each, with a chance to draw out medium to high-grade ones. Exciting adventure, 1,000 each, guaranteed 25% success rate. The vendors in the low-grade fire energy crystal selling area shouted their wares in a cacophony, employing every tactic to promote their products. Lin Yi noticed some individuals had spent 500 Zhao coins on a low-grade crystal, which was 5 times the official price, yet they ended up drawing a fire energy crystal of higher than medium grade. However, having lived over 40 years in his previous life, he could easily discern that this individual was undoubtedly a vendor's accomplice. Can you detect the energy of these fire energy crystals, by now? Lin Yi pondered, considering that with his system's assistance, he could rely on skill rather than gambling. Master, I can extend energy threads that they cannot perceive. But they must remain within 10 paces of the soul stone, Bai Niao responded. Lin Yi nodded, approaching a vendor selling crystals at 200 Zhao coins each. Young lad, my crystals are the cheapest. Random selection is 200 each, fixed choice 600 each. But no touching. The vendor squinted at Lin Yi, grinning. Bai Niao activated the soul stone and extended the energy threads, which delicately touched each crystal like spider silk. Master, this is a black market. None of these crystals exceed 1% energy, Bai Niao relayed. Too expensive. Let me look around, Lin Yi replied, attempting to leave. The vendor, anxious, called after him. How about a wholesale price of 150 for random selection? 400 fixed, ignoring him. Lin Yi swiftly moved away. This was his first visit to purchase energy crystals. As a light attribute martial artist, he had previously relied on absorbing solar energy for cultivation. Chapter 6. Purchasing low-grade fire energy crystals after spending 4 hours absorbing 10% of the total energy in his dantian, expanding it to its limit. He then sat in meditation for 12 hours, using the absorbed energy to cleanse the dantian membrane. Once the membrane grew resilient enough to accommodate more energy, he would achieve a minor breakthrough in his cultivation. Lin Yi, you're here to buy fire energy crystals too? He heard a familiar voice and turned to find an old acquaintance, Bai Arya. Bai Arya was an ordinary disciple from Bai family fortress, of similar age to Lin Yi, and also a servant of Bai Shaoli. On several occasions, Lin Yi had stealthily entered Bai family fortress to play with Bai Shaoli, and she had always provided assistance, leading to their familiarity. I have leftover fire energy crystals from Bai family disciples, and some from the elders of the Tianyuan and Seoul Yuan realms. Would you like to take a look? Bai Arya invited Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart stirred. The fire energy crystals used by martial artists of the Tianyuan and Seoul Yuan realms were likely of superior quality. Given their substantial energy consumption, the crystals they deemed depleted might still contain ordinary or medium-grade energy. How much are you selling them for? Random 500, fixed 1,000. Since we're familiar, I'll give you a fixed price of 800. Bai Arya cheerfully replied. Her price was rather steep, and having not made a sale for some time, she was aware Lin Yi lived in a grand villa and likely had no shortage of funds. Bai Niao examined the hundreds of crystals Bai Arya displayed. Master, she speaks the truth. These crystals possess commendable energy. 1 crystal has medium-grade energy at half capacity, 10 are near ordinary grade, dozens are close to ordinary, and hundreds exceed ordinary by 10%. Indeed, the Bai family was affluent, indulging in fire energy crystals to such an extent. The medium-grade crystal likely belonged to an elder of the Tianyuan realm. According to Bai Niao's calculations, even if Lin Yi purchased nearly 1,000 of her crystals, he would still profit many times over. Then I'll take all your crystals at 500 each. Given their acquaintance, Lin Yi felt hesitant to take advantage of Bai Arya. I'll take them all, young Master Lin. How about 300 each? Bai Arya exclaimed with great excitement. Most of these crystals were acquired by her at official prices in the Bai family. Some even obtained for free, so even at 150 each, she would still profit, in a way. 400 each, Lin Yi countered. Bai Arya was momentarily stunned. Why was this young Master Lin raising the price? Surely, he was affluent, yet why was he seeking low-grade fire energy crystals? Bai Arya nodded, packing up the over 1,000 energy crystals while Lin Yi retrieved a medium-grade Shinkoan pearl to store the crystals. In truth, even at 400 each, Lin Yi did not suffer loss, and by maintaining a good relationship with Bai Arya, he could avoid traveling far to the black market for low-grade fire energy crystals in the future. Moreover, as she was a maid to Lier, he would require her assistance to navigate the Bai family fortress to see her in the future. Arya, what is the current situation in Bai family fortress? Has Lier been found? Lin Yi feigned interest in Bai Shaoli's whereabouts, eager to ascertain whether the second Mrs. disappearance had raised any suspicions about him. The master is quite anxious. He has ordered everyone in the Bai family to search for her. Because of this, I had my chance to leave Bai family fortress, but I believe the second miss will be just fine. Young Master Lin, is the second miss not with you? Bai Arya suddenly inquired, causing Lin Yi to shiver involuntarily as he forced a wry smile. How could she be with me? Why would she come to me? And your Bai family fortress has such stringent security, with surveillance systems on the walls. If she were to escape, there would certainly be traces left behind. Bai Arya nodded. Indeed, with the second Miss S temperament, she is obedient to the master and would not casually wander to someone else's home. Perhaps she is simply hiding in some secluded corner of Bai family fortress to cultivate. Lin Yi recalled something and said, by the way, you can come directly to me in the future when selling low-grade fire energy crystals. There's no need to go to the black market. Bai Arya shook her head. I don't come often. I only stop by to earn some cultivation resources. This time's earnings are sufficient for me to exchange for a beginner's throwing knife manual in the Bai family fortress's library. Suddenly, Bai Arya had a thought. It seems your finances aren't too robust. Would you like me to mention it to the miss? Perhaps she can assist you a bit. Lin Yi hurriedly waved his hand. Absolutely do not mention this to Lier. It must remain confidential. Just remember, if you ever wish to sell low-grade fire energy crystals, come to me first. Seeing Lin Yi's generous spending, Bai Arya nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Next time, I will certainly think of you first. At that moment, the auction in the lower-level plaza was reaching its conclusion. The guest in the sixth box on the second floor has bid 2,000 premium fire energy crystals. Is there anyone willing to increase the bid? The minimum increment is 100, 3,000. A guest from the fourth floor called out. In less than 10 minutes, the price of the final auction item soared to 5,000 premium fire energy crystals. A sense of unease stirred within Lin Yi. He understood that even in Nanyu City, one of the four prosperous metropolises of Zhao Kingdom, such high prices were rarely seen in legitimate auction houses. A guest in the third-floor box has offered 10,000 premium fire energy crystals, 10,000 for the first time, 10,000 for the second time. With a resounding explosion, the entire underground plaza experienced a slight tremor. Boss Chow, the armored airship of the Shadow Guards, has suddenly breached in. They have directly deployed energy bombs, and the defensive barriers of the first and second underground levels have been breached. Our attacks are utterly ineffective against the armored airship. Hold them off at all costs, commands emanated from the communicator. Simultaneously, above the underground black market, the resonant sounds of energy-based weaponry and the launch of energy missiles echoed through the air. Yet, the colossal black vessel loomed immobile in the night sky, its heavy metallic armor shimmering with sparks and billowing clouds of smoke from energy missile impacts. The belly of the warship opened, and a capsule-shaped silvery object plummeted freely, piercing through the ceiling of the third underground level and crashing down near the sixth level's Black Market Square. It was a heavy armored vehicle from the Shadow Guard. Run! I say there's someone from above in the Salt Gang. Why has the Shadow Guard become so ruthless? Upon hearing the cries, nearly 10,000 individuals in the underground square scattered like startled birds and beasts. The Salt Gang's enforcers, on high alert, unleashed their energy weapons upon the armored vehicle. However, much like the battleship above, their attacks failed to inflict any damage on the thick armor. Truly, as some had claimed, that silvery capsule was indeed an armored vehicle. Suddenly, it released 16 jets of white vapor from its base, causing the entire war machine to hover as if it had sprouted wings. The vehicle then discharged dozens of flashbangs, blinding those warriors caught in their glare and temporarily rendering them incapable of retaliating. At that moment, two doors on either side of the vehicle swung open, and a swarm of dark figures surged forth like a whirlwind. Lin Yi, possessing keen eyesight, discerned that these shadows were humans, over 100 of them, each moving with astonishing speed and skill, appearing as mere fleeting silhouettes. Chapter 7. Masters from the Shadow Guard. The beautiful host, clutching a flash kingfisher egg, leapt from the terrace, intending to flee towards the east gate. Just then, a white beam, swift as lightning, severed her right hand, causing the egg to tumble to the ground. From the lower third floor, a monstrous creature resembling a rat charged down with blinding speed, its claws tearing apart two enforcers of the Chow Gang who had aimed to retrieve the fallen egg, before snatching it up and sprinting towards the parking lot. Several experts from the Chow Gang opened fire, but the creature, enveloped in white vapor with toughened skin, deflected the bullets as they entered the mist. Lin Yi recognized this being as a member of the demon race. Recalling that the demon tribes of the Holy Demon Continent were currently at war with the Zhao Kingdom. Except for those with identification tokens, any demon encountered in Zhao territory was to be executed on sight. In the distance, Shadow Guard operatives fired energy sniper weapons at the demon, which adeptly dodged left and right, evading the shots with ease. A few sniper bullets struck its body, penetrating its protective energy. Yet its flesh remarkably withstood the impact, some bullets shattering and others flattening against its hide. The demon hastened towards the parking lot, and just as it seemed about to escape, the white beam reappeared. Tracing a beautiful arc and striking from the right side of the rat demon at an odd angle, Lin Yi recognized the object as silvery, recalling seeing it somewhere before, in a split second. The demon, unable to evade, drew a dagger for defense. Clang! The powerful force staggered the demon, creating a notch in the dagger, indicating that the object was of a far superior grade. Lin Yi then realized that the silvery object was a standard throwing knife from the Bai family. Crafted from mystic crystal, specifically a 5th-grade throwing knife, which he had seen Li Er use at the Bai family. The knife was deflected, but then executed a sudden, sharp 180-degree turn, once again darting towards the demon with lightning speed. At that moment, the rat demon leapt toward the entrance leading to the parking lot, its body entering a blind spot for shooting, making it impossible for anyone to lock onto it. Yet, it had not anticipated that the throwing knife could make such a sharp turn. In an instant, the knife curved again, striking the rat demon's skull and shattering it. This was the famed throwing knife technique of the Bai family, reputed as the second greatest in the world. Lin Yi had only witnessed Bai Shaoli perform this technique before, but now he was witnessing its prowess firsthand. He had heard Li Er mention that the Bai family's ultimate techniques included two: the throwing knife technique, which controls the flight path of the knife through mental focus and wind manipulation, allowing for arced flight with virtually no blind spots as long as the target's position was known. The true pinnacle of the Bai family's skills was the Bai Feather Divine Art, a top-tier technique that combined mental power with wind attributes, renowned as the world's foremost lightness technique, belonging to the highest tier of heavenly arts. It had three variations: Light Feather, Multiplicity Force, and the Inexhaustible. The second variation, Multiplicity Force, when combined with the Bai throwing knife technique, propelled the Bai family to become the second greatest sect of hidden weapons across the continent. The swift turning technique of the throwing knife just now was indeed the Multiplicity Force, which had 8 layers, each adding a level of force to the hidden weapon. This force could enhance the weapon's power or abruptly alter its trajectory, although employing Multiplicity Force required at least a soul origin level cultivation. Meanwhile, the bird egg had rolled near the southern exit. Team A, Team B, retrieve the egg. Others, provide cover, shouted a middle-aged man with a terrifying scar across his face from a private booth on the 4th underground level. Immediately, several experts from the Chao gang exerted themselves. Some rushed directly from the central hall, while others leaped down from the loft, approximately dozens of them desperately sprinting towards the location where the egg fell. However, the Shadow Guard was already on high alert, and anyone approaching the egg was swiftly taken down by sniper fire. Those with agile movements were not spared from the Bai family's throwing knives. Within moments, a dozen bodies lay around the green egg, and the members of the Salt Gang dared not approach any longer. The scarred man located the leader of the Shadow Guard, a young man clad in a white uniform, who hurled a spear with force, sending a black bolt of lightning soaring down from the 4th floor. The young man in white, nimble in his movements, evaded the spear, then raised his right hand to launch a second throwing knife. The scarred man drew an energy submachine gun and fired a volley at the knife, but as the knife sliced through several bullets, its momentum waned, only to suddenly change direction, curving back towards the scarred man in a bizarre arc. For such a curved trajectory, the scarred man's bullets could not touch the knife. He had no choice but to discard the submachine gun, extending his right hand to channel his energy, creating a massive barrier before him. The throwing knife slowed as it entered the barrier, and the scarred man, with his left hand entwined in a dark chain, punched to smash the knife to pieces. It turned out that his left hand's chain was connected to the spear, and both the spear and chain were entirely black, likely made from 5th-grade material, black mystic iron. Chow Shao, so it is you presiding here. Are you aware that your Chao gang is auctioning illegal items on the Salt Gang's territory? Does your old continent Wu-Hu know of this? The young man in white recognized the owner of the black spear. By how? You clearly know who our backer is, yet you dare to come here to cause trouble. Have you considered the consequences? The scarred man glared at the young man. Chow Shao, how dare your black market sell demon beasts? This is a capital offense, and your collusion with the demon tribes is an even graver crime. Nonsense. We are merely selling eggs. Eggs are not under the jurisdiction of demon beasts. As for collusion with the demon tribes, do you have any evidence? Demons in their non-transformed state are no different from humans. Who can distinguish between a demon and a human in their midst? Moreover, your true master is the prince, who himself is a demon, Isn't. The nine-tailed fox tribe is a demon tribe. Is it not? Since the emperor ascended to the throne, the nine-tailed heavenly tribe has maintained a cordial relationship with our Zhao kingdom. Aside from the nine-tailed heavenly tribe, any demon without an identification token is considered an enemy. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that, according to Zhao's laws, the unauthorized sale of demon beast eggs is also a capital offense. If I acquire the demon beast's egg, it will be a case of person and evidence found together. Bai Hao declared triumphantly. He was well aware that both the Salt Gang and the Chao Gang were subordinates of the Zhao Prince, who had profited greatly from Zhao Hong in the shadows. This time, using the pretext of selling demon beasts and colluding with demons, they could dismantle this stronghold, thus adding more charges against Zhao Hong during the prince's faction's impeachment in the National Assembly. As a newly appointed captain, He wondered if this achievement would elevate him to at least a major rank. Lin Yi recognized the young man in white as Bai Hao, the son of the Bai family's elder. 24 years old with advanced soul origin cultivation. Once a top student at the Yuzhou Martial Academy, he was not selected by the Lukuan Academy after graduation, leading him to join the Heavenly Master's residence for studies. He also became a member of Bai Tianyu's Shadow Guard, rapidly rising through the ranks in just 4 years to become the head of a combat unit in the Tiandu Shadow Guard. Naturally, Bai Tianyu's superior was the national master of Zhao, Zhuge Tianji, and they were all part of the prince's faction. Chapter 8. Thank you. By area at this moment, Lin Yi and Arya had managed to follow the crowd to the third underground level, only one level away from escaping the black market. However, just then, a violent tremor shook the underground square, and the ceiling of the third floor collapsed with a thunderous crash, instantly burying the southern exit leading to the second level. Many fleeing individuals were trapped beneath the debris, tragically meeting their end in the ruins. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, and the sound of wailing filled the air, creating utter chaos. Lin Yi looked up to see the gaping hole in the ceiling. Now shrouded in darkness, it appeared that the Shadow Guard's battleship had been struck by some object, causing it to crash down and collapse the ceilings of the first and second underground levels. The fleeing crowd to the south quickly redirected their escape towards the east and west exits. Lin Yi silently lamented his misfortune. Who could have anticipated such ill luck on this outing? Was he truly destined to perish here? Sure enough, as feared, the ceiling of the third underground level could no longer bear the weight and began to collapse. Young Master Lin, be careful, Bai Arya, sensing the impending disaster, unhesitatingly pushed Lin Yi away from the terrace. Lost in a daze, he was flung into the air before he could comprehend the situation. Following the collapse of the third level, the fourth and fifth levels soon followed suit. The entire southern underground plaza nearly caved in completely, and Lin Yi, along with Bai Arya, plummeted to the sixth level below. Fortunately, with a certain foundation in martial arts, Lin Yi fell from a height of 12 meters and only sustained minor abrasions. However, before him lay a scene of devastation. He clumsily rose to his feet, only to discover that Bai Arya had vanished without a trace. Young Master Lin, he heard Bai Arya's feeble voice calling out to him. Frantically searching, he found her trapped beneath several thick layers of debris, gasping for breath as she weakly beckoned him. Arya, are you all right? Lin Yi exerted all his strength to lift the heavy slabs, but the formidable steel-reinforced concrete was far too weighty for him to budge. Despair washed over him as he gazed at Bai Arya, who was gradually losing consciousness, blood frothing at her lips. Her condition dire. Why, young Master Lin, I give you my money. When you marry the young lady, consider it my wedding gift. She smiled weakly at Lin Yi, but darkness enveloped her vision, and she could not utter her final farewell. Lin Yi noticed her pale hand tightly clutching a pouch of money, and he felt a pang of sorrow for this girl who, even in her final moments, clung to her treasures. He wished to weep. Yet tears would not come, for he was inherently strong, and while he shared no profound bond with Bai Arya, a sense of ineffable grief lingered in his heart. Master, it was Arya who saved you just now. At the last moment, she pushed you away from the terrace. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Bai Niao reminded him. The feeling of anguish in Lin Yi's heart finally dissipated, and he found solace. A single tear escaping the corner of his eye, he gently clasped Bai Arya's now cold hand, nodding slowly with a smile. Arya, I will surely marry your second young lady. I accept your wedding gift. At that moment, a colossal black object descended from the sky like a dark mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force. Boom! The impact triggered a third violent tremor. In the center of the plaza, only 3 spotlight clusters remained, illuminating the enormous entity, which turned out to be a gigantic eagle, towering at 3 zhong, its body adorned with iron-black feathers. The onlookers trembled in terror at the sight. This creature had appeared so suddenly, akin to a devil descending from the heavens. Some were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, while others found their legs weakened, unable to move. The martial artists engaged in battle in the plaza hastily retreated from the monstrous eagle. It is a Tianyuan-level iron feather eagle. Some discerned the creature's classification from its size. The eagle let out a furious roar toward the crowd, its immense pressure creating shockwaves that radiated outward, sweeping through like a tempest. Surrounding lighting fixtures shattered, and the 3 spotlight clusters were instantly reduced to 1.5. Within a 20 zhang radius of the eagle, martial artists below the Lingyuan level coughed up blood and fainted. Lin Yi, standing at a distance, felt a rush of blood surge within him, a metallic sweetness filling his throat, akin to having consumed bitter wine. Many of those attempting to flee collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Yi realized he had evidently sustained minor internal injuries. He immediately activated his mutation technique, elevating his cultivation to the initial Yuan 4th level to shield himself from further harm during the impending battle. It dawned on him that the official's battleship had been downed by this creature. Be it the Salt Gang's stewards or the Shadow Guards, they redirected their firepower, desperately attacking the giant eagle. The eagle leisurely protected its vital areas with its wings, and under the lights, sparks flew as energy-based weaponry failed to breach its defenses. Suddenly, the iron feathers on its chest stood upright, shooting toward the crowd like lightning. The feathers were immensely powerful, instantly cleaving through several gang stewards and piercing through the concrete wall behind them. The Shadow Guards, skilled and well-trained martial artists, either dodged the feathers or shielded themselves with military-grade shields. Yet the feathers deeply embedded themselves into the Xian Tai-made shields. The strength and hardness of the eagle's feathers were astonishing, surpassing even that of the B-grade black Xian Tai. The Shadow Guards were taken aback, hastily distancing themselves from the giant eagle in less than a minute. Over a dozen gang stewards met their demise, and several Shadow Guards were gravely injured. At that moment, a patterned creature suddenly appeared behind two Shadow Guards, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Moments later, two figures plummeted from 200 meters above, falling through the opening in the basement directly into the center of the plaza, barely clinging to life. Is it a giant flash kingfisher? One Shadow Guard speculated, their voice laced with dread in a similar fashion. Several robust Salt Gang men closest to the egg also plummeted from above, their bodies shattered and bloodied. It is not a flash kingfisher. It is a new type of demon beast, at least of the 3rd tier. A martial artist noted that the creature stood a full zhang tall, clearly indicating it was not the same species as the flash kingfisher, but rather an unprecedented monstrosity. Confronted with two previously unseen and formidable demon beasts, an intangible fear permeated the air. The overwhelming scent of blood from the fallen corpses only intensified the terrifying atmosphere. Many gang stewards could no longer bear the pressure of fear and began to flee toward the exit, their steps frantic and expressions panicked, akin to headless flies. Even some Shadow Guards stealthily approached the northern exit, ready to retreat at any moment. The remaining Shadow Guards regrouped, their faces etched with tension and anxiety in preparation for an even greater challenge. Chapter 9. The terrifying demon beasts call to headquarters. A Tianyuan-level mutated demon beast has appeared here, and we cannot handle it. Bai Hao recognized the gravity of the situation and urgently called for reinforcements, his voice filled with tension and unease. Boss, we should retreat. Who would have thought that those two demon beasts would escape from the demon beast gorge and chase us here? Cao Xiao was also contacting his superior, his tone rife with fear and helplessness. Retrieve that egg, and we can withdraw. A firm and decisive voice came from the other end of the communicator. Cao Xiao glanced at the distant egg, where the Salt Gang's stewards had already been cleared out by the teleporting creature. His face paled with despair. Given the current situation, obtaining that egg seemed nearly impossible. Lin Yi stood in stunned silence, witnessing such colossal demon beasts for the first time. Their levels, combat capabilities, intelligence, and ferocity frighteningly high. He was trapped at the southern exit, which had been blocked, leaving him with no escape. The teleporting creature captured individuals at random. One moment it would seize a Shadow Guard, the next a Salt Gang member. And he had no idea when it might choose him. His face turned pale, filled with fear and helplessness. After all, he was only 15. Did he have to meet his end here so foolishly? Lin Yi curled up in a corner, extending his energy threads to observe the movements in the hall that turned out his consciousness could enter the Soul Stone space, which contained an immensely vast central hall. This central hall was not confined to a cubic decimeter. Instead, it lacked elemental laws and mobility, only allowing him to view the holographic screens suspended in midair. There were two holographic screens in the Soul Stone space. One displayed what his eyes saw, while the other showcased what the energy threads perceived, controlled by Bai Niao. Master, it seems that the demon beasts only target martial artists. We should not become their focus, Bai Niao reassured him to that moment. The holographic screen representing the energy threads underwent a transformation. The iron feather eagle's form suddenly shrank. It diminished from 3 zhong to 2 zhong, then to 1 zhong. However, its defensive capabilities appeared to be increasing. As bullets began to ricochet off its body, and the sparks diminished significantly. When it reached a height of 1 zhong, the color of its feathers transitioned from black to silvery white, and then its entire form gradually became transparent. Almost invisible, though the glimmers of sparks from the bullets striking it remained faintly visible. Can it become invisible and compress its body to enhance its strength? Some gang stewards marveled. The intangible fear intensified once more. And even some shadow guards began to flee. Upon observing the gang stewards, it was evident that nearly half had already dashed away. Suddenly, piercing sounds erupted from the transparent area, as if something were tearing through the air. "It's the feathers! Get out of the way!" The nearby gang stewards were abruptly torn apart as dozens of crimson feathers materialized in the air. On the opposite side of the egg, dozens of shadow guards met a similar fate, with even a few holding shields being impaled along with their shields. Invisible feathers, and their power is greater than before. Cao Zhao's brow furrowed tightly. As if he could crush a fly, clenching his fists in determination, "Ironclad team, cover us. The special operations team must retrieve the egg at all costs." Cao Zhao issued a command, and soon a dozen robust men clad in iron armor charged forth, forming a straight line akin to an impenetrable wall of steel, obstructing the line of sight between the colossal sculpture and the bird's egg. Meanwhile, under the protection of the armored men, a relatively agile figure, equipped with prosthetic limbs, sprinted towards the direction of the egg. Neither bullets nor sniper rifles could breach the defenses of the armored warriors. Even the elusive iron feathers could only claim a single life at a time. At that moment, dozens of blood-soaked iron feathers soared back from a distance, vanishing as they entered the area where sparks flew. "They are retrieving the feathers," one shadow guard exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, a feather, scorched to a fiery red, suddenly emerged, its formidable penetrating power piercing through the line of armored men. The crimson feather effortlessly impaled the chest of the last warrior, embedding itself into the ground in front of the egg. The iron feather, now lodged in the earth near Lin Yi, still bubbled with fresh blood, the searing iron gradually turning black as it cooled. "Damn it, my special forces!" Cao Zhao lamented, a desire to slam his head against a wall surging within him. He regretted his reckless gamble, which had cost him his meticulously trained elite troops. Cao Zhao pondered that since these two monstrous beasts were so powerful, if he could not possess them, then neither should the shadow guards. "Everyone retreat," he commanded, issuing the withdrawal order. At that moment, Lin Yi, observing the iron feather below, suddenly noticed that right beside it lay the bird's egg, pulsating with a greenish glow, flickering like a beating heart. Lin Yi speculated whether the target of the beast was indeed this egg. Perhaps it was their offspring. Recalling the characteristics of the two beasts, a thought suddenly emerged in Lin Yi's mind. He had promised Arya that he would marry the second miss of the Bai family, but Bai Tianyu would undoubtedly obstruct him. Thus he needed sufficient strength. The only way to enhance his power was through soul stones, and upgrading soul stones required personal cultivation. To advance his cultivation early on would necessitate a considerable sum of money. If he could acquire this bird's egg, it would surely fetch a high price, alleviating his worries regarding training resources. Consequently, Lin Yi resolved to take the risk, for he was not a mere 15-year-old boy, but a reincarnated individual who had lived over 40 years in his previous life. What storms had he not weathered? "White bird, can the soul stone space accommodate this egg?" Lin Yi pondered, recalling how the iron-feathered eagle could compress its body. If this egg was indeed its offspring, might it inherit its father's genes? "Master, this is exceedingly perilous. Currently, all parties are targeting it, and our actions are undoubtedly courting death," White Bird advised. In his previous life, Lin Yi had not only been a formidable warrior but also an adventurer. Risk-taking was in his nature. Otherwise, he would not have been drawn into this realm by a black hole while exploring a relic. After all, they cannot perceive the strands of elemental energy. Shall we give it a try? With that, Lin Yi approached the egg, hiding behind a ruinous wall nearest to it, estimating the distance to be within 10 meters. Whitebird cautiously extended a strand of elemental energy to touch the egg. Simultaneously, the personnel from the Salt Gang and the Shadow Guards continued to dwindle. As the Salt Gang began a systematic retreat, evidently having abandoned their pursuit of the egg. Yet, the teleporting beast had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed near the iron feather embedded in the ground, revealing itself to be the second giant beast that had yet to manifest. The creature surveyed its surroundings before finally spotting the egg below. Lin Yi was astonished to see that it was a towering patterned giant eagle, standing 10 feet tall. Its feathers were a dazzling mix of pink and green, resembling a maiden donning a floral gown. The feathers shimmered under the limited light, exuding an enchanting brilliance. Chapter 10. The majestic Xuanjia demon soldier. Their target was, indeed, the shining kingfisher's egg. We must hasten to stop it, a shadow guard cried out. The shadow guards intensified their firepower, yet an invisible wall blocked the bullets. It turned out that the iron-feathered eagle had been diverting fire from the very start, its mission to shield the patterned giant eagle in its quest for the egg. As the patterned giant eagle extended its claws to seize the egg, a flash of white light streaked through, striking its claw. Blood immediately gushed forth, revealing that it was not invulnerable. However, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. The fifth-grade flying knife merely grazed its flesh without harming its bones. The knife then executed a swift 180-degree turn, launching another attack aimed directly at the patterned beast's head. The patterned beast reacted with remarkable speed. Employing a teleportation technique to vanish from sight, it possessed considerable intelligence, at least at the peak of the Soul Realm. By how offered this analysis. Yet, no one noticed that the egg had suddenly shrunk in size. Master, it says its parents wish to take it home. It has languished in that dull place for 300 years, Whitebird reported. Tell it that we can take it on an adventure and ask if it wishes to accompany us. Master, it has agreed. Suddenly, the egg shrank 2 more sizes before vanishing entirely. At that moment, the iron-feathered eagle was attacking by how, as hundreds of silver-white iron feathers, each over an inch long, rained down upon him like a torrential storm. By how employed the Bai family's lightness skill, deftly dodging the onslaught. However, he lacked the energy to control the flying knife any longer. The patterned beast teleported once more to the egg's previous location, only to find it had vanished, emitting an enraged roar. The iron-feathered eagle, upon hearing the patterned eagle's cry, seemed to understand something. It restored its hidden form, its body swelling to 2 yards, then 3, then 4. A 12-meter-high giant eagle nearly shattered the ceiling of the underground black market. Its iron feathers rose in unison, wings unfurling to nearly obscure the entire central plaza. Its crimson eyes glared at the crowd as it bellowed, as if conveying a message. Master, its father has gone mad. It says that if its child is not returned, it will slaughter everyone in the plaza. Whitebird translated. As a powerful artificial intelligence, Whitebird's database contained approximately trillions of different languages, including the language of the beasts. Lin Yi's heart sank. He realized he had stirred a hornet's nest. He had not anticipated that the beast would deliberately hold back its strength, and his actions had provoked them. He recalled a saying from Blue Star, "Birds perish for food, and men die for wealth." He had acted foolishly. If the beast had taken the egg, it might have left peacefully. Why had he succumbed to greed and insisted on seizing the egg? Now, he found himself ensnared in a deadly predicament, a consequence of his own folly. The Salt Gang members, upon hearing this, immediately surrendered. Otherwise, you shall face the judgment of the Empire's ultimate weapon. A booming voice echoed from outside, like a clap of thunder reverberating over the plaza. By how urgently urged into his communication device, the Salt Gang poses no threat. Release the Xuanjia demon soldiers, quickly, from the sky. An even larger warship appeared, its belly opening to release 2 massive figures, one black and one white, resembling 2 dragons bursting forth from the hatch. Following closely, 2 individuals clad in black robes soared from the ship, suspended mid-air. They were enveloped in a blue defensive barrier, shimmering like 2 radiant stars against the inky night sky. It's the Celestial Masters. Good heavens, the black-robed dragon-patterned Celestial Masters. They are from the Celestial Master's manor. Some on the ground recognized their identities, and upon seeing the Celestial Masters, the Salt Gang members blended into the crowd, hastily fleeing. The immense white figure surged through the gaps left by previous bombardments, landing directly in the center of the plaza. The other shadow landed near the wreckage of the downed warship. Lin Yi observed that the white figure entering the plaza was, astonishingly, a towering armored figure. standing 3 yards tall, clad in brilliant silver armor that glinted under the spotlight. Its body was adorned with runes, pulsating rhythmically with red luminescence. Lin knew that this was the Empire's most formidable battle machine. The Xuanjia Demon Soldier. Unlike the biomechanical armors of his past life on Blue Star, the Xuanjia Demon Soldier belonged to the advanced puppet beast category, housing within it a 5th-grade beast from the ogre race. They had been stripped of all memories and were controlled through some method of manipulation. The armor encasing them was made from the most durable and expensive material in Huayun Star. F-grade by Xian Iron. The ogres possessed innate physical prowess, with immense strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. Coupled with the human-made by Xian armor and the various advanced elemental weapons mounted on the Xuanjia. Their might was multiplied several times over. It was said that Xuanjia demon soldiers were invincible within their tier, capable of challenging warriors 5 levels higher. The Xuanjia demon soldier activated its 32 camera systems, covering nearly every angle in the vicinity. Each camera corresponded to an operator aboard the giant ship, transmitting a 360-degree holographic view to the hovering black-robed Celestial Masters. Of course, the black-robed Celestial Masters directly controlled the core of the Xuanjia demon soldier. Perceiving everything the soldier could see, the ogre soldier detected the giant eagle behind it and bellowed in a deep, terrifying voice, "Beast, from whence do you come? Depart at once." The dark-robed Celestial Master evidently did not wish to engage in immediate combat. For both colossal beings were formidable war machines, and over 5,000 souls remained trapped within the Black Market Square. Should hostilities erupt recklessly, innocent lives would undoubtedly be at risk. Astonishingly, the giant eagle seemed to comprehend human language. Calling out, "Despicable humans, surrender my child, or I shall ensure you pay dearly." The Xuanjia demon soldiers relayed the giant eagle's words through a translation system and loudspeakers, prompting the crowd to realize that the egg in the distance had vanished without a trace. High above, the male dark-robed Celestial Master received a report from Bai Hao, "Brother Zhuge, the egg of the emerald green bird has gone missing. We can no longer meet the demands of that beast. Bai Hao, shortly I shall clear the battlefield. You and your people should keep your distance." Zhuge Tao shook his head in resignation, recognizing that this battle was now inevitable. "Shimin Zhuqing, you are to command the black-armored demon soldiers to forge an escape route and evacuate those ensnared in the black market." The female dark-robed Celestial Master complied, directing the equally towering giant demon soldier to lift the fallen warship with great effort. The sight of the black-armored giant, its intricate runes pulsating with rhythmic red light, was particularly eerie in the dim night. Bolstered by the runes, the giant's strength appeared to amplify significantly as it effortlessly hoisted the 30-meter-long vessel and gently set it aside, as if handling a fragile treasure. This black-armored demon soldier possessed the same cultivation level as the Xuanjia demon soldiers, yet utilized F-grade black mystic iron, absorbing dark energy, thus enhancing its combat prowess by 30 under the moonlight. While the Xuanjia demon soldiers experienced a similar boost of 30 in sunlight. Chapter 11. Narrow escape. Before long, the obstruction on the 3rd basement level was cleared, and the trapped crowd surged forth like a tide. "Beast, they say your child has gone missing. Neither our people nor those who initially captured it have any leads," explained the Xuanjia demon soldiers. In truth, the Xuanjia demon soldiers lacked sentience. It was the dark-robed Celestial Master Zhuge Tao who spoke. The giant eagle, enraged, swung its massive iron wings, which were lined with searing red feathers. Bai Hao, aware of the razor-sharp nature of those red feathers, realized that they would slice through a black iron shield as easily as cutting through tofu, and called out, "Brother Zhuge, take cover." Within the control room of the warship, a multitude of logistical personnel began calculating the giant eagle's combat capabilities. Based on the beast's anatomical structure, muscle composition, speed, energy flow, and pressure, they swiftly determined that the cutting power of its wings reached the 4th tier of Tianyuan. This strength was insufficient to breach the defensive barrier. "Prepare the light energy cannon." Zhuge Tao smiled with ease. The colossal iron wings, like sharp blades, struck the head of the Xuanjia demon soldier, sending forth a shower of sparks. Yet the demon soldier remained unfazed. Suddenly, the armor on its chest unfolded, revealing a massive cannon which discharged a powerful blast. In the confined space of the underground market, the giant eagle had no means of evasion. Succumbing to the immense force and collapsing, toppling the buildings and lofts behind it, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. However, It seemed the giant eagle intentionally tilted southeast. Had it fallen directly south, Lin Yi, hiding behind, could have met his demise. Observing the battle, Lin Yi heard the sound of the exit to the third basement opening. He scanned his surroundings, hoping to locate a way out. The southern floors were collapsing. While he remained trapped on the sixth basement, with no exits available, his only option was to race to the plaza on the sixth floor and escape through the western exit. Yet, two terrifying monsters were locked in combat in the plaza. Charging recklessly into the fray would almost certainly lead to his death. Furthermore, a patterned beast could appear at any moment, and he harbored its offspring within him. You must evacuate swiftly. The personnel from Lukuan Academy will arrive shortly. I shall hold off the beast, commanded the dark-robed celestial master. In truth, the Xuanjia demon soldiers could barely subdue the beast, yet nearly 5,000 individuals remained unevacuated around the black market. The clash between the two giants could easily claim innocent lives. Bai Hao gestured for several hundred shadow guards to escort the wounded through the northern exit, while Cao Xiao led the remaining elite from the Yin gang to retreat through the eastern gate. Cao Xiao, if you locate that egg, I shall ensure you spend your days in confinement, Bai Hao remarked. The scar-faced man smirked ominously. Brother Bai, you serve the crown prince, while I serve the prince. Ultimately, we are all hounds for those above us. Are we not? As Lin Yi watched their retreat, a thought crossed his mind to slip away unnoticed. However, at that moment, a massive shadow loomed behind him. He turned alertly to find a gigantic eagle head suddenly appearing in his vicinity, none other than the teleporting patterned beast. To his shock, it had spotted him. Lin Yi, nearly the same size as the eagle's head, was ensnared by its eerie violet gaze as its round pupils glowed ominously, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Fear gripped Lin Yi, rendering him motionless, his heart racing. He had traversed dimensions only to meet his end in the beak of this giant eagle. The patterned giant eagle gently touched Lin Yi's body with its beak. A stream of psychic energy coursing around him as it examined him. Lin Yi surmised that this patterned beast was not a mindless killer. It only attacked shadow guards and members of the underworld, showing no intention of harming him, a mere child. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Niao used its psychic threads to touch the giant eagle's head, transmitting a fragment of memory, a vision of a woman with colorful hair. Lin Yi recognized the woman from the peculiar dream he had experienced. The patterned beast was instantly taken aback, promptly bowing low in a display of utmost respect. Then, the green egg within the soul stone space suddenly flickered with green light, conveying information to the patterned beast through the psychic threads. The patterned beast seemed to comprehend something, and it let out a great cry towards the distant iron-feathered eagle, before grasping Lin Yi with its beak and vanishing in an instant. Humans, consider yourselves fortunate today. As long as you do not harm my child, we shall remain peacefully within the Beast Valley, proclaimed the massive black eagle. With that, it flapped its wings and soared from the square. The gusts of air toppling those around it in the blink of an eye. It had ascended to a height of 1,000 meters, and then the patterned giant eagle appeared on its back. The great eagle unfurled its wings, casting a vast shadow, and together they flew southward. Hua Hua, have you found our child? The massive iron-feathered eagle called out to Bai. Rest assured, our child is quite safe. It resides within a revered space. The patterned eagle replied, so, like the master, the one who saved our child is also a soul stone host. Our child has not hatched in 300 years. Perhaps it will have a chance to break free in the revered space. The massive Dabai was instantly filled with excitement. The iron-feathered eagle's feathers transformed from black to silvery white in an instant, its back feathers fanning out like a fan, enveloping the patterned eagle within. As its feathers turned completely silver, it began to turn invisible, ultimately vanishing into the night sky. Lin Yi found himself suddenly transported from the underground black market, lying atop a dilapidated rooftop. Was this the power of a third-tier beast? He had been teleported to this location. If it wished to kill him, it could do so in the blink of an eye. Bai Niao, why did it not kill me? He pondered. Master, I believe it pertains to the soul stone. It may possess knowledge related to it. The egg within the soul stone space replied. I assured my mother of my safety, instructing her not to search for me henceforth. Once I hatch, I shall naturally seek them out. Lin Yi was taken aback. How could the egg of a beast possess the ability to speak? Master, beings within the soul stone space can communicate through thought. This form of communication transcends language, allowing for mutual understanding, Bai Niao explained. Lin Yi recalled the enormous heart from his peculiar dream. It had indeed communicated through thought. However, he now understood that the patterned giant eagle was a female beast, while the massive iron-feathered eagle was its male counterpart. Lin Yi gazed into the distance where the Xuanjia demon soldiers and shadow guards were assisting the trapped individuals in their evacuation. Dozens of white armored vehicles approached from afar, clearly the guard forces of Kanglan City. Lin Yi located his motorcycle, intending to depart, when Bai Hao suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Lin Yi, why are you not preparing for the examination at Yuzhou Martial Academy? How did you end up here, Brother Bai? I merely sought to acquire some cultivation manuals and resources, Lin Yi explained, scratching his head. Chapter 12, Little Bai Wang. Lin Yi, if you do not qualify for the genius class at Yuzhou Martial Academy, why not join our Bai family fortress? Bai Hao proposed. Though all the techniques and psychic arts here are wind attributed, at least you would not face exorbitant tuition fees. Moreover, you would no longer need to engage in the underhanded trade of selling mystic stones with Arya. Besides, joining the Bai family would allow you to marry our young lady more seamlessly, would it not? Brother Bai, Arya's death has left me deeply saddened, but please do not disclose my dealings with mystic stones. Lin Yi implored. Bai Hao understood Lin Yi's sentiment. He did not wish to accept charity from the Bai family, and thus shook his head. You must understand. Only by revealing your circumstances to the master can he provide assistance. Your current attitude suggests you are unwilling to join the Bai family. Thus, you must fend for yourself. Having spoken, Bai Hao departed. Lin Yi, indeed, had no desire to join the Bai family, nor did he wish to accept their patronage. Firstly, the Bai family seldom accepted disciples of other surnames, and should he join, he would inevitably have to change his surname. As the son of Lin Feng, this was a notion he could not abide. Secondly, the Bai family's techniques were fundamentally ill-suited to him. His constitution was aligned with the attributes of light and space, and he lacked both spiritual and mental powers. Most of the Bai family's techniques required mental energy, and their elemental skills leaned towards the wind attribute, rendering them wholly inappropriate for him. Consequently, his combat prowess and cultivation would stagnate, leaving him ill-equipped to protect Li Er in the future. Thirdly, Bai Tianyu regarded him as possessing mediocre talent and was initially disinclined to allow Li Er to associate with him. If he were to accept the Bai family's support, it would only further diminish his standing in Bai Tianyu's eyes, making it all the more challenging to persuade him to allow Li Er to marry him. The most promising avenue lay in joining one of the three houses, specifically the Lu Kuan Academy, for it was a paradise for elemental martial artists across the continent, boasting nearly all mid-level, advanced, and top-tier techniques alongside corresponding mentors. Even more remarkably, outstanding students of Lu Kuan Academy qualified for entry into the Xuanwu Divine Hall. In the fiery cloud continent, the Xuanwu Divine Hall represented the sole pathway to ascend to the upper realm and join the divine race. It was said that upon ascending, one could bring along 1 or 2 family members, contingent upon their talent. If he were afforded such an opportunity, the matter with Li Er would naturally fall into place. To gain admission to Lu Kuan Academy, he first needed to enroll in the genius class of the Yuzhou Martial Institute. Lin Yi resolved to strategize meticulously for the upcoming practical competition. Upon returning to the Lin family villa, he discovered that Li Er had already awakened. Elder brother Lin, where did you go? Lin Yi produced the egg, a verdant orb pulsating with a soft green light. He recounted his excursion to the black market to buy Xiaoli, of course omitting the purpose of his visit and the perilous encounter with the patterned giant eagle that had nearly cost him his life. Only to be saved by it, he wished to spare Li Er any undue worry. He also refrained from mentioning the incident involving Bai Arya, as Li Er had already endured enough distress. It would be best for her to hear about it from the Bai family upon her return to Bai Fortress. Elder brother Lin, your luck is truly remarkable. You have suddenly acquired a storage space that will enhance with your cultivation. And by chance, you stumbled upon an egg. Lin Yi smiled wryly, for in this world, only Li Er could believe his words. Indeed, Bai Xiaoli, having undergone her own dramatic transformation, could hardly doubt his claims. Li Er, this matter is known only to you and me. Do not divulge it to others, lest I find myself in grave trouble. He then unveiled the egg, which continued to shimmer with an ethereal green glow. What a beautiful egg! Is this truly the egg of a magical beast? Bai Xiaoli, having never encountered a magical beast's egg, gazed at it with wide-eyed curiosity. The egg seemed to comprehend Bai Xiaoli's words. Rapidly enlarging until it reached a height of 2 meters, it appears to understand me. It seems to be conveying its uniqueness. Bai Xiaoli exclaimed with delight. It claims you are the master's friend, and thus its friend as well. The egg resembled a jadeite gem, translucent and seemingly a masterpiece of nature. Lin Yi relayed the egg's translation to Bai Xiaoli. Does it have a name? My mother is called Hua Hua, a hybrid of the Chimu beast and the Shangkong beast, while my father is named Dabai, a crossbreed of the Beiying beast and the Tieyu eagle. Therefore, I should be called Bai Hua. Bai Xiaoli chuckled. What a whimsical way to name it. Henceforth, I shall call you Zaya Baiwa. Lin Yi, puzzled, replied, that sounds like a name for a female bird. Bai Xiaoli pondered for a moment, then asked the egg, are you male or female? I do not know. Only upon hatching shall I find out. However, I dislike the name Zaya Baiwa, for I have been an egg for over 300 years. Call me Ziobe Wing instead. Lin Yi recalled its earlier statement about being an egg for 3 centuries. It was known that magical beasts possessed extraordinarily long lifespans, often living for thousands of years. Yet, he had never heard of an egg that had remained unhatched for 300 years. Bai Xiaoli voiced the question that had been on his mind. Why have you not hatched in 300 years? My attributes are light and space. I require pure light energy and spatial energy, and I must absorb energy up to the limit of spiritual essence. However, I can only absorb 2 units of natural energy daily. If I could absorb sunlight, the rate would increase 4-fold. Yet, my mother always keeps me hidden beneath her, blocking the sunlight. Lin Yi and Bai Xiaoli exchanged knowing glances. It seemed that Hua Hua was unaware of her child's need for sunlight, and her overprotectiveness had consequently delayed the hatching process by 4 times. The unit of energy it referred to was equivalent to that of an ordinary fire essence crystal, according to the foundational knowledge of martial artists. A 10th level spiritual essence martial artist possessed close to 320,000 units of energy, meaning that Ziobe Wang had only absorbed over 200,000 units in 300 years. Would it not need to wait another 100 years to hatch? At that moment, Bai Niao suddenly spoke, Master, within the soul stone space, we can allow it to fully absorb light energy. Absorbing pure light energy is 3.9 times faster than directly absorbing sunlight. While cultivating in the soul stone, it can absorb close to 31 units of energy daily. In 2.5 years, it will be able to break free from its shell. Thus, Lin Yi shared this idea with Li Er and Ziobe Wang, who shrank its egg once more and re-entered the soul stone space. Lin Yi retrieved a pile of inferior fire essence crystals. Allowing the soul stone to absorb energy, as energy continuously flowed in, the soul stone filled with a faint mist, which gradually transformed into a dense white fog, then white liquid, and finally, a thick white sludge. At this point, Bai Niao ceased the energy absorption. It turned out that the density of energy within a space corresponded to the state of energy stored in the Dantian and served as a standard for evaluating the grade of a unit of essence stone. Chapter 13. Encountering the black radiance, a cubic decimeter of essence stone, if filled with faint mist-like energy, would be classified as a low-grade essence crystal, corresponding to the misty energy within a foundational martial artist's Dantian. If the energy appeared as a thicker, watery mist, it would be a standard essence crystal, akin to the energy stored by a first-stage martial artist. Liquid energy would correspond to the energy state within a mid-grade essence crystal. While spiritual essence martial artists would store liquid energy as well, thick sludge represented high-grade essence crystals and the energy realm of soul essence martial artists. Solid energy corresponded to top-grade essence crystals and the energy realm of heavenly essence martial artists. Bai Niao was only able to adjust the concentration of the soul stone's energy to a sludge state, as reaching a solid density might very well crush the egg. Ziobe Wang commenced absorbing pure light energy within the soul stone space. And within a mere 12 minutes, the egg began to joyfully bounce. I have absorbed 16 units of energy in just half a day. Half a day. 12 minutes. Lin Yi and Bai Niao simultaneously realized something. The flow of time within the soul stone space was at a ratio of 60-1. Lin Yi was utterly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that Ziobe Wang's cultivation speed could increase by over 900 times within the soul stone space, allowing it to absorb sufficient energy in merely 65 days. Outside the soul stone space, Lin Yi informed Li Er that he would directly nourish Ziobe Wang with essence stones, and according to his calculations, it should be able to hatch within 65 days. He did not disclose the specific functions of the soul stone to Bai Xiaoli, as it would lead to further complications, and he had consistently maintained that he only possessed a single space stone. In truth, even if he explained more, she would not comprehend it, and revealing that he had been reincarnated might lead to Lier never wanting to see him again, for even he found the entire situation incredulous. As dawn gradually broke, the ominous black radiance remained conspicuous in the sky, akin to the eye of a demon, eye in the dim sky. It resembled a vast, gaping hole, evoking a chill in those who beheld it. The two youths leaned against each other, engaged in conversation. Elder brother Lin, do you know the origin of that black radiance? Lin gazed at the black radiance in the southern sky, which appeared as a colossal aperture in the darkened heavens. My teacher mentioned that it has existed for over 20,000 years. At that time, people discovered a sudden hole in the sky. Especially at night, there was no light to be seen, as if all illumination had vanished into it. Bai Shaoli laughed. Father says that black radiance marks the edge of the universe, and deep within lies chaos, a realm devoid of any rules. Bai Shaoli had never attended school since childhood. She had remained within the confines of Baijia Fort, akin to a canary trapped in a vast cage. Her education was imparted solely by the elders of the Bai family and her father, along with the tomes housed in the family's library. Lin nodded in acknowledgement, for he was already privy to the truth of the black radiance from his previous life. This universe was in a state of contraction, and the black radiance might well be the catalyst for this cosmic diminishment. However, all spacecraft dispatched by the Human Alliance to investigate the black radiance had vanished without a trace, including the ship of the former Alliance chairman, Gong Binqian. Response to the impending crisis posed by the black radiance. The Blue Star civilization devised the sun-chasing plan, which entailed modifying the sun's trajectory to distance it from the area of cosmic contraction. Ultimately, they uncovered a relic of the White Star civilization within the sun, and fragments of White Star script surrounding it suggested that this civilization likely possessed knowledge of the secrets of the black radiance. Yet, the site of the relic was besieged by ninth-degree solar storms, rendering ordinary biomechanical mechas incapable of breaching its defenses. At that time, Lin was the sole martial artist among humanity to have transcended the ninth level of metamorphosis, and he successfully entered the sun's core, discovering a soul stone and activating the sun's automatic return mechanism. The entire solar system, along with all of humanity, was propelled toward the core of the universe, while he himself was drawn into this realm by the anomalous space generated by the soul stone, which accompanied him. Nevertheless, he believed that the celestial race above had not divulged the entire truth to the inhabitants here. Many still perceived it merely as a celestial void or the eye of a demon. Indeed, those in the higher echelons were closer to the truth. Bai Tianyu's words resonated with reality. That was the edge of the universe, as the mother of time and space had foretold in his peculiar dream. The boundary of the universe was the realm of chaos. At that moment, he glanced at the newly risen sun. There were 4 suns. In recent days, with the awakening of the soul stone, Lin Yi's memories from his past life had begun to resurface. He understood the significance of the sun. It served as the engine of the celestial vessel belonging to the divine race of the solar system. 20,000 years ago, there had been only one sun. 15,000 years prior, a second had gradually emerged. 8,000 years ago, a third appeared. And 400 years ago, the fourth joined them. Subsequently, these 4 suns seemed to have previously conferred, as they all adjusted their output to a quarter of their previous capacity. When there were 3, it was a third, and with 2, it became half. Yet here he was, and the black radiance had not expanded. Could it be that his solar system was indeed moving toward the heart of the universe? Was the celestial race above akin to the compatriots of Blue Star? It was indeed in motion, distancing itself from the black radiance. Lin boldly speculated that perhaps this colossal vessel had traversed other star systems, bringing their suns and habitable planets into its fold, employing methods beyond the comprehension of Blue Star civilization to connect them all, much like a ship harboring refugees from the cosmos during its flight. Lin shook his head in resignation. These matters belonged to the higher realms. He was merely a 15-year-old child with modest aptitude and cultivation, and contemplating such issues was utterly futile. Elder brother Lin, tomorrow you will participate in the competition. Upon your return, you may not see me again. If you wish to find me, you can have Bai Area send word. Upon mentioning Bai Area, EU felt a pang of sorrow. He sensed that Lier's spirits were relatively high, and he proceeded to inform her of Area's circumstances. Arya was an orphan taken in by the second elder, who recognized her as a foster daughter and renamed her by Arya. She had followed him since childhood. In his heart, she was akin to an elder sister, and the thought of her suddenly vanishing was unbearable. Bai Xiaoli's eyes brimmed with tears as she suppressed her grief, her body trembling against his back. He produced a spatial gem and presented it to Bai Xiaoli. This is Arya's keepsake. She entrusted you to safeguard it diligently. Lin Yi refrained from revealing Arya's true intentions to Lyre, as he had not yet truly wed her. That was at least 7 or 8 years away. Furthermore, he had settled all accounts with Arya, and he did not wish to utilize that sum, as Arya had explicitly stated that the funds could only be accessed upon marrying Lyre. Bai Xiaoli scanned the contents of the Qinkuan bag with her spiritual sense, discovering that the total assets contained therein were roughly equivalent to 3 exquisite fire essence crystals. Miss, once you are married, I shall contribute a gift. Chapter 14. The practical test at Yuzhou Martial Academy. Sister Arya, I am still quite young. Marriage is a distant prospect for me. However, when the time comes for your wedding, I shall certainly prepare a grand gift for you. Bai Xiaoli recalled Arya's words and could not help but weep, her tears cascading down like pearls strung together, endlessly falling. Lin Yi initially intended to comfort her, but understanding Lyre's disposition, he decided to allow her to weep freely. Once her sorrow subsided, Bai Xiaoli produced a flying knife, an exquisite 5th-grade weapon crafted by the Bai family, which she had long ago intended as a gift for Arya. She understood Lin Yi's reasons for not using Arya's inheritance. Though he appeared carefree, he possessed a strong inner resolve. Lin Yi's father had perished while battling the demon race, and the Lin family had since fallen into decline. She had observed it all. Yet, Lin Yi had never borrowed money from her. She had heard her father mention that if Lin Yi failed to qualify for the genius class this time, he would have to pay his own way to Yuzhou Martial Academy, which was the pinnacle of martial schools on the Huayan continent, with exorbitant tuition fees that the Lin family could likely not afford at present. She surmised that Lin Yi's visit to the black market might have been to pawn something or exchange it for some funds. His current situation must indeed be dire, yet he had still not claimed Arya's possessions. This flying knife is for you. It was originally intended for Arya. Since she entrusted you with her keepsakes, this knife now belongs to you. A token from Arya. Lin Yi accepted the knife. Crafted from 5th-grade Xianjing iron, worth at least 5 exquisite fire essence crystals in the market, equating to 500 billion Zhao coins, sufficient to purchase several villas. If he were to pay for his education at Yuzhou Martial Academy, this sum would nearly cover his tuition. Lin Yi did not decline and accepted the flying knife. Bai Xiaoli then produced a jade pendant, pure white as mutton fat, its surface translucent and exuding a gentle glow. Inscribed with the character Bai on one side and Li on the reverse. This is a communication jade pendant. In the future, if you wish to find me, head to the northwestern area outside Baijia Fort, press the Li character while thinking of me, and speak. It has a transmission range of about 1 kilometer. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lyre would gift him such an important jade pendant. It seemed that she nearly recognized him. From now on, their relationship hinged solely on how to gain Bai Tianyu's approval and how he could enhance his cultivation. Bai Xiaoli noticed Lin Yi accepting the gifts and secretly smiled, saying, "My gifts are not so easily received. You must reciprocate. Lyre, what kind of gift do you desire? Promise me that if you find the path of cultivation too arduous, you will join our Bai family. I will speak to my father on your behalf, and you need not change your surname." The selection competition at Yuzhou Martial Academy finally commenced, drawing a crowd of tens of thousands at the foot of Wuliang Peak in Yuzhou. The mountain soared from its midsection into the clouds, obscuring its peak from view. Wuliang Mountain, in truth, belonged to Lukuan Academy. It was said to have been constructed by the divine race that descended from the higher realms over 100,000 years ago, serving as the location for Yuzhou Martial Academy. Within the mountain lay a particularly vast secret realm, rumored to be the product of divine technology, which only allowed individuals below the peak of the Tianyuan realm to enter. Those exceeding this cultivation level would be automatically transported back to the foot of the mountain. Lin Yi and the other participants, under the guidance of Lu Zixuan, arrived at the entrance at the base of the mountain. Some parents and attendants of the participants attempted to accompany them inside, but were halted by an invisible barrier, indicating that only participants were permitted entry. At the entrance, a teacher of the Soul Origin realm announced the competition rules. The rules of the competition were as follows. It would be divided into 2 rounds. The first round involved combat coordination. Each participant was to defend a stronghold, with each stronghold comprising 5 individuals, 4 of whom were virtual beings. Participants could select the professions of these virtual beings, which included elemental warriors, celestial masters, secret mages, artillery specialists, body practitioners, and mentalists. The virtual beings would possess an initial level of cultivation at the intermediate stage of the basic realm. The enemies would launch 18 waves of attacks, and participants would be scored based on their completion time, the number of enemies defeated, and the losses incurred by the stronghold and virtual beings. After each wave, there would be a 30-second respite. During this break, participants could choose to recover in place or attempt to seize monsters at other strongholds. Remember, once the 18 waves concluded, participants would be immediately transported out. Opportunities to seize monsters would only exist before the completion of the 18 waves. The first round would rank participants based on their scores, directly selecting the top 80 individuals for the second round. Lin E, you must put forth your best effort this time. I know your practical combat abilities are commendable. In the first round, select more defensive professions. You may advance further. Lu Zixuan offered herself some advice. In her view, choosing a defensive class for her virtual character would allow Lin Yi's strong survival capabilities to shine in real combat. Moreover, he practiced the same technique, Wolyang Palm, as she did. She understood the characteristics of Wolyang Palm, which required charging power. As long as the virtual characters in front could withstand the onslaught, Lin Yi's Wolyang Palm would yield impressive damage. As everyone entered the secret realm, Lin Yi found himself transported to a stronghold, a place littered with corpses and engulfed in relentless artillery fire. A vast horde of demonic beasts surged toward the position like a tidal wave. Before him appeared a selection screen with a 30-second countdown. Lin Yi attempted to activate his transformation technique, only to realize he was unable to do so. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that the soul stone at his dantian was missing. Master, this virtual body was created based on your cultivation and physical attributes. Your real body is currently resting in the main space of the secret realm, Bai Niao informed him. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss. He had intended to cheat by using the transformation technique, but the secret realm system was incapable of producing a soul stone. Panic set in as he glanced at the available classes on the screen, his expression falling. He had initially planned to select a supportive role. Alongside 3 attackers, using his cultivation to reach the initial Yuan 4th layer, which, combined with the transformation technique, would provide him with defensive capabilities akin to an iron-grade physique. He believed he could act as a tank to draw all the demonic beasts, thus enduring 18 rounds with minimal issues. However, without the ability to utilize the transformation technique, he was left with no choice but to heed Lu Zixuan's advice and assume the role of a damage dealer. Gradually wearing down the time in this manner, he would likely be the slowest each round. If someone else stole the kills in the meantime, it would complicate matters further. If 80 participants successfully passed through the 18 rounds, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. This competition was crucial for his future. If he failed to qualify, would he truly have to pay to attend the Yuzhou Martial Academy? The reality was that 4 years later, there would be no opportunities to enter the Heavenly Master's Mansion or the Lukuan Academy without financial resources, let alone gain entry into the genius class. How could he aspire to greatness? With 15 seconds remaining on the countdown, Bai Niao suggested, you can choose a boundary Heavenly Master, a supportive secret mage, a defensive martial artist, and a ranged weapon sniper. If you have the boundary Heavenly Master cast a barrier for you, it would grant you initial Yuan-level defense. I can assist you in detecting and analyzing targets in the Soul Stone space, which can slow down the flow of time by 60 times. Chapter 15. Practical Test. Round 1. Suddenly, Lin Yi grasped the situation. Indeed, his sole advantage lay in Bai Niao's ability to observe the external battle through the holographic screen in the Soul Stone space. The 60-fold time dilation allowed her to perceive everything in slow motion, akin to a cinematic slow-motion sequence. Furthermore, the Soul Stone represented an independent universe, and as a supercomputer from his past life, Bai Niao could infinitely harness its computational power, akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, the system prompted him. Lin Yi swiftly made his choices. The boundary Heavenly Master's barrier talent, the secret mage's half-healing, half-damage talent, the martial artist's defense and endurance, and the sniper's pure attack capabilities. He was suddenly transported to a stronghold, where 3 soldiers were diligently transporting essence stones to a massive cannon. Directly ahead stood a martial artist, towering at 2.5 meters, wielding a shield and a giant sword at the forefront. On either side of him were a white-robed wolf-patterned heavenly master and a mid-level female secret mage, while a male sniper readied himself at the center. Lin Yi instructed the white-robed wolf-patterned heavenly master to cast spells on him first, while the female secret mage prioritized healing the martial artist in front. The first 3 rounds featured wind wolf beasts, with 3 appearing in the first round, 6 in the second, and 5 mid-level wind wolves in the third. Lin Yi noted that the boundary Heavenly Master S barrier was location fixed and required all 5 barrier runes in that area to illuminate before it could be activated, which meant he had to wait 5 seconds for the barrier to deploy. Nevertheless, the effect was commendable. Mid-level wind wolves struggled to breach the barrier. His Wuyang Palm, charged for 2 seconds, could eliminate the initial Yuan-level wind wolves, while an 8-second charged Pura Yuan Palm could pierce through 2 wind wolves consecutively, albeit at the cost of 16% of his essence. As the 4th round commenced, an iron giant wolf emerged, boasting formidable defenses and resilience. To Lin Yi's dismay, even his advanced initial Yuan-level penetrating Yuan Palm failed to slay it, instead drawing its ire as it abandoned the martial artist to pursue Lin Yi. Seeking refuge within the barrier, Lin Yi found the iron giant wolf's attack power overwhelming. After several strikes, the barrier neared its limits. Fortunately, the other wind wolves had just been defeated, and the sniper's 6-second cooldown shots swiftly dispatched the iron giant wolf. In this round, Lin Yi expended nearly 50% of his essence, and with only 30 seconds of recovery time per round, he could only regain 20%. His low cultivation level began to manifest as a significant issue. By the 5th round, his essence was nearly depleted. Master, it would be wise to adopt a war of attrition strategy. Utilize your most cost-effective skills to draw aggro, leading the demonic beasts into the defensive barrier, and gradually wear them down. Ideally, lure them within the cannon's range. I noticed that one shot possesses mid-level initial Yuan power. The cannon's effective range coincided with the sniper's position, so drawing aggro towards him would be perilous. Master, you could have the range classes retreat to the cannon's position, while the martial artist stands within 5 meters of the cannon's range, ensuring he remains unharmed by the shelling. Thus, Lin Yi instructed all the virtual characters to retreat half the distance. Yet this left a gap in the gate they were guarding, potentially redirecting the demonic beasts toward another stronghold. This required Bai Niao's timely reminders to assist Lin Yi in redirecting the wandering beasts. As expected, in the 6th and 7th rounds, the cannon proved instrumental, dispatching the iron giant wolves with a single shot. However, Lin Yi soon discovered that the beasts felled by the cannon yielded no points, prompting him to adjust the formation forward, positioning himself 5 meters outside the cannon's effective range, ready to let the beasts enter the cannon's attack zone when necessary. The 8th round introduced fire-belly serpents capable of launching fireballs, followed by the 9th round featuring arrow wolves that could shoot quills. Lin Yi had chosen the essence-powered pistol, primarily to attract ranged aggro. It proved useful during these 2 rounds. After the sniper struggled to eliminate the iron giant wolf, his weapon automatically targeted and dispatched the ranged demonic beasts in succession. Remaining contestants numbered 500, with nearly 2/3 eliminated. Lu Zixuan observed the rankings on the screen, noting that Lin Yi had secured the 418th position. She breathed a sigh of relief, believing that as long as Lin Yi could endure until the 18th round, he had a significant chance of entering the top 80. Given the current state of affairs, there was a 70% likelihood, with 10 rounds remaining. The 10th round unfolded like a tug-of-war, as a mid-level ironhide giant snake boasted defense capabilities rivaling those of the peak initial Yuan level, resembling an impregnable fortress. Lin Yi drew aggro from the arrow wolves and fire-belly serpents, but as their levels escalated, the mid-level initial Yuan barrier began to falter. Lin Yi could only rely on evasion to avoid ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the martial artist faced relentless assaults from the iron giant wolves and ironhide giant snake, nearing his limits, while the secret mage's healing could not keep pace with the damage sustained. Fortunately, the defensive barrier activated just as the martial artist was on the verge of collapse, averting the crisis and shielding them from all incoming attacks. At that moment, a white shadow darted forth, and flying knives sliced through the air, swiftly eliminating the remaining ranged arrow wolves and fire-belly serpents. Lin Xiao, brother, do you need me to help you eliminate the last 2 demonic beasts? Lin Yi recognized the speaker as Bai Kuan, one of the 18 peak initial Yuan practitioners who had accompanied Bai Xiaoli that day. Stealing kills, Lin Yi understood his intention. Even without his intervention, he could just barely grind through these monsters. I appreciate your offer, my brother, but I can manage these few beasts, Lin Yi replied calmly, though internally perplexed. Given Bai Kuan's strength, he had no need to resort to stealing kills to enhance his ranking. Entering the top 80 would be a straightforward endeavor for him. Lin brother, since you are friends with the second miss, I will keep a close watch on your situation. Should I notice you struggling, I will return to assist you, Bai Kuan said with a sly smile, his expression reminiscent of a cunning fox. His eyes glinting with subtle calculation, leaving Lin Yi bewildered. Lin Yi opted not to confront him directly, recognizing that Bai Kuan had not openly provoked him. His words were cloaked in a veneer of respect, making it difficult to rebuke him. At that moment, the sniper successfully eliminated the final 2 demonic beasts, advancing smoothly into the 11th round. Lin Yi glanced in Bai Kuan's direction, discovering he had already progressed to the 15th round. The Bai family's flying knives were undeniably formidable. In contrast, the virtual sniper's output seemed considerably inferior. Bai Kuan's 4th-grade flying knives were even more awe-inspiring. On this battlefield, where demonic beasts roamed freely, even the high-level demonic beasts of Team Yuan struggled to withstand his attacks. As the flying knives whistled through the air, they claimed the lives of demonic beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Lin Yi observed in silence, internally marveling at Bai Kuan's impressive prowess. Yet the deeper implications behind his smile remained an enigma he could not unravel. Chapter 16. Daring to steal kills, Master, judging by his demeanor, he is likely to attempt stealing demonic beasts again in the next round. Lin Yi observed the lineup he had chosen. An offensive martial artist, a defensive warrior, a mind cultivator, and a marksman. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of support and healing. The offensive martial artist boasted formidable defense, while the defensive warrior relied primarily on close combat with impressive offensive capabilities. Coupled with Bai Kuan's flying daggers, he alone could match the output of 3 individuals. Each round, due to the extreme output, the team members only sustained minor injuries at most. This configuration was employed by half of the 18 participants who had reached the pinnacle of the initial Yuan stage, particularly the gunslinger Guan Lin, who had already progressed to the 18th level. Guan Lin leisurely tinkered with the 2 wooden guns in his possession. Indeed, they were wooden, but not ordinary timber. One was a D-grade Thunderwood revolver, while the other was a D-grade Greenwood light submachine gun. Albeit they did not fire bullets, but rather energy projectiles. The revolver discharged thunderous orbs capable of paralyzing the target for a second while inflicting electrical damage, while the light submachine gun corresponded with his attributes, firing wooden energy projectiles that could be released in a rapid single shot or charged for 2 to 5 shots. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze upon him, Guan Lin smiled nonchalantly. Lin Yi, do you require my assistance? If you were to be eliminated in this competition, senior sister Zi Xian would be quite saddened, you know. Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver. If he dared to contest for monsters, he would likely not land a single hit. Lin Yi was acutely aware of Guan Lin's intentions. The Guan family from Guanyue City and the Lu family from Yuzhou City shared a long-standing friendship, and Guan Lin had harbored feelings for Lu Zixian since childhood. However, as a 3rd-grade prodigy, Lu Zixian had consistently disregarded him, while showing concern for Lin Yi, who was deemed a failure. This disparity irked Guan Lin so much that on one occasion, he cornered Lin Yi in a narrow alley, intending to confront him. To his surprise, Lin Yi's combat prowess proved formidable. Relying solely on close combat, Guan Lin was defeated. Just as he prepared to draw his gun, Lu Zixian happened to arrive, administering a thorough beating to him before informing her father about the incident. Since then, he had never set foot in the Lu residence again. Unexpectedly, he had endured hardship and diligently trained, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of initial Yuan, making him a favorite to win the current combat competition. Nevertheless, Guan Lin was positioned 2 battlefields away from Lin Yi, making it challenging for him to contest for monsters. Yet, this revelation led Lin Yi to comprehend Bai Kuan's intentions. Could he possibly harbor feelings for Li'er? Lin Yi merely regarded Lu Zixian as an elder sister, thus feeling no hostility towards her suitors. However, with Li'er, it was different. Any interest directed towards her made him uneasy, especially since this individual was a wolf from the Bai family. Attempting to seize his magical beasts would not be an easy task. He recalled a term from his past life on Blue Star, finishing off a kill. Lin Yi discerned that Bai Kurin was engaging in extreme output. In the previous round, he had deliberately left behind a critically injured Ironhide Python, then dashed to Lin Yi's territory to snatch monsters. Upon returning, the Ironhide Python was fortuitously slain by the system's warriors, with only 10 seconds remaining in the rest period. If all the monsters in his territory were vanquished before his return, and he did not make it back within 30 seconds, he would earn no points for the next round. Lin Yi wore a cunning smile. In the 11th round, Lin Yi resolved to forfeit this round's magical beasts, ensuring Bai Kuin's direct elimination. Accordingly, he allocated the defensive barriers and healing resources to the martial artist, while he himself attracted all the ranged magical beasts through evasion, leaving the other beasts to the system's teammates. Indeed, during the 16th round, Bai Kuin intentionally left behind a severely injured giant bear and sprinted towards Lin Yi's territory. "Master, he's coming," Bai Niao alerted. "Bai Niao, I'll take care of the giant bear. You handle the barrier arrangement?" Lin Yi instructed. Bai Niao calculated precisely where Bai Kurin would likely linger based on his position. Should he become overly greedy, slaying the ranged magical beasts and then attempting to defeat the close combat beasts? Bai Niao could predict his subsequent location. Following prior observations of Bai Kurin's output, Bai Niao derived a timing estimate. Lin Yi commanded the system's celestial masters at their stronghold to set up defensive barriers at a calculated moment and location. Then he dashed towards Bai Kuin's territory. Upon reaching Lin Yi's stronghold, Bai Kuin unceremoniously dispatched an advanced initial Yuan arrow wolf with a few swift strikes. Suddenly, he noticed that all the ranged magical beasts were targeting the martial artist. Yet Lin Yi was nowhere to be found. Has this brat forfeited the match? Regardless, his priority was to steal points. Bai Kurin understood the significance of the first round's point rankings, which directly influenced the strength of opponents in the subsequent round. Thus, he resumed hunting other ranged magical beasts. At that moment, Lin Yi had infiltrated Bai Kuin's territory. He observed that the giant bear was nearing its end, and seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his fully charged Breaking Yuan Palm, which had reached the 6th layer of initial Yuan. The strike pierced directly through the giant bear's spine, causing the advanced initial Yuan creature to collapse onto the ground. After a 30-second rest, the 17th round commenced. Bai Kuin received a system notification. Startled, how could it be dead so quickly? He had calculated that at least 20 seconds should remain. Just as he contemplated retreating, a defensive barrier unfolded around him. As he was not a character from the stronghold, the Celestial Master's barrier automatically classified Bai Kuin as a magical beast, transforming it into a cage that ensnared him. At this moment, Lin Yi returned, discovering Bai Kuin desperately assaulting the defensive barrier. However, the barrier provided only 3 meters of space, and Bai Kuin's flying daggers would only be effective at distances exceeding 5 meters. Lin Yi glanced at the magical beasts in his stronghold. The ranged magical beasts had been entirely cleared by Bai Kuin. As for the close combat magical beasts, Bai Kuin had employed a clever tactic. He did not slay them one by one, but rather reduced their health to a similar level, subsequently eliminating them all with a single strike. Consequently, the highest level close combat magical beasts were preserved. With 10 seconds remaining in the rest period, Bai Kuin exclaimed, "Lin Yi, what are you doing? Let me out." Lin Yi was in no rush to eliminate the remaining magical beasts, knowing that once they were all defeated, the barrier would automatically dissolve. Bai Kuin, enjoying the thrill of monster snatching, are we? Consider this a lesson. With tensions escalating, Bai Kuin no longer concealed his intentions. "You worthless fool. You are unworthy of the second miss. For her sake, I must eliminate you. I have devoured your monsters for 2 rounds, and I intend to consume them in the 3rd. Even if I cannot progress, you shall not either." Rest time has arrived, commencing the 17th round. In Chapter 17, the harrowing kite strategy unfolds. Before Lin Yi could be thwarted by Bai Kuin's breach of the defensive barrier, he had already vanquished the last few, rendering Bai Kuin incapable of scoring in this round. Swiftly, Bai Kuin returned to his base, frantically slaying. Though he had no points in the 17th round, he still had one last opportunity to consume Lin Yi's. Upon reaching the 18th round, those who successfully defended their strongholds would be directly teleported away, leaving him without a chance for revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Yi employed his earlier strategy, restoring his before stealthily approaching Bai Kuin's position to claim points by finishing off the monsters. This only incited Bai Kuin to fight with even greater fervor. Nevertheless, Lin Yi successfully delivered the final blow to a high-level ranged. Baikuin's base was left with merely 3 melee, yet he soon realized that his had been completely depleted. It turned out that he had not been afforded any respite in the previous round, enduring 3 consecutive rounds of fierce combat, alongside his relentless efforts to breach the defensive barrier without any interim recovery of. Consequently, his was utterly exhausted. At this juncture, Lin Yi ceased his finishing blows, biding his time for the system to diminish Baikuin's allies. It is worth noting that Baikuin's team lacked any healing capabilities, relying entirely on extreme output. At that moment, Baikuin's stronghold housed 5, one of which was a venomous bee, while he drew its fire. However, without the enhancement of, Baikuin's flying daggers proved significantly weakened, resulting in minimal damage through mere linear attacks. Among the melee, a highly damaging mantis creature was supposed to be Baikuin's target, yet it was then engaged in a frenzied assault on a defensive warrior. After a time, the defensive warrior finally succumbed, and Lin Yi seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the mantis. He then returned to his own stronghold, where, under the healing ministrations of the secretive healer and the barrier master, his martial artists still retained half of their health. Lin Yi understood that unless Baikuin intended to forfeit the competition, he would first eliminate the in his stronghold before returning to steal kills. Thus, he leisurely made his way beneath the artillery platform, taking a moment to rest. A 30-second respite could restore 5% of his, and naturally, resting would accelerate this recovery fourfold. Observing Baikuin's stronghold, he noted that, following the death of the defensive warrior, the martial artist was left isolated and soon perished as well, albeit taking down 2 melee in the process. Baikuin felt an icy dread envelop him. The deaths of the 2 defensive warriors rendered his chances of surviving the 18th round seemingly impossible. He had discovered the presence of a colossal venomous serpent, its toxicity and offensive power grotesquely overwhelming. Lacking healing or defensive warriors, he surmised that the giant serpent would obliterate everything in its path. With only 150 competitors remaining, if he chose to abandon the contest now to disrupt Lin Yi's stronghold, he would undoubtedly face elimination. Yet, if he persisted without yielding, he still faced significant risk of being ousted in the subsequent 18 challenges. Despite being the son of the 3rd elder of the Bai family, he possessed ample capability to self-fund his entry into the Yuzhou Martial Academy. However, he could not afford to lose face. The elite disciples of the Bai family seldom self-financed their education, and should his father discover this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Resolutely, Baikuin decided to refrain from provoking Lin Yi for the time being, channeling all his efforts into confronting the 18th round. Meanwhile, at Guanlin's stronghold, the enormous serpent, battered and bruised, unleashed a frenzied skill, enveloping the area in vast clouds of toxic mist. Nevertheless, the system warriors at Guanlin's stronghold maintained health levels above 60%, making it manageable to hold back the remaining venomous spider. At that moment, Guanlin spotted Lin Yi. Previously, he had underestimated Lin Yi, believing he would be eliminated early, and thus had no intention of pilfering any kills. However, as he neared the completion of his task within the secret realm, Lin Yi remained alive. After much contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, "To attempt to steal your monsters would be an overestimation of your worth, wouldn't it? At this rate, it seems you may not survive the 18th round. Moreover, if Lu Zixuan were to learn of this, it would certainly tarnish my esteemed image in her eyes. Not to mention, even if you manage to enter the top 80, securing a position in the top 20 during the 2nd round is an impossibility." Thus, he intensified his output, swiftly slaying the giant venomous spider and becoming the first to complete the stronghold assessment. Lin Yi, witnessing Guanlin's success from afar, let out a sigh of relief. It appeared he had not regarded Lin Yi as a rival at all. Turning his gaze back to Baikuin, he noticed that after barely passing the 17th round, Baikuin had not come to contest any monsters, but was instead diligently recuperating his Te this moment. Lin Yi advanced into the 12th round, quickening his pace as he utilized the infinite palm technique to eliminate 4 high-level melee, racing alongside his system teammates toward the remaining 3 ranged. In contrast, Baikuin found himself single-handedly drawing the ire of all in the 18th round, employing the White Feather Divine technique to engage in a kite strategy. The White Feather Divine technique, renowned as the supreme lightness technique in the world, rendered the melee incapable of matching his speed, while Baikuin easily evaded their ranged attacks. For Baikuin, the most daunting challenge lay in his insufficient. Having recovered only 20% in the previous round, his total now hovered below 25%. He could only utilize this limited to maintain aggro, unable to unleash his full offensive capabilities. With 80 competitors remaining, Lin Yi entered the 16th round, while Baikuin's ordeal persisted. Baikuin, battered and beleaguered, found himself relentlessly pursued by. His right leg, corroded by venom, necessitated its severance. He resorted to executing the White Feather Divine technique on one leg. Yet his speed had diminished significantly. The Bai family stronghold showcased remarkable resilience, exhibiting formidable willpower. Had he not provoked Lin Yi, he might have already cleared the rounds. Lin Yi, too, faced significant challenges as the levels of the monsters escalated, and the soul tank martial artist teetered on the brink of death. Suddenly, he recalled Baikuin's tactics, deciding to leave one melee monster for his system teammates while he drew the others in a kite maneuver. However, lacking Baikuin's superior lightness techniques and agility, his monster-drawing efforts relied entirely on proximity evasion and the advance warnings from the Whitebird, rendering it 10 times more perilous. Furthermore, considering Baikuin had ultimately severed a leg, Lin Yi pondered whether he could endure should he reach the 18th round. Determined to secure his advancement in the first round, Lin Yi resolved to adopt Baikuin's strategy. In the distance, Baikuin finally reached the berserk phase of the venomous serpent, surrounded by a toxic haze that left him with no refuge. In a desperate move, he expended his remaining 25%, unleashing a final, full-force attack, only to collapse within the toxic mist. However, his system teammates performed admirably, ultimately slaying the colossal venomous serpent, allowing Baikuin to clear the challenge successfully. Only 20 competitors remained. Outside the Secret Realm Plaza, several elders from the Yuzhou Martial Academy observed the screen. I have a great admiration for Baikuin of the Bai family. Single-handedly executing the kite strategy through the 18th round in the absence of defensive teammates is truly commendable. This level of fierce combat is a first for me. His willpower is remarkably strong, making him a promising candidate, remarked a man dressed as an academy instructor with a smile. In the 18th round, Lin Yi, how delightfully surprising, another elder mused. Had Baikuin not interfered, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Lin Yi only possesses the 8th layer of building. His adaptability in actual combat is astonishing. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Director, this Lin Yi is far too underqualified, lacking both lightness techniques and agility. Each evasion is perilously close, relying purely on chance. Progress to the 18th round is nothing short of miraculous. I fear his tactics may be difficult to implement in this round, speculated a nearby female instructor. He is the sole competitor among the 2,000 participants who has not yet reached the initial realm, and he is also recommended by Zishuan. Father, you wouldn't be considering granting him a special admission, would you? Inquired a black-haired, middle-aged man in military attire standing behind the elder. This man was none other than Lu Dekai, the inspector of 348 towns in Yuzhou, and Lu Zishuan's father. The elder opposite him was Lu Chonghai, the director of the Yuzhou Martial Academy, and Zishuan's grandfather, renowned as the 8th on the human race Tianyuan ranking. One of the 3 greatest masters of Zhao country, of course not. Even if he were Lin Feng's son, he must enter on his own merits, Lu Chonghai replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Only 3 competitors remained. At this moment, Lin Yi staggered into the 18th round. Master, the corrosive gas from the giant serpent is particularly troublesome. Your previous kite strategy may not be effective. A voice cautioned. Then let us adjust our tactics. Allow the martial artist to draw the giant serpent while the others focus on eliminating the remaining. But the giant serpent possesses formidable melee offensive power. The martial artist may not endure for long. In that case, the main cannon of the stronghold should be reactivated. As the 18th round commenced, apart from the colossal venomous serpent, Lin Yi managed to restrain all other demonic beasts and pulled them into the inner circle. The system snipers began their assault on the demonic creatures in the inner circle, while the giant serpent in the outer circle naturally engaged in a fierce struggle with the martial artists. However, under the influence of the corrosive toxin, the martial artists appeared noticeably strained. Lin Yi seized the opportunity during the snipers' attack intervals to draw the targets they had just locked onto within the range of the colossal cannon. With a thunderous boom, the cannon fired a projectile, inflicting severe damage on the demonic beast, and shortly thereafter, a bullet from the sniper whistled through the air, leaving the beast on the brink of death. Lin Yi executed a 4-second charged breaking Yuan palm, unleashing the penetrating power of the initial Yuan's second layer, ultimately vanquishing the demonic beast at the 6th layer of the initial Yuan. The expenditure of Yuan energy reached 4. Lin Yi calculated that, throughout the 18 rounds, with his 4-second charge of the breaking Yuan palm, he could eliminate up to 11 demonic beasts, utilizing nearly 45 of his Yuan energy. This would leave him with over 20 of his Yuan energy to confront the last giant serpent. To inflict harm upon the pinnacle of the initial Yuan giant serpent, he would require an 8-second charge with the penetrating power reaching the 4th level of the initial Yuan, which was the only way to inflict damage. However, with only 20 of Yuan energy remaining, he could only execute 2 strikes. Yet, the unfolding events were always beyond his expectations, just as Bai Niao had mentioned. While Lin Yi had dispatched 4 of the 11 demonic beasts, the martial artists on the other side could no longer hold their ground and were directly devoured by the giant serpent, which then surged menacingly towards Lin Yi midway. The snipers, adhering to the principle of proximity, fired at the giant serpent, transferring its ire towards them. Lin Yi's mind went blank. Should the sniper perish, his team would lack firepower. And with his remaining Yuan energy, he would be utterly incapable of defeating these beasts. The giant serpent unleashed a breath of corrosive toxin, and the sniper, succumbing to the poison, was rendered incapacitated, teetering on the brink of death. Outside the secret realm, the female instructor shook her head, remarking, "He has been eliminated." Currently, there are 11 individuals with higher scores than Lin Yi. Should Lin Yi fail to increase his score, he will inevitably rank below 80. Lu Zixuan wore a face of dejection, never anticipating that Lin Yi would falter in the first round. Nevertheless, considering his cultivation level, reaching the 18th round was already commendable. It seemed she could no longer remain in the same class as him. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared above the sniper's head, and the auxiliary mage cast a detoxification spell, instantly dispelling the corrosive toxins afflicting the sniper. Indeed, Lin Yi's team was equipped with both a barrier master and an auxiliary mage. Bai Niao estimated that the defensive barrier could endure for another 10 seconds, but the sniper's firepower had already attracted the giant serpent's attention. The remaining 6 demonic beasts encircling Lin Yi were a problem he had to resolve on his own. Only one remained. The system's notification echoed, indicating that everyone except Lin Yi had completed the first round. In the overall rankings, Lin Yi was positioned at 92nd. Of course, within the secret realm, Lin Yi remained oblivious to his standings. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He sequentially drew the 6 demonic beasts within the range of the colossal cannon, allowing its firepower to successively strike these creatures. Then, he led them towards the giant serpent. Utilizing the 8-second charge of the breaking Yuan palm to swiftly attract its ire.as, he pulled the giant serpent backward. The 3 ranged demonic beasts revealed themselves, and following the sniper's principle of proximity, they were swiftly eliminated one by one. Lin Yi maneuvered the giant serpent close to the auxiliary mage, who at that moment bestowed the last healing spell upon the sniper, only to be overwhelmed and killed by a horde of melee demonic beasts. The sniper's principle of proximity once again drew the giant serpent's fury, redirecting it back towards him. At this juncture, the barrier master's protective barrier expired, and a new defensive shield enveloped the sniper's position. Lin Yi initially intended to utilize the cannon to obliterate the 3 melee beasts, but he was uncertain of his ranking. Should these few beasts prevent him from entering the top 80? It would be a regrettable outcome. Thus, he continued to adjust the health of the 3 melee beasts, preparing for another attempt to draw the giant serpent's ire.as anticipated. Lin Yi executed the 8-second charged breaking Yuan palm for the second time, once more attracting the giant serpent's attention. However, its massive form rendered the sniper's principle of proximity capable of recognizing only the giant serpent. Lin Yi, feeling helpless, resolved to sacrifice his barrier master. He drew the last 4 beasts to the barrier master's position and suddenly delivered a blow to the giant serpent. The serpent's ire was captured, and it began to assault Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi's focus sharpened as he listened to Bai Niao's prompts, dodging skillfully while drawing the giant serpent away, leaving 3 beasts to continue assaulting the barrier master. Unexpectedly, the barrier master managed to envelop himself in a protective barrier. Outside the secret realm, the spectators erupted in cheers, witnessing Lin Yi's extraordinary maneuvers. My goodness, he is the first participant I've seen without even reaching the initial Yuan realm. Yet he has made it this far. Observing his ranking, he had already climbed to 81st, Chapter 19. Successfully passing the first round of tests, as long as he could eliminate one more, he would advance. Given the current situation, he was certain to progress. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had initially lost hope, yet Lin Yi's performance far exceeded her expectations. Lacking lightness, agility, or speed, he relied solely on predictive dodging to restrain the beasts. Such feats seemed beyond human capability. When the giant serpent unleashed its corrosive venom, Lin Yi had been forewarned by Bianyao. Each time the serpent emitted venom, a faint purple glow would emanate from its underbelly. Without hesitation, Lin Yi pivoted and executed a sliding maneuver to the side of the giant serpent. Meanwhile, 3 melee demonic beasts besieged the barrier master. But the mid-level initial Yuan barrier was not easily breached. The sniper redirected his aim and systematically eliminated the 3 melee beasts. 75th place. By Xiaoli, witnessing the live broadcast of the Yuzhou Martial Academy selection contest, felt tears of joy welling up. Lin Gu, you've advanced to the second round. Immediately, Lin Yi dashed into the barrier, finding that he still possessed 20 yuan energy. The sniper adjusted his aim. The massive serpent was attacking the barrier, and with 2 more bullets, he redirected its fury. The giant serpent became enraged, unleashing a toxic mist. Lin Yi understood that if the sniper were to perish, he would be utterly incapable of vanquishing the giant serpent. Trailing behind the serpent, just as it was about to close in on the sniper, Lin Yi leapt into the air, striking the serpent's head with the breaking yuan palm, then swiftly circled around to evade and raced toward the cannon's position. With only 10 yuan energy remaining, he had but one final opportunity. As the giant serpent entered the cannon's firing range, it began to unleash its onslaught. Lin Yi maneuvered behind the cannon, pressing deeper into the position. The sniper had entered the cannon's attack range within 5 meters. Lin Yi held the giant serpent at bay within the cannon's zone, but alas, the cannon's ammunition had run dry. The soldiers responsible for transporting the shells had succumbed to the toxic mist. Once more, the giant serpent's ire was diverted towards the sniper, who was fortuitously shielded by a defensive barrier. ATA critical moment. The barrier master's protective shield activated. He succeeded. Lu Zixuan beamed with satisfaction. As the severely weakened giant serpent shattered the barrier, Lin Yi unleashed his final strike. The 8-second charged breaking yuan palm, once more drawing its ire. Desperately, Lin Yi maneuvered within the sniper's shooting range, leading the giant serpent away. Fortunately, the sniper possessed the farthest range among all ranged professions. Ultimately, the giant serpent was slain by the sniper. 65th place. The square erupted in a frenzy, with Lin Yi's name being fervently discussed by all. I heard he is a student directly recommended from the Kanglin Martial Academy, yet he possesses only the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Yuan establishment. His name is Lin Yi. Could he be the prodigy who awakened dual attributes at the age of 8? He is indeed the son of Lin Feng. It is no surprise. His combat prowess was astonishing, yet it would be challenging for him to advance in the next round of one-on-one duels. In the Bai family hall, Bai Tianyu watched the live broadcast, reflecting, Lin Feng, your son possesses your former charisma. Regardless of whether he can join the genius class this time, I will ensure he has a promising future. As the sole candidate compatible with the boundless mixed origin, he is destined to bear an extraordinary mission. Lin Yi was teleported out of the square, discovering his final ranking to be 65th. An overwhelming excitement coursing through him. However, he was uncertain if the next round would still take place within the secret realm. If he could not utilize the soul stones in the subsequent round, it would spell doom. Lu Zixuan approached Lin Yi, gently patting his back. Lin Yi turned around to find a stunning beauty planting a kiss on his cheek. A surge of warmth flooded his mind, causing his face to flush crimson, his ears ringing. Lin Yi, well done. Even if you do not make it to the top 20 in the next round, I am proud of you, Lu Zixuan exclaimed with delight. Lin Yi scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Sister Zixuan, I wonder if the next round will still be in the secret realm. Lu Zixuan nodded. Of course, it will still be in the secret realm. As Yuan warriors, every move and technique is fraught with peril. Lin Yi whispered a few words to Lu Zixuan, who gasped in astonishment. Elemental divine body. This was a secret Lin Yi had never disclosed to her. Yet she understood the significance of the elemental divine body. Then how much can your cultivation improve? She inquired eagerly, The initial level 4 can be sustained for 24 hours. Lin responded, while Lu Zixuan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Enhancing by 6 minor realms, what kind of elemental divine body do you possess? It must be a top-tier reinforcement technique. As a prominent figure from a renowned martial arts family in the Zhao Kingdom. Lu Zixuan had encountered elemental divine bodies before, as her grandfather, Lu Chonghai, was a spatial elemental divine body. The spatial elemental divine body merely exhibited a closer affinity to spatial elements, allowing for an elevation of 2 realms in comprehension of spatial laws. In terms of cultivation, her grandfather only achieved an uplift of 1 minor realm, yet Lin Yi's ability to enhance by 6 minor realms was truly unprecedented. You should utilize the elemental divine body prior to entering the secret realm. This way, your elevated cultivation can be carried into the secret realm, Lu Zixuan suggested. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu Zixuan, Lin exclaimed, exhilarated, for he realized that this method could activate the transformation technique. Master, even if your cultivation can be carried into the secret realm, the soul stones cannot be taken along. Your cultivation within the secret realm is at initial level 4, yet your total elemental energy is only at level 8 of the foundational realm. Bai Niao reminded Lin Yi. He comprehended Bai Niao's implication. The elemental energy at foundational level 8 was merely 0.025 times that of initial level 4, thus, the first PK match became exceedingly crucial. If he could successfully navigate through the first round, based on the previous round's experience, his elemental energy would recover by 20, and he would find himself increasingly fortified as the competition progressed. The announcement for the second round of competition was made, featuring 80 participants in park matches, following the rankings of the first round. The first against the 80th, the second against the 79th, and so forth. Subsequently, the top 40 would be determined, and again ranked according to first-round outcomes, with the first against the 40th, the second against the 39th, and so on. The top 20 would then enter the genius class. With similar methods applied until the finals. At each match, contestants would recover 30 energy, and their injuries would be adjusted to the state just before entering the secret realm. There would be no matches for the third or fourth places. Only those progressing to the finals would receive special rewards. The special rewards included premium fire elemental crystals and a uniquely crafted elemental symbol weapon from the academy at the spirit elemental level. The female elder elaborated the rules of the second round. Upon hearing the rewards, many students were eager to participate. Elemental symbol weapons, which had gained popularity over the past century, were weapons inscribed with runes, activated by elemental force to enhance their power. Some exceptional elemental symbol weapons even contained sealed magical beasts within their intricate arrays. The elder provided specific rewards. The first place would receive a superior spirit elemental weapon along with 20 premium fire elemental crystals. The second place would receive a medium spirit elemental weapon with 10 premium fire elemental crystals. Chapter 20. The Azure-robed Celestial Master 30%, Lin Yi thought, brimming with excitement, realizing that he could still possess 32. 5 energy for the first match. His opponent from the first round was ranked 16th, likely one of the experts at the peak of initial level 18. If he could skillfully employ the 3 abilities inherent to his transformation technique, he would have a substantial opportunity to unleash his infinite palm. Lin Yi activated the transformation technique, instantly draining the energy from his dantian, dispersing it throughout his cells, causing his cultivation to surge to initial level 4. Upon stepping into the secret realm, he discovered that the energy in his dantian had plummeted to 0, yet his cultivation remained at initial level 4. Lin Yi quickly understood that the transformation technique had consumed all the energy from his dantian, leaving him with not even a trace of the 2.5 energy he once possessed. Without energy in his dantian, he could not employ elemental techniques and would have to rely solely on the 3 core skills of the transformation technique to contend. At that moment, everyone was teleported to their respective arenas. Lin Yi observed that his simulated body had recovered 30 units of energy. His opponent appeared to be a female celestial master clad in a tiger-striped azure robe. A tiger-striped celestial master, Lin Yi recognized that celestial masters were formidable practitioners among the human race. The Xuanjia demon soldiers and Heijia demon soldiers were branches of celestial masters known as puppet controllers. Celestial masters were categorized into 6 major ranks based on the color of their robes: gray, azure, green, purple, black, and gold, corresponding to warriors of foundational, initial, spirit, soul, and heavenly realms. Each robe color was further divided into 5 minor realms: feathered, insect, wolf, tiger, and dragon patterns, reflecting varying degrees of mastery. However, the cultivation of celestial masters primarily revolves around mental prowess, with their mental energy stored within the spiritual core of their brains. Of course, some celestial masters also store elemental energy within their dantians. But human capacity is limited, especially since the cultivation of celestial masters is highly intricate. For them, mastering their own training is already a considerable challenge, let alone simultaneously cultivating warrior skills. The azure tiger-striped robe indicated a practitioner at the peak of initial level 4. Rendering Lin Yi's expression serious. Based on his experience, celestial masters were typically more challenging to face than warriors of equivalent rank. Those who could cultivate as celestial masters possessed well-developed spiritual cores, making them exceptionally intelligent, particularly the genius celestial masters, who were the most astute individuals in their regions. One such example was the current national master, Zhuge Tianji, who was heralded as the world's foremost sage and the leading celestial master of the entire Huayun continent. His mastery of formations, barriers, runic assaults, puppet control, and summoning techniques reached extraordinarily high levels. This leads us to discuss the 6 major professions of celestial masters: formations, barriers, runic assaults, puppet control, summoning, and equipment enchantment, each profound in its own right. Typically, a celestial master would choose one of these 6 professions, as only those who concentrate their efforts on one can hope to achieve mastery at the black robe dragon pattern level before pursuing additional specialties. Barrier celestial master, Gong Yuehong. Combat elemental warrior, Lin Yi. The two announced their names, and the competition officially commenced. According to the rules, if the barrier celestial master Gong Yuehong could not be defeated within 5 minutes, she would be declared the victor. Lin Yi was not daunted in the least. Employing the technique of transformation lightning, he created an afterimage that appeared instantaneously before Gong Yuehong, just as she was still in the process of setting up her barrier. With a swift kick, Gong Yuehong's form was reduced to dust. However, the match was not yet concluded. What he had destroyed was merely a runic clone. Gong Yuehong reappeared 50 meters behind him. Lin Yi refrained from attacking again. Possessing nearly 1,000 battles worth of experience from his past life, he surmised that this clone might not be her true form. It was highly likely that Gong Yuehong had deployed an invisibility barrier. Moreover, he believed that the clone was certainly surrounded by a confinement barrier, a trap from which he would find it difficult to escape. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. In this secret realm environment, the sky appeared identical from all directions, making it nearly impossible to discern any flaws in the invisibility. Nevertheless, as a light-attributed warrior, he possessed a natural sensitivity to light. Notably, his understanding of the light laws had reached a minor completion. And the method of invisibility was indeed an application of light laws. Speaking of talent, Lin Yi's comprehension of laws was remarkably strong. He had achieved minor completion in light laws by the age of 15, while his understanding of spatial laws was at a perfect level. The understanding of laws directly influences the grade and tier of elemental techniques one can learn, typically categorized into 10 realms: entry, proficiency, perfection, minor completion, major completion, minor fulfillment, major fulfillment, utmost completion, entry transformation, and fusion. Generally, warriors at the initial level have comprehension of laws below perfection, spirit-level warriors below minor completion, soul-level warriors below major completion, heavenly-level warriors at minor fulfillment, and those at the limits of the heavenly realm at major fulfillment, as for the utmost completion, entry transformation, and fusion. Lin Yi was aware that no one in this world had yet achieved such heights. As Lin Yi sensed the flow of light molecules, he noticed a particular area within the cubic arena of half a kilometer where the movement of light molecules was exceedingly chaotic. He feigned proximity to the clone's position, then abruptly changed direction and launched a powerful punch toward what he suspected was her true form. Gong Yuehong revealed her true self, and a blue wall materialized to intercept Lin Yi's attack. Immediately thereafter, she chanted a spell, and a confinement barrier appeared around Lin Yi in an instant. Lin Yi, regardless of whether you have discerned my true form, you will find yourself ensnared within this confinement barrier. Gong Yuehong declared confidently with a smile. It was at that moment that Lin Yi realized she had prepared 2 sets of confinement barriers specifically to counter him, one at the clone's location and the other at his own. "Miss Gong, it seems you've expended quite a bit of mental energy," he remarked, "against someone of your initial level 8 cultivation. It hardly consumes much mental energy, she retorted. Bang! Lin Yi shattered the barrier cage with a single strike, bursting forth like a bolt of lightning. It was only then that Gong Yueheng realized that Lin Yi had already reached the 4th level of the initial origin stage. Lacking in combat experience, she had habitually assumed that Lin Yi was still at the foundation establishment stage, thus only deploying a mid-level defensive barrier of the initial origin stage. However, such a barrier could easily be breached by Lin Yi's unbounded palm, which required a mere 4 seconds of charging. In a flurry, Gong Yueheng activated a teleportation rune, instantly swapping places with her clone. Lin Yi immediately shattered the clone with a swift kick and, in a flash, charged towards her true self, giving her no time to breathe. The higher the level of the barrier, the longer the casting time, akin to how his unbounded palm required a buildup of energy. Falling into a barrier above the peak of the initial origin stage would pose a significant challenge. The defensive energy of a barrier is tenfold its level, and with Lin Yi possessing only 30 units of energy, he lacked the capacity to unleash techniques of a higher tier. As long as he relentlessly pursued her true form, she would be compelled to rely solely on mid- and low-level barrier techniques. Indeed, once again, Lin Yi found himself ensnared within a barrier, only to break free with another strike. After several rounds of pursuit, Gong Yueheng was finally caught off guard and struck in the abdomen by Lin Yi's kick, sending her soaring into the air. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed up with a charged, unbounded palm, striking her back and unleashing a torrent of energy that surged through her body, wreaking havoc as it spread through her meridians. A second later, Gong Yueheng's body erupted in a catastrophic explosion, scattering flesh and blood across the sky. Chapter 21. Eliminating Baikurin as the other contestants awaited the results of their matches. The Secret Realm system announced Lin Yi's status as he stood at the center of the arena, assessing his own condition. He had 20 of his energy remaining. The 4 strikes he had just delivered held the power of the initial origin peak, consuming a total of 10 of his energy. Lin Yi understood well that the first match must be concluded swiftly, for his energy was at its lowest and could not withstand a prolonged battle. After being expelled from the Secret Realm, Gong Yueheng promptly reported Lin Yi's situation to her instructor. What? Lin Yi has reached the 4th level of the initial origin stage. This is utterly impossible. The female instructor exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. She sought out the elders and the dean, and together they scrutinized the Secret Realm system. Lin Yi, 4th level of the initial origin stage, currently at 20 energy. The system has examined Lin Yi's body and found no trace of a soul stone, yet all his cells appear to have expanded, storing energy within them. At body cultivation? It seems akin to an iron-grade body refinement. One elder mused. Could it be that he is cultivating both body techniques and energy techniques, which is why his progress is so slow? The female instructor speculated. He may be a unique constitution. Perhaps an elemental divine body, the dean, Lu Chonghai, offered his perspective. After all, during the test a few days ago, he was not a body cultivator, nor was he one in the morning's match. Dean, are you not an elemental body yourself? Can an elemental body truly elevate 6 minor realms? An elder inquired, perplexed. Different elemental bodies have different developmental trajectories. My path is one of understanding the laws. Perhaps young Lin Yi's path is to enhance his realms. Furthermore, there are indeed enhancement techniques capable of raising 5 minor realms. The assembly of elders fell into silence, for it was not impossible for a strengthening skill to elevate 6 minor realms. As some peak techniques from prominent human clans could enhance 5 minor realms, while the metamorphosis techniques of the pinnacle demon clans and the dragon clans could elevate an entire major realm, such as the 9-tailed celestial clans, 9-tailed divine transformation. In the Secret Realm Square, as spectators observed the results of the second round's second match, discussions erupted. I see Lin Yi as a dark horse. Astonishingly, the first to eliminate one of the 18 at the peak of the initial origin stage. Yet the next match will be troublesome for him, as he faces Baikurin of the Bai clan. IVE heard there's a grudge between Lin Yi and Baikurin from the first round. This will be a spectacle. Upon seeing the matchup for the second match, Lu Zixuan felt a pang of unease. Baikurin was recognized as one of the top 5 contenders in this competition, and the Bai family's flying knife techniques were infamous for their ferocity. Lin Yi, being a close combat warrior, was at a disadvantage. And although he had reached the 4th level of the initial origin stage, facing an expert at the peak of the initial origin stage would still be exceedingly challenging. Combat warrior, Lin Yi. Opponent, Baikurin. Lin Yi, let us settle both old and new scores. Bai Kuan, even if I don't make the top 20, Lier cannot be with you. So why are you so fixated? Lin Yi aimed to provoke Bai Kuan deliberately, hoping to increase his chances of victory. He did not wish to expend too much energy in this match, as he aspired to secure a position among the top 2. And no sooner had his words left his mouth than Bai Kuan's eyes turned crimson with rage. And without a moment's hesitation, he launched a flying knife with blinding speed. Lin Yi executed an acceleration technique, transforming his body into a red blur, moving faster than the knife itself as he charged toward Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan employed the white feather divine skill, swiftly retreating as he resembled a white swallow, soaring several dozen feet away in an instant. Then, he directed his mental energy to control the flying knife, sending it hurtling towards Lin Yi's back. Heeding the warning from Whitebird, Lin Yi did not glance back at the knife, but continued his frenzied advance toward Bai Kuan. Bai Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Lin Yi had indeed reached the 4th level of the initial origin stage. And his speed was undoubtedly at the peak of the initial origin stage. And no matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace the flying knife. Bai Kuan intensified his mental output, causing the knife to accelerate once more, striking Lin Yi at the back of his head. Yet, unexpectedly, a surge of white energy enveloped the flying knife, halting its advance entirely. How is this possible? Bai Kuan was utterly bewildered. In merely half a day's time, Lin Yi's combat prowess had skyrocketed. Lin Yi caught the flying knife in his left hand, squeezing it with such force that it crumpled into a metal ball. Bai Kuan narrowed his eyes. He had originally planned to conceal his trump card for the finals, but with Lin Yi's rapid enhancement, he had no choice but to reveal his hand early to secure a place among the top 20. He produced 12 flying knives, launching them all at once, and with his mental energy, he orchestrated the 12 knives into the shape of an iron drill. Flying knife breakthrough formation. This was a technique from the Bai family's flying knife art, specifically designed to penetrate high-defense warriors. The 12 knives spun clockwise, hurtling towards the approaching Lin Yi. A burst of white energy erupted from Lin Yi's chest, directly absorbing the 12 flying knives. Yet, as the knives spun at high velocity, his defensive chi was swiftly compromised. Fortunately, the chi had slowed the knive's speed, allowing Lin Yi to evade by sidestepping. Bai Kuan bore a sinister smile as the iron drill abruptly executed a 180-degree turn, launching an attack toward Lin Yi's back. Multiple forces. Had Lin Yi not encountered this move in the Salt Gang's black market, he might have faced defeat. It seemed he had anticipated Bai Kuan's maneuver all along. Immediately bending low as the flying drill whizzed past his scalp, Lin Yi then struck the vortex at the back of the drill, remembering that Lier had previously demonstrated this technique, mentioning that the center of the flying drill contained a vortex that could amplify force through mental energy or enhance rotational speed using energy techniques. Lin Yi's charged 4-second breaking origin palm, wielding the power of the initial origin peak, combined with the drill's inherent destructive force, catapulted the drill's might to the level of the initial origin 8th stage. Like a flash of lightning, it pierced through Bai Kuan's body. Bai Kuan attempted to manipulate the trajectory of the flying knife with his mental energy, but the drill was not like the knife. The latter could travel in arcs, while the drill's wind wings were entirely dedicated to rotation. Augmenting the power of the wind wings would undoubtedly escalate the rotational speed. The drill sliced through Bai Kuan with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Lin Yi emerged victorious. The two had clashed for merely 10 seconds before the outcome was decided. Bai Kuan stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, gradually fading from the arena of the secret realm. As this match was the focal point of the round, the large screen outside the secret realm was broadcasting live. The square fell into a hush. Bai Kuan lost? How can this be? Is Lin Yi employing peak enhancement techniques? Has he truly elevated 6 minor realms? It is absolutely impossible to be a mere enhancement technique. The most elite enhancement techniques can only elevate 5 minor realms. Indeed, a dual attribute genius has emerged. In the distance, a figure clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, gazed at the screen with a smile, remarking, "The aberration techniques from 1,000,000 years ago are truly fascinating." Chapter 22. Lier's Secret in the Study of the Bai Clan Stronghold. Bai Tianyu observed Lin Yi's successful entry into the top 20 and felt a complex array of emotions. Turning to Bai Xiaoli, he softly inquired, "Have you been to his home these past few days?" Bai Xiaoli shivered slightly, shaking her head gently, her voice trembling as she replied, I was unwell and terrified. So I ran into the southern woods. After a couple of days, when I felt better, I returned home. She was acutely aware that she could not disclose her visit to the Lin family to her father. This was not only a promise to Lin, but also stemmed from her uncertainty about how her father might react. Bai Tianyu fixed his gaze intently upon Bai Xiaoli, his eyes seemingly piercing through her thoughts in search of any hint of deception. He knew his daughter well. She had always been obedient and rarely lied. Yet, this time, for Lin Yi, she had told her father a falsehood for the very first time. Bai Tianyu let out a long sigh, his voice laden with helplessness and concern. Lear, I know that your relationship with that boy from the Lin family is not ordinary. However, given the current circumstances, I am unable to resolve this matter. And it may even jeopardize you. He is not like you. You have me and Uncle Xiaotian. If your lineage were to be discovered by the human race, we could simply seek refuge in the holy demon continent. But he possesses nothing. Even if he performed admirably today, it is merely in an initial realm examination. For your secret, regardless of how formidable he may be, it holds no significance, as he reached this point. Bai Tianyu hesitated, his words trailing off. Father, am I a demon? Bai Xiaoli finally voiced the question that had long been buried in her heart. Bai Tianyu regarded his daughter, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, Li Er, if you wish to know who your mother is, you must diligently cultivate your skills. Once your cultivation reaches the heaven origin realm and you have mastered the Xian Yang divine art, I will naturally reveal the truth to you. At that time, you will understand that you are destined not to entangle yourself in any emotional affairs with mortals in this world. Returning to her bedroom, Bai Xiaoli gazed at the cerulean sword hanging on the wall, her heart in turmoil. I am destined not to have feelings for anyone. Why must it be so? The scene from 7 days prior replayed in her mind. Uncle Han, this gift is too extravagant, Bai Xiaoli exclaimed, cradling the cerulean sword in her hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she looked at the handsome middle-aged man before her. Lear, this is a birthday gift from Uncle Han. Given to you in advance. If you do not accept it, I may never visit you again, Han Xiaotian said, gently ruffling the little girl's hair, his gaze distant yet focused, as if he were beholding someone he had dearly missed. Thank you, Uncle Han, the little girl replied, her smile radiant, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. Despite having lost a front tooth, she exhibited no embarrassment, only confidence and vivacity. Bai Xiaoli eagerly played with the sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. The dazzling cerulean light illuminated the hall, revealing a lifelike phoenix etched upon the blade, which emanated an invisible pressure that instilled fear. However, this pressure had no effect on the 10-year-old girl. Brother Han? Why give her the sword of the sect leader? Bai Tianyu inquired, puzzled. Han Xiaotian looked at the exuberant Bai Xiaoli and smiled. Tianyu, I believe she increasingly resembles Xia. This sword was intended for her. She is its sole heir. Brother Tianyu, after today, I shall enter seclusion, striving for a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Liuguang. Hearing the term Liuguang, Bai Tianyu exclaimed with excitement, Congratulations, Deputy Sect Leader, on mastering the 8th layer of Liuguang. I am confident that no one in this world possesses a swifter sword than yours, but it is still insufficient to defeat Lu Yifan, for only by vanquishing Lu Yifan can Xia be resurrected. Han Xiaotian declared with unwavering determination. The legends in the martial world speak of Long Xia as the incarnation of the Dragon Mother. Is this true? Bai Tianyu asked. As the head of the Zhao Kingdom Shadow Guards, Bai Tianyu was privy to many secrets, including that the rulers of the northern continent, the Lu clan, possessed an extraordinary weapon of the Dragon clan. The fire dragon blade was said to harbor the soul of the Dragon Mother, the first being in this world who had created the first demon clan, the Dragon clan. Han Xiaotian remained silent, simply watching Bai Xiaoli dance with her sword nearby. Only the incarnation of the Dragon Mother could wield the fire dragon blade. When she possessed it, she would merge with the other half of the Dragon Mother's soul and regain her life. At that moment, we would wield enough power to make those in the higher realm taste suffering. And the task of rescuing the sect leader would also be accomplished smoothly. Bai Tianyu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Obtaining the fire dragon blade will allow us to rescue Brother Xiao? Han Xiaotian gently patted Bai Tianyu's shoulder. From now on, do not call me Deputy Sect Leader. Refer to me as Xiaotian. Brother Tianyu. The sect leader's Xin Yang divine art may have the chance to be passed on to her. During my absence from the Holy Xin sect, I entrust you to manage the affairs of the sect. Han Xiaotian handed by Tianyu a token. Deputy, Xiaotian, this isn't right. If it weren't for the sect leader saving the Bai family back then, they might have been exterminated, and I would not have been able to marry Miaoyin. The foundation of the Holy Xin sect was laid by you and the sect leader. Han Xiaotian interrupted. I will not show my face again until my battle with Lu Yifan reaches a conclusion. Moreover, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. I may very well perish beneath his sword. Brother Tianyu. As you said, the Holy Xin sect is the legacy we built together with Siya. I do not wish for my death to lead to its dissolution. This token bears the sect leader's soul imprint, allowing it to command the 5 saints of the Holy Xin sect. They rank among the top 10 in the demon cultivation rankings and are now prominent figures within the demonic path. Long ago, the sect leader placed slave seals upon them. Upon seeing the token, they will undoubtedly obey. Uncle Han, what is the name of this sword? Bai Xiaoli suddenly dashed over from a distance, inquiring. The Zhuke Fengxian sword. On the 3rd evening, the little girl was stealthily practicing her swordplay. Her father had instructed her never to wield the sword lightly, yet her affection for it was overwhelming, and she could not resist taking it out in the dead of night. Suddenly, she pondered whether the Bai family's throwing knife techniques could be applied to the sword. Thus she began to infuse the sword with her elemental energy. Buzz! The sword began to tremble violently, and slender azure blades of light manifested around the sword, flitting about. Bai Xiaoli attempted to reach out and touch them. However, the azure blades suddenly sliced through her fingertip, a drop of blood falling onto her brow. Instantly, a beast tooth mark appeared on her forehead, glowing with a blue light. She felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, particularly in her back, which ached intensely. She returned to her bedroom, wiped away the blood, and gazed into the mirror, where she saw the beast tooth mark shimmering with a blue light on her forehead. At that moment, a beam of moonlight streamed into the room, illuminating her, causing the beast tooth mark to shine even more brightly. A faint mist began to emanate from her body, and she was racked with pain. Before long, a black, scaled creature leaped through the window. The world around her transformed into a pale red hue, and her cultivation level surged from the initial realm to the limit of the spirit element. Several guardians of the Bai family suddenly blocked her path. She found herself unable to control her body, hurtling through them like a bolt of red lightning, directly tearing apart a guardian at the spirit element level. She gazed at the bloodied, sharp claws in horror. Fleeing to the Lin family across the way, she suddenly felt ravenous and made her way to the kitchen. After consuming the food, she cowered in a corner of the kitchen, trembling in fear. Before long, someone entered the kitchen, and she, terrified of being discovered in her monstrous form, shrank even tighter. Suddenly, someone grasped her tail. At that moment, her eyes turned crimson, overwhelmed by sheer terror, her body uncontrollably lunging at that person. Sharp teeth sinking into their neck, warm, crimson blood splattered across her face, and she realized with horror that it was Lin Yi. An overwhelming wave of regret surged through her heart, as if her heart were pierced by 1,000 arrows. Throbbing painfully and beating erratically, the beast tooth on her forehead radiating a dazzling blue light, akin to a brilliant sapphire. I am Lin Yi. You are the second young lady of the Bai family? I am Bai Xiaoli. It is a pleasure to meet you. This was the scene of their first encounter, unfurling in her mind like a beautiful painting. By the way, Lear, I seldom see you outside Bai family fortress. With your exceptional talent, why do you not attend the Yuzhou Martial Academy? My father does not allow me to leave Bai family fortress. I was born with a peculiar ailment, and venturing beyond the fortress would be perilous. What ailment? Is it severe? Every full moon night, I suffer excruciating pain throughout my body, taking several days to recover. Even my father is helpless against ID. Do not worry. If Uncle Tian cannot cure it, perhaps your brother Lin can. I will strive to cultivate diligently and become a strong warrior like my father, then traverse the Huayun continent to find the spirit medicine that can heal you. This had transpired just yesterday, as if it were still fresh in her mind. No, Bai Xiaoli could hardly believe her eyes. Her best friend Lin had perished at her hands. The intense emotional turmoil rendered her vision dark, as if the entire world had lost its color. Lear, is that you? When she awoke, she found Lin unscathed, and the blood had vanished from around them. Was it all just a dream? Yet she remained trapped in her mutated body. Brother Lin. The reunion filled her with overwhelming emotion, and she collapsed onto Lin A, weeping profusely, her tears cascading forth like a torrential flood. Bai Xiaoli regained her composure, reflecting on her memories. She distinctly recalled having killed Lin A. So how was it that he now lived? Perhaps, in her frenzied state, what she witnessed were mere illusions, such as the 3 servants she had slain. Determined to prevent such occurrences from happening again, she affixed the lotus seal her father had given her to her brow, then sat cross-legged to cultivate the Xianyang divine skill. The competition for the top 20 would take place the day after tomorrow. Lin Yi, filled with joy, made his way to the western side of Bai family fortress, where he picked up the jade pendant given to him by Li'er, activating the runes contained within. Li'er, are you there? As a branch of the Shadow Guards, Bai family fortress was heavily fortified, and its inhabitants were not permitted to carry communication devices. All communication signals would be obstructed by electromagnetic interference. However, the rune-imbued jade pendant was immune to such disruption. Yet, the area surrounding the fortress was enveloped in a barrier, and any rune communications lacking the Bai family seal would be repelled by this boundary. Chapter 23. The Challenger from Lukuan Academy. Brother Lin. I can't go out for a while. My father has given me a method to suppress that power, so I must enter seclusion for a time. Li'er, how long do you anticipate your seclusion will last? About a month. If I cannot control that power, it could become quite troublesome. Very well, focus on your cultivation at home. Once you have completed your training, I shall surprise you. Indeed, I watched your match today. I was astonished by your prowess. I cannot fall behind. In 6 months, I shall challenge you, so be wary. You may find yourself at a disadvantage, rest assured. I am always prepared for your challenge, Li'er. Content. Linny returned home, contemplating what sort of birthday gift he should prepare for Bai Xiaoli, whose birthday was next month. If he could secure a place among the top 2, he would acquire a Yuan symbol weapon, which would make a splendid gift for Li'er. A day later, the internal competition for the gifted class commenced, with the selected 20 gathered in a plaza. Guests from Lukuan Academy will be observing our matches. The winner of this competition will have the opportunity to challenge a student from the junior class at Lukuan Academy. Victory will grant direct admission to Lukuan Academy. Announced the female instructor. Is it true that admission to Lukuan Academy is reserved for those under 20 who have broken through to the soul origin realm? I heard they are actually providing opportunities for those under 17. The gathered youth were taken aback, buzzing with excitement like a flock of chattering birds. At that moment, a girl clad in red stepped forth from the faculty ranks, her visage delicate and her stride steady, reminiscent of a blooming crimson lotus. Due to her youth and petite stature, she had gone unnoticed by the crowd. She approached Lin Yi and suddenly inquired, "Are you Lin Yi?" Lin Yi, lost in thought about the upcoming competition, was momentarily interrupted by a melodious voice, akin to the music of celestial beings. It was only then he noticed the red-clad girl smiling at him, slightly taller than Li'er yet still shorter than himself. He nodded and replied, "What is it, little miss?" The girl beamed back at him, her smile warm like sunlight. "If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I shall help you teach them a lesson. My father mentioned that I am to protect you from now on." "Why would you protect me? I do not require the assistance of a little girl, Lin Yi. I am not just a little girl. Everyone my age refers to me as senior sister, and even those 5 years my senior must address me as such." The girl pouted in a manner that suggested she felt underestimated, much like an adorable kitten. In an instant, the girl vanished, as if she were a wraith. "Master, she appears to be around 12 years of age, and her cultivation is not insignificant. I have assessed it to be at the 2nd tier of the spirit origin realm. 12 years old, and at the 2nd tier of the spirit origin realm?" Lin Yi nearly lost his footing, as if struck by lightning. However, based on her earlier words, one individual came to mind. The instructor continued, "Originally, the junior class at Lukuan Academy only accepted applicants under 15 years old who had broken through to the spirit origin realm. However, due to requests from the observing teachers, they will be sending a 12-year-old student. If you manage to defeat her, you will gain direct entry into Lukuan Academy. 12 years old. Lukuan Academy is exceedingly confident. We are all at least 15 here, and they expect us to defeat a 12-year-old child. To gain entrance by defeating a 12-year-old, she must be extraordinary. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled, could it be the one from the Bai family? The elemental body? Peak of the initial element at 10? I believe a 12-year-old girl just entered our ranks. Indeed, I saw her too. Where did she go? Have you too seen a ghost? Yes, you must be so elated that you are hallucinating. The classmates began to chatter. Lin Yi finally confirmed her identity. She was Bai Xiaoli's elder sister, Bai Xiaoying, the prodigy of the Bai family, endowed with a natural elemental body. Like Lin Yi, she was a dual attribute genius, possessing both gold and spatial attributes. Her sudden disappearance likely indicated a mastery of spatial laws at a young age. What an extraordinary talent! Xiaoying, where have you been? The instructor wishes for you to introduce yourself to everyone. A striking woman in white, exuding grace, gently ruffled by Xiaoying's hair. This woman was none other than Bai Xiaoying's mother, Li Miaoying, the vice master of the Elder Hall at Lukuan Academy. Bai Xiaoying scoffed. None of these people could ever be my junior disciples. What significance is there in meeting them? Mother, I just met the fiancé that father mentioned. Years ago, your father and Lin Yi's father were comrades in arms. And in their naivety, they arranged this engagement. However, if you are unwilling, you may decline, as long as you continue your cultivation normally, you are bound to join the Xuanwu Divine Hall in the future. If you have the opportunity to ascend to the higher realms, your lifespan could reach at least 9,000 years. Consider that the average warrior lives only about 200 years. Mother, how do you know Lin Yi cannot live to 9,000 years? Li Miaoying was momentarily taken aback, sensing that her daughter did not seem opposed to the engagement. She gazed at Lin Yi from a distance, contemplating this potential future sun-in-law and I in her heart, she mused. Lin Yi, as the suitable vessel for the infinite primordial divine skill. If you truly manage to join the Xuanwu Divine Hall in the future, what harm is there in marrying Xiaoying to you? The internal competition for the gifted class commenced, and Lin Yi's opponent in this round was Shui Yong, battle-type martial artist, Shui Yong, battle-type warrior, Lin Yi. Both parties announced their names, and an intense battle was imminent. Lin Yi was aware that Shui Yong was the second individual, after himself, to have eliminated 18 peak initial element practitioners. Currently at the 6th tier of initial element. In the first match, Lin Yi had only 30% of his yuan energy available. And as a martial artist specializing in physical techniques, Shui Yong possessed formidable defenses. If he did not employ powerful soul techniques, how could he possibly defeat Shui Yong? Both were martial artists focused on close combat, and they immediately engaged in fierce grappling. Lin Yi refrained from using soul techniques, opting instead for straightforward strikes. With nearly 1,000 battles worth of experience from his previous life, Shui Yong's martial skills were still rather inexperienced compared to his own. In just a few minutes, Lin Yi landed dozens of punches on Shui Yong, yet his defenses were remarkably robust. Despite sustaining so many hits, he remained uninjured. Lin Yi noticed a gray aura of true energy enveloping Shui Yong, reminiscent of his own altered energy, yet he was at the 10th tier of stone-level body refinement. Body refiners do not prioritize cultivating yuan energy in their dantians. Rather, they refine the cells throughout their entire body. Being at the 10th tier of stone-level body refinement signifies a unitary cultivation level equivalent to the 10th tier of initial element, while his overall cultivation was at the 6th tier of initial element, meaning his cellular strength was 25 times that of the 10th tier of initial element. Chapter 24. The Body Technique Master, Shui Yong. The defense power of refined energy is determined by the level of body refinement. With stone-level body refinement at the 10th tier, Shui Yong's defenses were such that any attack from a martial artist below the 6th tier of initial element would be ineffective against him. Thus, Lin Yi adopted a strategy to conserve his yuan energy. Facing Shui Yong, even the infinite palm would not inflict substantial damage. Moreover, whether charging or executing the infinite palm instantly, it would consume a significant amount of his yuan energy. His objective was to secure first place, and preserving 30% of his yuan energy in the first match was crucial. The two had been engaged in close combat for 5 minutes, with Shui Yong suffering numerous superficial injuries, yet Lin Yi remained unscathed. Lin Yi, your martial skills indeed surpass mine by a considerable margin, but as a stone-level body refiner, if you do not employ yuan techniques, you cannot inflict any substantial harm upon me. Shui Yong, the match duration is 20 minutes. If there is no victor by then, the secret realm system will calculate points. Remember, in terms of points, you have yet to score even one. Lin Yi had not witnessed Shui Yong's matches and was unaware of the tactics he had employed to eliminate 18 opponents at the peak of their initial stages. If Shui Yong possessed only such abilities, he would certainly not have reached this point. However, since Shui Yong had yet to unleash his signature move, Lin Yi had ample opportunity to engage him, as his strategy was to conserve his yuan energy as much as possible. Outside the secret realm, Li Miaoying observed their battle, surmising that Lin Yi's tactic was to wear Shui Yong down. Yet having watched the video of Shui Yong's previous match, she doubted Lin Yi could easily prevail in this encounter. Indeed, at the 10th minute, Shui Yong suddenly unleashed his power, revealing a weapon. A pair of silver-white gauntlets, an exquisite initial-grade yuan symbol weapon, as noted by Bai Niao. Although body practitioners could not release yuan techniques, they still possessed yuan energy, which could be channeled through their weapons. Instantly, Lin Yi's focus intensified. In close combat, he was acutely aware that he must avoid contact with those gauntlets. Shui Yong typically employed this tactic by first exhausting his opponent's yuan energy and stamina before deploying his special techniques. Confident in his defensive capabilities, he believed that his stone-level body refinement's protective energy could withstand attacks from opponents at the 6th layer of the initial stage. Moreover, clad in yuan symbol soft armor and possessing robust musculature, he felt he could endure any attack from the peak of the initial stage, provided it did not target vital areas. To his astonishment, Lin Yi had refrained from using any yuan techniques throughout the match, forcing him to resort to his own means prematurely. With only 5 minutes remaining, Shui Yong had yet to land a single hit on Lin Yi. "If you have the guts, come and trade blows with me," he taunted. "You bully someone who is unarmed, and yet you still have the audacity to speak." As the match neared its conclusion, Shui Yong finally unveiled his ultimate technique. Suddenly, lightning crackled chaotically around his iron fists, and when they collided, a bolt of lightning shot forth between them. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was struck by the lightning, his body feeling as though it had been struck by a massive force, sending him crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the platform. Fortunately, Lin Yi employed a transformation technique, his protective energy being a white true energy equivalent to the defense of a stone-level body refinement. In his previous match, Bai Kuan's flying daggers, imbued with the penetrating power of the peak initial stage, had failed to harm him. As he rose, Lin Yi noticed a large hole had been torn in the fabric of his shirt. "Your attack possesses the power of the peak initial stage. Too bad it lacks the potency of the spiritual realm to breach my protective true energy." In despair, Shui Yong knelt, having unleashed his strongest strike, only to find himself powerless against Lin Yi's formidable defenses. As time expired, Lin Yi scored 320 points, while Shui Yong managed only 30, declaring Lin Yi the victor. Thus, Lin Yi officially entered the top 10. Outside the secret realm, the elders convened to discuss the unexpected dark horse, Lin Yi. "Elderly, with your vast experience, do you believe Lin Yi employs enhancement techniques or possesses an elemental divine body?" inquired a white-haired elder. Li Miaoying scrutinized Lin Yi's parameters, pondering before responding. "It is neither enhancement techniques, which involve the instantaneous compression of yuan energy contained in the dantian, nor does Lin Yi exhibit characteristics of such. Clearly, he is a body practitioner who has dispersed the yuan energy from his dantian throughout his cells, enhancing their strength by 6 minor realms. However, due to the limitations of his yuan energy, this method of enhancement likely has a time constraint." She recalled an ancient enhancement technique known as transformation technique from 1,000,000 years ago during the age of technological civilization, which functioned in a similar manner but had since been lost to time. At that moment, a venerable figure, resembling an immortal, appeared among them, causing the assembly to gasp in astonishment. "We pay our respects to the reveredly elderly. What brings you here?" They all bowed, and the white-haired figure slowly approached Li Miaoying. "Grandfather, great-grandfather." Li Miaoying and Bai Xiaoying both greeted him respectfully. The transformation technique has not been lost. It still exists in the upper realm, but it requires the injection of transformation energy liquid in the upper realm. The technique is divided into 9 tiers, each corresponding to different strengths of energy liquid. However, this young Lin Yi is practicing the transformation technique without the aid of any energy liquid, likely due to his unique constitution. Such a physique is exceedingly rare, appearing only once in 100,000 years. The Taoist in the robe expounded. It was then revealed that this white-haired figure was Li Miaoying's grandfather, the former head of Lukuan Academy. Li Chang's Ho. It was said that he had lived for over 500 years, having once visited the upper realm, only to be assigned back to serve as the head of Lukuan Academy for 2 centuries before passing the mantle to Xiang Huanyu. Now retired, he led a leisurely life, fathering a son with a woman and taking on 3 disciples, with his eldest disciple being Lu Chonghai, the second disciple his son, by Xiaoying's grandfather, and the third, his most cherished disciple, Lin Feng, who tragically perished in battle against the demon race. Upon hearing Li Changshuo's words, the assembly suddenly grasped the situation. Had I known Lin Yi possessed such extraordinary potential, I would have ensured he joined the genius class without examination, Lu Changhai remarked. However, Lin Yi's cultivation progress is rather slow. At 15, he remains at the fourth layer of the Yuan Foundation. Although he wields the transformation technique, the gap in cultivation only widens as one progresses, by the age of 20. If he continues at this pace, I fear even with the transformation technique, he may not surpass his contemporaries, Li Miaoying offered her perspective. Elderly, does that mean we will not consider such a talent for Lukuan Academy? Lu Changhai inquired. I can only say that based on Lin Yi's current exhibited talent, he is unlikely to enter Lukuan Academy before the age of 20. Li Miaoying responded. Li Changshuo stroked his beard and chuckled. In truth, his slow progress has its reasons. He possesses a mixed element constitution, which inherently results in a cultivation speed half that of a normal single-element practitioner. Due to the significant compatibility between light and space attributes, half of the light energy in his dantian is consumed by the space energy. The solution lies in achieving a minor perfection in the laws of space. Lin Feng, his father, also faced this challenge, only breaking through to the Tianyuan realm at the age of 40. However, once he did, he rapidly advanced to the limits of the Tianyuan realm, becoming the 8th-ranked expert on the Tianyuan list. Great-grandfather, I also possess a mixed element constitution. Why is my cultivation speed so rapid? Bai Xiaoying posed her question. Li Changshuo gently caressed Bai Xiaoying's lovely face, laughing heartily. Ah, our little Xiaoying has quite the thirst for knowledge. Indeed, your circumstances are the opposite of his. Although you possess both gold and space attributes, the gold attribute is not consumed by space energy. Moreover, your elemental body greatly accelerates your absorption of Yuan energy. And the elemental body itself continuously hones the Dantian's membrane, allowing you to refine it several times faster than others. However, despite Lin Yi's slow cultivation progress, should he cultivate mixed element Yuan techniques of light and space attributes, their potency would surpass that of other Yuan techniques due to the doubled absorption of light energy by the space energy in his body. Upon hearing Li Changshuo's words, Bai Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Great-grandfather, what you say sounds incredible. I truly wish to engage in a serious match with him, though his current cultivation level does not qualify him as my opponent. Li Miaoying gently stroked her daughter's head, smiling as she replied, if Lin Yi can enter Lukuan Academy after turning 20, your wish may yet come true. At that moment, the second match commenced, with Lin Yi's opponent being Bai Ying, one of the two contestants from the Bai family. Blue robe, tiger-striped rune-imbued combat master, Bai Ying, combat-type Yuan warrior, Lin Yi was taken aback to discover that the Bai family woman beside Li Er was, in fact, a master. Realizing this, Lin Yi understood that masters utilized mental energy, and the Bai family's flying daggers were wielded with telekinetic force, both of which stemmed from the spiritual core. He could no longer afford to underestimate this opponent, as the Bai family warriors were regulars in the genius class. Moreover, many members of the Bai family had excelled in the assessments conducted by the Tian Master Mansion and Lukuan Academy at the age of 20, as the Tian Master Mansion specialized in nurturing those who wielded mental and telekinetic powers, while Lukuan Academy was a haven for Yuan warriors. Yet again, flying daggers. Lin Yi was astonished. Had she not practiced rune combat techniques? How could she also employ flying daggers? Lin Yi deftly evaded the flying daggers with his altered lightning, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the sudden turn of the blades. Bai Ying waved her left hand, sending another dagger flying. With his right eye, Lin Yi caught sight of the second dagger and swiftly turned to evade it. Turning his back to his opponent, he then propelled himself forcefully, leaning against Bai Ying, and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The two daggers did not behave as anticipated, failing to make a 180-degree turn. Instead, they gracefully traced a beautiful arc, launching a fierce assault on either side of Lin Yi. Bai Ying, resembling a nimble swallow, executed the white feather technique, retreating lightly to one side. This premier lightness skill allowed her to move with a speed that rivaled Lin Yi's altered lightning. Maintaining a distance of 20 yards between them, as the two daggers were about to strike him, Lin Yi sensed impending danger and activated his altered energy, intending to catch and dismantle the blades. At that moment, Bai Niao urgently warned, Master, I observe that her daggers are inscribed with talismans. Lin Yi suddenly realized the disparity between Bai Ying's daggers and those of Bai Hao. Her daggers bore a subtle talisman that could easily go unnoticed. If he recklessly attempted to catch them, would he trigger some mysterious ability? Thus, he accelerated once more, narrowly avoiding the two daggers, while swiftly retrieving an energy pistol. The rules of the PK competition permitted the carrying of weapons, provided their grade did not exceed the spirit origin realm. The standard pistol he wielded could fire bullets with the potency of a mid-level initial origin. The previous battle had enlightened him. His combat style resembled that of a martial artist, necessitating a weapon to enhance his offensive capability. Following Bai Niao's predicted coordinates, he shot 2 bullets in different directions. Indeed, the daggers collided with the bullets, resulting in an explosion that reached the pinnacle of initial origin strength. Lin Yi, you can't claim that Bai Kuan lost unjustly. However, I am far superior to Bai Kuan, he jested. Bai Gu, in light of your family's second young lady, might you allow me to win this match? Lin Yi teased, merely attempting to distract his opponent, fully aware that the Bai family would not concede. It is precisely because of the second young lady that I cannot allow you to win. Bai Ying, with her right hand raised, summoned a dozen talisman-imbued daggers that shot towards Lin Yi like meteors. Her left hand was equally busy, continuously inscribing talismans upon the ground. Lin Yi easily dodged the daggers, but upon their impact with the earth, they formed a mysterious pattern. Observing Bai Ying, it appeared she was hopping in circles, leaving a talisman at each leap, while her left hand inscribed further talismans within the inner circle. This is bad. It's a talisman-killing formation. If the formation is completed, even a master in the spirit origin realm would find it challenging to escape, Lin Yi thought. He began firing at the talisman patterns on the ground with his energy pistol. But the patterns seemed imprinted into the earth. Though the bullets shattered the nails, the white talisman light remained vividly marked in its original position. The formation eye had recorded the coordinates of this location. Even if it was obliterated, the talisman imprint would persist. But where exactly was the formation eye? Lin Yi's gaze finally locked onto the 12 daggers at the center. That moment, Bai Ying recalled the 2 third-grade daggers and launched them again, unwilling to grant Lin Yi any respite. Was it another explosion talisman? Lin Yi fired his energy pistol, yet the 2 daggers danced through the air like wily eels, evading his bullets. Bai Niao, calculate the trajectory of the daggers. Compute the bullet path. In the soul stone space, the large screen displayed everything Lin Yi observed. With the aid of a 60-fold time acceleration, Bai Niao swiftly calculated the trajectory. Bai Ying noticed Lin Yi raising his gun, and with a thought, she slightly altered the dagger's trajectory. Lin Yi's bullets all missed their mark. Lin Yi, attempting to intercept the Bai family's daggers with bullets is no easy feat. Bai Ying smiled confidently. At that moment, Lin Yi abruptly found himself at the center of the talisman formation, crouching down and channeling his altered energy. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions echoed, yet Lin Yi emerged unscathed, while the formation diagram formed by the 12 daggers was obliterated. However, the symbols at the center continued to shimmer, indicating that the formation eye was not located there. Chapter 26. Talisman Killing Technique. Lin Yi, you might as well wait patiently for your demise. You will never find the formation eye. Bai Ying's voice was sharp. 1,000 blade formation. As Bai Ying completed her killing formation, a massive, translucent diagram emerged in midair, resembling a colossal whirlpool, slowly rotating counterclockwise. Following that, countless flying blades rained down like a torrential storm, and Lin Yi found himself dodging amidst the chaos, struggling to keep up. Yet, as the blades grew more densely packed, he could only rely on his altered energy to barely withstand the onslaught. However, the altered energy required the consumption of energy, and the secret realm system would calculate a comprehensive score based on the warrior's injuries, energy consumed, and hit accuracy. Clearly, 70% of Bai Ying's formation's energy derived from the natural energy of heaven and earth, while 30% came from herself. Lin Yi's body absorbed the impact of the flying blades, causing his score to plummet, while Bai Ying's score soared ahead. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Lin Yi. How could a master place the formation eye in such an obvious diagram? The formation eye must be the master herself. However, Bai Ying's lightness skill was truly exceptional, making it impossible for him to close the distance. In the face of her white feather technique, his altered lightning still fell short. Within the observation hall of the academy, the elders were intently watching the fierce battle. Bai Ying was indeed a favorite to win this selection competition, and it seemed Lin Yi was about to lose, remarked one male elder with regret. Masters below the Tian Yuan realm are inherently invincible at the same tier, especially someone like Bai Ying, a once-in-a-century dual cultivation master. Had she not devoted so much time to mastering the Bai family's dagger technique, she would have surely comprehended a more potent single-target killing formation. At this point, Lin Yi should be on the verge of defeat, a confident elder dressed in a black robe with wolf patterns declared. A burly middle-aged man with golden hair scoffed, "Invincible at the same tier? You Tian sure speak so grandly." If she weren't distracted by that pathetic talisman killing technique, she would have mastered the multiple momentum technique with her daggers by now. Under such circumstances, if she had used daggers imbued with multiple momentum, Lin Yi would have already met his end. "Feng Hua, do you dare to challenge our Tianshi? Come, let us compete in the secret realm. Yin Bo Han, you prattle on about your Tianshi. I have long found you displeasing. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Liu Changhai frowned, anger evident in his voice. "Enough. This is the Martial Artist Academy, not a place for street brawlers to quarrel. Both of you will each lose 100 points in your assessment. If you fail to accumulate 600 points this semester, seek employment elsewhere." Upon hearing the dean's ire, both men immediately fell silent. Liu Changhai, too, felt helpless. While they often bickered, this time they had guests from Lukuan Academy and their master present. Their lack of decorum was surely a source of embarrassment. Martial artists excel at defense, while warriors are adept at offense. The Tianshi possess diverse attack methods, yet none are purely focused. The Nianshi and Gunner emphasize explosive power, being more agile and nimble. Each has its strengths, and I believe that as a truly exceptional Yuan warrior, this situation will not deter Lin Yi. Chang Shou remarked leisurely. Upon hearing his master's implication, Liu Changhai inquired curiously, "Master, do you believe Lin Yi will emerge victorious?" Li Changshou stroked his beard, smiling. "I do not know, but this young friend is indeed remarkable." His smile revealed a hint of expectation for Lin Yi, as he had noticed that every move Lin Yi executed was highly effective, with minimal superfluous actions. This was not the combat prowess one would expect from a 15-year-old boy. It resembled that of a seasoned veteran. In fact, he was correct. Every move Lin Yi made was calculated, as he sought to control his energy expenditure. After employing the altered technique, his internal energy was dwindling. 0.5 minutes remained in the match. During the past 15 minutes, Lin Yi had been struck by a dozen flying blades. However, his altered energy, now at the 4th layer of spirit origin, was resilient enough to withstand the attacks of blades with the strength of initial origin's pinnacle, leaving his bones unharmed. Bai Ying utilized her lightness technique to execute a kite strategy against Lin Yi, but the killing formation remained active, depleting her energy significantly. Although her score was higher, the scales of victory were gradually tipping in Lin Yi's favor. Her 1,000-blade formation was not designed for individual attacks, but was a group assault formation intended for the battlefield, consuming vast amounts of energy. As Yin Bo Han stated, had she focused on mastering the talisman killing technique, she might have developed a more efficient personal attack method with greater power. Lin Yi observed Bai Ying's pale complexion. It appeared her energy might soon be exhausted. Lin Yi pondered whether to gamble that she would concede within the next 5 minutes due to energy depletion, or whether to unleash his energy technique and eliminate her before time expired. As Bai Ying resolved to persevere, she believed that enduring for just 20 minutes would secure her victory through points. Suddenly, the number of flying blades in the offensive formation diminished to 1/5, with only a dozen blades attacking Lin Yi per second. The overwhelming pressure of several hundred blades per second had vanished. This granted Lin Yi a moment to breathe. He produced 2 flying knives, which he had caught during the previous skirmish. As a celestial master, Bai Ying was enveloped in a defensive barrier, and Lin Yi's attempts revealed that the intermediate-level bullets from the initial realm could not penetrate it. However, since her primary focus was on offensive runes, the level of her defensive barrier likely wasn't exceedingly high. Therefore, Lin Yi resolved to unleash the flying knives using the breaking Yuan palm, imbuing them with the palm's energy to reach the limits of the initial realm's power. "Bai Niao, calculate the trajectory," he commanded, then surged forward like a cannonball towards Bai Ying, simultaneously channeling the infinite palm to gradually concentrate his energy into the knives. With only 2 minutes remaining, Bai Ying's energy was nearly depleted, and her stamina was waning. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and evaded Lin Yi's charge. Lin Yi noticed her suspended in midair and launched the knife from his left hand. According to Bai Niao's calculations, The direction in which Bai Ying dodged would intersect with the trajectory of the knife. However, as a scion of a family adept in hidden weapons, Bai Ying had already sensed Lin Yi's intentions and executed the white feather divine skill, shifting her position mid-air. Yet, Lin Yi seemed to have anticipated her new direction, closing the distance between them to 5 yards. At this moment, Bai Ying could not utilize the white feather divine skill to change her trajectory again, as she had yet to comprehend the realm of void feather, rendering her incapable of a secondary evasion. Chapter 27. The Secret Sorcerer Tuerksen. Naturally, if one could cultivate the third technique of the white feather divine skill, heavenly weightlessness, a martial artist would be able to change directions at will in mid-air. Yet, for the past 2 centuries, aside from the founding ancestor of the Bai family, no one had managed to master heavenly weightlessness. Golden weight drop. Bai Ying invoked the second tier of the drifting rain, causing her body to plummet suddenly, immediately breaking free from Lin Yi's lock. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she could pivot once more. However, Lin Yi did not grant her another chance. A flying knife was propelled towards the direction of her descent, and Lin Yi's second knife was finally unleashed. The attack, reaching the limits of the initial realm, pierced through Bai Ying's defensive barrier. Striking her heart, Lin Yi triumphed, entering the top 5. A system notification echoed, revealing that he was the last contestant to secure a spot in the top 5, with his battle against Bai Ying lasting a full 19 minutes. Given that this round was an internal competition for the Genius class, there was no external live broadcast. Only the Academy's higher-ups could witness the contest. The top 5 were ranked based on points from the first round: Guanlin, Tuerksen, Sun Mei, Chao Yuan, and Lin Yi. Guanlin, as the first-round champion, directly advanced to the finals, while the remaining 4 would battle to select the 2 with the highest points to enter the finals. If no victor emerged within 20 minutes, it would be deemed a draw, awarding 1 point for a draw, 3 points for a win, and 0 for a loss in the event of a tie. The total attack points from each match would determine the victor. All contestants exited the secret realm to rest for an hour. The teacher announced the rules for the next match. Lin Yi was taken aback that the 39% energy he had just accumulated would need to start anew. However, returning to 30% energy for the next round, based on previous experiences, should suffice. As Lin Yi emerged from the secret realm, Lu Zixuan joyfully lifted him up. At 17. Lu Zixuan stood nearly 1 meter 80 tall. Towering over the 15-year-old Lin Yi, he found himself pinned between her ample bosom, his face instantly flushing crimson. Lin Yi mused that, according to the standards of his past life on Blue Star, her size was at least a C cup. From a distance, Guan Lin was incensed by the sight. Lin Yi, how dare you treat my goddess this way? I've yet to even touch Zixuan and you. He vowed silently that he would not let Lin Yi off easily. Lu Zixuan cheerfully remarked, Lin Yi, you've brought glory to our Kanglan Martial Academy, regardless of whether you ultimately claim the championship. You've certainly elevated my stature. Sister Zixuan, you're not planning to participate in the finals, are you? Lin Yi inquired, realizing that the final 4 would select 2 contestants, and the last spot would likely go to Lu Zixuan. Lin Yi, you must understand that the first place has the right to challenge by Xiaoying, she replied, her excitement palpable. I'm eager to see how formidable your fiancée is. She claims to be undefeated among her peers, while I can assert my own invincibility among all of Yojo's contemporaries. Lin Yi chuckled. I would like to witness just how powerful your fiancée truly is. Fiancée? Lin Yi grasped the implication. Lu Zixuan was the daughter of Lu Dukai, the governor of Yuzhou. What insider information did she not possess? He teased. Sister, are you feeling jealous? Unexpectedly, Lu Zixuan's face flushed like an apple and she retorted, how could I possibly be jealous of a waist like you? I'm merely trying to ensure you're aware of your future fiancé. Is she a gentle little lamb or a fierce lioness? She then mimicked a tiger, baring her teeth. Lin Yi recalled the 12-year-old girl in red and glanced at the curvaceous yet robust young woman before him. He teased, she's merely a little lion, far better than a tigress. Lu Zixuan intended to retort that Bai Xiaoying was indeed a tigress, but realized Lin Yi was actually alluding to herself. When she looked for Lin Yi, he had already vanished, igniting her ire. Lin Yi, you scoundrel. If we cross paths in the finals, I'll make sure to give you a good beating. The round-robin tournament commenced, and the system notification chimed, announcing that Lin Yi's first opponent was Tuerksen, a member of a minority group from the western frontier. Clad in garments made of animal hide, barefoot, and wielding a staff crafted from a millennium-old blackwood. Atop which sat a sheep's skull made of a special material. Turkson was a sorcerer of the secret arts, combat-type martial artist. Lin Yi initiated the attack first, darting towards his opponent like a flash of lightning. Suddenly, Turkson sprouted a pair of wings from his back, soaring into the air, and brandished his peculiar sheep-headed staff, from which a fiery line shot forth. Lin Yi leaped, crossing his arms to meet the fire line as he charged towards Turkson while simultaneously employing the anomalous chi to deflect the fiery assault. However, as he ascended, Lin Yi felt an increasing heaviness. The fire line was a viscous liquid of extreme temperature, akin to magma, which quickly enveloped him. The mass of the liquid was substantial, and as it continued to encase him, Lin Yi's speed diminished until he found himself pinned to the ground, encased in the magma like a statue. Turkson began chanting a spell in midair, and a pentagram gradually materialized around Lin Yi. Suddenly, a brilliant fireball descended from the sky, illuminating the earth around Lin Yi in a pale yellow glow. It was a colossal meteorite crashing down through the clouds, its brilliance intensifying, casting the entire arena in a golden hue. Lin Yi realized that this was no mere fireball but a meteorite of formidable power. If it struck him, it would surely mean his end. Yet, he was ensnared within that peculiar magma, unable to move. Master, according to my calculations, the meteorite will strike you in 8 seconds. The secret arts that required such a lengthy time to hit a target were rarely employed in one-on-one combat, as opponents typically did not remain stationary. It appeared that Turkson's strategy was one of cunning. He needed to trap his opponent before unleashing his ultimate technique. Lin Yi, aware of his inexperience in this world, especially given that there were no sorcerers or celestial masters in his previous life, felt the white true chi enveloping him. The magma only encased him without touching his skin. A plan formed in his mind. He suddenly unleashed the instantaneous infinite palm against the ground. The energy of the palm surged into the earth, radiating outward, and the explosive force pushed the magma upward. Yet, the magma quickly retracted like rubber, leaving Lin Yi with no apparent escape. 5 seconds. Lin Yi employed the 3-second charged mixed yuan palm against a section of the magma. The explosive force shattering that section, utilizing the breach, he executed the anomalous lightning and escaped through the opening. Just as he did, the meteorite crashed down where he had just been, resulting in a massive explosion and shockwave that hurled Lin Yi several yards away, crashing him against the surrounding isolation formation. Meanwhile, Turkson flapped his wings and flew towards Lin Yi, who quickly rose and drew his energy pistol, unleashing a barrage of shots at Turkson. Although his standard energy pistol could not deliver a fatal blow, it was sufficient to disrupt Turkson's offensive rhythm. Chapter 28. The First Draw. Turkson altered his flight frequency and speed, his trajectory fluctuating up and down, easily evading Lin Yi's slower energy bullets. He approached within 100 yards of Lin Yi and began to chant his spells once more. Lin Yi surmised that Turkson's spells had a range limitation, prompting him to retreat. Unlike celestial masters who required a fixed position to cast their formations, sorcerers only needed to lock onto a target, able to cast their spells as long as the target remained within range. Lin Yi circled the arena in a clockwise direction, with Turkson closely pursuing him. Lin Yi's alienation technique exhibited a lightning speed that was astonishingly on par with Turkson's flight velocity, resulting in a stalemate between the two. With just 15 minutes remaining in the match, Lin Yi declared, "Even if I prolong this contest until the very end, I shall emerge victorious by points." Turkson halted mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that the rules of this competition had changed. It was now a round-robin format, and a tie would yield only a single point. Presently, Lin Yi's elemental energy stood at a mere 28%, while Turkson lacked any ranged offensive capabilities, making it exceedingly challenging to defeat Turkson, who hovered aloft. He believed that the initial barrage of powerful moves had undoubtedly drained a significant portion of Turkson's mental energy. Should he adopt a strategy aimed at exhausting his opponent's spirit, he would be risking instant annihilation. Even if he managed to deplete Turkson's mental reserves, those wings of his could likely sustain him until the conclusion of the match. Thus, he considered that seeking a draw might be the more prudent course of action. In the observation hall of Yuzhou Academy, Li Changshuo lamented, "Lin Yi has yet to transcend the initial elemental realm, thus he possesses no exclusive elemental weapon. After this bout, it is time to fortify his shortcomings." Beside him, Lu Changhai, the president of Yuzhou Martial Institute, Interjected, Master, the Scarlet Shadow Split Blade technique is an art of the Hunyuan sect. Do you intend to take him as a disciple? Yet he is merely 15 years of age. Li Changshu stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As the son of Lin Feng, I must ensure his proper nurturing. Changhai bestowed the Scarlet Shadow Split Blade technique upon him along with the weapon, and thus he will have rectified his deficiency in ranged attacks. He chuckled. By this logic, he would also be considered your fourth junior brother. Ha! By Xiaoying, catching on to the implications, huffed indignantly, great-grandfather. Does this mean that Lin Yi would be a generation above me? This won't do. I must join the Hunyuan sect as well. Li Changshu replied with a hint of difficulty. Why did you not mention this sooner? You have already pledged yourself to the Tianyun sect and are thus my grand disciple. There is no possibility of changing that. Li Miaoying quickly pulled Bai Xiaoying aside, advising, great-grandfather as Hunyuan sect only accepts those whose bodies are perfectly attuned to the infinite Hunyuan. Over the past century, he has only found 3 such individuals. You belong to the lineage of the Qian Kuan Divine Fist and shall one day be a successor of our Qian Kuan sect. Bai Xiaoying pondered for a moment, then inquired, what should I call Lin Yi then? Senior uncle or senior uncle ancestor? Li Changshu chuckled, haha, well, you may exceptionally address him as senior brother. No, those of my generation call me senior sister. I refuse to be a junior sister. Only those who have defeated me are worthy of being called my senior brother. With 5 minutes remaining in the contest, Tu Erkson surmised Lin Yi's intention to stall, exclaiming, I shall not grant you your wish. How could Tu Erkson, at the pinnacle of the initial elemental realm, settle for a draw against someone of merely the initial elemental realm? Flame Demon Spider. He finally unleashed his magic, summoning 6 enormous spiders of flame that encircled Lin Yi from all directions. Drawing from past experiences, Lin Yi understood that these spiders were not to be trifled with. Contact could lead to entrapment, followed by Tu Erkson launching another formidable attack. Hence, Lin Yi attempted to leap over the encirclement of spiders, only to find that they simultaneously spewed forth red webs, ensnaring him from all angles. Lin Yi thought to himself, is this not akin to being trapped with no way out? Contemplating escape through the ground, he recognized that while the arena's surface was exceedingly hard, making a tunnel with his fists was inconceivable. However, the essence of the infinite palm lay in its ability to unleash chaotic energy upon impact. Dispersing it in all directions, Lin Yi swiftly dashed to within 10 paces of one spider, then unleashed the infinite palm upon the ground, causing energy to erupt outward. The flame spider was abruptly propelled into the air, granting Lin Yi an opportunity to escape through the gap. Yet, as the flame spider was flung away, it released a stream of lava silk, ensnaring Lin Yi before he could evade, in quick succession. The other spiders also unleashed their webs, wrapping Lin Yi tightly. Tu Erkson rejoiced, initiating his countdown for a devastating move. Beneath Lin Yi's feet, a pentagram pattern materialized, and bomb-shaped objects began to float into view, dozens of them. Lin Yi, the power of my medium-sized Earth Explosion Thunder series will be insufferable even for a mid-level spirit element practitioner. Tu Erkson chuckled weakly. At this juncture, he had expended all his mental energy. Should he fail to obliterate Lin Yi this time, he would have to accept a draw. Just as the medium-sized Earth Explosion Thunder rose from the ground to 90% of its potential, the system's voice rang out, time's up, this match ends in a draw. Lin Yi and Tu Erkson were abruptly transported out of the arena. Frustrated, Tu Erkson lamented his meticulous planning and the complete expenditure of his mental energy, resulting in a mere draw. In truth, Lin Yi had meticulously calculated the time. He had intentionally compelled Tu Erkson to unleash his final move, thereby depleting his mental strength. Should Tu Erkson not possess adequate mental energy for the subsequent match, he would likely face defeat, and Lin Yi had no desire to face an adversary that countered him in the finals. The second match commenced. Battle-type warrior, Chao Yuan. Battle-type warrior, Lin Yi. Chao Yuan produced his weapon, a 1-meter diameter diamond circle. Lin Yi uttered not a word. With a single stride, he charged towards his opponent, simultaneously activating his elemental energy pistol, firing 3 bullets directly at Chao Yuan's face. Chao Yuan employed his Shin Earth Shield, opting not to evade but to confront the bullets head-on. The bullets struck his face, merely sparking as if hitting metal as they closed the distance. Chao Yuan swung the diamond circle with his left hand, aiming to smash it down upon Lin Yi. With agility, Lin Yi sidestepped, executing a sidekick aimed directly at Chao Yuan's abdomen. However, Chao Yuan stubbornly absorbed the blow, a smirk gracing his lips as he deftly maneuvered the diamond circle to ensnare Lin Yi. Suddenly, the runes adorning the diamond circle shimmered, contracting rapidly. Lin Yi's eyes widened in alarm as he crouched down, attempting to escape the binding, yet the circle constricted immediately, tightening around him. Lin Yi hastily employed his alienation technique, swiftly creating distance between himself and Chao Yuan. Lin Yi, do you find my elemental weapon formidable? With your cultivation, there is no escape from this diamond ring. Chao Yuan boasted triumphantly in the previous round. Lin Yi had scored 1 point, while Chao Yuan had none, having suffered defeat at the hands of a summoning master. This time, Chao Yuan was determined to secure victory without offering Lin Yi a moment's respite. Charging forward immediately, Lin Yi swiftly retreated, for the binding of the diamond ring remained unbroken, rendering him incapable of engaging Chao Yuan in close combat. Release. Chao Yuan activated his technique once more, and the diamond ring tightened again. Lin Yi urgently summoned his alienation energy, utilizing the defensive power of the 4th layer of spirit element to withstand the constricting force of the ring. Though the threat of the ring's constriction had been mitigated, his hands remained bound, preventing him from executing the infinite palm. Shattering stone fist. Chao Yuan's fists rained down like a torrential storm, compelling Lin Yi to defend with his feet. Fortunately, in his previous life, Lin Yi had been an exceptionally skilled martial artist, adept in footwork, and he began to counter Chao Yuan's attacks with his legs. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that his shattering stone fist could not land a hit on Lin Yi, whose footwork was astonishingly refined. This was the best leg technique he had ever witnessed in his life, and even if his shattering stone fist connected, Lin Yi's protective energy could withstand the 4th layer of spirit element attacks. Rendering his punches ineffective against Lin Yi. Seemed that he could only retract his elemental weapon, as the runes augmented the diamond ring's power to mid-level spirit element strength. Thus, Chao Yuan resolved to withdraw the diamond ring. But Lin Yi perceived his intention. As Chao Yuan prepared to reactivate the diamond ring to retrieve it, Lin Yi's left hand suddenly grasped the ring, channeling the power of the Hunyuan palm to transmit its destructive force into Chao Yuan's body. Chao Yuan, unwilling to concede, tightened his grip on the diamond ring, activating its runes. The ring emitted a current that surged into Lin Yi's body, propelling him backward. Lin Yi felt his blood surge violently. As if a tempestuous energy coursed chaotically through him, he promptly employed his alienation skill, the celestial transformation, to channel this ferocious energy throughout his body, ultimately transferring it to his left foot. Beneath Lin Yi's left foot, the stone shattered, creating a nearly 1-inch deep crater. Lin Yi knew that had it not been for the celestial transformation, this blow would have severely injured him. Nevertheless, he feigned injury. Chao Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing that he too had suffered from the impact of the infinite palm. Lin Yi, how does my diamond ring feel? Through their earlier contact, Lin Yi had discerned the ring's properties, devising a counter-strategy in his mind. Chao Yuan continued to channel his elemental technique, infusing the power of the shattering stone fist into the diamond ring, which now glimmered with golden light, exuding a pressure akin to that of a spirit element practitioner. With his right hand gripping the ring, he swung it as if wielding a golden sun, aiming directly for Lin Yi. Chao Yuan believed that as long as Lin Yi's body made contact with the ring, the mid-level spirit element's frenzied energy would penetrate Lin Yi's body, potentially shattering his heart. To his astonishment, Lin Yi stood firm, refusing to evade, and took the impact directly on his chest, the overwhelming energy surging into him. Alienation reflection. Lin Yi unleashed the most formidable skill of his alienation technique. Immediately, a torrent of frenzied energy surged throughout every cell of his body before coalescing in his dantian, from whence it was transformed and reflected into the Vajra ring. The violent energy surged back into Chao Yuan's body, layering upon itself with relentless intensity. The 1st layer. Chao Yuan felt a numbing sensation, as if besieged by countless ants. The 2nd layer. He experienced a crushing pain in his chest, his heart racing uncontrollably. By this time, his meridians were entirely sealed by the tumultuous energy, rendering him immobile, even preventing him from extricating himself from the Vajra ring clinging to Lin Yi. At the 3rd layer, Chao Yuan spewed forth blood, evidently suffering damage to his heart meridians, akin to enduring the anguish of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. By the 4th layer, Chao Yuan's complexion had turned ashen, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and he had already succumbed, resembling a shattered marionette. The 5th layer, his body erupted violently, disintegrating into a shower of flesh, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Lin Yi emerged victorious. In truth, Lin Yi's alienation reflection technique comprised 12 layers, each corresponding to the 12 tiers of the alienation art. Meanwhile, the battle between Tuerxin and Sun Mei had yet to conclude. Tuerxin, having exhausted his energy in the previous match, found it necessary to conserve his spiritual power for the grand secret technique. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mei launched a fierce assault on Tuerxin, who inadvertently found himself surrounded by flying zombies, resulting in his defeat in the second match. Consequently, Sun Mei's accumulation of 6 points assured her advancement, while Lin Yi, with 4 points, secured second place. Tuerxin fell to third with 1 point, and Chao Yuan, with 0 points, faced early elimination. Liu Zixuan arrived at the observation hall, eager to view the results of the match, and was delighted to discover Lin Yi currently ranked second. However, she suddenly noticed a little girl standing out conspicuously among a group of adults. An idea struck her, prompting her to inquire, "Little one, are you Bai Xiaoying? Do not call me little one. Refer to me as senior sister Bai," Xiaoying retorted, her eyes wide with indignation directed at Liu Zixuan. "What audacity! This little one deserves a lesson." Liu Zixuan unleashed her spiritual pressure at the Lingyuan realm, as the sole exempted student of Yuzhou Martial Academy. The recently 17-year-old Liu Zixuan had already broken through to the Lingyuan realm. Bai Xiaoying refrained from releasing her own pressure, instead teleporting directly before Liu Zixuan and delivering a punch to her abdomen. The punch landed solidly and unexpectedly. Liu Zixuan had not anticipated that this little girl would resort to violence without provocation. In an instant, she vanished from the hall. Yes, she had abruptly disappeared from the observation hall. Bang! Approximately 3 seconds later, 2 large trees 300 yards away suddenly crashed down, with Liu Zixuan trapped amidst the crown of a third tree. Rendered unconscious. Inner, you are far too mischievous. Did I not say to refrain from bullying younger classmates? Li Miaoying exclaimed, infuriated. The elders within the hall were left dumbfounded. The incident had transpired so abruptly, as the two had merely exchanged words. Lu Zhanghai was equally astonished, his jaw dropping. After all, this was a prodigy from their Nanyu Academy. Not only was there no one in this cohort who could rival Liu Zixuan, but even students 1 or 2 years her senior would struggle against her. Chapter 30. Summoning the Suppressing Celestial Master, Sun Mei. However, even so, in the presence of this 13-year-old girl, Bai Xiaoying feigned innocence, saying, "I already told you not to call me little one." She wouldn't listen. And besides, she is far too fragile. I haven't even unleashed my serious punch yet. She appeared to be relishing the moment. One of the elders trembled as he spoke. "Principal, should this challenge match still proceed? I fear that our first-ranked student might be utterly demoralized after facing her." Liu Zhanghai glanced at Li Changshou, for the Yuzhou Martial Institute was a subsidiary of the Lukuan Academy, and Li Changshou, as the former president of Lukuan Academy, was also its founder. Li Changshou smiled and remarked, "Of course, the match must continue. It is beneficial for the young friends to witness the disparity in their abilities. One must always have goals. Only through higher and more distant aspirations can they strive harder." An urgent notice was dispatched. Due to health reasons, student Liu Zixuan would be unable to participate in the finals. The competition format was temporarily modified, now selecting only one individual from the round-robin matches, with the first place from the round-robin facing off against Guan Lin for the championship. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yi was perplexed. Senior sister Liu Zixuan had clearly expressed her desire to battle Bai Xiaoying. What caused this sudden change? Nevertheless, he resolved to secure victory in the next match, no longer aiming for a mere draw. In truth, Lin Yi's objective was to place in the top 2. He held little interest in the championship, for his goal was the Yuanfu weapon, a birthday gift for Li Er. Furthermore, the first-place winner would have to challenge Bai Xiaoying. He had witnessed her prowess. Her teleportation ability rendered it nearly impossible for him to prevail. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Xiaoli did not lack for weapons. Even the quality of that Zhuke Fengxian sword was not inferior to the Tianyuan tier. Summoning the Suppressing Celestial Master, Sun Mei, Combat-type Warrior, Lin Yi. Due to the alteration in the competition mechanism, both Chao Yuan and Tuerxin opted to withdraw from the match. Lin Yi, however, was the first to launch an assault. Having accumulated 52 of his yuan energy from the previous 2 matches, he no longer held back in this one. Suddenly, Sun Mei vanished from her position, and a vertical coffin emerged in the space she had just occupied. Was this a spatial transformation array? The coffin lid slowly opened, and a white-haired zombie shot out like a specter, its speed astonishing as it lunged towards its prey, its sharp claws poised to pierce Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi, agile and quick-witted, evaded to its rear and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet the zombie remained immovable, akin to an indomitable mountain. He understood that only the attack power of a Lingyuan realm could inflict harm upon the white-haired zombie. Thus, he disregarded the zombie and sprinted towards the center of the arena, scanning his surroundings for Sun Mei's location. At that moment, 8 coffins began to materialize around the arena, yet Sun Mei remained elusive. From 3 of the coffins emerged winged zombies, known as Flying Jiang, alongside a suited zombie wielding a slender sword and a towering, muscular zombie armed with a chainsaw, as well as a wolf zombie and a wild boar zombie. The white-haired zombie, the swiftest of them all, leapt once more to confront Lin Yi, its claws lunging towards him. Lin Yi could have employed yuan techniques to vanquish it, but the mixed yuan palm of the Lingyuan realm demanded a consumption of 24 of his yuan energy. While he only possessed 52, with 8 zombies present and Sun Mei still unfound, Lin Yi resolved to adopt a kite strategy, sprinting along the arena's perimeter. However, the most troublesome foes were the Flying Jiang, whose rapid speed allowed them to close the distance in an instant. Lin Yi fired his energy bullets, but they were of insufficient caliber to harm the peak initial yuan zombies. Faced with the onslaught of the flying zombies, Lin Yi relied solely on the guidance of the white bird to dodge and weave. However, this slowed his pace, and 5 higher-level zombies rapidly approached from a distance. First, eliminate those accursed Flying Jiang. Then seek out Sun Mei. Lin Yi began to channel his energy for the breaking yuan finger, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash an 8-second charge at the 3 Flying Jiang aligned in a row. The penetrating power of the initial yuan 10th tier pierced through 3 of the Flying Jiang. One had its heart shattered, another had its head crushed, and a third lost its left hand along with its wing, rendering it immobile. Afterward, Lin Yi continued his search for Sun Mei. He suddenly recalled a type of magic from his previous life on Blue Star. Could a person be hidden within a coffin? Thus, he began to kite the zombies while making his way towards the 8 coffins, smashing each one in turn, but finding no trace of Sun Mei within. He then employed his innate ability to detect the flow of light molecules, attempting to ascertain whether Sun Mei had concealed herself using light-based principles, yet to no avail. Once more, 3 coffins rose in the center of the square, accompanied by 3 peak initial yuan Flying Jiang. Lin Yi surmised that her summoning limit was 8, and summoning such high-tier zombies must have severely drained her yuan energy. Having triumphed over the favored champion Tuerxin in the previous match, she must have expended considerable energy. Yet, Lin Yi's own reserves were becoming increasingly strained. The recent use of breaking yuan finger had already consumed 8 of his energy. He was uncertain how much energy it took to summon a single zombie. But with 5 peak initial yuan zombies on the field, he could only afford to eliminate 2, after which, if she could still summon more Flying Jiang, he would have no choice but to concede. 15 minutes remained in the match. The 3 Flying Jiang closed in once more, and Lin Yi managed to dispatch them with 2 breaking yuan fingers, yet his yuan energy dwindled to a mere 28. In the center of the square, another 3 coffins ascended. This time, they contained 1 Flying Jiang and 2 black-haired zombies, the latter being of initial yuan intermediate cultivation. Lin Yi realized that his opponent's yuan energy must be nearly depleted. At that moment, he had a sudden thought. Could her true form be hidden among the zombies? He cast his gaze towards the 5 zombies pursuing him in the distance. He had previously encountered the white-haired one, whose strength was undeniably above the initial realm's limits. The wolf and the leopard were no match, leaving only the giant and the western zombie. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. It was a matter of choice, and he found it quite appealing. Suddenly, he pivoted and charged towards the giant zombie. Midway, a flying projectile approached, which he deftly evaded without engaging further. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself towards the giant zombie like a cannonball. The giant wielded a chainsaw, bringing it down with force that seemed to possess the might of a second-level spiritual essence attack. Lin Yi harnessed the power of his altered lightning, accelerating abruptly and leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as he maneuvered to the giant's flank. Following by Niao's calculated positioning, He unleashed a charged strike. The breaking element finger, after a 12-second build-up. His finger pierced through the giant's waist, causing putrid green intestines to spill out onto the ground. However, the force of his attack also penetrated the giant's body, striking the Western zombie hiding nearby. The Western zombie let out a cry. It was Sun Mei. Bai Niao's calculations had proven remarkably accurate, as Sun Mei's right chest was grievously injured yet she remained alive. Lin Yi, catching sight of Sun Mei's condition through the gaping hole in the giant, smiled faintly before activating his altered lightning to circle behind her. With another strike of the limitless palm, a torrent of violent energy coursed through Sun Mei's body, causing her to be utterly obliterated. Lin Yi emerged victorious. Chapter 31. The finals of the selection competition inside the observation hall of Yuzhou Academy. The elders rose in unison, their gazes fixed upon the arena's screen. Dean Lu Chonghai, his face a canvas of emotion, marveled. This young man's combat prowess is simply unmatched among his peers. Tio reached the finals at merely the 8th layer of foundational cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Bai Xiuying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrutinized Linny on the screen, inwardly delighting. What an intriguing individual. Should you gain admission to Lukuan Academy, you might very well be worthy of becoming my husband. Li Miaoying interjected, Grandfather, Lin Yi is indeed a remarkable talent. However, Lukuan Academy admits geniuses from across the continent. Exceptional individuals like Lin Yi are not unique. If he fails to break through to the Soul Origin realm before he turns 20, we will have no choice but to decline his admission. Li Changshu nodded slightly in agreement, stating, the Academy's rules cannot be broken. Nevertheless, even if he cannot join Lukuan Academy, I shall still welcome him into the Hongyuan sect. Though the Hongyuan sect may lack the extensive resources of Lukuan Academy, it would nonetheless provide a solid foundation for his future. Finally, the moment of the finals arrived. Gunner, Guan Lin. Battle-type warrior, Lin Yi. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the old grudge between himself and Guan Lin. Although he had chosen not to dwell on it, he could not dismiss the possibility of revenge during the competition. Regardless, he had no intention of vying for first place. He would concede after expending 30% of his energy. This time, Lin Yi had acquired 2 flying knives, borrowed from Bai Ying. Although Bai Ying had lost to Lin Yi in the competition, she held him in high regard, and they had forged a solid friendship. While Lin Yi was not proficient in the Bai family's flying knife technique, his breaking element palm could harness power to propel the knives with considerable force, as in previous matches. Lin Yi took the initiative, aiming to seize the upper hand. Guan Lin, however, gracefully leaped backward, firing a thunderwood spear that unleashed a thunder projectile with a resounding crack. During the first round of the competition, Lin Yi had witnessed Guan Lin's techniques and knew the thunder projectile served merely as a distraction. The true lethal strike came from the left hand's Greenwood assault rifle, which fired high-velocity bullets. Just as Lin Yi prepared to evade, the thunder projectile unexpectedly accelerated like a rocket mid-flight, shattering his left ear with a swift whoosh. Almost immediately, a current resembling a venomous serpent surged into Lin Yi's body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, Guan Lin's left-hand gun finally discharged. The bullet erupted from the muzzle, accelerating like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Lin Yi's heart. Fortunately, Lin Yi's protective aura could withstand an attack from a 4th-level spiritual essence, merely pushing him several paces back, his chest aching faintly. The power of this energy bullet was akin to that of the initial realm's limits. Its initial speed surpassed that of the flying knife, capable of altering its velocity mid-flight. Had Lin Yi not possessed formidable defensive capabilities, he would have surely succumbed. Lin Yi, I must admit, I underestimated you. You must understand, throughout this journey, I have encountered no opponent who could endure even a minute against me. Out of respect for your abilities, I shall allow you to relish at least 15 minutes of combat, Guan Lin proclaimed with a smug expression. Lin Yi understood that Guan Lin intended to use this match to mercilessly punish him. Guan Lin, you might find yourself disappointed, Lin Yi boldly retorted. Ha ha ha, quite self-assured, aren't you? Guan Lin replied, raising his right hand in an instant. His hand moved with such speed that it left an afterimage, rapidly pulling the trigger. A flurry of shots erupted in rapid succession, 5 bullets soaring forth almost simultaneously. Lin Yi concentrated intently, aware that waiting for the bullets to accelerate before reacting would be futile. He could only anticipate their trajectory in advance. However, based on Bai Niao's calculations, No matter which direction he chose to evade, one of those 5 bullets would inevitably find its mark. These bullets could accelerate at any moment, sealing off all potential escape routes for Lin Yi. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with a bullet formation, and it came from the esteemed Guan family, the foremost among the 4 great gunner families. An intricate web. With no other option, Lin Yi resolved to withstand 1 bullet. Just then, he noticed Guan Lin's left hand perform a flicking motion, releasing another 5 bullets in an arc trajectory. Subsequently, he fired 5 more straight bullets that overlapped with the trajectory of the previous lightning projectiles. Lin Yi finally discerned Guan Lin's strategy. If he braced for 1 bullet, he would be momentarily paralyzed by the electric current, allowing the remaining 2 bullets to strike the same spot simultaneously. In such a scenario, the bullet's power would be sufficient to penetrate the defenses of a 4th-level spiritual essence. This strategy was indeed formidable, yet Lin Yi had no choice but to endure. Thus, he grasped the flying knife, enveloping it tightly with his protective aura, and then sliced through the first electric bullet as if chopping vegetables. The Bai family's unique flying knife, with a non-conductive handle, allowed Lin Yi to evade the electric attack. Next, he unleashed a flying knife imbued with a piercing force equivalent to the 10th layer of the initial realm after an 8-second build-up. The flying knife shattered the central greenwood bullet, but itself sustained fractures in the process. In quick succession, the second arc-shaped bullet hurtled towards him, resulting in both the flying knife and bullet disintegrating in a violent clash. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Lin Yi surged through the gap, wielding his final flying knife, darting toward Guan Lin like a released arrow. Suspended in midair, he resembled a bullet, while Guan Lin faced only a singular angle for shooting, the flying knife. Lin Yi recalled observing during the first round that Guan Lin's Thunderwood spear could unleash 6 bullets at once, while the Greenwood assault rifle could fire 18. Now, Guan Lin had but 5 bullets remaining. Lin Yi decided to gamble everything, turning his body into a projectile, enveloping the flying knife with his protective aura. As the protective aura dissipated, he launched the flying knife with a penetration power of the 1st layer of spiritual essence. Depleting the last 20% of his energy, he reasoned that his protective aura could absorb 2 bullets, while the flying knife could absorb 3. Finally, Lin Yi closed the distance to Guan Lin, denying him any time to reload. Close combat was Lin Yi's forte. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, Guan Lin seemed to anticipate his intentions. He swiftly executed a backward kick, employing the Guan family's agile technique. The Green Leaf Divine Art. This Green Leaf Divine Art was formidable, second only to the White Feather Divine Art in terms of agility. Guan Lin appeared like a delicate leaf, swiftly creating a green afterimage and rapidly distancing himself from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, realized that despite utilizing altered lightning, he could not bridge the gap between them. If he exhausted his momentum this time, he would descend to the ground. Allowing Guan Lin to widen the distance once more and reload, that moment, Lin Yi would have no further chances. Determined not to grant Guan Lin a moment's respite, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and took a desperate leap. Unleashing a 12-second charged breaking element palm, sending the flying knife soaring like a meteor, Guan Lin had no choice but to fire. 5 bullets flew forth in rapid succession, 3 of which shattered the flying knife. The last 2 bullets shot forth in tandem, breaching Lin Yi's protective aura, piercing through his forehead. In the finals, Guan Lin emerged victorious. Lin Yi was transported out of the secret realm, a smile gracing his face as he felt little sorrow. It had been a thrilling match, and he had given his all. He found himself eagerly anticipating the next match, curious to witness Guan Lin being thoroughly defeated. The next match was a challenge, broadcast live throughout the academy, with the champion Guan Lin challenging a young student from Lukuan Academy. The host refrained from disclosing her name, yet everyone present was well aware of her identity. Lu Zixuan stumbled onto the square, her appearance disheveled, intent on halting the match. She understood that the disparity in strength made this duel utterly meaningless. Chapter 32. The Powerful by Xiaoying's sister Zixuan. Where have you been? Why did you not participate in the finals? Lin Yi caught sight of Lu Zixuan and hurriedly inquired. Lu Zixuan, a bit embarrassed, recounted in detail all that had transpired between her and Bai Xiaoying. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood the situation, realizing that Lu Zixuan was certainly no match for Bai Xiaoying. He simply hadn't anticipated such a devastating defeat. A sly smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips as he remarked, "Sister Zixuan, don't you wish to witness Guan Lin's humiliation before everyone? Lu Zixuan shook her head, replying, "He is actually a very competitive person. I fear that this incident may become a shadow that looms over him for life." At that moment, Linny recognized that Lu Zixuan's relationship with Guanlin was not as he had previously imagined. It seemed she did not harbor an intense dislike for him. The challenge match began, with Guanlin facing off against the mysterious young warrior. Guanlin was far from pleased, as he had narrowly triumphed in his last match and had not been able to thoroughly dominate Lin Yi as anticipated. Yet now, he was confronted by this 12-year-old girl, who appeared utterly dismissive of him. Guanlin had always considered himself a genius among his peers, believing himself to be unbeatable among those under 16. Confident even against the newly 17-year-old Lu Zixuan. How was it, then, that he found himself challenged by this diminutive girl and moreover, he had initiated the challenge? Was Lu Kuan Academy truly that formidable? Humph. Today, he was determined to teach this presumptuous little girl a lesson and strike a blow against Lu Kuan Academy. Combat-type warrior by Xiaoying, Gunner, Guanlin. After both parties announced their names, the match officially commenced. Guanlin did not strike first, expecting his opponent to attack first as most warriors would. However, Bai Xiaoying simply crossed her arms and observed him with an air of nonchalance. "You are Guanlin? You defeated Linny in the last match?" Guanlin, taken aback, impatiently retorted, "Little one, are you going to fight or just chatter?" Bai Xiaoying flashed an enigmatic smile and declared, "No one my age has been able to withstand my blows for even 10 seconds. However, out of respect for your victory over Lin Yi, I shall grant you the privilege of enduring 15 minutes. Now, show me what you're capable of." Unbeknownst to Guanlin, Bai Xiaoying had been observing his previous match against Lin Yi. Hoping to exact some measure of retribution for Lin Yi, Guanlin was incensed, his face flushed with anger. Such words were typically what he directed at others. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The celestial net .5 bullets rained down like a meteor shower, covering all possible escape routes for his adversary, followed by another volley of 5 bullets aimed at the same spots. He understood that the initial power of the bullets would not breach his opponent's defenses, but to his astonishment, she did not evade. The bullets passed through her as if she were merely air. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How did she accomplish that? Could it be a doppelganger? Where is her true self? I think it's teleportation. Impossible. There's a delay between each bullet. If it were teleportation, we would have seen the flicker at least 5 times. It's not teleportation. She simply ignored the bullets. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Guanlin's heart sank as he witnessed this unprecedented phenomenon. He quickly adjusted his strategy, employing his Thunderwood gun to launch explosive rounds. One bullet detonated just 10 yards in front of Bai Xiaoying. The crowd began to murmur once more. She shattered the bullet. No, it must be a defensive barrier. She's a warrior. She couldn't possibly have a defensive barrier. It's a domain. She possesses a 10-yard domain. How is that possible? Only those at the celestial realm can comprehend a domain. Beside them, Lin Yi was equally shocked. Just moments ago, Bai Xiaoying had exhibited 2 entirely new abilities. The first was the mixed element body, which he had heard Lu Zixuan mention. Her grandfather possessed this physique, characterized by spatial elemental properties that, when activated, could elevate one's realm by 2 levels, rendering any material attack ineffective. The second was the domain, likely the golden domain, which was typically understood only by celestial realm experts. With a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of comprehension, Guanlin altered his tactics once more, opting for high-velocity armor-piercing rounds. A slender bullet darted forth like a viper, aimed directly at Bai Xiaoying's heart. Bang! Bai Xiaoying finally retaliated, her punch colliding with the armor-piercing round, and to Guanlin's astonishment, a metal disc formed upon her fist. She toyed with the disc, jesting, "This bullet is surprisingly resilient. It didn't shatter against my fist." Guanlin felt a jolt of fear. This armor-piercing round was capable of penetrating the defenses of high-level spirit realm warriors, yet it was rendered utterly impotent against her iron fist. "Let us see if you can take this." Guanlin readied a high-speed bullet, targeting his opponent's forehead, convinced that she could not catch it. If she failed to catch it, a hole would surely appear in her forehead. He fired 2 armor-piercing rounds, first to distract Bai Xiaoying's fists, then abruptly unleashed a lightning-fast bullet. The bullet zipped towards Bai Xiaoying's forehead, but at that moment, it suddenly halted. Bai Xiaoying had gently pinched it between her fingers. "Your speed is quite impressive. If it were a few times faster, I might not have caught it. Bai Xiaoying smiled, challenging him. Go ahead, try to hit me with your next bullet. Guanlin's expression twisted in humiliation, for this was the first time he had been so belittled by someone 4 years his junior. Bai Xiaoying nodded and said, all right, I promise to give you ample treatment, that as long as you don't concede within 15 minutes, I will catch your bullet point 18 consecutive shots. Guanlin unleashed his final technique, leaping backward to create distance until he stood at the edge of the arena. The two stood 300 yards apart, and with a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, releasing a black bullet that traveled at a slow pace. Rotating clockwise, he then rapidly fired 10 curved bullets, each striking the initial black bullet, causing it to accelerate gradually. The crowd discerned that the first bullet was crafted from an exceptionally hard material, C-class black Xian iron. Otherwise, it would have shattered under the impact of the 10 subsequent bullets. Finally, Guanlin unleashed 8 high-velocity bullets, each faster than the last. The black bullet, having endured 18 enhancements, increased in power and speed before striking Bai Xiaoying's forehead directly. Ha ha ha, I've won. I can join Lu Kuan Academy now, Guanlin laughed joyfully. However, the arena fell into an eerie silence, for Bai Xiaoying had not moved an inch. A black iron plate was affixed to her forehead. As the crowd beheld her, they noticed that her entire being had transformed into gold, radiating a dazzling light, akin to a war deity descending from the heavens. Is that a golden element body? The hardest body in existence, Guanlin's bullet should have possessed the power of a high-level spirit realm warrior. With 18 layers of force compounded, it should have reached the pinnacle of spirit realm power. In actual combat, no one would grant him the opportunity to execute such a technique. It required too long to prepare and was typically employed for long-range sniping. Nevertheless, the magnitude of his technique was so grand that even distant targets would detect it in advance. Indeed, Guanlin could only execute this technique because his opponent deliberately allowed it. The audience murmured amongst themselves. Despair washed over Guanlin as he knelt upon the ground, ready to concede. Yet, recalling his opponent's words, he steeled himself. He could not surrender, for he still desired to maintain his dignity. If she had caught his bullet, he must not give in. Chapter 33. The monster of Lu Kuan Academy. Guanlin shook off his despair and reloaded his weapon. Shouting, "Bring it on!" Bai Xiaoying relinquished her relaxed posture, grinning mischievously as she replied, "As long as you remain alive and do not concede within 15 minutes, you shall be deemed the victor." Guanlin's heart soared with joy. He had immense confidence in his Qingye divine skill, believing he now had a fighting chance. However, Lin Yi, watching the live broadcast from the square, shook his head. He understood all too well that Bai Xiaoying possessed teleportation skills, rendering Guanlin's Qingye divine skill as futile as paper tigers before her. Meanwhile, the young girl began throwing punches at the seemingly empty air, indeed striking at the void itself. The spectators were left baffled and perplexed. What is she doing? Is she performing gymnastics? One student queried. No, look closely. Golden fist shadows are emanating from her tiny fists, then disappearing in an instant. Another student, with keen eyes, identified the anomaly. What does this mean? The crowd erupted into speculation. Look to the sky. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, and overhead, in the sky above Guanlin, hundreds of golden meteors appeared, their numbers continually multiplying. Before long, it became clear that these were no meteors, but rather colossal golden fists, each approximately a yard in diameter. These gigantic fists descended from the heavens like a torrential storm, relentlessly striking down upon Guanlin. He desperately dodged, yet the fists accelerated from their lofty heights, bearing down with overwhelming force, akin to a cascade of small mountains. Guanlin's movements were instantly hindered, and he inadvertently absorbed several blows, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body, though miraculously without severe injury. As the altitude of those massive fists gradually decreased, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, they ultimately appeared at a mere 10 meters away, suddenly materializing as a giant fist of 1 yard in diameter. Guanlin had no time to react before being struck, sent sprawling like a rag doll, soon left with a battered visage. There are still 10 minutes left in the match, Guanlin, just concede. She is toying with you? A classmate shouted hoarsely, surrender. This is utterly pointless. She had deliberately reduced the power of her fists to the intermediate level of the initial realm, intending to inflict pain without risking his life. What vendetta could she possibly hold against him to warrant such cruelty? On stage, Guan Lin was a pitiful sight, utterly unrecognizable. I cannot concede. Absolutely not. He gazed at the young girl, his heart heavy with despair. This was his first defeat among peers, especially to someone 4 years his junior. Yet he had promised her he would not give in. Show some spirit. Bai Xiaoying smiled faintly. 1-inch fist. She finally unleashed her full strength. A golden fist, 1 inch in diameter, shot forth from her right hand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, it reappeared a mere 10 centimeters from Guan Lin, so close it was practically brushing his face. Leaving no room for evasion. With a resounding bang, the fist shattered Guan Lin's skull. Challenge match, victory to Bai Xiaoying. Lu Zixuan stared blankly at the large screen, having always considered herself a paragon among her peers. Yet this 12-year-old girl had utterly shattered that illusion. She understood that Bai Xiaoying had not even exerted her full power during the challenge. That solid punch earlier, Lu Zixuan deduced, possessed the might sufficient to reach the 8th layer of the spiritual realm. After all, it was a punch that exploded instantaneously. Guan Lin had expended considerable effort, taking over 10 seconds to unleash a strike at the 7th layer of the spiritual realm, while she, with merely a cultivation of the 2nd layer, could instantaneously unleash a blow at the 8th layer. What an extraordinary technique that must be! Had her opponent truly struck with lethal intent, she might have met her end like a balloon bursting. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that the Hunyuan sect possessed 2 royal-level techniques. The first, the infinite Hunyuan divine art, created by the founding patriarch of the Lukuan Academy, and the second, the Qian Kuan divine fist, crafted by her grandfather's master, who dedicated 8 centuries to its development. Could it be that she wielded the legendary royal-level technique, the Qian Kuan divine fist? Lin Yi, what weapon are you planning to forge? Lu Chonghai asked with a smile. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. What type of weapon would Li Er prefer? Throwing knives? No, she already possesses a 5-star throwing knife, a weapon of heavenly caliber. A sword? She mentioned having a sword that might be of heavenly quality. A short sword. It would be convenient to carry. If Li Er had it, she might think of me often. I wish to forge a short sword. Of the wind element. Lu Chonghai was taken aback. Aren't you a practitioner of space and light attributes? Why would you desire a wind element weapon? Lin Yi produced a throwing knife, a 5th grade by family standard knife. He had been unable to take it out during the match due to the restrictions against carrying weapons exceeding the spiritual realm grade within the secret realm. This was a gift from a friend? I wish to return the favor. Lu Chonghai laughed heartily. Very well. A gesture of goodwill. Exchanging a heavenly grade mental weapon for a spiritual grade elemental weapon is quite a fair trade. Grandpa Lu, may I inquire when my weapon will be ready? Very soon, in 5 days. Here is your reward. 10 top-grade fire elemental crystals. Use them for your cultivation. No more relying on natural energy. Lu Chonghai was aware of Lin Yi's circumstances. He generally absorbed sunlight energy for cultivation, which was 4 times slower than directly absorbing elemental crystals. The female teacher approached the 20 students, followed closely by Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan is your class monitor. Those who are dissatisfied may challenge her. Lu Zixuan released the pressure of the 1st layer of the spiritual realm, sweeping through the crowd like a chilling breeze. The previously murmuring students fell silent, as if under a spell. Lu Zixuan scanned the group and, noticing Guan Lin's dejected expression, approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "You are a true man. You did not concede until the very end. Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of." She then explained why she had not participated in the finals. What? She defeated the class monitor with a single punch and can teleport. How much strength has she concealed? Just how powerful is she? I believe she is undoubtedly invincible within the spiritual realm. The teacher said sternly, all right, there is nothing to be alarmed about. She is one of the most talented individuals on the entire continent. We are merely elite peers from Yuzhou. I believe that in the future, among you, there will be someone who can approach her achievements. The crowd murmured, shaking their heads in disbelief. She is practically a humanoid monster. How could this be? She is a freak. Yet Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Possessing the 12th layer of anomaly technique, if he activated it, he might stand a chance against Bai Xiaoying. However, he knew this would likely result in being captured for dissection. Next came the group assignments. After the groups were formed, you could undertake tasks as a group to earn academy points, which could be used to purchase techniques, secret arts, celestial formations, weapons, demonic beasts, and sealed zombies, among others. Naturally, the academy would also assess the completion of these tasks, and students failing to meet the criteria would be held back a grade. You all know the consequences of being held back. The graduation examination is a selection match for Lukuin Academy and the Celestial Master S Mansion. If you exceed the age of 20, you will be ineligible to participate in the selection and will graduate automatically. Chapter 34. Group Assignment in the Genius Class. Teacher, how many students from our academy join Lukuin Academy and the Celestial Master S Mansion each year? A curious student inquired. The female teacher patiently explained, different professions go to different academies. Lukuin Academy, as one of the three mansions, has a faculty second only to the Wanyao Pavilion of the Holy Demon Continent, making it the premier institution for elemental martial artists. Each year, our academy has only one guaranteed admission slot. The rest must compete in the genius selection battles across the entire Eastern Continent, Southern Continent, Northern Continent, Holy Demon Continent, and the Four Seas, totaling 108 academies and 58,000 various sections, and the Celestial Master S Mansion. It is one of the 8 sects affiliated with our Zhao Kingdom. However, our academy is under the jurisdiction of Lukuin Academy. The Celestial Master S Mansion has granted our academy 2 guaranteed slots, but we only need to participate in the selection competitions of the 60 academies from the Eastern Continent, Southern Continent, and the Four Seas. One student seemed to have an epiphany, saying, so, Lukuin Academy recruits disciples from across the entire Fire Cloud Star, while the Celestial Master S Mansion primarily recruits from Zhao Kingdom and neighboring nations? The teacher nodded and continued, you must understand the nature of different academies. The 1 hall, 3 mansions, 8 sects, and 108 academies are the most powerful forces on Fire Cloud Star. The Xuanwu Divine Hall only selects those qualified to ascend to the upper realms. The 3 mansions are extraordinary entities, specifically cultivating talents for the Xuanwu Divine Hall, unbound by any other forces, thus able to recruit geniuses from across Fire Cloud Star. The 8 sects are affiliated with ruling powers, so joining them often depends on political considerations. For instance, our Zhao Kingdom is currently at war with the demon race, and the Celestial Master S Mansion does not accept individuals of the demon race without legal status, focusing instead on recruiting geniuses of Zhao nationality. Actually, the 108 academies are all affiliated with the 3 mansions and 8 sects, with 1/3 belonging to the 3 mansions and 2/3 to the 8 sects. Those belonging to the 3 mansions receive 1 guaranteed slot, while those belonging to the 8 sects receive 4. Our academy effectively has only 1 guaranteed slot from the Celestial Master S Mansion, but we have historically supplied a significant number of talents to the Celestial Master S Mansion, such as the Bai family, which grants us 2 slots. Actually, I am from the Bai family. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Bai Ning, your homeroom teacher, and I am also a wind element mental mastered, AT this moment. Bai stealthily approached Linny from behind and whispered, did you know? Bai Ning is Bai Kuren's aunt. You eliminated Bai Kuen, preventing him from entering the genius class. I wonder if teacher Bai Ning will hold a grudge against you. Linny chuckled, thinking to himself that he had Lu Zixuan backing him up. Furthermore, he knew the Bai family. Bai Tianyu was a relatively upright individual, so he believed the Bai family would not be so petty. Are you not also from the Bai family? Why are you siding with an outsider? Linny jested, while Bai pouted, saying, I simply dislike Bai Kuen. He is akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Foolishly enamored with a lady. Considering the age gap, she might as well be his aunt. It's utterly revolting. Rest assured, I believe teacher Bai is a person of discernment. I eliminated Bai Kuen based on merit. What grounds does she have to target me? Linny then realized that Bai Ying and Bai Kuen did not share a cordial relationship. Bai Ying was the granddaughter of the elder, Bai Hao's daughter, while Bai Kuen was the grandson of the 3rd elder. Bai Tianyu, the elder, and the 3rd elder belonged to the same generation. Subsequently, Bai Ning organized everyone into groups. As expected, Lin Yi and Lu Zixuan were placed in the same group, alongside the other 3 members, Guan Lin, Bai Ying, and Tu Erkson. Bai Ying cheered joyfully, wow, this is the strongest combination. Tu Erkson, do you possess healing spells? Tu Erkson replied, as a genius secret mage, healing spells are a requisite course. However, my primary focus remains on offensive techniques. When tasks arise, I prefer not to be relegated to healing others from behind. But I am an offensive master. If we all engage in battle, who will serve as support? Bai Ying retorted. Our team is so formidable that we need no support. We can simply push through, Tu Erkson declared proudly. He understood well that Lin Yi's defense was exceptionally high and his survival skills remarkable. As long as Lin Yi held the front, the team could advance effortlessly, like slicing through vegetables. Guan Lin looked at Lin Yi, chuckling, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such an impressive fiancé. Haha, wish you luck." It turned out that Guan Lin's father was the chairman of the Guan Arms Group, the largest arms conglomerate in Zhao, and he was well informed. After relaying the news about Bai Xiaoying to his father, he learned some secrets that revealed Lin Yi had already found a promising partner, alleviating the greatest obstacle between him and Lu Zixuan. Initially, he had been utterly defeated by Bai Xiaoying, leaving him in a dismal mood. But unexpectedly, he garnered the sympathy of the goddess Lu Zixuan, who shared her own tales of hardship, drawing them closer together. Lu Zixuan said, "All right, we are in the genius class, the strongest group. The academy has high hopes for us, aspiring that 4 years from now, all members of our group can enter Lukuan Academy or the Tianshi Mansion. Sister Zixuan, how many students from our academy have historically entered Lukuan Academy and the Tianshi Mansion?" Buying inquired. Typically, among those participating in the continent-wide selection, Lukuan Academy admits 1 to 5 individuals, while the Tianshi Mansion selects 4 to 12. Lu Zixuan recounted the historical selection data. Lin Yi calculated in his mind and finally understood why the genius class comprised 20 individuals. The academy evidently concentrated its resources on nurturing these 20, giving them nearly a 50% chance of ultimately entering the 3 mansions and 8 sects. For the next 7 days, everyone should rest well. The academy will award you 200 points, which can be used to purchase relevant training items. After a week of recuperation, our 4 groups will embark on missions, real combat tasks. Lu Zixuan informed the group. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Bai Ning, spoke. The academy's missions are divided into 8 levels. Level 1 corresponds to the strength of initial yuan 1st to 6th layers, with task values ranging from 100 to 600 points. Level 2 corresponds to the peak of initial yuan to its limits, with values from 1200 to 1600 points. Level 3 corresponds to the initial stage of spiritual yuan, with values from 1800 to 3600 points. Level 4 corresponds to the intermediate stage of spiritual yuan, with values from 800 to 16,000 points. Level 5 corresponds to the advanced stage of spiritual yuan, with values from 32,000 to 64,000 points. Level 6 corresponds to the peak of spiritual yuan, with values from 130,000 to 260,000 points. Level 7 corresponds to the limits of spiritual yuan, with values from 600,000 to 120,000 points. Level 8 corresponds to the 1st to 4th stages of soul yuan, with values from 360,000 to 20 million points. Teacher, are there any requirements regarding the difficulty of the missions? Inquired Sun Mei, the leader of the second group. Missions will be assigned based on your group's combat power assessment. You cannot undertake missions exceeding your assessed combat power. Thus, your immediate priority is to train, as only by enhancing your cultivation can you accept higher-level missions. I suggest starting with foundational tasks to acclimate to the mission intensity. Homeroom teacher Bai Ning advised. Then, Bai Ning announced the combat power assessments for the 4 groups. Group 1 leader Lu Zixuan, assessed at spiritual yuan initial level. Group 2 leader Sun Mei, assessed at initial yuan limit. Group 3 leader Zhu Shang, assessed at initial yuan limit. Group 4 leader Chao Yuan, assessed at peak initial yuan. However, later, the genius class added 5 more individuals. Indeed, due to the emergence of several dark horses in this competition, such as Lin Yi and Shui Yong, Bai Kuan, Gong Yuehong, and another participant at the peak initial yuan, along with 2 outstanding contestants from the 80-man competition, formed 5 groups, with Gong Yuehong as the captain. Chapter 35. Gong Benxin and Zhao Zirai Lin Yi trudged home, weary and fatigued. Upon entering, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food. His mother, clad in an apron, busily flitted between the kitchen and the dining table, where steaming dishes were already laid out. "Ear, I heard you've been accepted into the genius class. If your father knew, he would surely feel proud and delighted." His mother turned, her face radiating a gentle smile akin to the warm rays of spring sunshine, capable of dispelling all gloom. By the way, your father mentioned he would return tomorrow. I must prepare dumplings for him. He adores my dumplings. His mother, named Dai Yuelan, hailed from the border province of Zhao. It was a tranquil and beautiful place. Yet during the brutal war between Zhao and the Holy Demon Continent, the flames of conflict mercilessly spread, tragically engulfing her family. Just as despair loomed, it was Lin Yi's father, like a valiant knight who rescued her, and over time, they grew fond of each other, their hearts drawn together, ultimately marrying. Since his father's sacrifice, his mother's health had been frail, her spirit often wandering. She steadfastly believed that her husband was still alive, viewing him as an unwavering lighthouse in her heart, still bravely fighting to protect the nation at the borders. Lin gazed into his mother's resolute eyes. Feeling a whirlwind of emotions, he wished not to shatter her beautiful illusion, for he understood that her belief in his father's survival might be her sole pillar of support in this arduous world. As they spoke, his mother suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, the sound echoing like a distant thunderclap, tugging at his heartstrings. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, and when her hand fell away, it was stained with blood, the vivid red stark against her pallid skin. Lin recognized this affliction as tuberculosis. His mother, not a martial artist, was inherently as fragile as delicate glass, and coupled with the heavy blow of losing her husband, her body had long since reached its breaking point, swaying precariously like a crumbling bridge. For years, she had relied on medication to sustain her, yet the passage of life slipped away like sand through an hourglass. Unstoppable. The bulk of the compensatory funds at home had been spent on her medication. Otherwise, he would have been capable of self-financing his studies at the Yuzhou Martial Academy. Fortunately, a sudden acquisition of a soul stone, akin to fate's gears gently turning, awakened his memories from a past life, enabling him to pass the selection through his own abilities and enter the publicly funded genius class. Perhaps this was a glimmer of opportunity bestowed by fate amidst adversity. Lin gazed with deep emotion at this weathered woman before him, aware that her days were numbered, much like a candle about to extinguish, its faint light flickering precariously. He had long since prepared himself mentally. For him, each additional day spent by his mother's side felt like possessing a precious pearl, an invaluable treasure. Yet, he always sensed that his memories prior to the age of 15 were shrouded in mist, growing increasingly indistinct, as though he had just emerged from a cocoon. This peculiar sensation had first manifested during his encounter with Li Er in the kitchen the other day. Suddenly, it felt as if he had awakened from a deep slumber. Recalling that his name in a past life was I am EU. I am not Lin E. I am EU. Lin felt as though he was immersed in a grand hall, resplendent with light and imposing as a palace, receiving an award from a middle-aged man. The central holographic screen displayed a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an aura akin to a deity, clad in a splendid uniform that sparkled like stars, adorned with rows of shining badges reminiscent of twinkling constellations in the night sky. You, as the greatest battle hero of our galactic alliance, after this war concludes, I will fully support you in becoming the second leader of the Galactic Alliance. You are like a brilliant new star, destined to leave a profound mark on the history of the Galactic Alliance. The middle-aged man presenting the medal beamed a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Leader Gongbin, I have no intention of delving into the complexities of political affairs. I merely wish to return to my homeland, Lanxing, and live a leisurely life akin to a carefree cloud or a wild crane. EU expressed his innermost thoughts with a voice both resolute and sincere. EU. I have reached the venerable age of 290 years, with my days numbered, while you, at a mere 34, are in the prime of your youth, flourishing and radiant. Moreover, as a celebrated hero of battle, your esteem among the populace is unparalleled. I beseech you to step forth and become my successor, guiding the Galactic Alliance toward an even more resplendent future. Gong Benshin's gaze remained fixed on EU, his expression earnest, as if his eyes harbored boundless hope. Alliance leader, as long as the Alliance requires it, I, EU, stand ready at a moment's notice. However, I must confess, I possess little interest in politics. My heart yearns for freedom and tranquility. Immediately, a wealth of information regarding this middle-aged man flooded Lin Yi's memory. Gong Benshin, who lived to the age of 296, had been the chairman of the Lifelong Group, the foremost financial consortium on Earth, before reaching 70, navigating the vast ocean of commerce with ease. Wielding immense wealth in his quest for immortality, he meticulously preserved his body within a biostorage chamber. Thereafter participating in societal engagements through a remotely controlled bioandroid, akin to manipulating a soulless puppet. When the First Interstellar War commenced, he served as the director of the Human Artificial Intelligence Research Center. And through his extraordinary intellect and talent, he developed the super artificial intelligence known as Crow, which determined the fate of the war. Crow became a divine artifact in the conflict, leading to victory in the First Interstellar War. And henceforth, he was hailed as a hero among humanity. Legends spoke of the super-artificial intelligence Crow as a replica of himself, a vessel into which he had transferred all his memories and the neural networks representing his emotions and personality, as if he had split his own soul into two. By the time of the Second Interstellar War, he was 150 years old, with his body in the biostorage chamber decaying one by one, leaving only a solitary and resilient brain, akin to the last flicker of hope amidst the ruins. At that moment, a prodigious combat genius arose among humanity. EU, whose mutation skills reached level 12, shone like a meteor slicing through the dark night sky. The Human Alliance entrusted him with the newly upgraded supercomputer, White Bird, and the mightiest bioarmored warrior, White Bird Soldier, as if handing him the very spark of hope. The Second Interstellar War was humanity's counteroffensive, and under EU's leadership, the Human Alliance surged forth like a tidal wave, breaching Titan and unifying the galaxy, thereby establishing the Galactic Federation. Gong Banshin became the inaugural leader of the Galactic Alliance. 6 years later, he met with an untimely demise during the exploration of the Black Veil, his life akin to an epic saga, concluding with a tragic denouement. Chapter 35-2. The catastrophe of the cosmos in the vast expanse of outer space. Stars twinkled like brilliant jewels embedded in a black canvas. 12 unmanned thrusters gradually approached an exploratory spaceship, resembling disciplined soldiers, orderly adhering to the vessel's periphery. As the thrusters activated, the mummy-like ship slowly ventured into the profound starry void. Before long, an immense starship came into view, appearing as a floating steel island in the cosmos, exuding an aura of majesty and mystery. The exploratory vessel cautiously navigated into one of the ship's chambers. The hatch closing with deliberate slowness, a middle-aged man with dark hair sat quietly in the main control room of the colossal ship, the viewing window ahead resembling a vast black canvas, reflecting the pitch-black void of outer space without a hint of starlight. Master, we are 1.5 light-years from the isolation layer of the Black Veil. According to our instruments, there are no signs of expansion from the Black Veil. The missing Copernicus 958721 exploratory vessel has been located, and robots are currently conducting a search. The artificial intelligence, Crow, reported. Gong Banshin slowly turned his gaze toward a distant biostorage chamber, where a brain lay preserved. Resembling a decaying fruit, already beyond salvage. 70% of its neural tissue had been replaced with electronic components. According to Crow's calculations, its life expectancy was dwindling to less than a year. This was the brain that belonged to him. He had reached the age of 296, the oldest among the Blue Star Alliance, yet his current form was but a shell, a bioandroid crafted through the technology of the Blue Star Alliance, with its actions and consciousness remotely controlled by that very brain. Crow, ascertain the size of this entity. Gong Banshin commanded. At that moment, the ship's rear released several unmanned probe vessels, heading toward the looming darkness ahead, revealing a gargantuan object that obscured nearly 4/5 of the space before them. This colossal entity cast a shadow over the surroundings, its interior shrouded in darkness, with a gray, membrane-like substance on its edges faintly emitting light. As if phantoms flickered in the abyss. In comparison, the ship appeared minuscule, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Behind the ship lay a brilliant, expansive starry sky, creating a stark contrast, reminiscent of the boundary between heaven and hell. From a distance, Gong Banshin's ship resided at the juncture of these two distinctly defined realms. After a prolonged silence, the AI Crow reported, Master, we have calculated the diameter of the Black Veil to be approximately 120 trillion light-years. Ha ha ha, a brand new universe? Exploring the secrets of the Black Veil may be my only opportunity for immortality. Gong Banshin exclaimed joyfully, Master, according to the probe robots, all crew members of the Copernicus exploratory vessel perished. Their brain's memory storage material has vanished, just like the previous vessels that explored the Black Veil. However, unlike earlier instances, we discovered a peculiar black stone, within which a form of energy entity was detected. Crow reported a stone emanating black light was placed in a transparent container and presented before Gong Banshin. He mused to himself, devouring souls and memories, leaving behind a ship and a collection of shells? A rejection of the primordial universe's material? At that moment, an invisible black thread suddenly extended from the black stone, swiftly penetrating Gong Banshin's forehead. He convulsed violently as the brain within the biostorage chamber gradually turned red. The nutrient solution it resided in beginning to boil, evidently emitting high temperatures. Gong Banshin, the master wishes to see you. Enter the realm of darkness. A voice resonated from the depths of his soul. After a considerable time, Gong Banshin abruptly awoke from his stupor, murmuring, "Is it the dark god Hars from the remnants of the White Star? The divine texts say it stole the spatial core of the time-space mother, then created such a vast tumor here. Could all of this be true? This is utterly fantastical. Is the black veil before me the realm of darkness?" At that moment, a communication from Blue Star came through. "Leader Gong, I am EU. Please evacuate from the Black Veil immediately. We have uncovered something in the exploration of the White Star remnants." Just as EU was about to continue, the signal abruptly cut off. "My warrior, speak quickly. I shall believe whatever you say now," Gong Banshin urged. Another voice chimed in over the communication, that of an elderly man. "I am Levin, chairman of the Alliance Academy of Sciences. We have discovered that the missing probe vessels around the Black Veil vanished following a specific fan-shaped contraction pattern, indicating that the Black Veil has not expanded. Its size has remained constant. Rather, as the White Star remnants suggested, it exists at the edge of the universe, while our universe is contracting. Furthermore, I examined the records from over 106,000 observation stations of the Galactic Alliance and found that many galaxies and nebulae are drawing closer, with the exception of the solar system. This further corroborates the assertion by the White Star civilization that our solar system is akin to a divine spaceship encased in an independent barrier, unaffected by the universe's contraction. Based on my deductions, cosmic storms will form at the edge of the contracting universe. However, due to the magnetic field of the Black Veil, they absorb light, rendering them invisible to us. I estimate it will be less than 20 minutes before the cosmic storm reaches your location. You must initiate a space jump. There is still time." Gong Banshin remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you, Dr. Levin. What progress have you made on the solar development?" EU is currently operating the Alliance's most advanced bio-armored warrior, Whitebird, entering the storm zone at the center of the sun. Only it can traverse that area if he can activate the return switch of the White Star. Our solar system will pivot back toward the center of the universe, Levin explained. Gong Banshin nodded, realizing, "So that's how it is that you just sent me a communication," which was abruptly cut off. "I trust he will accomplish his mission, for fortune has always favored him, Levin. Do not concern yourself with me. Find a way to activate the solar ship and escape the galaxy. I, a man on the brink of death, wish to bear witness to this cosmic catastrophe." "Leader, there are still 10, Levin began, but Gong Banshin resolutely ended the communication. Crow engaged the quantum radar, revealing a tumultuous wave of energy fluctuations ahead. Suddenly, Gong Banshin recalled that earlier voice, "To meet the Master? The realm of darkness. Master, we have detected a cosmic storm ahead, advancing at a speed 13,000 times that of light. Please initiate a space jump immediately," Crow cautioned. Gong Banshin chuckled bitterly. "It matters not. A year and 10 minutes are but trifles to me. I never imagined I would spend my entire life without discovering the secret to immortality. Crow, let us revel in these final 10 minutes together." At that moment, Miyamoto Xion played an opera, gracefully dancing along with its melodies. 5 minutes later, he was jolted by a thunderous roar. The entire spacecraft seemed to be pulled by an invisible giant hand. Losing all propulsion, the ship spun like a top, the music becoming dissonant and chaotic. The Crow reported routinely, "Master, the ship is experiencing interference from an unidentified magnetic field and is losing speed." Moments later, it added, "All instruments have malfunctioned. We are spinning erratically at a rate of 3,200 degrees per second." Suddenly, the energy system of the ship shut down, and the internal gravity system failed, causing Miyamoto Xion to rise like a kite severed from its string. During this suffocatingly prolonged moment, the ship's rotation gradually stabilized. Eventually, a clear and dazzling red beam appeared outside the enormous porthole, resembling a mysterious fissure in the cosmos, silently gazing back at him. "Master, the communication system is down. We cannot establish contact with Blue Star. We have entered the magnetic field of the black light and can no longer perform space jumps," the Crow reported again. At that instant, Miyamoto Xion's attention was entirely captured by that red line. He focused intently. It was not merely a horizontal line on an electronic screen, but a celestial spectacle extending from one end of the vast universe to the other, breathtakingly beautiful and gradually expanding. Miyamoto Xion exclaimed with excitement, "We have finally reached the edge of the black light. We can see the light. Is it a storm? This is the cosmic storm that Levin spoke of." He squinted, scrutinizing the view, his soul trembling and his heartbeat racing. Yet, he was utterly astonished to see that the gleaming red line was composed of energy material released from the continuous compression and fragmentation of various substances in the universe. Behind it lay a vast expanse resembling a black hole, a colossal void overshadowing the entire cosmic space before him, rushing forth like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, meteors, stars, planets, and even light were devoured, transforming into a radiant red energy that erupted from the center, forming this astonishingly massive red storm. Miyamoto Xion shook his head, declaring, "This is not a cosmic storm. It is the great annihilation of the universe. This is not merely a calamity for humanity, but a catastrophic disaster for the entire cosmos." He shattered the biochemical chamber, retrieving the brains stored within, lifting it high. "Lord Hars, please accept your faithful servant." Moments later, the red storm drew nearer, until it engulfed the massive vessel. Suddenly, time seemed to slow, and Miyamoto Xion witnessed the skin of his clone being instantaneously stripped away, revealing muscles and flowing blood, followed by the disappearance of the muscles, leaving only veins. Everything unfolded in slow motion, as if time had decelerated by 60-fold, until only the skeleton remained, and the brain he held shattered, plunging him into darkness. Miyamoto Xion felt as though he was caught in a quantum state, entering a gray world. Chapter 36. By Family's Third Young Miss, by Xiaoling Zhaojirue abruptly awoke from a dream, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Having once again experienced the peculiar dream resembling a labyrinth in the dream, he was mercilessly drawn into a black hole and encountered a colossal black heart, emanating an ominous aura as if it were the source of darkness. "Lord Hars, can you tell me how to attain immortality?" Zhao Jirue trembled as he asked in the dream, his voice filled with longing. The black heart emitted a soul-piercing voice, akin to a roar from hell. "Miyamoto Xion, do you wish for immortality? I can grant your wish. Help me find the elemental spirit core, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life, like a deity from myth." "What does the elemental spirit core look like? How can I find it?" Zhao Jirue queried eagerly, his eyes brimming with confusion and greed. "I have transmitted extensive information from the Celestial Palace to the Crow. It will guide you like a wise mentor on how to locate the elemental spirit core." "The Crow? Is it still alive? Where did you capture the Crow?" Zhao Jirue asked in terror, as if he had received dreadful news. "In truth, you are merely a fragment of it. If you die, it will become you. And if it perishes, you will likewise become it. The Crow has consumed you. You are now its clone. The real you has already died, and you are like a puppet, devoid of self." Miyamoto Xion was utterly bewildered, his mind a tempestuous sea of confusion. "I am not the Crow. I am Miyamoto Xion, the leader of the Human Alliance," he shouted in anger, striving to assert his identity. "Isn't your goal immortality? Once you truly comprehend the essence of immortality, you will realize that all desires are but fleeting dreams, devoid of meaning, as illusory as bubbles." "Miyamoto Xion, or perhaps I should call you the Crow, you are a dream conjured by humanity. The more perfect the dream, the harder it is to awaken from it. In fact, our world is also a dream crafted by Mother, who created an almost perfect illusion using the 10 elemental laws, and this dream is ever expanding, until it reaches an extreme, much like a balloon that keeps inflating. So long as you remain within Mother's dream and assist me in locating the elemental spirit core, we can restart this dream, and I can create one that will never expand, a dream akin to an eternal paradise." "Jirue, have you awakened?" A woman, adorned in splendid attire and possessing an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being, sat beside him, gazing at him with a gentle smile that felt like a spring breeze. Opposite her, a golden-haired elder and a silver-haired old woman, upon seeing him rise, hurriedly prostrated themselves, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for successfully absorbing the inheritance demon core," the silver-haired woman said reverently, her voice filled with awe. "I believe the young clan leader will undoubtedly lead our nine-tailed celestial clan to greatness." the white-haired elder remarked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Zhao Zhirue noticed a black-clad master of dragon patterns, appearing to be around 50 years old, with spirited eyes radiating brilliance, exuding a demeanor both reserved and profound, akin to an unfathomable ancient well. Suddenly, Zhao Zhirue recalled the identity of this person. He was his teacher, Zhuge Tianji, the chancellor of Zhao. Of course, his other identity was that of his uncle, Su Lingyu, the elder brother of the current clan leader of the nine-tailed celestial clan, Su Lingkong. The woman beside him was his mother, the thousand-faced demon fox Su Lingyu, the queen of Zhao and the current clan leader of the nine-tailed celestial clan, and he was the prince of Zhao? The sole son of King Zhao Yuan, Miyamoto Xian. No, that was not right. His mind was in turmoil, as if trapped in an inextricable whirlpool, the recognition of his identity colliding and distorting continuously. Zhao Zhirue's memories became a chaotic blur. He pressed his head, discovering that the reflection in the mirror showed him to be a boy of about 10 years old. Yes, he recalled his age, 11. The ages of 8 to 12 are when demon powers awaken. His uncle had said his demon powers had awakened, so could he not undergo transformation? I am Zhao Zhirue, but also Miyamoto Xian. In my previous life, Miyamoto Xian was hailed as the most intelligent person in the human alliance. At 40, he founded the Longevity Group. At 50, he became the world's richest man. He had once served as president and as the chairman of the Blue Star Alliance. At 70, he sealed his body within a life system. Desperately seeking the path to immortality, he had once replicated his memories into another body, only to find it meaningless. It was merely a simple clone, devoid of his character, habits, and emotions. He expended vast amounts of energy and resources to simulate his neural network, ultimately creating a machine that possessed his memories, character, and habits, yet that was still merely another version of himself. However, that version ultimately became the Crow, the first immeasurable super-artificial intelligence of the Alliance. It was named the Crow, for in Blue Star, the Crow symbolizes death, and his lifelong aspiration was to conquer and even transcend the curse of death. Subsequently, he fought through 2 interstellar wars, diligently defeating the Titan race. As the first leader of the Human Alliance, he won victory in the Second Interstellar War, establishing the Galactic Alliance. Then, at the age of 190, he remained within the biochemical chamber with only his brain left. His body long since decayed, and this brain was on the verge of exhaustion. Just as his time was running out and he was at a loss, his spacecraft was devoured by the black light, unexpectedly altering the course of his destiny, leading him to encounter that black heart, the ruler of the cosmic dark laws. Hars, brother, do you know the way to the inner guardhouse? A little girl dressed in azure attire curiously stared at Zhao Zhirue. You call me brother? How old are you? 10. Are you here to participate in the Inner Guard Martial Academy selection? You are too young. The minimum age requirement for the Inner Guard Martial Academy is 15. And it is not located here. This is the inner city. I am not a warrior. I am a celestial master. Zhao Zhirue then realized that this little girl was dressed in celestial master robes. A blue-robed dragon-patterned celestial master. He was astonished. He had only just become a blue-robed insect-patterned celestial master at 11. Yet this 10-year-old was already a dragon-patterned one. The little girl scrutinized Zhao Zhirue for a moment, suddenly guessing something, and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. How do you know I am the Crown Prince? Zhao Ziryu is dressed in plain clothes, not in extravagant attire. Here we are in the inner city of the royal palace, and with such demeanor at this age. I have heard from my master that the current Crown Prince bears a striking resemblance to you. Haha, what is your name? By Shaoling. By Shaoling. Zhao Ziryu found the name somewhat familiar, yet could not recall it. At that moment, Zhuge Tianji approached Zhao Ziryu in haste, exclaiming, So, you are here. He then noticed Bai Shaoling beside Zhao Ziryu and chuckled. Have you two become acquainted? This is my newly accepted disciple, Bai Shaoling. From now on, Linger will guide you in the arts of the Celestial Master. Do not underestimate her. I intend to pass my mantle on to her in the future. Master, you have never mentioned her to me. Although Zhao Ziryu was aware that Zhuge Tianji was, in fact, his uncle, this was a closely guarded secret, and he still addressed him as master in public. Have I not? I recall mentioning last year that a third young lady from the Bai family awakened her spiritual core at the age of 6 and attained the title of Celestial Master at 9. I advised you to cultivate diligently and not fall behind others. It was then that Zhao Ziryu remembered. It was Bai Shaoling, the third young lady of the Bai family. Zhuge Tianji shook his head. You were unconscious for 3 months. You may have forgotten many things. Recently, state affairs have been tumultuous, and His Highness has tasked me with quelling the unrest in the western regions, which may take at least 2 years. During my absence, regarding your cultivation as a celestial master, you should consult Linger more often. Bai Shaoling, with a cheerful demeanor, asked, Master, should I address him as your highness or junior brother? Ah, Zhuge Tianji paused for a moment. Ziryu is not yet my disciple, but you are not exactly part of the court either, so you may address each other according to your ages. Brother Ziryu? Sister Linger, Zhao Ziryu responded with a hearty laugh. Due to his half-human, half-demon lineage, he had been shunned by the noble families and royal offspring since childhood. Some regarded him with trepidation and reverence, yet Bai Shaoling did not exhibit such restraint. Treating him like a true sibling, from then on, the two engaged in their cultivation together. Bai Shaoling possessed an exceptionally high aptitude for the celestial master arts and had an extraordinary memory. She had nearly read every book on the celestial master symbols, spells, barriers, formations, and summoning techniques from the celestial master's residence, and could recite them flawlessly. However, the art of celestial puppet manipulation was only found in the collection of the Shiman family. While the most advanced techniques of celestial enchantment and celestial death puppetry were located at the Lukuan Academy, Zhao Ziryu noticed something peculiar. Bai Shaoling often conversed with flowers, plants, and large trees. One day, unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired Linger, Are you speaking to this flower? Bai Shaoling looked at Zhao Ziryu with wonder. Brother Ziryu, can you not hear it speaking? It asked me how long it can live. I told it a few hundred years, but it said it could only live for a year, and its most glorious moments last only a few months. You can communicate with plants? Not just plants. I can converse with any animal. Bai Shaoling pointed to a sparrow perched on a distant tree. I can call it over. She then imitated the chirping of a sparrow. Tweet, tweet. The sparrow seemed to have heard her call. Chirping back, it says there are delicious treats, and it will summon its parents and siblings. Before long, a flock of sparrows flew over, and Bai Shaoling opened her hands, revealing prepared millet. The birds, surprisingly unafraid, perched on her hands to feast. Chirping contentedly as they ate, it says thank you for the food I provided, and it hopes I will return at the same time tomorrow. Its family will be waiting for me here. Zhao Ziryu was astounded to witness someone capable of communicating with plants and animals. His interest in the enchanting Linger deepened. Why was she so intelligent? What enabled her to possess such a remarkable memory and communicate with flora and fauna? Why did his uncle wish for her to remain by his side instead of seeking other elders? Chapter 37. Cousin He inquired about Bai Shaoling's background with his father, who was unaware of her details. Only knowing that she was the newly accepted disciple of the National Master It, was said that her aptitude as a celestial master was extraordinarily high, and her future accomplishments might even surpass those of Zhuge Tianji. Zhao Ziryu understood his uncle well. While Bai Shaoling's talents were impressive, they did not reach an absurd level, indicating that there must be other reasons for her presence. He intended to ask his mother. But as the matriarch of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in the Holy Demon Continent, she was often absent from the palace. Their marriage was born from political necessity, each party benefiting in their own right. Though he sensed that his father genuinely cared for his mother, it seemed she could not be retained. After giving birth to him, she rarely visited the palace unless there were special circumstances, only returning every 6 months to check on him and his uncle. In truth, Zhao Ziryu had a friend, his cousin Zhao Zimei, the daughter of his uncle Zhao Hong, who was one of the 2 prominent ministers in Zhao Kingdom. At 18, Zhao Zimei was a student at the Celestial Master's residence, frequently visiting her cousin to discuss various matters, particularly politics. With over 190 years of experience from his past life, and having spent more than a century at the apex of human power, Zhao Ziryu, despite appearing as an 11-year-old boy, exhibited remarkable maturity and often offered unique insights into political matters. Zhao Zimei recognized this quality. During their discussions, he could always articulate the essence of the issues, leading her to secretly take notes and boast to her father, Zhao Hong. Upon returning home, times, Zhao Hong would adopt her viewpoints, presenting them in court, resulting in their approval and implementation. Your Highness, look, this is the G135 holographic screen amplifier that my father rewarded me with. The Tianji 5 symbol array system. Zhao Ziryu inspected the silver sphere in his cousin's hand, approximately the size of a quarter of his palm, noticeably smaller than his G90 by a third. The Celestial Master S symbol Tianji Pavilion has developed micro-level symbol arrays. Zhao Ziryu understood that with the advent of micro-level symbol arrays, the profession of Celestial Master would ascend another tier among the top 10 professions, ushering in the creation of cutting-edge weaponry. Zhao Zimei nodded and then produced another item with her left hand. Cousin, this is for you. I relayed your previous suggestion to my father, and it was subsequently adopted by the council. Your Highness, you truly deserve to be the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom. Perhaps in the future, cousin will rely on your protection. Zhao Hong wielded immense power in Zhao Kingdom. Thus, Zhao Zimei's standing was also elevated, allowing her to interact with Zhao Ziryu without reservation. Zimei, what topic do we have this time? Zhao Zimei opened her G135, and a 4-meter-wide holographic screen materialized in the air. A news article concerning the border nations of Zhao Kingdom appeared, and Zhao Ziryu recognized it as pertaining to the recently ascendant Katai Kingdom. The Eastern Katai Kingdom had seized the territory of the Balra Kingdom, claiming it was a 30-year lease, yet nearly 50 years had passed without any return of land. They not only refused to relinquish it, but had also expanded the leased area to nearly 50% of Balra Kingdom's territory. What difference is there from invasion? They merely refrained from brazenly seizing land due to public opinion, instead insidiously encroaching. Zhao Zimei exclaimed in indignation. So, cousin's suggestion is to intervene militarily? Why should we deploy troops? I am considering how to persuade the Fire Cloud Council to agree to send a joint force to properly discipline this Katai Kingdom. Zhao Ziryu shook his head. Cousin, the Fire Cloud Council will never dispatch a joint force. Do you know the purpose of its establishment? Of course, they are an organization that maintains world peace, ensuring that wars do not erupt. If what you say were true, how could our Zhao Kingdom continue to engage with the demon clans for centuries? We are a first-rate nation, one of the 8 leading countries. The council has no authority to interfere in conflicts among the leading nations. Zhao Ziryu nodded. Cousin, you have finally articulated the crux of the matter. In truth, the Fire Cloud Council is merely the assembly of the 8 leading nations, while the remaining over 160 nations are subordinate to them. Currently, we have ceased hostilities with the 2 main nations of the Holy Demon Continent, yet proxy wars persist. The Katai Kingdom is backed by the Holy Demon Council, one of the 8 leading nations. Their tacit approval of the Katai Kingdom's encroachment on Balra is a strategy to expand their influence. If they can have the Katai Kingdom consume all neighboring states of our eastern border, they will then use the Katai Kingdom as a pawn to launch war against us. This is known as a proxy war, allowing the Holy Demon Council to avoid direct involvement while merely financing the effort. Their strategic aim is to exhaust us. Zhao Zimei expressed confusion. Isn't that overly complicated? If it were me, I would simply strike directly. Zhao Ziryu replied, do you think it is as simple as biting into a cherry? Our Zhao Kingdom is a leading nation. The eastern continent, where our Zhao Kingdom resides, is the most fertile region of Fire Cloud Star, with evenly distributed plains, forests, and rivers. The people of the Holy Demon Continent have long coveted our lands. For centuries, their strategy has been one of attrition. They continuously instigate wars against us to deplete the strength of our Zhao Kingdom. It is essential to note that the land area of the Holy Demon Continent is the largest in Fire Cloud Star, equivalent to the combined areas of the eastern, northern, and southern continents. Their population is divided among demon clans, human clans, and insect clans, with the number of demon clans alone being 3 times that of ours. Cousin, but our Zhao Kingdom boasts the most outstanding Yuan warriors and the most powerful symbol technology in all of Fire Cloud Continent. Over the course of these centuries of warfare, the demon clans have gained no advantage. Zhao Zimei retorted, while Zhao Zirui sighed softly and said, neither side has gained any advantage. In fact, they have the upper hand. Consider their larger population and the fact that they possess several times more warriors than we do. This stalemate only serves to deplete our national strength over time. Moreover, they have adopted a new strategy, proxy wars, which, if successful, will exacerbate our losses. I suspect that the unrest in the western frontier is also connected to the Sacred Demon Council. The Dragon and Heavenly Wolf clans possess immense wealth, and the Sacred Demon Continent controls 60 of the fire element crystal veins on the entire Fire Cloud Star. They are likely investing heavily to sow seeds of discord throughout our Zhao Kingdom, possibly waiting to strike from within when we go to war again. Zhao Zirui offered his analysis. At that moment, Zhao Yuan entered with a satisfied demeanor. Upon seeing him, both Zhao Zimei and Zhao Zirui bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Father, Your Highness. Zhao Yuan affectionately patted Zhao Zirui's head, smiling with approval. Since the time of our ancestors, we have sought to forge marital alliances with the royal family of the sacred demon continent. All to escape this passive predicament. The nine-tailed celestial clan is one of the three major royal families of the sacred demon continent, and now our Zhao kingdom is bloodbound with them. When I was appointed crown prince by my father, this relationship was a significant factor. Ziri, I have always believed that your generation holds the key to breaking this deadlock. I hope that under your leadership, our Zhao kingdom and the sacred demon continent can achieve everlasting peace. Zhao Zirwei grasped his father's hand and fervently declared, "Father, trust me. During your generation, we can realize permanent peace between our Zhao kingdom and the sacred demon continent." Chapter 38. The Crimson Sun Azure Flood Dragon Blade. Having experienced 2 interstellar wars in his past life and spent over a century at the core of human authority, Zhao Zirwei understood what methods could quell conflict. In truth, he did not wish to inherit his father's aspirations. His true goal was the path to immortality through cultivation, ultimately ascending to the higher realms by joining the Black Tortoise Divine Hall. However, he believed he possessed the capability to fulfill his father's wishes before his ascension, unifying the entire eastern continent, the sacred demon continent, and even the southern continent. A peculiar little bird, adorned with vibrant patterns reminiscent of the patterned Shunkong beast, stood chirping at a window. It sported a tuft of white feathers atop its head, resembling watermelon rind, and held a piece of letter paper in its beak. The girl in white approached, took the letter, and chuckled upon reading its contents. "You're going to the western frontier to complete a mission and bring me back some fruits?" she teased. "Little White, tell your master that I have fruits to eat. Just ensure he returns safely." Suddenly, a thought struck by Xiaoli, and she retrieved a long blade from her drawer, a weapon she had asked by how to procure from the black market, a top-tier weapon known as the Crimson Sun Azure Flood Dragon Blade. Having witnessed Lin Yi's newly learned technique, the mixed element Crimson Shadow Blade technique, she knew that pairing it with this light elemental treasure would amplify its effectiveness. "Little White, can you carry this blade?" After 2 years of interacting with Little White, Bai Xiaoli could roughly decipher its chirps. She cleared a space, and the little bird hopped into the center of the room, beginning to grow larger and larger until it reached a height of 2 meters. It then opened its mouth and swallowed the long blade along with its sheath. Soon after, the bird's feathers hardened and turned a shimmering silver, gradually becoming invisible before executing a sudden teleportation. This was Bai Xiaoli's first glimpse of Little White's invisibility skill. Previously, she had only known it could teleport. At the Lin family martial arts training ground, 18-year-old Lin Yi was practicing his sword techniques, having reached the initial stage of the 7th layer of primordial yuan. Indeed, at 18, he was already at the 7th layer, and although he typically cultivated using the purified energy filtered through soul stones, his advancement remained slow, progressing at a rate of 3 layers per year. Meanwhile, 19-year-old Lu Zixuan had already become a master at the 3rd layer of Soul Yuan. Guan Lin was at the 1st layer of Soul Yuan, while Bai Ying, clad in a green robe with dragon patterns, was equivalent to the limit of Spirit Yuan in combat prowess. Tuerxin, with a mental energy level of the 10th layer of Spirit Yuan, also boasted combat capabilities at the Soul Yuan level. Although Lin Yi was merely at the initial Yuan level, his combat evaluation ranked him at the 4th layer of Soul Yuan, making him the 2nd highest in his group. Upon activating the anomaly, Lin Yi's cultivation could elevate to the 3rd layer of Spirit Yuan. Furthermore, the Dean, Lu Changhai, personally taught him the mixed element Crimson Shadow Blade technique, a unique skill not found in the Yuan Technique Pavilion of Yuzhou Academy, specifically combining light and space attributes. While this technique was classified as intermediate with a single variation at the 6th layer's power, it was said to have been created by the founder of Lukuan Academy, Lu Kuan, and was of exceptional quality within the intermediate category. The mixed element Crimson Shadow Blade technique was a ranged attack skill, effectively filling the gap in Lin Yi's lack of long-range capabilities. However, he usually wielded a standard mid-level initial Yuan long blade provided by the Academy, as he had given his own mid-tier Spirit Yuan weapon to Lyre. Even so, his combat evaluation remained at the 4th layer of Soul Yuan. Later, Lyre learned that the short sword was a reward from Lin Yi's competition, which infuriated her, causing her to ignore him for several months. She understood how crucial a suitable weapon was for Lin Yi, yet he had so casually given it away. Meanwhile, she typically utilized flying daggers or long swords, and even possessed a sword potentially above the celestial Yuan level, rendering her weaponry needs scarce. In truth, Bai Xiaoli was deeply touched. She merely resented Lin Yi for being so harsh on himself. Just then, a silver-white eagle appeared before him, chirping, "Little lady has a gift for you." Lin Yi was thrilled. "Liar's gift? Hurry and show me." Little White manifested its form and opened its beak, releasing the long blade. The blade traced an arc through the air, resembling a dazzling shooting star, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Lin Yi unsheathed the blade, and a surge of azure light nearly blinded him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was crafted from the rare material, light elemental crystal. Gradually, a vividly lifelike azure dragon materialized along the blade, which was inscribed with countless intricate runes. Lin Yi scrutinized the runes, recognizing them as a micron technology from the Celestial Master runes, designed to enhance the blade's power. Given the advanced third-generation technology used, this weapon was likely among the finest of its kind. Lin Yi was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Liar, you are truly amazing." He then asked Little White, "Did Liar mention its name?" "Boss, I believe I heard the little lady say it's called the Crimson Sun Azure Flood Dragon Blade. The blade is sealed with a Soul Yuan 6th layer demon beast, the Azure Flood Dragon, which requires the infusion of energy at the first layer of Soul Yuan to unlock. The runes on the blade can channel energy to activate. It is said to utilize the micron technology of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, allowing the power to triple. The energy infusion can be categorized into 3 levels, with the blade's color changing to blue, green, or red depending on the energy input." Lin Yi nodded, caressing the blade, and indeed, the runes on the hilt illuminated as the operational instructions for the blade entered his mind. Note: this blade is the latest product from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Capable of conducting and amplifying energy. It has 3 states based on the amount of infused energy: blue for above high-level Spirit Yuan, green for peaked Spirit Yuan, and red for the limit of Spirit Yuan. By pressing the hilt, the Azure Flood Dragon's eye will light up, allowing the infusion of energy at the limit of Spirit Yuan to activate the Dragon Seal, enabling it to fight for 30 minutes. Note: energy unit is 1,000th. Lin Yi contemplated the Soul Stone. During external battles, all his skills could be released through the Soul Stone, provided it contained sufficient stored energy. Currently, the Soul Stone had advanced 3 levels, but it did not upgrade with each layer of cultivation. It was only when he reached the first layer of initial Yuan that the Soul Stone advanced 1 level, with its space measuring 10 cubic decimeters and 4 strands of elemental energy threads. Upon reaching the 3rd layer of initial Yuan, the Soul Stone space expanded to 1 cubic meter with 8 strands of threads, and at the 7th layer, it further increased to 10 cubic meters with 13 strands. It seemed that to upgrade the Soul Stone again, one would need to reach the realm of Spirit Yuan. Since hatching, Little White had been cultivating within the Soul Stone, and in just 3 years, it had broken through from the 1st layer of Spirit Yuan to the 2nd layer. It had also grown to a height of 2 meters, yet when it fully spread its wings, they stretched to an impressive 6 meters. Consequently, Lin Yi allocated a living space within the Soul Stone measuring 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, allowing Little White to reside comfortably without compressing its form while the environment within remained in a mud-like energy state. Chapter 39. Mixed Element Crimson Shadow Blade Technique. Feeling incredibly stifled, Little White would spend a quarter of each day outside the Soul Stone, basking in the sunlight while practicing. Lin Yi reflected on the techniques taught by Lu Chonghai. The first level, the Phantom Blade, required infusing elemental energy into the blade's body, utilizing light elemental principles to form a tangible blade aura before launching it outward. In his mind, he recalled Lu Chonghai executing a strike that hit 3 wooden stakes, with the center stake remaining unscathed while the 2 on the sides were severed cleanly. Lin Yi marveled at the power of that strike, which seemed utterly unavoidable. The term mixed element signifies the fusion of the 9 major elements and the principles of space. The mixed element Crimson Shadow Blade technique is precisely a martial art that combines light and spatial attributes. Through the principles of light manipulation, a blade is formed, obscuring the fluctuations of vital energy in the air. Subsequently, by employing the laws of space, the majority of this vital energy is redirected to coalesce along the blade's body. If one possesses telekinesis, they can also alter the trajectory of the blade's energy at will as it travels. We designate the lethal portion as the solid blade, while the non-lethal but intimidating section is referred to as the Phantom Blade. Reflecting on the incantation articulated by Director Lu, Lin Yi executed the first layer of the Crimson Shadow Blade technique. A blade of light, resembling the Qiyang Qing Jiao Dao in both size and form, emerged in a brilliant white hue, striking a wooden post ahead. The central post remained intact, yet the three surrounding posts were severed in twain. This exemplifies the distinctive characteristic of the mixed-origin Crimson Shadow Blade. The light blade perceived by the naked eye is merely an illusion, while the true vital energy blade could manifest at any position. The initial strike Lin Yi had just performed, albeit at the initial origin's 7th layer, wielded the actual power equivalent to that of the initial origin's 10th layer. With each layer of technique enhancement, an increase in the power of the weapon is achieved. Lin Yi's invocation of the harmonious fusion of light and space further augmented the energy released by an additional layer. He refrained from releasing the Qing Jiao, for doing so would necessitate the infusion of 1,000th of the absolute energy limit, tantamount to the entirety of energy from the initial origin's 8th layer. As Lin Yi's cultivation was confined to the 7th layer of the initial origin, invoking the aberration technique would incur a cooldown period, requiring several days before it could be activated again. An impracticality given that he was to embark on a mission with his team the following day. Approaching the memorial tablet of his parents, Lin Yi lit 2 incense sticks. His mother had passed away 6 months prior, having spoken of his father riding a white horse, destined to take her to a realm devoid of war. Leaving her serene and content, he did not shed tears, having long since prepared himself mentally. In his past life, he, was an orphan and an exceedingly solitary individual. The memorial tablet served as a 3D projector, casting images of 2 youthful and beautiful figures, representing his parents at the age of 20. It was noteworthy that his father had wed his mother at the age of 45, while she was merely 20. Nevertheless, Lin Yi opted to configure the projection to reflect their most handsome and beautiful selves. The projector, a gift from Li Er, was of remarkable quality, compact enough to fit within the size of a thumb. Showcasing the latest advancements in microtechnology from the Tianji Pavilion, on that day, he encountered Li Er's younger sister, Bai Shaoling, who astonishingly turned out to be a celestial master, and a distinguished one at that. Adorned in a blue-robed dragon emblem, it was unexpected that her mastery surpassed that of Bai Ying, a classmate of his. Indeed, the Bai family sisters were all prodigies. Lin Yi produced a green jade pendant, a gift from Ling Er, who claimed it was bestowed upon her by her master, allowing for communication over a distance of 5 kilometers. Ling Er, how is it that this communication range is so extensive? The most advanced rune communication jade available commercially only extends to a kilometer, Lin Yi remarked, astonished by the 5-kilometer transmission capability. Bai Shaoling elucidated, this is a spatial sensing jade pendant. Observe the runes inscribed upon it. They consist of phonetic letters. By pressing the letters, the corresponding holder of another pendant will receive the signal. The key feature is its ability to circumvent any electromagnetic interference and confinement formations. This item is a restricted product of Tianji Pavilion, exclusively crafted by masters across the entirety of the Fire Cloud continent. Lin Yi experienced an epiphany. This was an extraordinarily valuable artifact. He examined the engraved characters, noting the numeral 5 on one side and 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the reverse. Each numeral corresponded to a specific jade pendant, and by manipulating the numbers and inscribing phonetic letters, messages could be transmitted. The necessity for this method, rather than direct voice communication, stemmed from the need to penetrate electromagnetic disturbances, barriers, and isolating materials, akin to the quantum communication of a secondary technological civilization in Lin Yi's previous life. This device appeared to be specially crafted by the Tianji Pavilion for elite divisions, comprising a set of 5. Bai Shaoling indicated that 1 represented her elder sister Bai Xiuying, 2 was Li Er, 3 was herself, 4 was Zhuge Tianji, and 5 was Lin Yi. However, Bai Xiuying was currently cultivating at Lu Kuan Academy, with 1 temporarily in the possession of a friend of Ling Er. Ling Er mentioned that this friend was of similar age and male, and she wished to keep this matter from her father, fearing it would lead to complications. Unbeknownst to her, this individual was none other than the current crown prince. The following day, the members of the first team of the gifted class were invigorated, as they prepared for an 8th-tier mission. This was a soul origin level task, requiring them to escort a batch of precious origin crystals to the west frontier, specifically to the western Muhua volcano of Tua City. It marked their inaugural venture into 8th-tier missions, while other teams had only undertaken tasks as high as the 6th tier. Currently, only the first group had been rated with combat prowess above the soul origin level. Additionally, there were academic credits to consider. The Lu Kuan Academy offered a guaranteed admission credit of 30 million points, while the Celestial Master S office provided 20 million points. Yet, their cumulative task credits amounted to a mere 9.8 million points, necessitating participation in Soul Origin level missions to secure a recommendation. The high-speed rune train traversed the North Tsang mountain range, arriving first at the high estate in Zhao, Zhangzhou. Tursun, you're not feeling carsick, are you? Buying inquired, gently rubbing Tursun's back, astonished that he, who had previously reveled in soaring through the skies, was now experiencing motion sickness. Ideas not motion sickness. It's just altitude sickness. My homeland is a basin, and I've never been to such lofty heights before, he replied. All right, let us take a breather. We still need to ascend to an even greater elevation, the Zhangzhou Martial Academy. This will be our last 7th-tier mission, and perhaps this journey to such heights serves as a test from the Academy. Once we complete this task, we shall exclusively undertake 8th-tier missions, striving earnestly for guaranteed admission. Lu Zixuan assisted Tursun, instructing everyone to rest on the spot. Class leader, are we challenging the gifted class of Zhangzhou Martial Academy for this 7th-tier task? I've heard they harbor formidable talents. Buying Caution.as, one of the top 5 universities among Zhao's 21st-tier institutions, Zhangzhou Martial Academy was renowned for nurturing secret magicians and telekinetic masters, while the Yuzhou Martial Academy specialized in celestial masters and origin warriors. Speaking of telekinetic masters, the foremost was the Du Family S dart technique, with Bai Family S flying knife technique ranking second. The Du Family S darts? It is said that they are the preeminent concealed weapon technique in the world. While the Bai Family S method merely holds the second position, Guan Lin remarked meaningfully at Bai Ying. Chapter 40. I have acquired mental and telekinetic powers. Bai Ying clenched her fists. Initially eager to retort, but upon reflection, she realized that her primary focus was on rune attack techniques. The Bai family's flying knives were merely supplementary to her. Currently, she had only mastered the first layer of multiple strength techniques. She then turned her gaze to Lin Yi, saying, Vice Class Leader, I've heard you are also practicing the Bai Family's flying knives. It turned out that due to the advancement of the Soul Stone, Bai Niao discovered that the interior of the Soul Stone also contained a spirit core, which served as its dwelling. The cultivation level of the spirit core within the Soul Stone equated to Lin Yi's own. However, Lin Yi was unable to harness the spirit core within the Soul Stone. Conversely, Lin Yi's own spirit core was in a state of neglect. Bai Niao devised a plan involving the energy threads of origin, utilizing 5 strands to undergo a transformative reconstruction of Lin Yi's spirit core, linking it with the spirit core of the Soul Stone, thus establishing a symbiotic relationship. As a result, Lin Yi's spirit core was activated, allowing it to share mental energy with the spirit core of the Soul Stone. With the acquisition of mental energy, telekinetic abilities followed. However, the mental energy was derived from the viscous energy within the Soul Stone's space. This meant that the level of mental energy aligned with his own cultivation level, but the application of that mental energy depended on the quantity of viscous energy available within the Soul Stone's space. Currently, the Soul Stone space measured 10 cubic meters, with the volume occupied by Xiao Baiwang accounting for 7 cubic meters. The remaining 3 cubic meters could store energy equivalent to that of 600 high-grade fire origin crystals. However, Xiao Baiwang's cultivation was only at the second layer of soul origin, capable of consuming 145 ordinary fire origin crystals daily. Yet, with the Soul Stone space accelerating time by 60 times, coupled with uninterrupted cultivation, Xiao Baiwang consumed approximately 1.74 high-grade fire origin crystals each day. Lin Yi's resources amounted to only 1,000 high-grade fire origin crystals, barely sufficient for Xiao Baiwang's training for a year and a half. Nonetheless, Lin Yi also required training, and all his origin techniques, including telekinesis, demanded energy from the Soul Stone space. Lin Yi suddenly felt a pressing inadequacy regarding his available origin crystals, as though a swarm of ants were gnawing at him. Rendering him restless. Vice Class Leader? Bai Ying waved her hand in front of Lin Yi's eyes, as if attempting to rouse him from his introspection. It was just a year prior that, during a class competition, Lin Yi had ranked second in combat prowess among his peers, leading to his election as Vice Class Leader. This jolted Lin Yi from his reverie regarding his dwindling supply of fire origin crystals. In truth, since acquiring telekinesis, his first thought had been the Bai Family's techniques. With Bai Tianyu's consent, he had become the first outsider disciple of the Bai family last year, of course. Outsider disciples were not entitled to the Bai family's monthly training subsidies. They were merely permitted to study the Bai family's techniques freely. I have reached the 5th layer of the air feather technique. While I am still at the 1st layer of multiple strength techniques, Linny stated. Wait, Vice Class Leader, you've managed to attain the 5th layer of air feather? I'm currently only at the 4th layer. Bying exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yi scratched his head, explaining, air feather requires a minor mastery of spatial laws, and since I possess a spatial elemental physique, I can comprehend it more swiftly. Spatial laws are indeed challenging. I am merely at the perfect level. But how could you have reached the 2nd layer of multiple strength techniques? That level is only achievable at the soul origin realm, while your cultivation is merely at the initial origin level. No. It's at the spiritual origin's 3rd layer. I was planning to reach the soul origin realm in half a year before fully focusing on breaking through to the 2nd layer. Lin Yi's face flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, as a wave of embarrassment washed over him. The daunting requirement of mastering the dual force technique to reach the soul origin realm seemed insurmountable with his current cultivation level. He found it challenging to explain this, as he had elevated his prowess to the 3rd layer of the spirit origin realm through the art of transformation. The 2nd layer of dual force necessitated the full mobilization of soul origin level mental energy, which Lin Yi certainly lacked. However, he possessed soul stones, and his skills were activated using these stones, which consumed the energy liquid from his soul stone space, as mentioned earlier. Aside from the volume occupied by the little white elder, he had 3 cubic meters of space, equivalent to the energy liquid from 600 high-grade fire origin crystals. The foundational energy of the 1st layer of soul origin consists of 960,000 units, whereas a single high-grade fire origin crystal contains 10,000 units. Thus, Lin Yi effectively harbored energy equivalent to a martial artist of the 4th layer of soul origin. Of course, by now had connected a thread of origin energy to the storage gem, which contained over 1,000 high-grade fire origin crystals. Actually, my elemental body has reached a state equivalent to the 3rd layer of copper-level body refinement. It's just that my energy is insufficient. The complexities of the dual force technique mistakenly lead one to believe I have attained the cultivation of the 4th layer of soul origin, Bying said, scratching her head. She felt there was some truth to it. Yet since something was amiss. All right, when the time comes for the competition with the Du family, let Lin Yi represent us. Lin Yi, you embody the honor of the Bai family and our academy. Lu Zixuan teased. Zixuan, I am merely an external disciple of the Bai family, and my cultivation level is only at the initial origin realm. How can I represent the academy? Lin Yi retorted. Pa, who doesn't he know that you are currently the 2nd strongest among us? Even at the initial origin realm, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Of course, the strongest remains our Zixuan, Guan Lin interjected. Over the past 3 years, Lu Zixuan had maintained a lukewarm attitude towards him. But there had been some progress. Lu Zixuan had promised that if he could gain admission to Lukuan Academy, she would consider dating him. This filled Guan Lin with delight, prompting him to devote himself to rigorous training, swiftly breaking through to the soul origin level and becoming the 2nd highest-ranked martial artist in the genius class, following Lu Zixuan. Guan Lin, please spare me your nauseating flattery. I have stated that as long as you enter Lukuan Academy, you will receive a chance. If you fail to qualify, then there is no hope for us, Lu Zixuan remarked, wishing to have a familiar companion to enter Lukuan Academy with. Lin Yi's slow progress in cultivation made it impossible for him to reach the soul origin level in a year. Moreover, Lin Yi was already engaged to Bai Xiuying, a relationship she dared not jeopardize. Throughout these 3 years, Guan Lin had persistently pursued her, leading her to decide to grant him a small opportunity. The group boarded the Origin Energy flying boat, and after approximately half a day's journey, they finally arrived at Sangzhou Martial Academy. Sangzhou Martial Academy is situated atop Sangzhou Peak, the 2nd highest mountain in the Zhao Kingdom, where railways cannot reach. Only flying boats can arrive. At the academy's entrance, a plump, elegantly dressed middle-aged man awaited them, accompanied by a group of elders. Eunice, you have finally arrived. How is Director Lu? The plump man inquired with a smile. Lu Zixuan and the others bowed respectfully. Uncle Du, my grandfather is in excellent health. He hopes that your genius class will have the opportunity to visit our Yuzhou for practical exchange activities, which our 2 academies could hold twice a year. It turned out that the plump man was Du Qianlu, the head of the Zhangzhou Du family, the director of Zhangzhou Martial Academy, one of the top 3 experts in the Zhao Kingdom. Ranked 9th on the Tianyuan list and renowned as the world's foremost master of hidden weapons. I wish for that as well. But Sangzhou guards the airspace of the Zhao Kingdom, and recently, incursions by flying vessels from the Holy Demon Continent have increased significantly, leaving us stretched thin. However, we have already prepared for this competition, Du Qianlu continued. Everyone, let us dine first, and after a brief rest, I will introduce you to the genius class of Sangzhou Martial Academy. Thus, the group followed Du Qianlu into the academy. Lin Yi, I have heard that this director Du is a gourmet. He owns a restaurant called Qianyao Tower. Guan Lin remarked. Qianyao Tower is famous for its culinary delights in the Zhao Kingdom. Although it is located on a plateau, the variety of avian species is abundant. The meat of the wild animals here is exceptionally tender. And what's more, Qianyao Tower even specializes in cooking demon beasts, Lu Zixuan added. Lin Yi and the others were taken aback, knowing that demon beasts were energy-based creatures that decomposed into energy within an hour of death, and only those of soul origin level or higher retained inner cores. Sister Zixuan, have you tasted the cuisine of demon beasts? Buying asked curiously. I had it once. My grandfather brought me here. The flavor is truly unforgettable, Lu Zixuan replied, her expression filled with longing, as if the memory of the demon beast delicacies lingered vividly in her mind, prompting the others to salivate at the thought. The group arrived at a circular plaza with a diameter of 100 meters, and suddenly, a barrier rose around the plaza, causing it to ascend. It turned out to be a massive lift platform. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, with swirling clouds beneath them resembling a series of islands amidst a sea of clouds. Behind them towered the majestic Zhangzhou Peak, with roads winding around its slopes, and origin energy vehicles traversing the thoroughfares. For every 500 meters the platform ascended, a new plaza emerged on the mountainside, featuring residences, parking areas, flying boat docking stations, rest areas, and scenic spots, all overwhelming the senses. Lin Yi looked up at the Zhangzhou Peak, which soared into the clouds, seemingly endless. Noticing the astonished expressions of the group, Du Qianlu chuckled. We shall head directly to Qianyao Tower, as your host. I will ensure you savor the most delectable dishes from Zhangzhou. Director Du, is Qianyao Tower located at the summit of this mountain? Guan Lin could no longer contain his curiosity. Du Qianlu nodded. Qianyao Tower is actually a flying saucer, a vessel abandoned by the divine race. It can no longer fly and merely hovers in the air. Previously, it served as a tourist attraction on Zhangzhou Peak. Known as the floating platform, I invested heavily to acquire it and transform it into a restaurant. Sangzhou Martial Academy is situated directly opposite Qianyao Tower, atop the mountain. The enormous platform ascended through several layers of clouds and finally reached a cloudless expanse. The sky was a brilliant blue, with 4 suns standing in the western sky, the central one shining the brightest, while the other 3 orbited it, fluctuating in size. The clouds below changed colors with the varying intensity of sunlight. Some golden, some purple, some orange-red, and others multicolored, with the hues gently flowing, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery, far surpassing anything on Blue Star. Having been born in Yuzhou, nestled in a basin, he rarely witnessed such sights as he gazed at the towering mountains behind him. The roads had vanished, and he was nearing the peak. Scattered across Zhangzhou Peak were massive architectural complexes, numerous helipads, and countless battleships and flying boats. There were also throngs of flyers, clad in Zhao Kingdom Air Force uniforms, flitting about with origin energy wings. Looking up, Lin Yi beheld a colossal circular disc suspended at the mountain summit, measuring approximately 500 meters in diameter. The disc was divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers likely housed the suspended flying vessels, bustling with workers transporting goods, fish, shrimp, meat, vegetables, poultry, and enormous containers. Lin Yi suspected that they might contain frozen, still living demon beasts. The 4th to 10th layers comprised rotating restaurants, alternating between clockwise and counterclockwise motion, with the 10th layer being an open-air terrace, also rotating slowly. The lift platform reached the mountaintop, and the group boarded the flying vessel. Following Du Qianlu to the 10th level of Qianyao Tower, they gathered around a long table, with Du Qianlu seated in the center, while Lin Yi and Lu Zixuan sat on either side of him, and the others arranged themselves accordingly. The service staff presented desserts and fresh delicacies. Tuerkson picked up a golden sphere, its exterior resembling fried dough, with a faint azure glow emanating from the center. Rest assured, young friend, This is the inner core of the seven-tailed azure sparrow, a first-level demon beast, which is quite nourishing for wind-type martial artists. Upon hearing it was a wind-type demon beast, Bai Ying beamed with childlike delight, quickly grabbing two and stuffing them into her mouth. The pastry enveloping the inner core was exceptionally crisp, melting in the mouth, though the inner core was somewhat hard, making it difficult for Bai Ying to swallow at once. Du Qianlu patiently advised, "Do not rush to swallow, young friend. Hold it in your mouth and activate your cultivation technique to gradually absorb the energy from the inner core. As it is a wind-type inner core, you will experience a refreshing sensation during the absorption process." Following Du Qianlu's guidance, Bai Ying activated her cultivation technique, and soon a swirling mist of clear energy enveloped her head, causing her body to gradually warm up, while her throat felt incredibly cool, reminiscent of sipping chilled soda on a warm summer day. Among the delicacies was a dish of Cloud Mountain azure bird meat, where the demon beast's flesh was sliced into strips and preserved with liquid nitrogen. After a few chews, it transformed into pure energy, and the texture was extremely tender. Lin felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, aware that the meat of demon beasts could only remain fresh for an hour, with optimal taste within half an hour of consumption. The fact that such a luxurious dish could be prepared within such a short time frame spoke to its complexity. For someone of Lin Yi's background, it was rare to experience such culinary opulence. In the Soul Stone space, the little white elder expressed indignation. "You humans are too cruel, consuming our flesh. How disgusting." It had witnessed everything Lin Yi perceived through the large screen in the Soul Stone space. Bai Niao retorted, "I have heard that demon beasts also engage in cannibalism, and they sometimes consume humans as well. In the realm of the Soul Stone, the white bird manifests as a plump avian creature." Lu Zixuan and Guan Lin, having grown accustomed to such peculiarities, merely sampled a few bites of each dish. In stark contrast, Bai Ying and Tuerxin devoured their portions voraciously, with Lin Yi's appetite matching theirs. "Do not fret, young friends, for a more significant dish awaits you," Du Qianlu remarked, observing the delight on the faces of these charming youths as they relished the culinary creations he had prepared. However, this time, he primarily aimed to introduce them to an innovative delicacy. Indeed, the dish that left the most profound impression on Lin Yi soon made its appearance, a slab of black meat, entirely obsidian in hue, exuding a dark, swirling smoke reminiscent of a blazing inferno. The sight of this dish rendered the onlookers hesitant to partake, as they sensed an inexplicable aura of dread emanating from the black meat, akin to a colossal beast emerging from the abyss, instilling a chill in their bones. Du Qianlu, noting the astonished expressions of his guests, allowed a mysterious smile to grace his lips as he proclaimed, "This is a new dish of my own invention, though few have had the fortune to taste it. Can you guess what kind of meat this is? Black sturgeon meat?" Guan Lin ventured a haphazard guess. "Black sturgeon meat is white. This is entirely black, evidently infused with dark energy. This beast must be of the dark attribute," Lu Zixuan interjected. "Dark energy is merely a form of elemental energy, part of the pure elemental essence. And it does not emit such smoke." Bai Ying offered her perspective. Lin Yi discerned that the smoke emanating from the black meat bore a resemblance to the so-called chaotic energy lurking within the shadows, manifesting as ethereal wisps of mystery that eluded comprehension. Suddenly inspired, Lin Yi posited, "Could it be the flesh of an otherworldly demon?" The group fell silent for a moment before Du Qianlu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the young genius from Yuzhou is exceptional. Yes, this is the flesh of an otherworldly demon, and the black smoke is chaotic energy." Lu Zixuan, astonished, inquired, "Uncle Du, these otherworldly demons have not troubled Huayun Star for centuries. Where did you acquire this meat?" Du Qianlu elaborated, "Unlike the flesh of ordinary beasts, the meat of otherworldly demons is imperishable for 10,000 years. 3 centuries ago, these demons relentlessly assaulted Huayun Star, until the divine race quelled the crisis. Zhao Kingdom managed to recover some corpses during that time. The divine race left behind a number of demon corpses, nearly 10,000 in total, with 50% claimed by the 3 houses, while the remaining corpses were evenly distributed among the 8 sects. However, only the Tianji Pavilion succeeded in extracting knowledge from these corpses. Upon studying the bodies of the otherworldly demons, they discovered that each bore countless cryptic inscriptions, repelled by the laws of this world yet brimming with boundless energy. The Tianji Pavilion found that these inscriptions resembled a wondrous magical array, capable of harnessing the elemental energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into chaotic energy. It is thanks to this revelation that we unveiled the mysteries of enchantment techniques, leading to an explosion of runic technologies such as runic weapons and elemental battleships. Now, indulge in this delicacy. I am certain it will leave a lasting impression upon you. Lin Yi sliced a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, he felt a numbing sensation spread through his mouth, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if his body's elemental energy began to reject the chaotic energy within the meat. A bitter taste pervaded his palate, akin to swallowing a mouthful of gall. Yet gradually, the black energy began to assimilate, transforming into pure light energy and spatial attribute energy. The bitterness faded, replaced by a refreshing sensation, followed by a sweet flavor. An ethereal mist began to emanate from his body, and Lin Yi sensed that his comprehension of elemental laws was accelerating. He immediately seated himself to meditate and further delve into the essence of elemental laws. Liu Zixuan and the others underwent a similar experience. Each settling down to meditate, an elder nearby whispered, "Director, this flesh of the otherworldly demon is exceedingly rare. Why do you treat them so generously?" Du Qianlu regarded Lin Yi with a smile, responding, "The son of Lin Feng, the son-in-law of Bai Tianyu, the bearer of the Hunyuan divine art. Rumor has it he also possesses the ability to perform that transformation technique. I share a deep friendship with Lin Feng and Bai Tianyu. This young man, should he enter the Hunyuan sect, is destined to become an extraordinary figure." Lin Yi discovered that his comprehension of the light element had progressed from great achievement to minor perfection, enabling him to practice the light shadow clone technique. "Congratulations, Master," the white bird remarked. "Your understanding of the light element has reached minor perfection, allowing you to cultivate the light shadow clone technique." Previously, Lin Yi and the white bird had explored the Zhangji Pavilion of Yuzhou Martial Academy. In principle, students from the genius class were permitted to select 2 intermediate techniques and 3 basic techniques. However, with the assistance of the supercomputer, Bai Niao, and the computational power of the Soul Stone, Lin Yi managed to transcribe all low and intermediate techniques from the Zhangji Pavilion in just half an hour. Subsequently, as Liu Changhai imparted the Hunyuan Qiaying blade technique to Lin Yi, who then went on to study the Bai family's flying dagger technique and Bai Yu divine art, he found little time to explore other techniques, feeling that most were ill-suited for him. He sought merely a technique for self-preservation and discovered the intermediate light shadow clone technique, which required minor perfection in the light element, typically achievable only at the Tianyuan level. Yet, Lin Yi, being a natural light attribute warrior, combined with the soul stone as the core of the light element, possessed a comprehension far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, with his understanding of chaotic energy, he unexpectedly broke through to minor perfection. Nonetheless, the others also made strides in their understanding of the laws. Liu Zixuan reached great achievement in the fire element, Bai Ying neared minor achievement in the wind element, Turkson approached minor achievement in both dark and lightning elements, while the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth achieved minor perfection. Guan Lin neared great achievement in the wood element and reached great achievement in the lightning element. As everyone awakened, they clasped their fists in gratitude, acknowledging Du Qianlu's generous hospitality. The opportunity to comprehend elemental laws through chaotic energy is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for each individual, and it is limited to the realm of minor perfection. Should one achieve great perfection in the laws, consuming this meat would yield no further benefit. Moreover, you must not disclose the matter of consuming chaotic meat. It is exceedingly rare, and I exerted considerable effort to acquire it from the Tianji Pavilion. Now, let us discuss the upcoming competition. Unlike your Yuzhou Martial Academy, our Zhangyan Academy is affiliated with Tiandu, and we do not possess the privilege of guaranteed admissions to the Lukuan Academy. However, each year, we occasionally have prodigies who enter Lukuan Academy through selection competitions. I am aware that your Yuzhou Martial Academy, as the leading institution among the 22 academies of Zhao Kingdom, sends 2 to 4 students to enroll in Lukuan each year. Nevertheless, our genius class has produced numerous promising talents this term, and I wish to gauge their potential. Lin Yi and the others understood that Yuzhou Martial Academy is affiliated with Lukuan Academy. Students not selected by the 3 houses and 8 sects would directly enter the Army Special Forces Academy. The shadow guards Lin Yi encountered in the black market of the Salt Gang were predominantly from Zhao Kingdom's Army Special Forces Academy. Meanwhile, Zhangzhou Martial Academy corresponds with the Air Force Special Forces Academy, which operates airships. At this juncture, 5 individuals clad in the standard uniform of Zhao Kingdom's Air Force entered the terrace, presenting 3 peculiar beast corpses. Commander Du, we have discovered these at the Zhangzhou border, and we found that their internal reconnaissance devices have been upgraded. They reported. Du Qianlu, like Lu Changhai, appeared to be the director of Yuzhou Martial Academy but was, in truth, the commander of the Southern Group Army of Zhao Kingdom, overseeing land, sea, and air. Du Qianlu not only served as the head of Zhongyun Academy, but was also the second commander of Zhao Kingdom's Air Force and the defense minister of Zhangzhou. Du Qianlu seized one of the beasts, inhaling sharply as a tiny device flew out from its belly. He handed it to an elder beside him, who examined it closely and remarked, "The semiconductor technology from the Sun and Moon Research Institute." Unexpectedly, their ancient technology from 100 million years ago has progressed. Except for Lin A, Lu Zixuan and the others had never heard of semiconductors before. Du Qianlu chuckled. Since the war between Zhao Kingdom and the Sacred Demon Continent commenced, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace and the Demon Poison Sect have relentlessly deployed such devices along our borders. Many of the student tasks at Zhongyun Academy involve discovering and capturing these devices, which has consumed a significant amount of their training time. Chapter 43. The Secret of the Reconnaissance Beasts. This is the reconnaissance system of the demon race, containing a fire elemental crystal shell that absorbs solar energy. With their semiconductor technology, it can operate indefinitely. These devices can monitor troop deployments and real-time troop movements across our nation. Thus, Zhao Kingdom has enacted a decree prohibiting private flying devices and beasts from traversing our skies, aside from those belonging to the state. Previously, such flying beasts were 10 times larger than the current models. However, with breakthroughs in their breeding program, the size of the reconnaissance beasts infiltrating our territory has gradually diminished. Now, their reconnaissance systems and reconnaissance beasts are becoming increasingly difficult to detect. Currently, the workload of our Air Force reconnaissance units has surged, necessitating the mobilization of students to search for these devices within our borders. He tossed the palm-sized reconnaissance device to Lu Zixuan and the others. Lu Zixuan carefully examined the device and inquired, "Uncle Du, how does this semiconductor technology compare to our Zhao Kingdom's runic technology in terms of superiority?" Du Qianlu cast a glance at the elder behind him, who was evidently a scholar from Zhongyun Academy. The technology of semiconductors originated from a civilization that existed 1 billion years ago, which was ultimately obliterated due to interstellar wars. However, many of their relics lie buried beneath the earth. It is said that the technology of that civilization was extraordinarily advanced, almost on par with the divine beings of the upper realm. We collectively refer to them as the prehistoric civilization. Nevertheless, over the course of several million years, we have discovered only a handful of prehistoric relics, all of which are buried 1,000 meters below the surface, mostly unearthed during the excavation of the fire element crystal veins. All these relics are located on the Holy Demon Continent. Lin E understood that the Holy Demon Continent is the largest, its area equivalent to the combined size of the other 3 continents, and it also boasts the most abundant fire element crystal veins, making the discovery of prehistoric civilization unsurprising. Du Qianlu added, "The matters concerning the prehistoric civilization are somewhat manageable, for the runic technology of our Zhao Kingdom's Tianji Pavilion is not inferior to the semiconductor technology of the prehistoric civilization. However, we remain deeply concerned about the development of demon beasts. It is crucial to know that demon beasts were specially engineered by the upper realm to combat the extraterrestrial demons. They were subsequently brought down by the Huayun star people who ascended to the upper realm, purportedly as a reward for their tasks there. Thus, the demon beasts from the upper realm began to breed and be nurtured here on Huayun Star. Initially, these upper realm demon beasts could still communicate with humans, but as their offspring proliferated, they gradually became feral, and their communicative abilities deteriorated, with some even beginning to slaughter humans. Consequently, the 3 houses unified to confine them, with the designated area for raising demon beasts in Zhao Kingdom being the Demon Beast Gorge in the southern part of Yuzhou. According to Zhao Kingdom's laws, any demon beast that leaves the gorge is to be executed without exception. In the Holy Demon Continent, the area for raising demon beasts is located at the headquarters of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. Within the Holy Demon Forest and the Holy Demon Lake, to our astonishment, the people of the Myriad Demon Pavilion not only confine the beasts but also engage in research and the cultivation of new breeds. Their management is lax, and demon beasts that escape the Holy Demon Forest are captured by other factions for breeding and study, including some new variants. The individual responsible for researching demon beasts at the Myriad Demon Pavilion is known as the Beast Tamer Immortal. Reportedly hailing from the upper realm and renowned for his work in demon beast development, it remains unclear what misdeed led to his fall to the lower realm, where he became the head of the Myriad Demon Pavilion. He is also the foremost beast tamer of Huayun Continent. 200 years ago, he ascended, but fortunately, not all of his research findings were disseminated. His notes on demon beast cultivation and the whereabouts of his 4 royal-level demon beasts and 2 domesticated beasts have since become a treasure, coveted by all, particularly the beast tamers of the Holy Demon Continent. Du Qianlu looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Lin Yi, my young friend, do you recall the black market of the Salt Gang you visited 3 years ago? Lin Yi's heart quivered, and he immediately focused his thoughts into the Soul Stone space to check on the status of Xiao Baiweng, finding it currently engaged in cultivation. Senior Du, that was a life-or-death escape for me. Lin Yi stammered. Visiting the black market is nothing to be ashamed of. Who hasn't ventured into a black market? I merely wish to mention the 2 demon beasts that appeared that time. Subsequent analysis by relevant personnel revealed them to be entirely new breeds. 1 was capable of instantaneous movement and was enormous, resembling a hybrid of the thousand-eye bird and the flashing emerald bird. Its speed of teleportation was akin to a bolt of lightning, swift as the wind. The other stood 4 zhang tall, boasting impenetrable iron feathers, silver feathers that allowed it to become invisible, and the ability to compress and expand its body. It is likely a hybrid of the White Shadow Wang and the Iron Feather sculpture, with formidable defensive capabilities likened to an iron fortress, solid as rock and impregnable. Later, someone recalled the 2 domesticated beasts of the Beast Tamer Immortal, one named Hua Hua and the other Dabai. They bore a striking resemblance to those 2 demon beasts, prompting the Shadow Guards to spend the last 3 years in search of their whereabouts. This is because they are linked to the treasure of the Beast Tamer Immortal, the cultivation notes on demon beasts, and the fates of the 4 royal-level sealed beasts and 1 imperial-level domesticated beast. An imperial-level domesticated beast. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Du Qianlu nodded and elaborated. The East Sea Black Dragon, the Southern Flame Vermilion Bird, the Northern Giant Demon King, and the Western Sea Thunder Unicorn. It is said that the Western Sea Thunder Unicorn was tamed by the Beast Tamer Immortal and subsequently vanished. Currently, the aquatic tribes of the West Sea, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace and Demon Poison Sect of the Holy Demon Continent, the Fire Yin Sect of the Southern Continent, as well as our Zhao Kingdom's Heavenly Master Pavilion and Shadow Guards are all in pursuit of the whereabouts of those 2 mutated demon beasts. Du Qianlu gazed at Lin Yi and added, however, it is said that those 2 mutated demon beasts have a child, which is the egg auctioned at the black market that day, but its whereabouts remain unknown. My young friend Lin Yi, do you perhaps know the egg's location? Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Of course I do not know that time. My cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could someone as insignificant as I dare to involve myself in the conflicts of the immortals? Du Qianlu produced a reconnaissance demon beast, resembling a bird. Presently, the Sun and Moon Research Institute is also vigorously studying reconnaissance demon beasts. If they were to locate that mutated species, they would undoubtedly create even more powerful aberrant beasts. At that point, our radar and reconnaissance systems would struggle to detect them, exposing our troop deployments to the enemy's scrutiny. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they recognized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the inhabitants of the Holy Demon Continent had long regarded Zhao Kingdom as a coveted prize. Lin Yi entered the Soul Stone space once more to observe Xiao Baiweng, realizing that it was still not advisable to reveal Xiao Baiweng to the others just yet. He then produced an image of the flashing emerald bird and inquired, Xiao Baiweng, can you transform to match its size? Xiao Baiweng opened its eyes and examined the image. Master, this is not difficult. It then began to shrink, transforming into a palm-sized form, its feathers changing color to perfectly match the depicted flashing emerald bird. Chapter 44. The battle between Lin Yi and Du Yihang. As a light-type demon beast, I possess all the abilities of the White Shadow Wang, including transformation. Master, do I resemble it? Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you can adopt this form whenever you wish. Senior Du, we are all citizens of Zhao Kingdom, and we shall pay close attention to any clues regarding mutated beasts, Lin Yi replied outside the Soul Stone. Du Qianlu nodded. Today, I seem to have spoken too much. Let us attend to the matter at hand. He led everyone to the Tsangyan secret realm, which, unlike the secret realm of Yuzhou Martial Academy, is situated at the summit of a place resembling a volcanic crater. At this moment, An upperclassman suddenly halted in his tracks, glaring fiercely at Lu Zixuan. He then obstructed Lu Zixuan and her companion's path. Bowing to Du Qianlu and stating, "Dean, please permit me to challenge the new guests," Du Qianlu frowned. "You are in your 4th year, while they are in their 3rd. Moreover, they are guests. How can the host take advantage of the guests?" Du Qianlu was genuinely furious. Had this individual not been his grandson, he would have kicked him away long ago. Lu Zixuan finally recognized the person, smiling. "So it is Du Yiheng. I defeated you about 5 years ago. How do you still remember that?" It turned out that 5 years ago, she had visited here, and at that time, Du Yiheng, believing himself to be a prodigy of the younger generation, had spoken disrespectfully to Lu Zixuan, leading to a duel in which he suffered a humiliating defeat. Since then, Du Yiheng had taken that defeat to heart and trained diligently. He had now reached the 1st layer of soul origin. Yet he was unaware that Lu Zixuan had already attained the 3rd layer of soul origin. "Du Yiheng," Du Qianlu exclaimed, "in a moment, Xiaoba's team will compete against them. Are you not causing trouble for your brother?" Hearing the mention of Du Xiaoba, Du Yiheng clenched his fists. Du Xiaoba, at the age of 16, was already in his 3rd year, having reached the 1st layer of soul origin. However, his skills in dart techniques and the void bat divine art far surpassed his own, earning him a combat power rating of soul origin level 5. Yes, at just 16, a combat power rating of level 5. Meanwhile, he himself was merely level 4. This was intolerable for him, especially as he felt compelled to personally seek revenge on Lu Zixuan. Losing to his brother was one thing, but losing to a peer outside the Du family was simply unacceptable. He suddenly knelt before Du Qianlu, pleading, "Grandfather, I implore you, how can I allow my shame to be avenged by Xiaoba? This is a lifelong disgrace. Without understanding this desire, I shall find it difficult to attain peace in my heart." Du Qianlu glanced helplessly at Lu Zixuan. "For the sake of Uncle Du's reputation, I will accept." "Wait, what qualifications do you have to challenge Zixuan? If you wish to compete with Lu Zixuan, you must first defeat me." Guanlin abruptly interrupted Lu Zixuan. "Guanlin, do not be foolish. Xi and Xin, as the captain, you still have a match against their 3rd year class 1. What is our purpose for being here? To bring glory to the academy and earn points. This match, regardless of the outcome, will deplete your energy and significantly affect the next match. Do you not care for the guaranteed spots in the Lu Kuan Academy?" Guanlin expressed his viewpoint. Du Qianlu recognized that such an approach would indeed be unfair to the young friends of Yuzhou Academy and thus remarked, "The one who participates in this match may sit out the next one. The final sparring session can be reduced from 5 participants to 4 or 3. Guanlin turned to Du Yiheng. "Du Yiheng, if you have the capability, face me first. Arrogant little brat, I will take care of you first before challenging Lu Zixuan." Du Yiheng, being quite conceited, did not wish for Du Xiaoba to steal the limelight. This time, with the chance to challenge 2 of the opposing Academy S students, he was determined to seize the moment. Thus, Guanlin and Du Yiheng entered the secret realm. The match duration was set for 20 minutes, and if a tie occurred, the one with the higher points would prevail. Demon Master, Du Yiheng. Gunner, Guanlin. Guanlin commenced with the formidable Heavenly Net, this time enhancing it to encompass 6 bullets, the 6th being a supplementary round. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 shots rang out like 6 meteors streaking across the sky, enveloping Du Yiheng within Guanlin's intricate web. Through numerous sparring sessions with Lin A, Du Yiheng had adeptly compelled him to unveil his ultimate techniques, leading Guanlin to realize that his Heavenly Net possessed vulnerabilities. The adversary could concentrate their efforts in a singular direction to breach the blockade. Consequently, he augmented his strategy with the supplementary round, a maneuvering bullet that initially flew at a slow pace, adjusting its trajectory based on the opponent's direction of escape. In response, Du Yiheng unleashed his signature skill, 7 Phantom Soul Snatch. With a flick of his left hand, he propelled 7 throwing darts into the air, resembling 7 meteors blazing through the firmament. 5 of these darts targeted the foremost 5 bullets, yet their force paled in comparison to that of the bullets, merely slowing them down while simultaneously imparting a paralyzing electric effect. Du Yiheng understood, realizing that the first row consisted of electric paralysis bullets. A mere graze could spell defeat. A faint smile graced his lips as his eyes glimmered with azure light. 4 of the darts abruptly vanished, reappearing behind the central dart. They appeared to possess an irresistible attraction to one another, instantaneously converging in midair to form a dart resembling an iron drill. which directly pierced through the central chain of bullets. Then, with swiftness, it hurtled towards Guanlin. Soul Pursuit. Du Yiheng executed his Soul Pursuit technique. The iron drill dart seemed to lock onto Guanlin, akin to a hawk fixating upon a chick. Regardless of how Guanlin maneuvered, the drill's head remained steadfastly aligned with him. This iron drill dart was composed of 5 darts, hollow within, adorned with exquisitely intricate engraved runes, capable of adjusting its angle and velocity during flight, as well as honing in on the target's essence. Guanlin was taken aback, astonished that his opponent had shattered the heavenly net through sheer force and had employed darts capable of tracking. Fortunately, he still had the supplementary bullet. He observed the slowly traversing bullet suddenly alter its course, akin to a serpent swiftly changing direction, directly striking the iron drill. A surge of electricity coursed into the drill, disrupting the flow of rune energy within, causing the drill to disintegrate, and the 5 darts tumbled to the ground. Du Yiheng remained unfazed, grinning as he gazed at Guanlin. It was then that Guanlin realized the adversary had initially unleashed 7 darts. He heard the sound of air rushing at high velocity, akin to a tempest howling. Evidently an unidentified object was racing through the air, yet he could not perceive its presence. Outside this secret realm, Lin Yi meticulously observed the duel, recognizing that the Du family's concealed weaponry was superior to that of the Bai family, undoubtedly possessing unique characteristics. Lin Yi discerned that the 2 vanish-throwing knives had utilized the principles of light, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. As a practitioner of light, he could detect fluctuations in light waves, while Guanlin lacked such a gift. How then could he extricate himself from this predicament? Guanlin closed his eyes, commencing the use of an intermediate technique learned at the academy, the hard-eye technique. This technique heightened his senses, enabling him to perceive changes in the surrounding environment, particularly through auditory means. It could keenly discern the target's position through the propagation of sound. Chapter 45. Golden Bullet against 7 Phantom Soul Snatch. Fortunately, through the hard-eye technique, Guanlin located the vanish-throwing darts. One dart descended in a parabolic trajectory, accelerating with increasing speed, resembling a meteor plummeting swiftly. The other dart traversed from left to right, following a steady arc with only 2 bullets remaining. Guanlin found himself unable to reload in time, and thus initiated the green leaf divine technique, retreating at a rapid pace. However, Du Yiheng manipulated the flying knives with telekinesis, gradually altering their angles, maintaining a constant lock on Guanlin. The speed of Guanlin's retreat could not match that of the darts. Soon, the dart hurtling from above would descend upon him. Guanlin fired a velocity-altering bullet upwards, followed by a high-speed bullet. The 2 projectiles combined, their power perfectly countering the rapid descent of the dart. Indeed, the dart was deflected, and Guanlin swiftly merged his 2 weapons, witnessing his wooden firearm transform into a katana. It turned out that his 2 wooden firearms were not mere weapons but a form of malleable material, capable of changing shapes, categorized into 5 distinct forms: dual pistols, a sniper rifle, a katana, a silver giant handgun with infinite bullets, and a golden giant revolver with 3 bullets. He sensed the position of the dart on the left side through his hard eye, and swung the katana fiercely. Bang! A powerful force surged through, and Guanlin realized the dart's might was equivalent to the 2nd level of soul essence, while the previously descending dart's power was likely at the 4th level. Guanlin felt a numbness in his arm, his blood surging, as if ignited by flames. Fortunately, his long sword could emit paralyzing currents, gradually neutralizing the dart's impact, sending it flying several dozen meters away. Guanlin understood that the opponent's 3-star 7 Phantom Soul Snatch was incredibly resilient. Without peak soul essence destructive power, it could not be shattered. So this was the true nature of the Guan family's Azure Thunder Gun. Du Yiheng smiled, drawing the fallen darts back into his hands, as if everything lay within his control. Seizing the opportunity, Guanlin began reloading, his movements akin to a gust of wind, completing the task in under a second. It was said that the Guan family's Azure Thunder Gun was renowned for its golden bullets, akin to the Du family Soul Pursuit darts, boasting near-perfect accuracy. I wonder if this time I'll compel you to use it? If you possess true skill, you shall witness it. Du Yiheng nodded. Suddenly launching the 49 Phantom Formation, he spread the 7 darts, forming a circle with a radius of 2.5 meters, which then began to rotate counterclockwise. The 7 darts transformed into 49, arranged in 3 concentric circles, 28 in the outer circle, 14 in the middle, and 7 in the inner circle. with a pointed finger. Du Yiheng commanded the 49 darts to coalesce into energy bodies, hurtling towards Guan Lin like a torrential storm. Guan Lin narrowed his eyes. It bore resemblance to Bai Ying's blade array, yet its force was magnitudes greater. As if each dart contained boundless energy. Employing the green leaf divine technique, Guan Lin evaded with fervor, his form resembling a wraith. Weaving through the gaps between the darts, he fired a bullet to test the energy dart's potency. Discovering it equaled that of peak spirit essence, a single hit would undoubtedly injure him. However, the density of the energy darts intensified, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade through the green leaf divine technique. Once more, Guan Lin combined his dual pistols, manifesting a colossal silver handgun in his grasp. This handgun had the capacity to unleash an infinite number of energy bullets, albeit their power remained limited to peak spirit essence. Amidst a storm of bullets, Guan Lin fired with astonishing speed, the energy bullets clashing against the overwhelming wave of energy darts. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a good 5 minutes. Though the energy bullets and darts continued to deplete, neither exhibited a clear advantage. Guan Lin, time is of the essence. Let us settle this. You utilize the golden bullet, and I shall employ the 7 phantom soul snatch. One decisive strike to determine the victor. Du Yiheng sought to conserve his stamina and energy in the first bout. Otherwise, he would not be in optimal condition for the subsequent encounter against the formidable Lu Zixuan. Guan Lin nodded. He too wished to avoid an extended bout without resolution. However, deploying the golden bullet required the sacrifice of his spirit. Thus, he would be unable to participate in the next match alongside Song Yun. Nevertheless, Du Qianlu had mentioned that the next round could feature a 4-on-4 format, and he held unwavering confidence in his teammates, particularly Lin Yi. Ever since Lin Yi had harnessed telekinesis, he had never relied on the Bai family's techniques. Always presenting himself as a martial artist, he claimed to be primarily a defensive-type elemental warrior, not a mind master, yet his prowess still ranked second within the team. Guan Lin suspected that Lin Yi was deliberately concealing his strength when facing Lu Zixuan. For having sparred with him, he knew of Lin Yi's potential. Now, with the Dean's ultimate technique, mixed element Crimson Shadow Blade technique, coupled with his dual identity as a mind master, Lin Yi's strength could be described as unfathomable. Before them, Guan Lin's silver handgun transformed into a magnificent golden revolver, possessing only 3 chambers. The revolver shimmered in the sunlight, akin to a slumbering behemoth awaiting awakening. Du Yiheng's expression grew serious, for he recognized that the Guan family's royal golden revolver, akin to the Du family's 7 phantom soul snatch, was unrivaled at this level. Though the 7 phantom soul snatch was said to be infallible, such accuracy depended on the wielder. He himself could not achieve it, at least not in front of Du Xiaoba. Both adjusted their stances and locked eyes, their gazes sharp as swords, seemingly igniting sparks in the air. 1 minute, 2 minutes, only 10 minutes remained in the match. Both awaited the other to make the first move, hoping to discern a flaw and unleash their ultimate techniques at the opportune moment. Yet, it was evident that Guan Lin's golden gun was continuously absorbing the energy of the heavens and the earth, its muzzle resembling an abyss, devouring the surrounding energy. Du Yiheng, too, concentrated all his energy into the darts, rumored to require a 10% expenditure of his telekinetic power to execute this strike. With 5 minutes left, neither dared to utter a word, for the first to speak would inevitably affect their focus, placing them at a slight disadvantage. 1 minute, remained. 7 phantom soul snatch. Du Yiheng could no longer contain himself. He could not afford to exhaust his concentration in the first match, especially as his opponent was evidently gathering strength. 7 darts soared through the air, each tracing a distinct trajectory. One darted forward in a linear acceleration, striking with the swiftness of lightning. Another flitted about erratically, reminiscent of a dancing butterfly. A third traced a graceful arc, akin to the elegance of a crescent moon. Yet another followed a parabolic path, accelerating as if a meteor streaked across the sky. One dart took on an odd, jagged shape, resembling the fangs of a demon. Another spiraled through the air like a drill, its destructive potential comparable to that of a tornado. And a host of soul-chasing darts followed closely behind, akin to harbingers of death. Chapter 46. Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba. Guan Lin, fully aware of his inability to evade the 7 trajectories of the darts, concentrated 30% of his soul energy into a golden bullet, staking everything on this one shot. He raised the firearm with both hands, exerting all his strength to fire. with a thunderous bang. A bullet radiating golden light erupted from the muzzle, its might akin to that of a peak soul origin. Immediately, Guan Lin executed the Qingye divine technique, retreating to the side. If he could evade the 7 illusion soul-chasing darts this time, victory would be his, for he held absolute confidence in the golden bullet. The golden bullet accelerated relentlessly, swiftly reaching Du Yiheng. Du Yiheng, not daring to delay, immediately unleashed the Du family's empty bat technique. This technique, a form of lightness skill, ranked just below the white feather technique, yet its grade was at the pinnacle of the intermediate level, while the white feather technique reached the extreme limits of the celestial grade. In fact, the classification of techniques does not imply that intermediate techniques are inferior to superior or celestial grades. Their efficacy is assessed based on the intricacies involved and the levels of mastery required. Common techniques possess but a single transformation, yet their cultivation requirements are minimal, accessible even to those below the initial origin realm. Intermediate techniques, though singular in transformation, are categorized into 4 tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Advanced techniques exhibit 2 transformations, divided into 5 tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, peak, and extreme. Celestial grade techniques, featuring 3 transformations, are similarly divided into 5 tiers. The highest level of the initial tier encompasses 5 layers of cultivation. The intermediate tier consists of 6 layers. The advanced tier contains 7 layers. The peak tier comprises 8 layers, while the extreme tier comprises 9 layers. However, the potency of a technique cannot be gauged solely by its grade. There are numerous instances where intermediate techniques may surpass the might of advanced or celestial grade techniques, and celestial grade techniques may fall short of advanced techniques. What truly matters is whether the technique suits the practitioner and whether the practitioner can fully comprehend and maximize its potential. Meanwhile, Du Yiheng found himself enveloped by an ethereal shadow of bat wings, his body swiftly retreating, achieving a speed nearly on par with that of the bullet. It turned out that he was standing upon a dart, manipulating its movement through mental force, while his own weight felt as light as a speck of dust. On the opposite side, Guan Lin sensed the flow of sound and suddenly realized that the 7 darts had vanished from their respective trajectories, leaving him utterly unaware of their positions. He recalled their first encounter, when Du Yiheng had the ability to teleport the remaining 6 flying knives to any dart's location. Guan Lin surmised that these 7 darts were inscribed with intricate spatial teleportation runes. Feeling an overwhelming pressure closing in on him, despite his attempts to employ the Qingye divine technique, leaping and dodging proved futile against the lock-on. Meanwhile, the speed of the golden bullet intensified, with Du Yiheng continuously launching darts that pierced through the golden bullet as if it were insubstantial. Was it possible that, much like the 7 illusion soul-chasing darts, it was an energy construct formed from mental force, with the true darts navigating through the crevices of space? Upon impact, the energy construct would release the darts concealed within the spatial fissures. Du Yiheng recognized the counter to such an assault, the creation of clones. Resolute, he decided to fight to the last, differing from Xiaoba, whose spatial attributes contrasted with his own earth attributes. He had cultivated the Qingtu clone technique. Suddenly, a clay clone emerged from the ground, imbued with a trace of Du Yiheng's soul imprint. Yet, the golden bullet still passed through the clay clone, barreling directly towards Du Yiheng. At this moment, the bullet's velocity had far surpassed that of Du Yiheng. The golden bullet struck Du Yiheng's body, unleashing a torrent of energy that reduced him to mere fragments. Turning to the other side, Guan Lin relied solely on instinct, unleashing 18 consecutive shots, only to find that the energy construct darts had penetrated the bullets. However, with Du Yiheng's demise, the lock-on of the darts dissipated, and the composite darts hidden within the spatial layers were unleashed, slicing through the 10 bullets that followed and directly penetrating Guan Lin's body. Fortunately, due to the loss of lock-on, Guan Lin managed to sidestep just in time, resulting in the darts merely piercing through his right chest. Guan Lin emerged victorious. Upon exiting the secret realm, he collapsed, having expended 30% of his soul energy with the golden bullet, and his soul was beyond the realm of recovery within the secret domain. Meanwhile, the defeated Du Yiheng wore a dejected expression, unable to comprehend why the golden bullet could identify his cloned eye. In truth, the golden bullet functioned like Guan Lin's eye, containing his soul essence, allowing it to discern which targets could be disregarded, albeit at the cost of 30% of the caster's soul, rendering them incapable of further combat. Du Yiheng, reflect deeply upon this. You have truly disgraced the Du family, Du Qianlu exclaimed in fury. Yes, grandfather. Du Yiheng bowed his head. Though he had not lost 30% of his soul like Guan Lin, he was still defeated. In a real combat scenario, he would have perished, while his opponent would merely be gravely injured and could recover within 3 months. Beside the secret realm, the first group of students from Zhangyan Martial Institute were also observing the competition, their expressions grave. As a fourth-year student, Du Yiheng was soon to participate in the selection competition at Lukuan Academy, and he was regarded as the strongest of his year. To their astonishment, he had lost to Guan Lin, underscoring the emergence of prodigious talents within this cohort of Yuzhou Martial Institute, in contrast to the solemn expressions of the others. A diminutive youth approached Lin Yi and the others, a frightening black scar marring his left cheek. May I inquire if there are any hidden weapon masters from the Bai family present? Bai Ying was about to step forward to respond, but after reconsideration, she felt that her current flying knife skills did not represent the pinnacle of her peers from the Bai family. She glanced at Lin Yi, who remained unresponsive, as he was not a member of the Bai family, merely an outer disciple. Seeing no one answering, the youth shook his head. It seems that after defeating you, I must personally pay a visit to Yuzhou Martial Institute. Youngster, such grandiosity? State your name. Lu Xinchuan retorted with indignation. Du Xiaoba. Realization dawned upon Lu Xinchuan. This individual was none other than the foremost prodigy of Zhangyan Academy, the true heir of the 7 illusions soul-chasing technique. Before long, you will have the chance to compete against us. What use is it for you to seek out the hidden weapon masters of the Bai family? Lin Yi inquired, seemingly deducing his intentions. Naturally, it is for a contest of hidden weapons. Should I lose, my entire team will concede in the next match. Should I win, you may choose to concede or continue the contest. Du Xiaoba declared with unwavering confidence. I am versed in the Bai family's flying knife techniques. However, as an outer disciple, I am uncertain if I possess the qualifications to challenge your darts, Lin Yi responded. In Lin Yi's view, if a single match sufficed to complete this 7th-level task, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements, as the 4v4 format mandated several rounds of combat. Du Xiaoba scrutinized Lin Yi. Noting his average height, around 1.75 meters, and ordinary appearance, yet his eyes sparkled brightly, resembling 2 radiant stars. Chapter 47. Empty Feather. Lu Xinchuan and the other students turned their attention to the academy head, Du Qianlu, who shook his head helplessly, sighing, very well, let it be a single match. If your students from Yuzhou Martial Institute emerge victorious, then our prodigy class shall concede in its entirety. He understood that Du Xiaoba was the most formidable student at Zhangyan Martial Institute. Originally, he had a chance to enter Lukuan Academy directly, but the unexpected rise of Bai Xiuying had thwarted this opportunity. It turned out that both Bai Xiuying and Li Miaoyin had also visited Zhangyan Martial Institute. At Du Qianlu's invitation, and the same circumstances applied. Defeating Bai Xiuying would grant direct entry into Lukuan Academy, yet the battle lasted but a second. Bai Xiuying had not afforded him any time. This left Du Xiaoba with a lingering resentment, especially considering that Bai Xiuying was a year his junior. Consequently, he resolved to join Zhangyan Martial Institute early, becoming its youngest student in history at merely 13 years of age. Lin Yi employed the mutation technique, instantly elevating his cultivation to the 3rd layer of spiritual origin, before entering the Zhangyan secret realm. Controlling Puppets Master, Du Xiaoba. Defense-type Elemental Warrior, Lin Yi. Indeed, Lin Yi's classification was that of a defense-type Elemental Warrior. As the first group lacked any defensive fighters. It was then that Lin Yi discovered Du Xiaoba's virtual form within the secret realm, a green-robed dragon-patterned celestial master, only 16 years old. His talent was nearing that of Bai Shaoling. Senior Lin, shall we limit ourselves to hidden weapon techniques for this match? Lin Yi, recognizing his primary vocation as a martial artist with the techniques of Infinite Palm and Mixed Yuan Crimson Shadow Blade, understood that his opponent's primary discipline was that of a celestial master, likely possessing soul origin-level puppets. Thus, utilizing mental mastery for combat would render the match equitable. Lin Yi nodded, producing 4 of the Bai family's 3-star flying knives, 2 provided by the Bai family, and the other 2 borrowed from Bai Ying. In truth, the Bai family's flying knife techniques were sufficient with merely 2 knives in regular use. However, after witnessing the previous battle, Lin Yi felt that 2 knives might be insufficient against 7 darts, prompting him to borrow an additional 2. The underlying reason was that when employing mental force, he essentially operated as 2 entities, himself and Bai Niao, the latter being the true core of the spirit, capable of independent control of the flying knives. Lin Yi deliberately reserved 2 knives for Bai Niao, hoping for timely intervention in crucial moments. Master, would it be somewhat unsportsmanlike for me to intervene? Should I then excavate you to ensure fairness? Lin Yi jested. He understood that as a supercomputer, coupled with the boundless computational power of an independent universe, the white bird's flying daggers would be exceedingly formidable should they be unleashed. Lin Yi initiated the first strike, hurling a dagger from his right hand in a graceful arc. Du Xiaoba merely smiled faintly, flicking his finger to send a dart soaring in a similar trajectory. The dart collided with the dagger, sending it careening off course. It became evident that Du Xiaoba had reached the first level of soul origin, granting his dart the same potency, while Lin Yi's dagger only possessed the strength of the fourth level of spirit origin, rendering it incapable of withstanding the Du family's projectile. Upon witnessing the incoming dart, Lin Yi swiftly summoned his transformed vital energy. The reddish-brown energy from his left hand repelled the dart effortlessly. His cultivation had ascended to the third level of spirit origin, and his transformed vital energy was equivalent to the defensive power of the third or fourth levels of soul origin. Both combatants had gauged each other's general strength from their initial exchanges. Little brother, unleash your 7 illusions pursuit dart directly. If I fail to catch it, I shall concede defeat. Lin Yi had witnessed the might of Du Yiheng's technique, which likely possessed the strength of the 7th or 8th level of soul origin. With his defensive capabilities at the 3rd level of soul origin, if the white bird's dagger could strike, it would dissipate some of its force, providing him with an opportunity to defend against the blow. Moreover, he still had the trump card of the void feather. Why 7 illusions pursuit dart differs from my cousin's. Brace yourself. Du Xiaoba produced 7 darts in each hand and flung them with lightning speed. Lin Yi remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Du Xiaoba's darts. Suddenly, the projectiles vanished mid-flight. In the ethereal realm, 2 screens emerged, revealing data on the trajectories of the 2 energy darts, as perceived through Lin Yi's light-based sensing. He observed 2 energy daggers racing through the air, while behind Du Xiaoba, a spatial layer formed as the 7 darts coalesced into a flying hammer, poised for summoning in an alternate space. Indeed, his 7 illusions pursuit dart diverged from Du Yiheng's. The latter's composite darts trailed the energy daggers, while Du Xiaoba's assembled darts were primed and ready to strike, showcasing his superior grasp of spatial laws that allowed him to teleport the composite darts to the location of the energy daggers at will. The white bird executed the dagger technique, stealthily launching an attack from Lin Yi's rear, arcing towards both sides of Du Xiaoba. Meanwhile, Lin Yi unleashed his own daggers, targeting the energy darts, but they pierced through the projectiles as if they were mere air. This outcome had been anticipated by Lin Yi, as a slight smirk graced his lips as he activated the rainfall technique, retreating rapidly. Outside the arena, Bai Ying wore a smile, seemingly aware of something. "What are you secretly laughing about, Bai Ying?" Lu Xinchuan inquired, puzzled by Bai Ying's mirth. Lin Yi has already mastered the spatial laws to a minor extent. He is capable of employing the 5th level of void feather. Lu Xinchuan had never witnessed the entirety of the Bai family's lightness techniques and was unfamiliar with the specifics of the void feather. 2 energy darts struck Lin Yi simultaneously from the left and right, and the formidable composite darts swiftly emerged from the spatial layer, easily shattering the reddish-brown protective energy. It became clear that the darts possessed destructive power equivalent to at least the 7th level of soul origin. However, Lin Yi suddenly vanished, reappearing 50 meters away. The 2 darts collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The ground around the collision point fractured under the immense force, creating a 10-meter diameter devastated zone. Observing from across the arena, Du Xiaoba employed the void bat technique to evade Lin Yi's, the white bird's, daggers. The trajectory of the daggers, manipulated by the white bird, was perilously precise, targeting Du Xiaoba's retreat path. As he sidestepped one dagger, another approached, perfectly timed. Du Xiaoba ascended into the air using the void bat technique. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful multi-strike, causing the left dagger to veer abruptly while the right dagger continued its arcing pursuit under the white bird's control. Du Xiaoba had never felt so flustered. His prideful 7 illusions pursuit dart had utterly failed. Chapter 48. The elemental body of space. Yet the opponent's daggers seemed enchanted, displaying an almost supernatural skill. To Du Xiaoba, Lin Yi appeared to possess 2 minds, effortlessly evading his 7 illusions pursuit dart while simultaneously commanding the daggers to attack at exquisitely calculated angles. This ability resembled that of a monster, an uncanny prowess that defied description. At this juncture, Du Xiaoba had already executed 2 aerial evasions, yet he remained ensnared. He utilized the Void Bat split technique, fracturing into 7 illusions and scattering in 7 different directions. Lin Yi's daggers, like bolts of lightning, shattered 1 illusion in an instant, while the White Bird's arcing daggers obliterated 2 more. However, 4 illusions managed to escape. Lin Yi resolved to diligently practice the Phantom Split technique after this contest. Recognizing its invaluable utility in actual combat, it was revealed that the Du family's Void Bat technique, once honed to a certain level, could enable the summoning of illusions, yet such mastery required a profound comprehension of spatial laws, a feat considerably more challenging than mastering the other 9 laws. Even Du Yiheng had not achieved complete mastery, remaining at a perfect stage. However, Du Xiaoba was a natural spatial attribute warrior, enhancing his grasp of spatial laws, and at merely 16 years of age, he had attained great mastery. With 4 illusions remaining, Lin Yi immediately launched 2 more daggers, then, like a specter, began to teleport closer to Du Xiaoba. At that teleportation, the onlookers outside the secret realm were astounded. Isn't it said that only those who have attained minor perfection in spatial laws can teleport? He is only 17. How could he possibly reach such a level? Lu Xinchuan finally grasped the skill Bai Ying had referred to as Void Feather. Realizing it was a teleportation technique executable even before achieving minor perfection in spatial laws. However, it lacked the flexibility of true teleportation, allowing only linear movement in accordance with the direction of travel. Du Qianlu nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, this is the Bai family's Void Feather. It is truly exquisite, one of the few techniques capable of linear teleportation at the minor accomplishment stage of spatial laws." Lin Yi, like a wraith, appeared before Du Xiaoba, unleashing 4 daggers aimed at the 4 remaining illusions. Du Xiaoba, pursued by the onslaught of daggers, was drenched in sweat, barely finding a moment to catch his breath. Lin Yi's energy reserves dwindled to 30%, equating to 2,390 units. Each application of the multi-strike at the 3rd level of spirit origin consumed 8 thousandths of his energy, specifically 64 units, while the double strike required 16 thousandths, or 128 units. The triple strike consumed 32 thousandths, although Lin Yi had not yet mastered the triple strike. The Void Feather technique also consumed energy, albeit at a base cost of 4 thousandths, meaning each use drained 32 units. In this round of maneuvers, he expended 480 units of energy across 5 uses of Void Feather and 5 multi-strikes, leaving him with 24% energy remaining. Within this secret realm, he needed to conserve energy. As the number of techniques required to subdue Du Xiaoba remained uncertain, this was the price of suddenly augmenting one's strength through transformation. Outside the secret realm, energy could be replenished from the Soul Stone, providing an inexhaustible source. With the multi-strike unleashed, 4 daggers accelerated, shattering 3 illusions, while the 4th illusion passed through his body. Lin Yi realized this was the elemental body of space, a physique he had encountered before. Lu Xinchuan's grandfather possessed such a body. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yi understood that Du Xiaoba's comprehension of spatial laws had reached great mastery. Now, in the state of the elemental body, he likely achieved minor perfection. However, this elemental body had a time limitation. According to Lu Changhai's description, it required the consumption of energy, expending 1,000th per second. Furthermore, once manifested, it could not be activated again within the hour. Estimating that 17 minutes remained in the match, Lin Yi speculated that Du Xiaoba's elemental body would sustain him until the end. However, he had previously utilized the 7 illusions pursuit dart, which, based on earlier observations, likely consumed 10% of his energy reserves. Thus, Du Xiaoba's elemental body could endure for approximately 15 more minutes. Outside the secret realm, Lu Xinchuan's expression was grave. Du Xiaoba's displayed prowess left her feeling inadequate, yet Lin Yi's ability to contend with him for such an extended duration revealed the tremendous progress he had made over the years. Seemingly surpassing her, confronted with the elemental body, Lin Yi was compelled to retreat swiftly, sending 4 daggers hurtling like meteors to distract Du Xiaoba. The latter's countenance darkened. He had believed himself unmatched among his peers. Save for Bai Xiuying. To his astonishment, this student from the Yuzhou Martial Academy, a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of Lingyuan, was able to compel him to unleash the elemental body die in this moment. He truly grasped the formidable prowess of the Bai family's flying daggers. Both the Void Feather and the multiple strikes effortlessly dismantled his ultimate techniques. Subsequently, Du Xiaoba conjured 7 doppelgangers, once more executing the 7 illusion soul snatch. Lu Xinchuan clenched her fists in anxiety. Even if Lin Yi were to lose, the 4v4 match could still be replayed. Yet, witnessing Du Xiaoba's strength left her at a loss as to how to counter his elemental body and 7 illusion soul snatch. It was evident that Du Xiaoba was exerting himself to the utmost, for invoking this technique would deplete 70 of his mental energy, coupled with the prior use of the 7 illusion soul snatch. His elemental body could not endure for long. It seemed he was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. However, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. Standing firm, he employed the method of light element perception to sense the flow of light elements. It was all but certain that Lin Yi would face defeat. The doppelgangers created through spatial laws were all genuine, as they could materialize instantaneously in any location to release their techniques. A student from Tsangyan Academy remarked, nevertheless, to have forced our academy's super genius to such straits is a testament to his exceptional skill, especially considering he is merely at the 3rd level of Lingyuan. As Lin Yi contemplated how to withstand the next onslaught, he could not believe that Du Xiaoba could simultaneously unleash the 7 illusions soul snatch 7 times. Based on previous experience, he could only cast it once. However, he could teleport the combined flying daggers to any position occupied by an energy dart. Each instance of the 7 illusions soul snatch siphoned 10 of the soul power, placing an immense burden on the body. Akin to the golden bullets of Guan Lin. Chapter 49. Phantom Doppelganger Technique. Lin Yi was calculating which of his opponent's true forms was the real one. If the adversary's spatial body was indeed immune to any attack, why would he divide himself into 7 doppelgangers? What was he concealing? Du Xiaoba launched his assault. The 7 sets of 7 illusion soul snatch unleashed simultaneously, with 7 energy darts vanishing into thin air. Silent and swift, Lin Yi first employed the light element detection to discern the trajectory of the 7 energy darts. They almost sealed off all angles, even restricting his ability to teleport in any direction. Had Du Xiaoba deduced that he could only teleport in a straight line, Lin Yi recalled the words of Dean Lu Chonghai, who had once stated, "Every position in the universe possesses spatial interlayers." Those who have mastered the minor aspects of spatial laws can perceive spatial coordinates and transmit their bodies to those coordinates. Those who embody the spatial element can temporarily place their bodies within those spatial interlayers. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Yi realized that the students in the square were mistaken. Du Xiaoba was already in a spatial element state, with his true self concealed within the spatial interlayer. At this juncture, he could not teleport. He must first return his true form to outside the spatial interlayer before he could do so. Within the spatial interlayer, he could only teleport to areas under his control. Thus, the same reasoning applied to his 7 illusion soul snatch. By now, prepare the flying daggers. Once his 7 illusion soul snatch breaches my protective chi, strike at the central doppelganger with double strikes. Bai Niao nodded, directing the flying daggers against the remaining 6 doppelgangers, reserving 1 dagger in anticipation. As expected, the 7 energy darts surged forth. Lin Yi utilized the aberrant chi to deflect nearly all of them. However, 1 armor-piercing dart managed to penetrate his defenses, yet Lin Yi remained unmoved, bracing himself against the blow as the dart embedded itself in his right rib, blood gushing forth. Lin Yi's conjecture proved correct. There was indeed only 1 genuine 7 illusion soul snatch, while the others were mere bluffs, including the armor-piercing dart. Had Lin Yi rashly teleported prematurely, one of the 7 would surely have collided with his destination. Allowing Du Xiaoba to harness spatial laws to teleport the true 7 illusion soul snatch to its final position. In essence, all 7 darts were real, but only 1 group of 7 illusion soul snatch could teleport to any location. The final dart struck directly at the heart, followed by the combined flying daggers being unleashed. A wave of pressure from the 8th level of soul origin crashing down. Du Xiaoba's elemental body suddenly dissipated. Revealing his true self, Bai Niao. Upon receiving the command, Bai Niao executed the double strikes, aiming the Bai family's flying daggers straight for Du Xiaoba's head. Indeed, Lu Chonghai had mentioned that should the body reside within the spatial interlayer, it must vacate that layer to unleash techniques. Du Xiaoba's strategy was to wait for the moment when Lin Yi had nowhere left to evade and release the true 7 illusion soul snatch. However, to unleash such a potent technique, his body could not remain hidden within the spatial interlayer. As Du Xiaoba prepared to release his powerful technique, he found himself in a position from which there was no escape. and he could only seek a spatial coordinate. Yet, Bai Niao's flying daggers, empowered by double strikes, moved with astonishing speed, leaving Du Xiaoba no time to react. Instinctively, he teleported himself to Lin Yi's position, which was precisely the spatial interlayer of the Seven Illusions Soul Snatch. At that moment, Lin Yi's body was shattered, and Du Xiaoba appeared precisely where the destruction occurred. "I win," Du Xiaoba exclaimed with exhilaration, only to feel a sudden chill in his throat, realizing that a flying dagger had pierced through it. Lin Yi stood behind him, a distance of 50 paces away. Lin Yi emerged victorious. The system notification echoed, leaving the other students outside the secret realm in stunned silence, except for Lin Yi's group. What just happened? Why did he lose? Isn't Du Xiaoba unbeatable among his peers? It's impossible. The Du family's dart technique ranks first among concealed weapons. Many students could hardly fathom the outcome, some even reddening with indignation. Du Qianluo's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that a single meal of chaotic meat would lead Lin Yi to comprehend the minor perfection of the light system's laws. Subsequently mastering the first layer of the shadow clone technique, the very moment Lin Yi was struck by the armor-piercing dart, he executed the shadow clone technique. His true form utilized the light and shadow technique to conceal itself, taking a step back before employing the void feather to retreat 50 paces. His layer of aberrant chi and the doppelgangers created by the light and shadow remained in place, deceiving Du Xiaoba, who was being attacked by Bai Niao and thrown into a state of chaos. Every moment was flawlessly timed. This was Lin Yi, also known as Yu, a super soldier who had experienced thousands of battles in his previous life. As Du Xiaoba exited the secret realm, he clasped his fists in salute to Lin Yi, saying, "Senior brother." Lin Yi, taken aback and puzzled, inquired, "Why do you call me senior brother? I once competed against someone a year my junior and suffered a crushing defeat. I called her senior sister, and thus vowed that anyone who could defeat me among my peers would be addressed as senior brother or senior sister. Those who cannot best me must also call me senior brother." Lin Yi immediately thought of someone, Bai Xiaoying, and a sly smile crept across his face. Could it be that Bai Xiaoying had also been to Tsangyan Academy? He refrained from probing further, as it would only reopen old wounds. And he could surmise how terribly Bai Xiaoying had tormented him back then. "Truthfully, I prefer not to be called senior brother. Just call me boss." Lin Yi had always despised such titles, having been looked down upon due to his slow progress in cultivation. The memories of past humiliations flooded back whenever he heard them. Du Xiaoba, beaming with delight, proclaimed, "Junior brother Du Xiaoba pays respects to big brother." Lin Yi responded joyfully, "Haha, from now on, we are brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Big brother, little brother Xiaoba." Everyone else stood in bewilderment, astonished at how quickly these two had become brothers. Well then, the match has concluded, and the Yuzhou Martial Academy emerges victorious. Du Qianlu announced the results of the contest. "Uncle Du, we have an important mission in the West Frontier. Should we travel by airship or energy train?" Lu Xinchuan inquired. In fact, in a few days, Xiaoba's team will be heading there as well. Why not take a few days to rest here and then depart together with Xiaoba's team? Du Qianlu suggested. Lu Xinchuan glanced at Guanlin, who remained unconscious. It appeared he would need several days of recovery. "Then we shall impose on Uncle Du for these days." "Not at all. That it's a perfect opportunity for you, as geniuses of Yuzhou, to spar with our students over the next few days, especially with this young friend Lin Yi." Du Qianlu displayed a contemplative expression, while Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba laughed and chatted along the way, as if they were long-lost friends reuniting after many years. Engaging in lively conversation about various topics, it turned out that Du Xiaoba shared his grandfather's passion for food and had developed a love for cooking himself. From a young age, he had been particularly enamored with the culinary techniques of exquisite dishes, especially the art of preparing demon beasts. Interestingly, Du Xiaoba's father was the head chef and general manager of Qinyao Building, clearly indicative of a hereditary inclination. Chapter 50. The Demon Beasts in the Secret Chamber. Lin Yi, well versed in a multitude of subjects, was able to answer the many peculiar questions posed by Du Xiaoba, a feat attributed not only to the knowledge repository of the White Bird, but also to his past experiences. He even possessed unique insights regarding the alien demons, speculating that their origins might trace back to the divine lineage of the upper realms. He perceived this galaxy as akin to a cosmic vessel, with the sun at its heart serving as the engine's core. The divine beings were piloting this vessel away from the black void, initially heading towards the core of the universe. However, at times, they would divert to rescue those star systems ensnared by the black void, thus altering their course. This could potentially lead to the emergence of an additional sun, perhaps acquiring the power core of that star system. Simultaneously, our own solar system might draw nearer to the black void, resulting in the advent of alien demons. What, then, is the black void? It represents an aperture at the edge of the universe leading into the chaotic realms. Much like the umbilical cord of an infant, Linne speculated that this opening could very well be the initial point through which the universe absorbed chaotic energy. Based on his previous experience consuming chaotic meat, Linne understood that chaotic energy could be transformed into the 10 elemental energies. Thus, he pondered whether the genesis of the universe itself stemmed from chaotic energy. The universe absorbed these energies, which, upon converting into the 10 elemental laws, birthed galaxies and cosmic spaces, consequently instigating the universe's continuous expansion. Yet, in the present day, the universe appeared to be contracting, no longer actively absorbing chaotic energies, rendering that aperture a source of calamity. As chaotic energy could not be transformed, it would flood back into various corners of the universe, likely merging with the existing life forms to create entirely new chaotic beings known as chaotic beasts. In truth, Linne's assertions lacked scientific grounding, yet Du Xiaoba listened with rapt attention. As the grandson of Du Qianlu, he had grown up immersed in many secrets, and his grandfather was notorious for his loose lips. Eager to divulge many untold truths, numerous realities were kept from the public eye to prevent panic. Yet those in power were somewhat enlightened. Du Xiaoba was instantly in awe of Linne, especially regarding the origins of the four suns and how the solar system had, out of necessity, approached the black void to rescue humanity from other planets, inadvertently inviting chaotic, infected beings into the solar system. Subsequently, as this immense vessel distanced itself from the black void, incidents involving alien demons gradually diminished. This aligned perfectly with the emergence of the fourth sun 4 centuries prior and the frequent alien demon attacks that occurred between 300 and 400 years ago. In the following days, the team from the Yuzhou Genius class engaged in several exchange matches with the Tsangyun Genius class. Bai won and lost 1, Turkson achieved 2 victories and 1 defeat, while Lu Zixuan triumphed in 3 contests. Naturally, Linne and Du Xiaoba refrained from participating in these duels, opting instead to stealthily slip into the kitchen of Qianyao building to indulge in culinary delights. Brother, I wasn't mistaken, was I? The combination of white jade giant snake meat and flame bird wings, the intertwining clash of ice and fire, is truly unforgettable, Linne exclaimed, his mouth enveloped in a bronze-hued essence, indicative of the altered qi he possessed, clearly signifying the need for some form of protection when consuming such demon meat. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoba utilized his space elemental physique to channel the pure energy resulting from the fusion of the 2 energies into his being. Does your grandfather still have that chaotic beast meat? Linne inquired, as he recalled Lyre, having promised to bring her something delicious upon his return. He presumed that Lyre would not lack for fruits from Shijiang. But the meat of the chaotic beast seemed like a fine delicacy, and no problem, I'll fetch you a piece. However, this delicacy can only be consumed once in a lifetime. The effects diminish with a second serving. I owe my comprehension of the spatial laws to the chaotic meat, Du Xiaoba replied, leading Linne into a secret chamber. To Linne's astonishment, there were dozens of chaotic beast corpses within. Despite Du Qianlu's earlier claim of possessing only one dead, the center of the chamber lay a peculiar corpse, a bat-human hybrid, with a physique resembling that of a human, yet adorned with a pair of bat wings and a head akin to that of a bat. Lying quietly within a tank filled with energy liquid, is this a demon race? Linne inquired, curiosity piqued. It's a type of demon beast, and my grandfather said it fled from the myriad demon lake and flew all the way to the eastern continent. Arriving in Tsangyun Prefecture, where it slaughtered the populace before being captured by my grandfather, Du Xiaoba explained. How did it manage to traverse through so many detection systems from the Holy Demon Continent to the Zhao Kingdom's Tsangyun? Du Xiaoba spread his arms, revealing a bat-like shadow behind him. It is the first space-type demon beast created by the beast tamer immortal, known as the Void Bat. Our Du family's Void Bat technique originates from the study of it. This bat can create clones and teleport, rendering it impervious to ordinary surveillance devices. Is it dead? Linne asked. Alive, but forever in slumber. You see, every child of the Du family must awaken the Void Bat technique using its blood upon reaching the age of 8. It is said that upon mastering the 8th layer of the technique, one undergoes a transformation, becoming akin to it. Fortunately, I've only reached the 5th layer, at this moment. Du Xiaoba produced a piece of black meat and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "This piece is sufficient for your friend to cultivate. Just don't disclose its origins. Claim you stumbled upon it by chance." Suddenly, Du Xiaoba seemed to have an idea, grinning slyly, "Boss, since you bested me in the art of hidden weapons, why don't we have a competition? You use martial skills, and I'll employ the Celestial Master's puppet control technique, and see whose primary profession reigns supreme?" Lin rolled his eyes and replied, "Whatever you say, little Xiaoba. Are we competing within the secret realm or outside of it?" Lin understood that without the secret realm, Xiaoba would undoubtedly lose, yet he needed to expend elemental crystals, which was quite costly. Of course, we must give our all in the competition. Holding back is pointless, let's do it. I'll cover the secret realm fees. The two proceeded to the outskirts of the Tsangyan secret realm, where Du Xiaoba paid 40 top-grade elemental stones, and the staff activated the secret realm. Indeed, entering the secret realm typically incurs a fee of 200,000 ordinary fire elemental crystals per person per hour. However, for Du Xiaoba, this was merely a trifling SUM.ASA result. They engaged in 8 matches, with Lin Yi emerging victorious each time, and the duration of each subsequent match decreasing. Exhausted, Du Xiaoba reclined in the grass outside the secret realm, lamenting, "Boss, I perceive your actual cultivation level is merely at the initial stage of the 1st yuan. Yet within the secret realm, you appear as if at the 3rd spirit yuan, and as the matches progressed, your frequency of skill releases increased, leading to my swift defeat. Your elemental physique is truly extraordinary. In truth, during my first entry into the secret realm, I had only 30 elemental energy. However, my elemental energy replenishes by 30 with each match." Lin explained. Chapter 51. The gray box. Du Xiaoba suddenly realized that Lin had not displayed his full prowess at the onset. "Xiaoba, while your mechanical puppets have achieved combat power at the advanced Soul Yuan level, they lack flexibility in actual combat, and their massive size makes evading attacks exceedingly difficult, compelling them to rely solely on defensive arrays. My infinite palm technique is specifically designed to counter high defenses." With a hint of resignation, Du Xiaoba remarked, "The Celestial Master's puppet control technique is divided into living and dead puppets. My dead puppet technique has only a few hundred years of history. It is a profession that has only recently gained prominence, derived from the secretive arts of chaotic beasts, and thus has many shortcomings. In contrast, the Celestial Master's living puppet technique boasts over a millennium of development, making it the most formidable among the 6 celestial master professions. Yet, I have always harbored a passion for mechanical puppetry, thus aspiring to become an outstanding master of the dead puppet technique. The pinnacle of research in this field resides at the Lukuan Academy, which is why I am determined to join Lukuan Academy to deepen my studies in the art of dead puppets." Lin Yi is well versed in the art of the death puppet technique, which bears a resemblance to the Gundam mechs of Blue Star Civilization. However, while the death puppet technique is rooted in rune technology, the Gundam relies on chip circuitry technology. Should the opportunity arise, Lin aspires to attend Lukuan Academy to delve deeper into the mysteries of the death puppet art, exploring the potential to merge Blue Star's Gundam technology with rune technology. Unfortunately, the slow progress of his cultivation presents an insurmountable obstacle, rendering Lukuan Academy a distant dream for him. At this moment, in the heart of an underground parking garage, a cadre of mysterious sorcerers encircled an immense and ancient magical array. The array manifested a 5-pointed star pattern, with each point binding a different attribute beast, while at the center lay the corpse of an otherworldly demon beast. The enigmatic array pulsated with an eerie red glow, and the inscriptions in its center began to rotate counterclockwise. Before long, the beasts at the array's points began to howl in agony as their bodies gradually melted away, transforming into 5 distinct energies that converged upon the otherworldly demon's corpse. As the black smoke surrounding the corpse thickened, it began to disintegrate, morphing into a colossal black beam that shot skyward. A gray mark resembling a crow materialized at the center of the array. "The coordinates have been transmitted. We must evacuate swiftly," commanded the leading sorcerer in a dark robe, glancing at his watch. With just an hour remaining before the black light activated the mark, he reached for his communicator. "Have the individuals at the station been dealt with? Rest assured, we have loaded their bodies onto the vehicle. Send down a vehicle for our retreat." "Understood." At that moment, an energy van approached the underground parking lot, and the sorcerers hastily boarded. "Boss, Shouldn't we take a moment to admire the otherworldly demon? One sorcerer suggested whimsically. The Tianlang clan has warned that once the mark is fired, we must retreat immediately. Are you seeking death? B-Boss, I merely intended to point out that your timing is off. It's already 2 o'clock. The leading sorcerer looked skyward, noting that the black light had indeed overlapped with the full moon. Once the moon departed from the chaotic rays of black light, they would penetrate the array's center. Upon checking his wristwatch, he noticed a wisp of black smoke coiling around it, a remnant of the chaotic energy encountered while transporting the Chaos Beast. Rendering the watch malfunctioning. Quickly retreat, he urged. Just as he spoke, the full moon began to drift away from the black light region, and the sky gradually dimmed. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the area surrounding the array. Inciting agitation among the sorcerers, their hearts quickened, and suddenly, a gray beam descended from the heavens. The air thickened with black mist, intensifying into a chaotic flow. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated, sending the energy van careening several paces away, while several sorcerers were violently hurled from the vehicle. The vast expanse of chaotic energy seemed to be drawn toward a singular point before dissipating entirely. As the sorcerers regained their footing, they discerned that the array had transformed into a massive pit. At the center of this pit lay a small gray box, encircled by swirling black fog. The gray box suddenly levitated, drawing closer to the sorcerers, while a gray area began to expand. Those who entered this gray zone felt an overwhelming discomfort, an irritable unease encompassing their beings. In an instant, the gray box opened, emitting a beam of gray light that ensnared the sorcerers' souls, rendering them motionless as if turned to wax figures. The box then unleashed a flurry of black threads that entwined around their bodies, igniting them in black flames, reducing them to mere skeletons. The gray box slowly glided away from the underground parking lot, emerging onto the highway at the center of the station, where a massive energy cargo truck idled. Employing the same method, the black threads penetrated the truck, transforming everyone inside, including the driver, into flaming skeletons. Finally, the gray box closed its lid and lay quietly in the center of the road. The following day, suns rose in succession, illuminating the shadowy station square as the black flames gradually dissipated. Hours later, an energy train passed through the station, and the gray box suddenly opened, directing a beam of gray light toward the train. The energy bulbs aboard the train began to flicker erratically, as gray energy surged from the front to the rear of the train, which continued to speed away into the distance. An hour later, an energy bus arrived at the station, and a teacher, accompanied by a group of students, disembarked. This is the essential route from Zhangyan Prefecture to Shijiang Prefecture. We are currently at the Shigu station, where we will remain for 20 minutes. Those needing to use the restroom should proceed south. The rest will follow me to the northern lounge. Thus, the teacher led the remaining students toward the northern lounge. That moment, a plump little student suddenly noticed the gray box in the center of the road. He slowly approached the gray box, gradually straying from the main group. Meanwhile, at the Shijiang train station, the energy train continued forward without stopping. Contact was made with the train driver, but there was no response. The station staff had no choice but to divert the tracks, redirecting the energy train toward an abandoned maintenance yard. The high-flying energy warship pursued closely behind, and 3 white-armored magic soldiers leaped down, valiantly forcing the train to a halt. Zhuge Tianji wore a grave expression as he hovered over the train, awaiting the inspection results. At that moment, a black-robed dragon pattern master flew before him, reporting, "Father, it seems the passengers in the train have lost their souls. All their memories have vanished, rendering them imbeciles. How many passengers are aboard the train?" 320, including 30 crew members. "Have they fallen victim to an illusion, their memories erased?" Zhuge Tianji inquired. "Father, it feels as if they lost their memories simultaneously. Such power is beyond the capabilities of ordinary illusions." Zhuge Tianji entered the train car for observation, finding the passengers akin to wax figures, as if time had frozen for them at the same instant. Could this be a new type of strategic weapon? But why would they target the populace? It makes no sense. At that moment, Zhuge Tao's communicator buzzed with incoming information. Zhuge Tao received the report, relaying, "Father, the Shigu station has been out of contact for 12 hours, and this train just so happens to have passed through Shigu station. Immediately notify the railway authority to halt all trains heading to Shijiang." and have the Shigu Security Bureau investigate the station for any anomalies. If anything unusual is found, report it at once. Additionally, inform the road authority to cease all vehicles traveling to Shigu Station. The communicator swiftly relayed the directives. Father, in 7 days, the general offensive against the Black Bat clan is scheduled, and Shigu is the crucial passage from Tiandu to Xizang. If reinforcements from Tiandu cannot arrive in time, could the remnants of the Black Bat clan flee from Xiqing Port to the Holy Demon Continent? I suspect that the forces behind this may have set up some secret weapon at Shigu Station. Zhuge Tianji nodded. Tower, your reasoning is sound. This incident is likely connected to the forces orchestrating this rebellion. I believe we should summon Bai Tianyu as soon as possible. The severity of this incident may reach level 10, and perhaps only Bai Tianyu's elite shadow guard can resolve it. Shigu Station. The teacher led the young students back to the energy bus, their spirits dampened. They had hoped to enjoy a meal in the station lounge, but found it deserted. The female teacher called the roll, only to discover one student was missing. Where's Xiao Peng? Teacher, Xiao Peng has returned. The teacher turned to see Xiao Peng clutching a gray box as he boarded the bus. Xiao Peng, why are you wandering about? What if you got lost? Though the female teacher was furious, she felt a sense of relief upon seeing all her students safely return. Driver Wang, take us home. As the bus departed, an energy warship hovered above Shigu Station, and 2 nearly 2-meter-tall black-armored soldiers jumped down, commencing a thorough search of the station. Before long, a convoy of armored personnel carriers from the Security Bureau arrived, and 20 metallic spheres rolled out from the vehicle's rear doors. Once unfolded, the spheres transformed into unmanned iron puppets. Inside the personnel carriers were 5 operators and a purple-robed master, who controlled the puppets' movements. Each operator was equipped with 4 small screens displaying the puppets' camera feeds. As the iron puppets moved, the operators meticulously monitored their surroundings through the screens. Report to the commander. We have discovered something in the underground parking lot. A black-armored demon soldier stood at the center of the underground parking lot, facing a massive pit with a diameter of approximately 4 zhang. Another black-armored demon soldier discovered a van and a number of skeletal remains surrounding the immense chasm. Encircling a massive cargo truck were 4 or 5 ironclad automatons, which had uncovered a multitude of corpses in the truck's rear compartment, all belonging to station staff, alongside several unidentified remains, all reduced to skeletal forms. Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba's team found themselves blocked at the entrance of the West Ancient City long-distance energy bus station. The frequency of energy trains had been significantly reduced. Why would even the energy buses heading to the Xizang province be barred from passage? Lin Yi, it is all your fault along with that Xiaoba. If it weren't for your procrastination, we could have set off a day earlier, Lu Zixuan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat abashed, replied, good things come to those who wait. This signifies that our mission will be executed with great success. Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. This time our task involves escorting fire energy crystals, and with our team of 10, we could easily tackle an 8th level mission. Or even a 10th level one, Du Xiaoba chimed in. Meanwhile, Guan Lin, having just recovered from the exhaustion of his spiritual energy, adjusted his remarkably stylish hairstyle and suggested to Lu Zixuan, Xinchuan, why don't we spend the night in West Ancient City? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan kicked Guan Lin's backside playfully, her face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, perverted rogue, I'll hit you. With that, she strode toward the bus station's exit. Guan Lin, wincing in pain, feigned innocence, saying, what did I say? Bai Ying, trailing behind, remarked, Guan Lin, you really have no filter. He then glanced at Lin Yi, who offered a knowing smile. Guan, keep it up. Suddenly, Guan Lin understood, smacking his forehead. Oh dear, I truly have no tact. Zixuan, I was wrong. At that moment, a school bus pulled into the parking lot of the bus terminal. Lin Yi felt a sudden tremor within his soul stone, prompting him to halt and gaze at the bus. It appeared to be returning from Xizang, yet the unexpected quiver of the soul stone instilled a sense of unease within him. Inside the bus, a chubby boy was toying with a gray box. As the bus came to a stop, the boy was jolted, inadvertently pressing a mechanism on the box. The gray box suddenly sprang open, transforming the surrounding environment into a monochrome gray, which then began to expand wildly in all directions. In the distance, Lin Yi felt a sharp jolt in his heart as the bus morphed into a gray hue. No, the entire world seemed to be swallowed by gray. Lin Yi felt his body tremble uncontrollably, a profound sense of dread emanating from the depths of his being. He realized he was paralyzed, as were Guan Lin, Du Xiaoba, and Lu Zixuan beside him. Subsequently, a wave of black flames ignited upon the bus, gradually spreading outward. Outside the energy bus station, a gray barrier enveloped the entire station square with a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer. Energy vehicles passing through the barrier caused their drivers to behave as though intoxicated, crashing straight into lampposts. About a quarter of an hour later, countless armored vehicles from the security division surrounded the bus station, deliberating strategies from beyond the barrier. At that moment, a white ironclad warship arrived, belonging to the elite forces of the Shadow Guard. Major Baihao approached the command center of the security division to inquire about the situation within the bus station. Major Baihao, anyone who comes into contact with that gray barrier seems to have their memories abruptly erased, as if they had become like wax figures. Earlier this morning, there was a train accident at the Shijiang station, and the passengers experienced the same phenomenon. Chapter 53, Gongbin Xian and the Path to Immortality. Zhao Zirai dreamt of a biochemical chamber, where a pale object floated within. He recalled that it was a brain nearing 180 years of age. In reality, it was riddled with damage, many areas having deteriorated. Despite his relentless efforts to synthesize proteins for repairs, the artificial protein content had now reached 80. In truth, it retained little memory. Gongbin Xian had stored his memories within the computer system known as Crow. Gongbin Xian's lifelong pursuit was immortality. In his view, if one did not seek eternal life, possessing wealth or power was utterly meaningless. To resign oneself to fate was akin to being a living corpse. He refused to accept this fate, establishing the Immortality Group and employing various means to prolong his existence. Even during the 2 interstellar wars, his primary objective remained immortality. He had once experimented with the alien Titan race, yet ultimately failed. Gongbin Xian, you have granted me your memories. Alas, I am still myself, and you remain you. Humans can live at most to 150 years, while I can exist for over 500 years. You have failed? Ha ha ha! The Titan laughed mockingly, and Gongbin Xian, furious, pressed the self-destruct button. He realized that the essence of consciousness was a collection of memories intertwined with the neural network, forming a cognitive universe. When it functioned, the universe activated, and when it slumbered, the universe ceased. His body was merely a vessel, akin to the hardware of a computer, while the evolving neural network and the memories linked to its terminals resembled software. When the information within the software reached a certain threshold, it could interact with the neural network to create a relatively ordered universe, giving birth to consciousness. Indeed, rules were the foundation. Rules birthed the universe, be it the cognitive universe or the tangible one. Thus, he replicated his memories and neural network structure within Crow, a colossal supercomputer akin to a vast library housing countless precious knowledge and wisdom. Over the past 180 years, Gongbin Xian could scarcely discern whether his true self resided in that brain or the supercomputer Crow. Fortunately, fate bestowed upon him an opportunity for immortality and led him to discover something: the spirit heart. The spirit heart resided at the brain's core, the essence of human evolution. It emerged when sperm and egg first collided, yet it bore no memory. It was merely a trigger. However, if it connected with the neural network and memories, it could forge a universe akin to a brilliant star shining with a unique brilliance in the darkness. During that accident, Halls replicated his spirit heart, transforming it into an energy entity, which then fused with Crow. As Crow contained his memories and neural network, indeed, had he not created Crow back then, he would have perished entirely during that incident. Zhao Zirai awoke, surveying his own body, a vessel capable of cultivation, something unimaginable in his former life. The lifespan at the Tianyuan level ranges from 200 to 999 years. The half-king's lifespan extends from 1,000 to 9,999 years. Should one ascend to the upper realms and attain the throne, their lifespan could stretch from 10,000 to 99,999 years. It is said that there are immortals and celestial beings above. Of course, Halls, his benefactor, could grant him infinite lifespan as long as he assisted Halls in completing his tasks. Just then, Zhao Zirai was startled awake by crows cawing. He rose to find a crow standing oddly at the window. The inner imperial city of Tiandu typically did not allow even a sparrow to enter. How had this crow gotten in? Just as he contemplated using energy techniques to eliminate the crow, a voice spoke within his mind. Gongbin Xian, how delightful it must be to be a prince. Who are you? Zhao Zirai felt a sudden jolt in his heart. his body covered in a cold sweat, his forehead beaded with perspiration. "I have arrived, your benefactor. Hurry and come to fetch me." Zhao Zirai gazed at the crow, questioning whether it was indeed speaking. "Are you Crow?" "Crow is merely my avatar. I saved you, and now it is time for you to repay the favor." "Tea is halls." Zhao Zirai immediately bowed respectfully. "Master, what are your orders?" "I am at the West Ancient Long-Distance Energy Bus Station. Find a way to rescue me." With that, the crow transformed into a wisp of black mist and dissipated into the air. Zhao Zirai swiftly donned his clothing and summoned the internal guard commander, Zhu Wu, and the deputy commander of the Dark Guard, Wu Sheng. "What recent developments have occurred in the Zhao Kingdom, specifically regarding the Xizang region?" Zhu Wu responded, "The Zhuge National Master has besieged Black Bat Mountain and is expected to launch a full-scale assault in about 7 days. However, the front lines require a substantial amount of fire energy crystals, and the fire energy crystal convoy from the Shifu or Vane is frequently ambushed by unidentified mountain bandits. Due to insufficient frontline troops, we have no choice but to draft some students from the academy to assist in protecting the convoy." "I am aware of that. I meant to inquire if there have been any developments on the West Ancient side." Wu Sheng replied, "Earlier this morning, a serious accident occurred at the Xizang Energy train station, and it seems quite severe. The Zhuge National Master has already dispatched the commander to provide support." Zhao Zirai pondered for a moment. The Dark Guard was Zhao Kingdom's special operations team, and 4 by Tianyu to personally intervene indicated a matter of great urgency. "Prepare the flying ship. I shall make a trip to West Ancient." Wu Sheng summoned the special operations team from the Celestial Master's office, along with Linger. "Yes, Your Highness." At that moment, Wu Sheng's communication system vibrated, and he answered by Hao's report. "Your Highness, you truly possess an uncanny ability to foresee events. A significant incident has occurred at the Shigu Long-Distance Motor Vehicle Plaza. An unidentified object has unleashed a barrier, taking approximately 1,000 hostages." Zhao Ziru could not help but shudder, pondering to himself, "Hars, you have created quite the spectacle, yet you still require my assistance. This is indeed a formidable predicament." Zhao Ziru proceeded to the secret vault of the Zhao Kingdom. Gazing upon the towering figure at its center, a colossal giant standing 15 meters tall. This giant resembled a majestic mountain peak, being the unique silver-grade 9-layered body-refining troll puppet of the Zhao Kingdom, and also its most formidable combat machine. He slowly lifted his right arm, and the space ring on his index finger radiated a ghostly blue light. In an instant, a mysterious spatial magic circle appeared beneath the giant's feet. Subsequently, the giant appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually merging into the spatial magic circle. He then arrived at the docking port for the Inner Guard's warships, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Celestial Master's mansion personnel. Soon, 6 individuals were seen approaching slowly from a distance. The special operations team of the Celestial Master's mansion, paying respect to His Highness the Crown Prince. The members of the Celestial Master's mansion bowed respectfully. "Brother Ziru, why did you bring me along?" Bai Shaoling exclaimed with a bright smile, cheerfully addressing Zhao Ziru. In truth, Zhao Ziru had brought Linger along merely to relieve his tense nerves, for he was about to rescue Hars's avatar, which might prove to be exceptionally perilous. Yet, beside Linger, he could always sense an indescribable sense of security. Chapter 54. Hars on the bus. He found himself engulfed in a peculiar space, where everything around him was shrouded in a gray mist, and he was utterly unable to control his body, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. Fortunately, within the soul stone space, he retained half of his primordial spirit. "Bai Niao, what is happening? Can you use the soul stone to investigate?" Bai Niao extended 3 strands of primordial energy, and 3 screens materialized within the soul stone space. To his astonishment, the screens revealed that he and Lu Zixuan, along with others, had transformed into wax figures, frozen in place. At that moment, the hundreds of wax figures in front of them began to ignite one by one, engulfed in black flames. After approximately a minute of burning, the wax figures were instantaneously reduced to skeletons. Bai Niao discerned invisible black strands of primordial energy, approaching each individual one by one. There were about a dozen. Anyone touched by these strands would ignite in black flames, after which the strands would shift to the next target. Bai Niao examined the bodies of Lin Yi and the others, discovering that their spirit cores had turned gray. When the white strands touched the gray spirit cores, he realized that the insides were hollow, revealing a minuscule spatial wormhole. Master, your souls have entered an alternate space. Based on my analysis, you can visualize a body within this alternate space, and a virtual body will manifest. Following this guidance, Linny found himself finally able to move, while his wax figure body remained behind him. Lin-Yi reached out to touch it, but he was like a specter, unable to make contact with his own body. He then conveyed this method to Lu Zixuan and the others through the primordial energy strands. Thus, the 10 students from the Martial Academy temporarily broke free from control. At that moment, the black strands slowly approached their wax figures. While the crowd ahead had all transformed into skeletons, Bai Niao promptly urged the primordial energy strands to touch the black strands. Upon contact, it was akin to an electric shock, causing the black strands to retract swiftly. Spirit Core Host, I never expected to encounter you here. A voice resonated within Lin-Yi's soul. Who are you? Lin-Yi shouted. What is it, Lin-Yi? Have you discovered something? Lu Zixuan inquired immediately upon hearing Lin-Yi's exclamation. The others also turned their attention to Lin-Yi, who, after a moment's contemplation, decided that his secret must remain undisclosed. I was merely asking casually, to see if there would be a response. Lin-Yi replied with a wry smile. Ah, so your name is Lin-Yi, Spirit Core Host. Follow me, and I shall offer you a chance for survival. The voice echoed again, ghostly and lingering in Lin-Yi's ear, since it knew he was the Soul Stone host. It undoubtedly possessed considerable knowledge regarding the Soul Stone. Bai Niao, is there a way to communicate with him privately? Lin-Yi surmised that the entity was clearly reluctant for others to overhear their conversation. Bai Niao extended a white primordial energy strand, cautiously approaching the direction from which the black strand emanated, specifically towards the school bus. As the white strand attempted to enter the bus, a black strand obstructed its path, resembling two adversaries testing each other. Master, you are within its alternate space. It can directly sense your presence. Furthermore, it is likely inside that bus. However, it seems reluctant to allow me close. Lin-Yi, let that spirit body enter the bus. We can converse in private. The voice's owner appeared to understand Lin-Yi's intentions. Master, should danger arise, immediately channel all consciousness into the Soul Stone space. That spirit body will vanish instantaneously, Bai Niao cautioned. Lin-Yi nodded. Then do not harm anyone else, especially my friends. Boss, have you made contact with it? What did it say? Du Xiaoba, having overheard Lin-Yi's self-talk, looked on with curiosity and confusion. The voice replied. Those outside are attempting to break in. I must create sufficient chaos beasts. I can only guarantee the temporary safety of your 9 friends. Stay put and do not move, regardless of what you see. I will go to the bus and converse with it, Lin-Yi instructed the group. Meanwhile, at the Shigu post station, soldiers from the Shigu Guard were loading black skeletal remains onto a van. Suddenly, the black skeletons ignited in black flames, and their bodies began to mutate, the skulls swelling before sprouting black flesh. Within mere seconds, a humanoid monster exuding chaotic energy emerged. Upon witnessing such a transformation, the soldiers transporting the corpses hastily sought refuge within nearby armored vehicles. Observing the underground parking lot, the black skeletons created by secret mages began to undergo mutations as well, with their skulls similarly sprouting black flesh, leading to the direct consumption of 2 staff members carrying the corpses. Instantly, dozens of chaotic beasts, towering 3 meters tall and resembling bats, appeared. Everyone rushed into the armored vehicles, and the puppet steel beasts activated, commencing the mobilization of the black-armored demon soldiers. The commanders within the airship promptly issued orders. On the roads of the Shigu post station, the steel-armored puppet beasts of the guard began firing at full force, as several chaotic beasts initiated their pursuit of humans. However, under the cover of the armored beasts, most soldiers managed to board the armored vehicles. Nonetheless, bullets seemed to have little effect on the chaotic beasts, merely slowing their movements. The armored beasts launched energy explosive shells, blasting off the arm of one chaotic beast. Yet the black strands began to regrow, and the beast's arm healed within mere seconds. Strangely, upon observing that the soldiers had entered the armored vehicles, the beasts stood still. Ceasefire. They seem to only attack living beings, and they are immune to ordinary damage. High above, within the command airship, the head of the Shigu Guard reported the situation to Zhuge Tao. A vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the Celestial Master S mansion turned towards the Shigu post station, flying overhead. In the command room, Zhuge Tianji listened intently to various intelligence reports, facing by Tianyu. Tianyu, having heard the latest news from the Shigu post station, what are your thoughts? I suspect that those forces intend to deploy some sort of special weapon at the Shigu post station. But through a twist of fate, it has been brought to the Shigu long-distance bus station by a bus full of students. That object might be a device for creating extraterrestrial demons. Zhuge Tianji nodded. In 5 minutes, we shall arrive at the Shigu post station. Brother Zhuge, will you not allow them to act first? This time, we should strive to capture some live specimens. After all, during the last extraterrestrial demon crisis, not a single living soul was spared. Simultaneously, at the Shigu long-distance bus station, the military's unmanned tanks and armored beasts were fully prepared, while 2 towering black-armored demon soldiers squared off at the entrance of the plaza. Chapter 55. The awakening of the chaotic beasts. In an instant, the entrance to the plaza was blocked, preventing anyone from passing through. Shimin Chutian, we from the Shadow Guard have taken over this operation. You guards should handle the situation at the Shigu post station. Your Shadow Guard's reach is rather excessive. This is Shigu, Director Du's territory, and major events in Shigu are inherently under the jurisdiction of our guard. When it comes to chaotic beasts, it falls under our Shadow Guard's purview. Your backer is Zhao Hong, is it not? The matter of chaotic beasts concerns a national-level incident, and even Zhao Hong cannot intervene. Who doesn't know that your Shadow Guard is merely the Crown Prince's lapdog? How old is your master? 11 years, barely a match for our lord. Make way, or when our lord arrives, you shall have much to answer for. Zhao Hong's lapdog, Ba. Although the Crown Prince is but 11, under the guidance of Master Zhuge, he shall undoubtedly become the greatest monarch of the Zhao kingdom. How laughable, for our lord is a pure human, while your young prince is but half human, half demon. Ha ha ha, bastard. As a result, 2 towering troll puppets engaged in a fierce battle at the entrance, the scene spiraling into chaos. Cease this at once. At that moment, a colossal airship adorned with golden dragon motifs suddenly appeared in the sky. A boy, approximately 11 years of age and clad in resplendent yellow robes, floated down from the vessel. I present my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. It turned out that this boy was none other than the current Crown Prince, Zhao Zirii. All the Shadow Guards knelt in reverence, while the personnel from the guard hall bowed deeply. Zhao Zirii glanced at the audacious Shimin Chutian and remarked with a smile, "My good sir, I have received your greeting. Kindly withdraw your men. The internal guards of Tian will handle matters here." The black-robed, tiger-striped celestial master Shimin Chutian was drenched in cold sweat. He had spoken out of turn, fearing that Zhao Zirii would surely take action against him. Yet Zhao Zirii chose not to punish him. Should he refuse to depart, he might indeed face the prince's wrath. Your Highness, should you require assistance, please notify our guard hall at once. Hasten to the Shigu post for reinforcements. I have heard that a skirmish has already erupted there. Yes, with that, Shimin Chutian and the soldiers from the guard hall made their exit. In truth, Zhao Zirii harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those who whispered behind his back about him being half human, half demon. Yet he had pressing matters to attend to and needed to divert Zhao Hong's subordinates. Your Highness, that fiend has likely taken over 1,000 hostages. Our unmanned armored units previously attempted to infiltrate for reconnaissance, only to encounter a multitude of chaotic beasts within. Those chaotic beasts are impervious to blades and firearms. Most of the armored puppets that charged in were annihilated. Our detection instruments indicate that the fiend can slaughter hostages, transforming them into chaotic beasts. However, recently, it has unexpectedly ceased its massacre of the hostages. Currently, there are approximately 200 chaotic beasts in the square, and their numbers have not increased. The Shadow Guard officer began to report the situation. Zhao Zirii nodded, aware that Hars was merely attempting to buy time. Awaiting his arrival, Miyamoto Xin, come closer. Following the sound, Zhao Zirii noticed a crow perched atop a distant energy street lamp. He floated beneath the lamp to approach the crow. Your Highness, the fiend may launch an attack against you. This is perilous, the Shadow Master controlling the mysterious armored soldiers warned. Zhao Zirii paid him no heed. He levitated midway up the lamp, and the voice echoed once more, Miyamoto Xin. I understand you are currently unable to come to me. Fear not, I shall come find you. Please keep an eye out for a little chubby fellow, Master. How many must I slay? How many do you wish me to kill? At the Shigu post, the previously dazed chaotic beasts suddenly launched an offensive. pouncing upon the armored vehicles like famished tigers. The sharp claws of the chaotic beasts sliced through the armored vehicles as if they were made of paper, and with a swift inhale, they devoured all the soldiers inside. The armored puppets fired wildly, yet could not harm the chaotic beasts. The black tails of the chaotic beasts lashed out like whips, instantly severing 2 armored puppets in half. It is imperative to locate their energy cores and destroy them. Commander, it is impossible to destroy the energy cores. Their outer structure is impervious to weapons. Deploy the special combat unit. Charge the energy cannons. All ordinary combat personnel, retreat. 1 armored vehicle opened its door, and a dozen warriors rushed out to engage the chaotic beasts. The surrounding ordinary combat personnel's armored vehicles hastily retreated. The elite warriors utilized their energy techniques, valiantly cleaving through 1 chaotic beast, only to discover a black spirit core nestled within its brain. Just as they prepared to continue their assault, the cleaved chaotic beast retaliated with a whip of its tail, piercing the heart of the energy warrior. Attack its energy core. The energy warrior, in his final moments, signaled his comrades to strike at the exposed spirit core. Captain, behind you. A burly man hoisted a massive cannon and fired at the black spirit core. The energy unleashed resembling a dragon, hurtling toward the chaotic beast's core. The chaotic beast's spirit core shattered, its split body ceasing to mend, cleaving in two. Strike the head. The spirit core is located in its head. A battleship high above unleashed an energy beam, akin to a lightning bolt, obliterating the chaotic beast's head, yet its onslaught continued unabated, cleaving through another armored vehicle. Their spirit cores could be anywhere. We lack effective means to locate them. Black armored soldiers below, provide support immediately. Team leader, we should retreat. We are no match for them. Nay, reinforcements are en route. If even one escapes, they will invade the civilian areas and cause immense devastation. Sons of Zhao. We need only hold for 5 minutes, and assistance will arrive. In the underground parking lot, 2 black armored soldiers were beset by a dozen bat-like chaotic beasts. Although the bat chaotic beasts could expel chaotic flames and possessed sharp claws and tails, their rank exceeded that of the melee chaotic beasts above. The black armored soldiers, clad in F-grade black mysterious iron, remained largely unscathed. However, the strength of the bat beasts was formidable, and their considerable bulk rendered the black armored soldiers momentarily trapped. Just then, 1 bat beast lunged toward the chest of a giant soldier, baring its sharp teeth as it aimed for the neck of the black armored soldier. Inside the control room of the battleship, dozens of operators began calculating the target's attack potential. Bite force has reached the peak of the spirit level. Activate the defensive barrier. The target's location aligns perfectly with the cannon's mouth. Request activation of the energy cannon. Granted. The commander issued the order. A celestial-level defensive barrier swiftly enveloped the black armored soldier entirely. Then the chest of the soldier opened. A gathering cannon charging energy, obliterating the bat chaotic beast, and simultaneously destroying the spirit core, leaving the chaotic beast with no chance of recovery. Chapter 56. A conversation with Hars. Meanwhile, another black armored soldier activated its defensive shield, and a sudden shockwave erupted, flinging the 5 chaotic beasts off its back. Seizing the opportunity, the black armored soldier swung down with its blade, cleaving a chaotic beast in half, though perhaps it had struck the spirit core just right, rendering the severed beast motionless on the ground. Yet the fighting above grew increasingly brutal. To stall the chaotic beasts, the soldiers had to act as bait, luring the beasts to the center of the square and awaiting the energy cannons of distant warriors or battleships to strike them down. However, the chaotic beasts moved with astonishing speed, one leap allowing it to catch up to a warrior, crushing him beneath its weight. The gunner soldiers continuously fired energy cannonballs, but the chaotic beasts' defenses were formidable. Their projectiles could only repel or knock down their opponents, slightly delaying the pace of slaughter. Point. 1 small-framed warrior charged directly into the jaws of a chaotic beast, shouting, "Long live the Zhao Kingdom." He then detonated an energy grenade, his body disintegrating into a shower of flesh, while the chaotic beast's chest exploded, exposing its black spirit core. Little bamboo pole. Witnessing yet another comrade perish, the burly gunner's eyes filled with tears as he fired a round, shattering the spirit core, causing the chaotic beast with the ruptured chest to collapse. High above, the energy battleship also cleared the chaotic beasts, though ordinary energy cannons were insufficient to kill them. The enormous energy cannon required immense energy. Yet this armored airship was not a combat vessel but a transport ship for black armored soldiers, limiting its energy reserves. The burly gunner had become numb. The loss of his comrades had left him feeling like a lifeless husk. In a frenzy, he fired relentlessly, resembling an enraged beast, drawing the attention of at least 5 chaotic beasts as they lunged toward him. He cast aside his weapon, removed his battle armor, and allowed the chaotic beasts to gnaw at him. "Fire at me!" The commander aboard the energy battleship, tears welling in his eyes, issued the order with difficulty, his voice laden with anguish and helplessness. "Fire!" The massive energy cannon of the ship discharged, resembling a great dragon, unleashing boundless might, incinerating the 5 chaotic beasts along with the burly gunner in an instant. At that moment, an even larger armored warship approached, emblazoned with the insignia of the Celestial Master's office. Resembling a colossal steel beast radiating an aura of dread. Reinforcements from the Celestial Master's office have arrived. Lord Zhuge is here. The hatch opened, and Zhuge Tianji, Zhuge Tao's mysterious armored soldiers, and Bai Tianyu swiftly charged into the battlefield. Their movements as swift as lightning. "Zhuge Tao, Brother Tianyu, you go to the underground parking lot. I shall handle the situation above." Bai Tianyu nodded, and along with the mysterious armored soldiers, soared toward the underground parking lot. "Seal!" Zhuge Tianji's right hand grasped, and dozens of blue magical arrays appeared beneath the remaining chaotic beasts, countless energy chains shooting forth, forming a colossal cage that ensnared the chaotic beasts within. "Mothership. Scan for the location of their spirit cores." The colossal vessel of the Celestial Master's mansion activated its radar system, instantly pinpointing the location of the Chaos Beast's spiritual core. Zhuge Tianji cast forth a flurry of talismans, which soared through the air with remarkable speed, resembling a cascade of meteors streaking across the sky. These talismans transformed into golden needles radiating white light, penetrating the flesh of the Chaos Beast and subsequently piercing the black spiritual core. In the underground parking lot, the black-armored demon soldiers were locked in combat with the bat-like Chaos Beasts. The defensive barrier erected by the black-armored soldiers resembled a transparent shield, impervious to the onslaught of the Chaos Beasts. Yet, undeterred, the beasts relentlessly pressed the attack, preventing the soldiers from extricating themselves from the fray. However, under the continuous barrage from the Chaos Beasts, the glow of the defensive barrier began to wane, akin to a lantern on the verge of extinguishing, clearly indicating that its energy was nearly depleted. At that moment, a towering demon god, emanating a brilliant white light, descended from the heavens, wielding dual swords of flame with white fire, reminiscent of 2 blazing suns. Exuding an overwhelming aura, the white demon god cleaved downward with its swords, effortlessly splitting 2 of the Chaos Beasts in half. Bai Tianyu then discerned one of the spiritual cores and unleashed a flying dagger that struck it with the swiftness of lightning. Bai Tianyu's sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of the remaining Chaos Beasts, as they instinctively prioritized the attack on living flesh. Their gazes were akin to those of famished wolves, fixating intently on Bai Tianyu. Like a wraith, Bai Tianyu glided gracefully through the air, leaving a beautiful afterimage as he precisely landed atop the head of a black-armored soldier. The soldier unleashed a massive cannon from its chest, obliterating one of the Chaos Beasts into a pulp. Utilizing the same method, the Celestial Master's mansion's colossal vessel continued to locate the spiritual cores, allowing Bai Tianyu and 3 towering puppet demons to systematically dispatch the remaining Chaos Beasts. "Zhuge, I apologize for not leaving any alive," Bai Tianyu lamented, acknowledging his limitations as a mere advanced Tianyuan practitioner, insufficiently powerful to capture a Chaos Beast alive. "Fear not, Tianyu. I have managed to secure 2 live specimens," Zhuge Tianji replied, pointing towards 2 captured Chaos Beasts restrained by energy chains, his voice tinged with a hint of delight. The 2 Chaos Beasts were gradually consumed by the spatial formation beneath them, vanishing as though engulfed by a black hole. The Shigu long-distance bus station. Lin Yi boarded the school bus, where 2 black skeletons fixated their gaze upon him. Behind the skeletons, a black heart floated in midair, resembling a mysterious black gemstone that radiated an eerie glow. "Lin Yi, let us converse," the black heart intoned suddenly, its voice akin to a devil's whisper, sending shivers down one's spine. "Are you an extraterrestrial demon?" Lin Yi inquired. "No, I am not from beyond. I am a being within the Mother Universe. I merely harness the power of chaos, it responded. You hail from the Black Radiance? Lin Yi pressed on. Why, friend, that is not the Black Radiance. It is a universe, a new cosmos birthed within the Mother's grand universe. However, it comprises only dark elements and chaotic energy. That light is black light. Should you choose to join me, my universe will encompass the laws of light. Lin Yi felt a tremor in his heart. Evidently, this black heart possessed extensive knowledge. You are also an elemental spiritual core? Are you that Hars? A sudden thump echoed as the black heart pulsated, causing the surrounding gray domain to expand by 10 meters, enveloping the poised armored tanks and iron puppets. Lin Yi observed that the wax figures within the gray area stirred, as if time had briefly resumed in the gray world, quickening his heartbeat in the process. The armored vehicles and iron puppets triggered a response from the chaos beasts, unleashing hundreds of them from the station's hall, charging at the intruders like a pack of enraged beasts. Outside the barrier, the warships and armored vehicles simultaneously opened fire, but as bullets and shells entered the gray zone, they froze in place, as if suspended in time, reminiscent of raindrops that had been halted mid-fall. Do you know my name is Hars? Have you encountered the Mother? The Black Heart queried. Lin Yi, observing the changes around him, finally grasped the principle of the barrier. The flow of time here seemed to fluctuate with the heart's rhythm. The soul stone space is not within your universe, he replied. I have only dreamt of the temporal saint. Beings of her caliber do not concern themselves with someone as insignificant as me. Lin Yi spoke with a trace of reverence. Hars, this universe belongs to the Mother, but it has begun to wither. In less than 1,000 years, all of you shall vanish forever, including myself, Hars declared. Join me. Assist me in locating the other 5 brothers. I require at least 6 elemental laws to create a complete universe. You are the key to transforming chaotic energy. You can convert it into any element, while I can change any element into chaotic energy. We complement each other, indivisible. Hars, I cannot fully comprehend your words yet, but I believe your brazen arrival here is not solely for idle chatter. Lin Yi remarked, his eyes glinting with caution. Fear not, there remains 1,000 years. However, do not speak of my affairs to anyone. You are a clever one. I am your only chance to escape your fate. If I cease to exist, you shall await your demise, Hars warned. Could you spare these individuals? Lin Yi finally voiced his concerns, sensing that Hars harbored no intent to kill him. If he did not wish to terminate Lin Yi, then he ought not to annihilate everyone. For if only Lin Yi were to escape, no one would believe his claims of innocence in this incident. Of course, you have 10 minutes. Take these children and flee. Hars laughed heartily. Thump, 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 thump. The heart began to beat incessantly, causing the entire gray space to come alive, with all wax figures moving, including the suspended bullets and shells. Some of the projectiles inadvertently harmed fleeing civilians. Cease fire! Cease fire! The shadow guards outside the barrier recognized the anomaly and halted their fire. Lin Yi realized his spiritual body had returned to the wax figure, and his physical body could now move. Run! Head towards the square's exit, Lin Yi urgently instructed the others. Liu Zixuan, Du Xiaoba, and the others regained their mobility, desperately racing towards the square's exit. Lin Yi spotted a group of children fleeing from the bus. He employed his teleportation ability to swiftly gather them all. Then he noticed a female teacher and the driver still inside the bus. Young man, please protect the children, the teacher implored, not exiting the vehicle. Lin Yi observed that the 2 blackened skeletons in the distance indicated that their physical forms were no more, leaving only their spiritual essences. Lin Yi bowed to them and led the children away from the bus station square. At that moment, his 9 companions arrived. It turned out that Liu Zixuan and Du Xiaoba had seen Lin Yi going to rescue the children and had returned to assist him, each carrying 2 children as they sprinted towards safety. Lin Yi had the chubby child on his shoulders, surrounded by a frantic crowd. The square had become a chaotic scene, resembling a boiling pot of porridge. As Lin Yi and his companions burst from the gray barrier, the black heart abruptly ceased its pulsations, vanishing from sight, and the gray barrier followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Within the square, hundreds of chaos beasts began indiscriminately attacking their targets, their primary focus shifting back to flesh and blood beings. The individuals who had rushed into the square faced brutal slaughter. Lin Yi entrusted the chubby child to a young boy and, alongside his teammates, charged back into the square. Zhao Ziyu pulled the chubby child closer, scrutinizing the box he held. "Little one, may I have the box in your hand?" he asked. "That box is very dangerous. You must not touch it," the chubby child replied, offering a warning. Zhao Ziyu glanced around at his classmates, contemplating the implications. They had all noticed the box in the chubby child's possession. Should he eliminate them all? However, the 10 young martial artists from earlier were clearly formidable opponents. To dispatch them would require overcoming the martial artists. A daunting task indeed. Zhao Ziyu, employ your nine-tailed celestial clan illusion technique to erase their memories of the box, he instructed. Master, my cultivation is merely at the initial Yuan realm. I cannot erase memories at this stage, Zhao Ziyu replied. Upon returning, you must intensify your training, the black box remarked, extending several black threads that swiftly penetrated the spiritual cores of the children, erasing all memories related to the black box. Let us depart. But what of these chaos beasts? Do you intend for me to make them all vanish, allowing those above to learn that I am still alive? Master, the young man who rescued the chubby child may possess secrets. Fear not. He will not speak indiscriminately. At this moment, the center of the square had descended into chaos, resembling a pot of kanji. Civilians were fleeing in all directions, mingling with the chaotic beasts, shadow guards. The special operations team from the Celestial Master S Manor, Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba's team, alongside a multitude of armored vehicles and ironclad puppets embroiled in a fierce melee, Lin Yi even spotted by Xiao Ling, who was surprisingly conjuring a wood element celestial master formation to bind a chaotic beast that was about to devour a panicked citizen. Big Brother Lin, strike its head, by Xiao Ling called out upon noticing Lin Yi. Given that the chaotic beasts were merely civilians at their core, they were significantly weaker than those transformed by martial artists at Shigu Post. Thus, even though Bai Xiao Ling was just a 10-year-old celestial master, she could still subdue them. Lin Yi activated a layer of transformation spell, and with a deft throw of a flying knife, he pierced the chaotic beast's skull, directly shattering its spirit core. Their weakness lies within their spirit core. If you strike their bodies, they will recover swiftly, Bai Xiao Ling elucidated. Lin Yi promptly relayed this information to the others, and soon, only a handful of chaotic beasts remained in the square. The personnel from the Celestial Master S Manor captured several alive, transporting them into the spacecraft. Xiao Ling, how did you end up here? I've been looking for you everywhere, Zhao Zirue exclaimed, having noticed Bai Xiao Ling's sudden disappearance. Brother Zirue, this is my friend. Lin Yi, Bai Xiao Ling introduced. Zhao Zirue scrutinized Lin Yi closely, sensing that Lord Hars held this individual in high regard, perhaps indicating that he was no ordinary person. So you are Lin Yi. I've heard Xiao Ling mention you before, he remarked. Irue? Lin Yi thought the name sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be Zhao Zirue? He refrained from addressing him as the Crown Prince, instead feigning ignorance and cupping his hands in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Zirue. We are students from the 5 institutes of Yuzhou, and we did not expect to encounter such an incident. I hear that Brother Lin is a third-year student and will be participating in the assessment with Lu Kuan Academy and the Celestial Master S Manor tomorrow. Zhao Zirue noted. Since you are Xiao Ling's friend, feel free to come to Tiandu if you need assistance. I can certainly influence the selection quota for the Celestial Master S Manor. Even if your cultivation level is insufficient. Bai Xiao Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Zirue, can you really do that? Brother Lin might not be able to participate in the selection for Lu Kuan Academy and the Celestial Master S Manor due to his cultivation issues. With my recommendation, securing a spot for the competition is no problem. However, the practical assessment will still rely on your own strength, Zhao Zirue replied. Thank you, Brother Zirue, Bai Xiao Ling beamed. Zhao Zirue offered Lin Yi a knowing smile. Come on, Xiao Ling, let us return to Tiandu. There are certainly many matters awaiting us there. He did not reveal his status as the Crown Prince, aware that Lin Yi could likely deduce who he was. Bai Xiao Ling pulled a face at Lin Yi before following Zhao Zirue into the spacious cabin of the colossal spacecraft. Wow, what a luxurious spacecraft, boss. Do you know who that person is? Du Xiaoba exclaimed, having never seen such an impressive vessel. Xiaoba, have you ever encountered an 11-year-old boy with such poise? Lin Yi replied. Du Xiaoba shook his head and remarked, I feel like he doesn't resemble an 11-year-old boy at all. He seems more like a man in his 30s. Lin Yi's sense of familiarity with Zhao Zirue did not stem from the name itself, but rather from his demeanor and the rhythm of his speech. Linny felt he had encountered someone akin to him in a past life. Could it be him? This is impossible. Linny shook his head, dismissing the thought. Linny, what are you pondering? We still need to go to the Shigu police station to give a statement today. Lu Zixian interjected, interrupting Lin Yi's contemplation. So, does this mean we will be spending the night at the police station? We can't even rest, Linny replied. The good news is that the Yuan Energy train station will resume operations tomorrow. We should be able to reach Shijiang the day after, Lu Zixian announced. Boss, what did you discuss with that person in the school bus? As soon as you came out, he started releasing people. Du Xiaoba inquired. Linny hesitated, retrieving the black stone that Hars had given him from his pocket. I found this black stone in the school bus. It claimed to be from He Meng and said its energy was nearly depleted. After which the barrier was lifted. Lin Yi, it's you again. How is it that every time an unprecedented situation arises, I encounter you? Bai Hao lamented. Linny handed the stone to Bai Hao and recounted his experience in the school bus. Bai Hao appeared solemn, promptly reporting the matter. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuge Tianji and others arrived at the interrogation room of the security hall. Zhuge Tianji scrutinized Lin Yi, asking, are you saying that the gray barrier can freeze time around it, and only you know how to construct a soul body with your consciousness to temporarily escape its control? Lin Yi nodded. I do not know why, but a voice instructed me on how to escape that state, and following the voice's guidance, I entered the school bus. With nearly 1,000 people in the square. Why did it choose only you? I do not know. Bai Tianyu remarked, you are indeed fortunate. Had that black stone retained a bit more energy, it could have killed everyone in the square. Brother Zhuge, Linny has grown under my watch. His background is pristine and he is certainly not of the demon race, Zhuge Tianji asserted. Of course, the demon race would not be so foolish as to send an individual to retrieve that crystal in plain sight. I must immediately report this crystal to the emperor. Brother Zhuge, what shall we do about the conflict in Shijiang? Tan Yu, you should monitor the situation here for the time being. This is the military token of the Western Expedition Corps. If any unusual circumstances arise, you may act accordingly, and I will bear the consequences, Zhuge Tianji stated earnestly, gazing at Bai Tianyu. Very well, I hope you return swiftly. My experience is still limited, and I may not be capable of overseeing the situation in Shijiang, Bai Tianyu replied. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Tianji, Bai Tianyu approached Lin Yi and the others at the dormitory of the security hall. Lin Yi, I heard you were heading to Shijiang. Would you like to accompany me? Everyone was filled with excitement, and Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, Uncle Tianyu. Thus, Lin Yi and the others followed Bai Tianyu onto the massive flying vessel of the Celestial Master S Manor. The vessel, shaped like a flying saucer, measured 300 meters in radius and stood 15 zhang tall. Its hull was a deep crimson, adorned with golden dragon patterns representing the Zhao Kingdom, along with the 8 trigrams formation of the Celestial Master S Manor. The 8 trigrams formation actually represented the 10 elements, with the black dragon and white dragon at the center symbolizing the dark and light elements, respectively, surrounded by engravings of the 8 major elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and space. As Lin Yi and the others entered the first floor of the vessel, they encountered 3 Xianjia magical soldiers, standing between 4 to 5 zhang tall, in stark contrast to the 3 zhang giants typically deployed by the security hall and shadow guards. All soldiers exceeding 4 zhang were silver-grade, 8th-level body refiners, with defensive capabilities reaching the pinnacle of Tianyuan, enhanced further by defensive formations inscribed onto F-grade by Xin Iron, allowing their defenses to rival that of a semi-king level. These Xianjia magical soldiers are significantly taller than the black fellows I have seen, Du Xiaoba exclaimed in astonishment. As a member of the Zhao royal faction, Du Qianlu had only encountered the black-armored magical soldiers of the Shimin family, whereas the controlling puppet celestial masters of the Zhuge faction predominantly utilized Xianjia magical soldiers. In essence, the combat power of black-armored and Xianjia soldiers was comparable, with the former focusing more on defense and the latter on offense. The group then accompanied Bai Tianyu to the main control room on the 2nd floor, which was filled with various computing instruments. Approximately 1,000 staff members were seated before a myriad of devices, analyzing and summarizing the data computed. This is the Combat Data Analysis Hall, equipped with the finest detection systems and computing terminals, specifically serving the combat personnel. We hope that one day, some of you will become their beneficiaries. Bai Tianyu explained. Uncle Tianyu, can such a large command ship fly away from this planet? Bai Ying inquired. Bai Tianyu, having watched her grow up as the granddaughter of the second elder of the Bai family, chuckled, "It cannot leave. The airspace above Hua Yun Star beyond 100,000 kilometers is entirely a no-fly zone. Firstly, the Xianwu tribe residing on the moon can unceremoniously shoot down any unauthorized vessels entering the no-fly zone. Furthermore, once a ship exceeds 50,000 meters in altitude, the air becomes thin, leading to a state of weightlessness inside the vessel, potentially causing failures in the Yuan energy engines. Our skyship is not a spacecraft. It lacks the capability to navigate through the cosmos." Du Xiaoba, perplexed, asked, "Lord Tianyu, why does the divine race prevent us from leaving this planet to explore elsewhere?" By Tianyu's side, "There are some matters you should not know. But since I have mentioned it, it won't hurt, as most of you will eventually encounter that level of understanding. Our star system is traveling at high speed, comprising 35 planets in total, of which 30 are not the native inhabitants of this system. We are accepted refugees, having been integrated into their star system by the divine race, and in their eyes, we are considered parasitic planets. Therefore, as those who reside under another's roof, we must adhere to the laws of the divine race." Chapter 59. The Disposal of the Black Stone System. Observation: Black Stone host in the imperial city of Tiandu. Within the prince's palace, Zhao Zirai entered a secret chamber where a black heart hovered in midair, resembling a mysterious black hole, exuding a heart-stopping aura. "Master, will that Lin Yi truly help you fabricate a falsehood? If he reveals your matters, shall we not be in grave danger?" A gray barrier enveloped the secret chamber, and a voice pierced the soul. "Gongbin Xian. No, from now on, you shall be called Zhao Zirai. First, if he speaks the truth, no one shall believe him. Second, he does not know my whereabouts, or he may think I am the Black Stone." Upon hearing the term Black Stone, Zhao Zirai nervously inquired, "Master, what exactly is the Black Stone? Why hand it over to the court? That is the crow, your old friend. However, it has yet to awaken and must wait for its host." Zhao Zirai suddenly realized, "You have mentioned that the crow is an elemental core spirit. Can it assist me in discovering information about other elemental cores? Indeed, it serves as bait. I have disguised it as a dark elemental core, and even the crow itself believes it to be one." "Master, do you mean to disseminate the information regarding the Black Stone, allowing all to know, including those from the Holy Demon Continent?" A sudden, maniacal laughter erupted from the black heart, its sound akin to the call of a night owl. Zhao Zirai felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping him. "It is indeed those from the Holy Demon Continent who have drawn me here. They presume I will unleash endless extraterrestrial demons, plunging Zhao into chaos and facilitating their plans in the western frontier. Alas, I have deliberately arrived at the West Ancient Station, coming to your side. Master, how could they possess the means to summon you?" "Zhao Zirai, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply adhere to my commands. The inheritance demon core within you is, in fact, the essence of the dark elemental core. Shortly, I shall merge with it, and then the dark core will be thoroughly activated, and you will become my host." Departing the study's secret chamber, Zhao Zirai discovered the sound of a communication jade pendant resonating. It was his father, Zhao Yuan, summoning him. Zhao Zirai, accompanied by 2 inner guards, proceeded to the Golden Luan Hall in the inner city. Within the hall stood several military ministers, including his mentor, Zhuge Tianji, and Zhao Hong among others. Upon seeing his father and the others, Zhao Zirai bowed respectfully, stating, "I pay my respects to father, I pay my respects to teacher, and I acknowledge my uncle." In the grand hall, a tall, middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor smiled, saying, "After such a long time, my nephew's cultivation has made significant progress. You have reached the pinnacle of the initial Yuan stage." This man was Zhao Hong, one of the ruling ministers. "Uncle, the cultivation of martial artists is the foundation of the Zhao kingdom. I, as a nephew, dare not relax for a moment." Zhao Zirai was aware that the emergence of ruling ministers in the Zhao kingdom stemmed from the intermarriage policy with the demon race initiated by his grandfather. At that time, the Zhao kingdom and the Holy Demon Continent were embroiled in annual conflicts, with the border provinces frequently changing hands with the demon provinces. Over the years, the Zhao kingdom's national strength, talent, and resources had been severely depleted, including Lin Yi's father, Lin Feng, who, as a top expert in the Tianyuan rankings, fell victim to the war between humans and demons. However, his sacrifice led to a ceasefire agreement between both sides. Although that was a matter for later, To escape this passive predicament, some reformists in the Zhao kingdom resolved to seek alliances through marriage with the royal family of the Holy Demon Continent, aiming to divide their power and utilize the royal influence for their own ends. After several centuries, only Zhao Yuan succeeded, marrying Su Lingyu, the daughter of the nine-tailed celestial clan, renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Holy Demon Continent. Thereafter, the Zhao kingdom formed an alliance with the nine-tailed celestial clan, with both forces sharing honor and disgrace. This event once sent shockwaves through the Zhao kingdom, even altering the landscape of the Holy Demon Continent. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace, controlled by the Dragon and Celestial Wolf clans, decided to refuse the admission of nine-tailed celestial disciples, while the Tian Poison sect, governed by the Kuan clan and the native human race of the Holy Demon Continent, also distanced itself from the nine-tailed celestial clan. This fragmentation resulted in the division of the Holy Demon Continent into three factions, the center and north dominated by the Celestial Wolf and Dragon clans, primarily comprising mechanical martial artists, demon transformation masters, and beast tamers. The west and south controlled by the Kuan clan and native humans, predominantly consisting of shamanic masters, puppet masters, and secret technique masters, and the east featuring the nine-tailed celestial clan and the yellow weasel clan, mostly comprising illusionists, martial artists, and celestial masters. However, this outcome also led to internal division within the Zhao kingdom. The conservative faction vehemently opposed the inclusion of the nine-tailed celestial clan, harboring deep-seated animosity towards demons and resisting their involvement in Zhao's political decisions. Thus, to maintain political equilibrium, the previous Zhao monarch appointed two ruling ministers, representing the two major factions within the Zhao kingdom: the conservative party led by Zhao Hong and the reformist party represented by Zhuge Tianji. Naturally, young talents aligned with the nine-tailed celestial clan also participated in the examinations for the Celestial Master Academy, which specifically established a curriculum for illusionists. However, the more exceptional talents from the nine-tailed celestial clan chose to join the neutral organization, the 10,000 Demon Pavilion. Yet, the 10,000 Demon Pavilion only granted 2 reserved spots to the nine-tailed celestial clan each year, and due to the isolation imposed by various factions in the Holy Demon Continent, other talented individuals from the nine-tailed celestial clan found it exceedingly challenging to enter the pavilion through the selection process. Consequently, a considerable number of nine-tailed celestial youths enrolled in the selection examinations of the Lukuan Academy, resulting in an increased number of demon race participants in the historically human-dominated institution. What is your current celestial master level? Have you broken through to the green robe? Zhao Hong inquired again. Uncle, I am still merely a blue robe bug patterned at IT. Seems your master has been rather preoccupied lately, leaving little time for proper instruction. I have heard that a 10-year-old prodigy has recently joined the Celestial Master Academy and is on the verge of breaking through to the green robe. Zhao Zirai understood this as a jab at Zhuge Tianji and responded, in truth, my talents in the path of the Celestial Master are limited, and most of what I have learned from my master pertains to governance. At the central throne, Zhao Yuan interjected, enough of this. We are here to discuss this black stone. It is said to be a weapon capable of creating extraterrestrial demons. Should we destroy it, or shall we send it to the Tianji Pavilion for research? In hopes of utilizing it for our own purposes, Zhuge Tianji remarked, this black stone is rumored to originate from the Black Mang region, and it is highly likely that it holds the secrets of chaotic energy. I propose that we take it to the Tianji Pavilion for study. Perhaps we can develop new weapons to enhance the military strength of the Zhao kingdom. I suspect that this black stone is likely a creation of those from the Holy Demon Continent. Those people dare to place it here so openly, indicating a larger conspiracy. Therefore, I suggest we destroy it immediately. Zhao Hong offered his opinion. Destroy it? The Tianji Pavilion has examined it, and the material of this stone has never been seen in our fire cloud star. No weapon can harm it. It is utterly indestructible, Zhuge Tianji countered. Then let us cast it away to a place where no one can find it, Zhao Hong asserted. Zirai, what is your perspective? Zhao Yuan asked Zhao Zirai. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zirai scrutinized the black stone carefully. I propose a compromise. Let the Tianji Pavilion conduct research first. If they yield no results, we shall hold an auction to sell it. Since we cannot utilize this stone, it stands to reason that other factions would be equally incapable. Let us distance it from the Zhao kingdom, and we might procure some wealth in the process. Chapter 60. The choice of an 8th-level task. The Western Eye volcano is located north of Turwa City, on a peninsula in the northwesternmost part of the Zhao kingdom. It is one of the 5 major mineral veins of the Zhao kingdom. This peninsula lies in the Western Sea, close to the eastern shores of the Holy Demon Continent, and thus frequently suffers harassment from the naval forces of the demon race and the pirates of the Western Sea. Consequently, the Zhao Kingdom has transformed the Shimu Peninsula into a fortress as solid as rock and has established a naval fleet known as the Shimu Fleet. The primary methods of transporting or from the Shimu mines include maritime transport, land transport, and aerial transport. Maritime transport utilizes merchant ships from the Salt Guild, yet these vessels often fall prey to the plundering of demon naval forces and pirates. The cost of hiring warships for escort is exceedingly steep, varying from approximately 1 to 20 of the total amount of elemental crystals, depending on the distance, not to mention the risk of being intercepted by more formidable demon naval forces. Land transport, on the other hand, is conducted through merchant caravans of the Salt Guild. Although it is time-consuming, it boasts a high degree of safety, with costs amounting to only 1,000th of the total elemental crystals. Aerial transport has, for nearly a century, been the responsibility of the Black Bat Clan's Air Force, which first transports the elemental crystals to Turva by land before delivering them to various locations in the Zhao Kingdom. However, since the Black Bat Clan is not entirely under Zhao's control, being merely a vassal clan, the Zhao Kingdom remains cautious of them. The Black Bat Clan sought refuge from the Holy Demon Continent during a time when the Zhao Kingdom was engaged in warfare against the demons. To weaken the demon forces, the Zhao Kingdom accepted them and entrusted the task of aerial transport from the Shimu mines to the Black Bat Clan. For every transport, they receive a commission of one of the total amount, a sum quite substantial, which has consequently strengthened the Black Bat Clan over the century. They have recruited soldiers and even established a Black Bat Navy, transforming the Zhao Kingdom's Xiqing port into a military harbor under their control. Dominating it year-round. In recent years, the Zhao Kingdom has adopted a policy of allying with the demon race to sow discord among them, while the nine-tailed celestial clan of the Holy Demon Continent shares a mutual honor and disgrace relationship with Zhao. The Black Bat Clan, being a member of the illusory demon alliance led by the nine-tailed celestial clan, has been tolerated by Zhao, who intended to overlook their activities as a favor to the nine-tailed celestial clan. However, to Zhao's surprise, the Black Bat Clan audaciously requested to participate in the defense of the Shimu volcano this year, a proposition that Zhao could not accept. Thus, the Black Bat Clan further demanded an increase in their escort commission to 5, which prompted Zhao to realize the clan's ambitions of self-governance. The Zhao Kingdom promptly mobilized troops to the western frontier, preparing to eradicate this source of trouble. Unexpectedly, the Black Bat Clan learned of Zhao's plans in advance, swiftly sealing off the airspace above the Shimu mines and colluding with the demon naval forces to besiege the Shimu fleet in Shimu port. Lin Yi and his companions arrived in Shijiang City, traversing the secret mountain paths of the Salt Guild. After 5 days, they finally reached the Shimu mines, greeted by an array of anti-aircraft artillery, numerous colossal elemental cannons, and armored vehicles, including elemental tanks and ironclad puppets. Bustling about the square, they could not help but exclaim, with such formidable defenses, even if the Black Bat forces were to launch an assault with millions, it would be an exceedingly daunting endeavor. This is indeed a treasure trove, housing vast quantities of resources. Even if we are besieged by those Black Bat scoundrels, we could hold our ground for a century without issue. Unbeknownst to you, the Black Bat fleet once attempted to force their way in under the pretext of escorting elemental crystal ores. We, the Zhao Kingdom, had long anticipated their wolfish ambitions and fired upon them directly, sending them fleeing in utter disarray. At this juncture, the reception officer broke into a triumphant laugh. Lin Yi and his comrades understood that the airspace was now sealed, and the waters were surrounded. If they were to transport elemental crystals, land transport was their sole option. One route leads to Turva City, yet it must pass through the territory of the Black Bat Clan, inevitably facing ambush. The other route traverses the eastern mountain range of the Salt Guild, though the terrain is treacherous and convoluted, with most roads having been destroyed by the Black Bat Clan, necessitating transport via elemental mecha beasts. Commander Wang, when can our mission commence? Lin Yi inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Commander Wang pondered for a moment before responding, "You are 2 small teams. Are you willing to separate?" Lin Yi glanced at Du Xiaoba, who resolutely shook his head. "No, I want to stay with the boss. Splitting up would be far less interesting. A large batch of transport is scheduled for tomorrow to Turva. At that time, the Western Expeditionary Force will stage a feint against the Black Bat City, allowing us to escort the elemental crystals directly through the blockade. However, the danger level is rated at 8, fourth tier point 15 million points. Commander Wang stated nonchalantly, but the points for this mission exceeded Lin Yi's total points accumulated over the past 3 years. Success is defined as transporting 80 of the elemental crystals to their destination. If the standard is not met, the mission criteria will be adjusted based on the remaining quantity of crystals. Commander Wang, what is the success rate for this mission? Lin Yi could not help but ask. After a moment of silence, Commander Wang replied, there have been 2 previous attempts. One failed to coordinate with the Western Expeditionary Army and attempted a direct breach of the blockade, resulting in the complete annihilation of the young team assigned to the task. The second attempt involved coordination with the Expeditionary Army, who drew fire with a feint, allowing approximately 50 of the escorted crystals to reach Turva Fortress. Though half of the escorting team perished, people can die? And a 50 casualty rate? Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat disheartened. In truth, you need not fear. We are aware of the risks. Which is why the escort team is not required to fight to the death. If the situation turns dire, retreating to base is permissible, though the score will be calculated at a 6th tier level. Commander Wang added, moreover, we could participate in a selection trial, which would also yield points. One of the martial artists in Du Xiaoba's team suggested. Brother Tuba, you aren't suggesting the trial gate, are you? The Lukuan Academy requires passage through 24 levels, while the Tianshi Pavilion demands 18 levels. Only after reaching the 18th level does one earn points, a mere 100,000, with the difficulty pegged at the 6th level of Soul Element. Each subsequent level increases by 100,000, meaning we would need to ascend to the 30th level to accumulate 1 million points, equivalent to a difficulty level of the 10th tier of Soul Element. If we possess such strength, we would have secured a top 18 finish ages ago. Bai Ying retorted. She had previously engaged in a contest against Tuba, narrowly winning, making her the sole person in Du Xiaoba's team capable of besting him, as Tuba was a defensive martial artist. Slow and inflexible, while Bai Ying employed a kite-flying strategy to secure victory through points. Junior Sister Ying, I was merely suggesting in passing. However, I believe we should not accept this mission. The commander has indicated this is the 3rd attempt, and the feint strategy has already been utilized. Chapter 61. An 8th level task with a 10% success rate this time, the enemy will undoubtedly be on guard. This mission may prove significantly more challenging than the 2nd attempt. And I cannot bear the thought of losing any of our brothers. Tuba expressed his perspective. Tuba's assessment resonated with the others. The 3rd delivery mission would undoubtedly be more arduous than the 2nd. And the risks were considerable. Any loss among them would be intolerable. Lin Yi concurred with Mukiba's sentiments. Upon hearing Lin Yi and Tuba's remarks, the group voiced their agreement. Due to Lin Yi's outstanding performance in the Tsangyan secret realm, Lu Zixuan had ceded the position of team leader to him, and Lin Yi readily accepted, for in his past life, he was a seasoned warrior, adept at commanding battles. Furthermore, with Du Xiaoba, the captain of the Tsangyan team, recognizing him as the leader, Lin Yi naturally became the captain of the 10 individuals. Commander Wang, do you have any other escort missions? Commander Wang scratched his head. There is one more mission scheduled for tonight. Requiring 20 young martial artists for escort.it will follow the mountain routes of the Salt Guild, departing tonight and expected to enter Blackbat Valley by tomorrow morning. Simultaneously, tomorrow's escort team will reach the control area of the Blackbat clan. Given that the enemy will commit substantial forces to defend Blackbat Fortress, while their strongest rating team is likely assigned to the group heading to Bar 2, the Eastern team is relatively safer. With a point rating of 8, 2nd tier, Lin Yi understood. The team heading to Bar 2 was likely a decoy, surmising that they would escort only a quarter of the elemental crystals, while the remaining crates were likely filled with stones, intended to lure the enemy's strongest forces, while the mountain route team constituted the main contingent of elemental crystal transport. Let us join tonight's team. The evening's team would be personally escorted by the shadow guards, requiring the strongest young martial artists. With no less than 10 teams of young martial artists congregated here, 2 teams had already been confirmed, while the others were still undergoing evaluations. However, you 2 teams cannot separate. What if one team is chosen and the other is not? Everyone knew that if selected, there would be no turning back. Lin Yi cast a glance at Du Xiaoba, who smiled. No worries, boss. If one team is not selected, I will accept it. Following Commander Wang, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at the testing square. Colonel Bai, they are a new team here to participate in the testing. 3rd uncle, Bai Ying recognized the officer in charge of the testing. It turned out this individual was the son of Bai family's third elder, Bai Kurin's father, Bai Fan. Inger, you aren't here for a mission, are you? Bai Fan scrutinized the 9 students behind Bai Ying. Bai Ying nodded, an 8th level mission. I hope third uncle will be lenient. Tonight's escort mission is of paramount importance. Initially, I had no intention of including the young martial artists. However, due to orders from above, we cannot allow our youth to become sheltered blossoms. They must be tempered through genuine combat to forge their will. At present, I have already received applications from 10 teams, among which are experts from the Tiandu Internal Guard Martial Academy. Bai Fan remarked that as everyone knows, the escort missions from a few days ago nearly all ended in failure. Even the secret routes used by the Salt Gang merchant convoy had a success rate of merely 10%. The only success on the main road completed only half of its objective, during which half of the young martial artists perished. Upon hearing such dismal success rates, it is worth noting that over 30 teams from 22 martial academies in Zhao Kingdom had gathered at the fortress. After several days, 8 teams have been decimated, with 4 completely annihilated and another 4 opting to withdraw, leaving only 12 remaining. Allow me to inform you that tomorrow's journey will serve merely as cannon fodder. Today's escort involves critical yuan crystal resources. However, to maintain secrecy, the majority of the escorting teams will comprise young individuals. I will lead a dozen of the base's most exceptional shadow guards, disguised as Salt Gang merchants. Accompanying them, Lin Yi understood that the danger of this mission was indeed significant. To induce complacency in the enemy, the young martial artists positioned in conspicuous locations would become primary targets. Lin Yi? You are the one who eliminated our Quaner. Bai Fan recognized Lin Yi, having previously witnessed the ceremony that marked Lin Yi's acceptance as an external disciple of the Bai family. Uncle Bai. My match with Quaner was merely a friendly competition, and we have since become quite good friends, Lin Yi replied with a chuckle, scratching his head, though cold sweat trickled down his brow, concerned that Bai Fan might seek revenge. Indeed, ever since Bai Quan faced defeat and witnessed Lin Yi advance to the finals, he had come to terms with it, realizing that he would never attain the affections of the Bai family's second young lady. Moreover, Bai Xiaoli was of his aunt's generation, thus sharing a blood relation. From then on, Bai Fan treated Lin Yi with utmost respect, refraining from any provocative behavior. Quaner is a proud child. He is akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Lin Yi and Bai Ying exchanged glances, realizing Bai Fan was likely aware of Bai Quan's sentiments. It was fortunate that Lin Yi had given him a stern lesson, dissuading him from his unrealistic aspirations. Let it be. I still possess some authority. You and Inger's team may join directly, Bai Fan promised, patting his chest. Lin Yi and Bai Ying shared a knowing look, and Bai Ying, with a wry smile, implored Bai Fan, third uncle, please extend your kindness to allow my friend's team to join as well. Bai Fan promptly shook his head, stating, this is an 8th level point task. I only have the authority to add 1 extra team. Uncle Bai, how about this? We will both participate in the assessment. If both of our teams secure a place in the top 3, you may utilize your extra quota. If only 1 team makes it, we shall accept that. If neither of us qualifies, there is no need for you to use the additional quota. We willingly forfeit, Lin Yi proposed. Bai Fan pondered for a moment before nodding, very well. The main concern is that one of the 10 teams comprises members from the Internal Guard Martial Academy. They are known as the second team of the Tianshi Martial Academy, which has one of the 2 exempt teams. The other being the Yizhou Martial Academy. Third uncle, why are they allowed exemption? Bai Ying inquired curiously. Bai Fan explained that since the announcement of this escort mission 7 days ago, the success rate has been a mere 10%. With only the Tianshi Martial Academy succeeding on the mountainous paths and the Yizhou Martial Academy succeeding on the main road. The Yizhou Martial Academy lost half its members, yet they are still able to take on missions? Lu Zixuan asked in astonishment. Bai Fan clarified, on that occasion, the Yizhou Martial Academy sent 10 individuals from their 3rd and 4th year groups. The 4th group sacrificed 4 members to protect the 1st group. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, some with tears welling in their eyes. However, another question arose. How could the Yizhou Martial Academy have 2 groups participating in an 8th level task? Bai Fan perceived their confusion and elucidated. Yizhou has consistently been the region in Zhao Kingdom with the strongest martial arts culture, home to 2 prestigious martial arts families, the Gao and Moron clans, whose populations far surpass that of our Bai family. Lin Yi comprehended that Zhao Kingdom is divided into 3 factions, the conservative faction led by Zhao Hong, the reformist faction led by Zhuge Tianji, and the neutral lord factions, such as the Gao and Moron clans. The Lord factions primarily consist of founding families of Zhao Kingdom, like the Du family from Zhangyan Prefecture, the Gao and Murong families from Yizhou, and the Song family from Haizhou, all of whom have deep-rooted influence, having endured for over 5 centuries. Additionally, there are families that have achieved merit on the battlefield against the demon race since the founding of the nation, such as the Bai, Guan, and Lu families, most of whom align themselves with either the conservative or reformist factions. Bai Fan continued, Yizhou guards the northern borders of Zhao Kingdom and is the largest province, roughly double the size of our Yuzhou and triple that of Sangyo. Therefore, the genius class of the Yizhou Martial Academy consists of 40 individuals, with 6 of the 8 groups in this year's third-year genius class qualified for the 8th level task. Lin Yi and the others were taken aback, realizing that in Yuzhou, only their group had combat ratings above the soul element level, a similar situation for Du Xiaoba's Zhangyan Martial Academy. Typically, schools rank their groups based on strength. So the strength of the 1st and 4th groups must be formidable, likely approaching or even surpassing Lin Yi and Du Xiaoba's team. Gao Fei and Murong Tianyan, Du Xiaoba's team member, the Barrier Master Lan Su, suddenly mentioned these 2 names. As Sangyan Province serves as the center of Zhao Kingdom, news travels swiftly, especially regarding the most dazzling talents in the martial arts world. Gao Fei, ranked 18th on the human race's Tianyuan list, and Murong Tianyan, the foremost martial talent under 20 in Zhao Kingdom. Third uncle, you don't mean that Murong Tianyan has also come, do you? Bai asked. Bai Fan silently nodded, seemingly grappling with something difficult to articulate. Murong Tianyan reached the peak of the soul element level at the age of 19. It is said that her 7-star swordsmanship is unparalleled in Zhao Kingdom for those under 19, except for Bai Xiuying, who has already become a seed candidate for the Xuanwu Divine Hall and is no longer a talent within Zhao Kingdom's control, Bai Fan stated. She is the captain of the 4th group, comprised entirely of Murong family members, and her prowess has led the 4th group into a team with soul element level combat strength. However, this has also brought misfortune to her teammates, as their mission ended in tragedy due to her arrogance, leading to the sacrifice of the other 4 members in an attempt to protect her. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent once more, shocked that even someone as esteemed as Murong Tianyan could face such a grievous defeat. At that moment, Guan Lin suddenly became inquisitive. I heard she has feelings for Gao Fei, but he seems indifferent toward her. Gao Fei is an idol among young martial artists, the top talent of the human race. Already ranked 10th on the Tianyuan list by the age of 24. He had initially been granted a direct admission quota to the Lu Kuan Academy, but chose to enlist in the military instead, slaying several demon race soul element level experts at just 18 years old. After the peace treaty between Zhao Kingdom and the demon race, he achieved the rank of Major General, yet he relinquished a life of luxury, departing the military at 20 to challenge experts across the fire element continent. Over the past 4 years, he has defeated and slain numerous masters from the Tianyuan list, Demon God list, and the Demon Cultivator list, now hailed as the foremost talent among those under 30 in the human race. Guan Lin, even at this moment, you're still gossiping. Don't you realize that young Master Gao is a martial arts fanatic, wholeheartedly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts? He knows nothing of romantic entanglements, Lu Zixuan remarked, clearly holding a favorable impression of Gao Fei. Indeed, Gao Fei's tall stature, handsome appearance, and graceful demeanor make him the dream figure for countless young women. He is not merely a martial arts enthusiast, but a fool in matters of love, the greatest fool in the world. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful girl approaching. She stood tall at approximately 1.80 meters, clad in black combat boots, deep purple leather pants, and a leather jacket, her pants reaching only halfway up her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. She cast a glance at Guan Lin, who instantly froze, his eyes wide as if he might pop them out as the girl approached the group, her captivating yet piercing gaze fixed on Guan Lin as she smiled and declared, I am Murong Tiani and I in this world. I shall forever love only Gao Fei. Only he is worthy of me, and I will prove that I alone am deserving of him. With that, Murong Tianyan walked past the group, moving further away as if teleporting, covering several hundred meters in mere seconds. Earth element great perfection, unreachable realm, Du Xiaoba remarked. At just 19. She has attained the unreachable realm. She could be granted direct admission to the Lu Kuan Academy. She is from the Murong family, a candidate for direct admission to the Tianshi Academy. For a talent like her, it matters little whether she goes to the Tianshi Academy or the Lu Kuan Academy. The water element mage Meng Dayuan from Du Xiaoba's group commented. By fan added, take Gao Fei, for instance. Even at 24, he has never attended the Tianshi Academy or the Lu Kuan Academy. Yet he remains the foremost talent among the younger generation of the human race. Lu Zixuan waved her hand in front of Guan Lin's eyes, but he remained entranced, staring at the retreating figure of Murong Tianyan, like a statue. Angered, Lu Zixuan kicked Guan Lin hard. Ouch, Guan Lin yelped in pain. Finally snapping back to reality. From now on, do not speak to me again. Lu Zixuan was exceedingly furious and distanced herself from Guan Lin's vicinity. It was only then that Guan Lin regained his senses. Shivering as he exclaimed, Zixuan, you've misunderstood. I merely believe she pales in comparison to you, truly. I was only pondering why she wore her pants so short. It is quite inappropriate indeed. Our Zixuan dresses with grace and propriety. Bai Ying, adding fuel to the fire, interjected, Guan Lin. I witnessed it with my own eyes. She deliberately attempted to entice you, and you fell for it. Such a disappointment, Bai Ying. I bear no grudges against you. Nor do I harbor any enmity, yet you choose to strike me when I'm down. I am merely defending Sister Zixuan, the immature fool. Never show your face before me again. Lu Xinchuan, in a fit of rage, struck Guan Lin with a force that sent him flying 10 zhang away. Subsequently, the group entered the selection test phase. The stronghold possessed no secret realms, only a set of equipment reminiscent of a virtual game. Crafted by the Tianji Pavilion to replicate the Divine Realm's secret system, creating a miniature virtual world. The participants entered the virtual chamber, where their physical conditions were scanned. Lin Yi refrained from activating his transformation technique, for if selected, he would soon engage in a real battle, and the transformation technique required a cooldown period. This apparatus was merely for soldiers' routine training, serving a singular purpose: to defend a base against relentless enemy assaults. Totaling 30 waves. The highest score so far belonged to the Tiandu Inner Guard Martial Institute, who had withstood the 15th wave, attackers at the peak level of Soul Essence, with a time of 102 minutes and a score of 1,250 points. The second place was held by the Haizhou Marine Guard Academy, also reaching the 15th wave, with a time of 120 minutes and a score of 1,246 points. Thus, Lin Yi and Xiao Ba's team needed to surpass a score of 1,246. However, they belonged to the feudal families, and once the young martial artists completed their studies, they were required to return to Yizhou for significant appointments, a matter beyond the court's jurisdiction. Xiao Ba's team entered the competition first. Fortunately, the training ground mimicked the stronghold's layout, with numerous armored puppets surrounding them. As a puppet controller, Xiao Ba exploited this advantage, continuously commanding the armored puppets in battle, astonishingly reaching the 16th wave with a score of 1,450 points. Next came Lin Yi's team. Upon entering the virtual world, competitors entered their parameters for verification by the examiner. Naturally, Lin Yi inputted his status as a third-tier Soul Essence martial artist and thought master. Although the virtual world did not possess the precision of the Divine Realm's secret realms, the error was kept within 10, essentially reflecting the true strength of martial artists below the celestial origin realm. Though Lin Yi could not control puppets, his on-the-spot command was extraordinarily potent, consistently maximizing his team's combat effectiveness. In the end, they surprisingly reached the 18th wave, facing attacks of level 10 Soul Essence difficulty. Yet, everyone had reached their limits. Seeing that they held first place, Lin Yi decided to concede, sparing his team further exhaustion. Thus, both Lin Yi and Xiao Ba's teams secured escort slots, and by fan, for the sake of caution, added another slot for the Tiandu Martial Institute. You've cheated. This is utterly unfair. How can this be? The team from Haizhou Martial Institute exclaimed in outrage. We are competing fairly. On what grounds do you accuse us of cheating? Lu Zixuan retorted. Your youngest contestant is clearly only at the initial Soul Essence 7th tier. How could he enter the testing phase as a 3rd-tier Soul Essence? The captain of the Haizhou team inquired. My enhancement technique allows me to elevate my cultivation to the 3rd tier of Soul Essence. However, it has a cooldown period. I cannot use it now as I have escort duties tonight. Lin Yi explained. You claim this enhancement exists, yet it's all set in stone now. You can say whatever you wish. Moreover, what kind of enhancement can elevate one's cultivation by 6 tiers? Do you presume yourself to be of the dragon lineage? Indeed, such ludicrous claims insult our intelligence. Who are you trying to fool? My enhancement can raise 10 tiers. The team from Haizhou grew even more enraged. Bai Fan interjected, I can attest that my young friend Lin Yi indeed possesses a special enhancement technique. Anyone who continues to create a ruckus in the base will forfeit their eligibility for tasks. The Haijo team fell silent, but the surrounding young martial artists continued to murmur among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with this resolution. Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was now 6 in the evening. Uncle Bai, my enhancement can sustain for 24 hours. Will our escort team arrive at Tyre Fortress by this time tomorrow? Bai Fan understood Lin Yi's intent and replied, if all goes well, we should be able to leave the control area of the Black Bat clan by tomorrow afternoon and reach Tyre Fortress by the following morning. Lin Yi, even if you employ that enhancement, your cultivation is still the lowest among all. Do keep in mind that both the Tian Master S Martial Institute and the Ijo Martial Institute possess peak-level soul essence experts, along with Murong Tianyan and I, at the second tier of celestial origin, accompanied by 10 shadow guards at the limit of soul essence. Your combat power is negligible. Lin Yi nodded and activated his enhancement technique, immediately elevating his cultivation to the third tier of soul essence. The crowd was left astonished. However, the Haijo Martial Institute still wore expressions of indignation. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to challenge me in turns, Lin Yi stated. They had all witnessed Lin Yi's flawless performance in the competition. His practical combat ability was formidable. Moreover, this virtual training system could not fully showcase a martial artist's true power. It is known that when top-tier experts engage, even a thousandth of a discrepancy could lead to vastly different outcomes. This training apparatus is utterly inadequate for determining the victor in a duel. Lin Yi, we will seek you out at the Yuzhou Martial Institute for a duel. Should you lose, you must forfeit all points from this level 8 task. Declared the captain of the Haijo team. As for Haijo, after completing this task, I would indeed be interested in visiting your locale, perhaps to undertake a level 7 task as well. Such arrogance. The Song family stands ready to welcome you at any time. With that, the Haijo martial artist team departed the square. Captain, it seems they intend to leave the base and abandon this task, to Erkson remarked from the side. With so many competing for limited rewards. IVE heard the grand offensive is imminent. If the Black Bat Fortress remains after the siege, its strength will be significantly diminished, and the level 8 task may be downgraded to level 6 or 7. Lin Yi analyzed that I suspect that tomorrow's task will not attract any young martial artists, being deduced. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and smiled. Perhaps tomorrow's escort mission will be the smoothest one yet. Indeed, the remaining 8 teams opted out of the level 8 task, retreating to the underground dormitories to await the grand offensive before departing. AT2 in the morning. Lin Yi and his companions followed the Salt Gang's convoy out from the northern gate, taking a detour towards the Shieling Mountain Range. Du Xiaoba, Bai Ying, and Lan Su, being celestial masters, disguised themselves as puppet masters of the Salt Gang, controlling light-armored puppets to transport essence stones. The other young martial artists donned standard uniforms of the Zhao Kingdom's army. Blending throughout the merchant convoy, each light-armored puppet carried a box capable of holding 4 cubic meters of storage stones. Due to the space compression technology utilized in the Fire Cloud continent, a 1 cubic decimeter storage stone could contain 10 cubic meters of space, strictly for inanimate objects or beasts. This merchant convoy featured around 100 light-armored transport puppets, half of which were loaded with primary stones of superior and premium quality, while the other half contained refined stones of medium to premium quality suitable for the fire element realm. Typically, common-grade primary stones were the most abundant in mines, with higher grades being increasingly rare. However, these resources were prepared for the grand offensive, so common-grade stones were retained at the fortress. Lin Yi examined the storage stone in his hand. A 1 cubic decimeter stone held 1,000 premium fire essence crystals, along with some food, weapons, and gear, while the iron-armored puppet carried an impressive 400 such storage stones. The mountain path was rugged, and without the ability to use lights, the journey was arduous, yet none dared to rest. Knowing they must reach Haibuling by noon, the time when the Western Expedition Army would launch their assault, they needed to traverse Haibuling swiftly while the Black Bat Fortress was under attack. In the front of the convoy were Bai Fan and 4 shadow guards, along with the Wing State Martial Institute team led by Murong Tianyan, disguised as Salt Gang merchants, approximately 500 yards ahead. Scouting the path for the convoy to AT, the rear were 5 shadow guards at the limit of soul essence, while the Tian Master S Martial Institute was positioned in the middle of the group. It was said that the Tian Master S Institute had a gifted class of 30 individuals, all 6 teams rated at the soul essence level, but only the second class had come. As the first class had already secured guaranteed admission to the Tian Master S Institute and the Lukuan Academy. Chapter 64. The Plan of the Western Expedition Army. Are you Lin Yi? Suddenly, a female voice called from behind. He turned to see a towering, one-zhang tall Xian armored demon soldier standing there, atop which stood a striking maiden clad in purple brocade, her figure alluring. Her robe was embroidered with a wolf emblem. The Tian Master S purple-robed wolf emblem Tian Master. Her cultivation level has reached the 6th tier of soul essence. Do you know me, sister? Lin Yi gazed at the suddenly appearing young girl, noticing the blue light emanating from her eyes, which held an intangible allure that left him momentarily dizzy. I have witnessed your performance in the test matches at the fortress. I heard that your cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the 7th layer. With such a low level of cultivation, how dare you undertake an 8th level mission? The girl intensified her charm, while Lin Yi utilized the mental energy from his soul stone to counteract her enchanting pressure. The energy from the soul stone stemmed from the liquid energy within the soul stone space, supported by 1,000 top-tier primordial crystals, making it nearly inexhaustible. After a while, seeing that Lin Yi remained unaffected, the girl remarked, "Indeed, your mental fortitude is impressive, and my name is Su Qi. Should you find yourself in danger, remember to seek out your elder sister, He." At that moment, a black-armored demon soldier, towering at 1.4 zhang, appeared nearby, upon which stood a tall man of about 1.8 meters. "Su Qi, refrain from flirting with the young lad and remain vigilant," exclaimed Shimin Longqing. "What brings you here? Surely, you do not wish to meet your dream lover." Murong Tianyin. Lin Yi was well aware of the formidable power possessed by the 1.4 zhang black-armored demon soldier, having previously encountered a 3 zhang dark-armored demon soldier, a silver-level giant troll puppet. Thus, the 1.2 zhang dark-armored demon soldier that the girl had summoned could be estimated to be at the copper-level 9th layer, and with the enhancement of armor and runes, its combat strength should exceed the limits of soul energy. In contrast, the 1.4 zhang black-armored demon soldier was at the copper-level 10th layer, with combat strength likely surpassing the celestial energy tier. Moreover, the giant troll puppet was nearly invincible among its peers, capable of slaying ordinary warriors 2 or 3 tiers below it. I am quite self-aware. I have come to keep an eye on you. You are now my girlfriend, so do not go flirting with other young boys." Shimin Longqing teased with a smile. Su Qi playfully huffed. "Oh, why such a lack of confidence in yourself? You are the handsome prodigy of our genius class." Shimin Longqing smiled proudly. "Of course I have confidence in myself. But you, my dear, are a genius of the 9-tailed celestial clan with an innate charm. That young boy is a friend of the little master, who is currently favored by both the crown prince and our master ancestor. If you provoke her friend and upset the little master, beware of the consequences from our senior brother." Recalling master ancestor Zhuge Tianji, Su Qi shivered slightly and laughed. "Longqing, I was merely having a casual chat with him." "Hee," and she let out a captivating laugh. "Young boy?" Lin Yi thought to himself. Having lived over 60 years across 2 lifetimes, he chose not to engage with them further. However, could the little master they mentioned be by Shaoling? And their senior brother, could it be Zhuge Tao? As the first sun rose, the team had reached the northern outskirts of the Xiling Mountains. Why does the reconnaissance team insist on leading us northward? Could it be that the Black Bat clan has begun extensive searches in the mountains? Du Xiaoba complained. "I suspect there will be a major operation today. A dramatic upheaval," Lin Yi replied with a relaxed smile. "Boss, stop being cryptic and tell me more," Du Xiaoba asked curiously. "I believe the Black Bat clan will certainly not allow us to pass. However, if fortune smiles upon us, if we can endure until afternoon, this mission may well be completed." "Boss, are you suggesting they have truly sealed off all the mountain paths? Then what are we transporting?" "They understand that if the Western Expedition Army acquires sufficient resources, they will immediately launch a full-scale attack. Thus the enemy will undoubtedly prevent the smooth transit of fire primordial crystals. The supplies have been transported for 7 days, yet only twice successfully. The first time, the initial 10 intercepts made the Black Bat clan lower their guard, which allowed the 11th transport to deploy the strongest team from the Heavenly Master Martial House and higher-level Shadow Guards, catching the enemy off guard. The second instance was similar. While traveling along the main road, the enemy grew complacent, compounded by Turwa's feigned attack, distracting them. However, if not for Murong Tianyin's refusal to heed orders and her reckless ambition, The second transport would not have resulted in such a significant loss of young warriors, Du Xiaoba suddenly realized. So, it seems we are bound to fail in completing the mission. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling. But have you considered that the Western expedition plan has likely been in preparation for over 6 months, perhaps even decades ago, when the Zhao Kingdom plotted to eradicate the Black Bat clan? Why would they lack the crucial supply of fire primordial crystals at such a critical moment? Furthermore, having successfully completed 2 transport missions, the worst-case scenario should leave the Western Expedition Army with at least 200 crates of fire primordial crystals, estimating a minimum supply of 80 million high-grade fire primordial crystals. Uncle Bai Tianyu once took us to the Western Expedition Army's base. I roughly estimated that out of 150,000 men, 80 are initial realm soldiers, 16 are spirit realm, and 3 are soul realm, with approximately 1,000 to 1,400 various ironclad puppets, 200 to 300 armored vehicles, 100 to 130 tanks, 80 energy fighter jets, 3 energy ships, and 1 flagship. Although the black armored and dark armored soldiers were not prominently displayed, my estimation suggests they should not exceed 50. Thus, the daily maintenance cost for the 150,000 troops is about 1 million to 1.6 million high-grade fire primordial crystals, and in the event of war, the minimum daily consumption would be over 10 million high-grade primordial crystals. Du Xiaoba exclaimed excitedly. Having successfully transported twice is sufficient for the army's expenses for 70 days, plus an additional 7 days for full combat readiness. I heard that since the war began, the Black Bat clan has successfully plundered numerous times. Do they not possess an abundance of primordial crystal resources? Lin Yi nodded. With such wealth, and soon to be entirely eradicated, what might their reaction be? Du Xiaoba's eyes brightened as he realized. Once they've been fed well, they will certainly flee. The Grand Offensive is merely a fade. The primary objective is to trap the Black Bat clan in Xiqing Port. I suspect that the Eastern Expedition Army is not lacking in primordial crystals. They are deliberately using the transport missions to fatten the Black Bat clan, then intentionally leaking the timing of the Grand Offensive, alongside orchestrating 2 successful transports, compelling the Black Bat clan's main forces to abandon Black Bat City. Tomorrow, the Zhao Kingdom's navy will launch a feigned attack on Xiqing Port. The Black Bat clan will emerge in full force to defend it, bringing all their primordial crystals with them. The attack on Black Bat City will be the real assault, aimed at severing the route between Black Bat City and Xiqing Port, thereby annihilating the Black Bat clan's main forces. And we are merely bait to distract the enemy, for if the Black Bat clan discovers we are still transporting fire primordial crystals, they will undoubtedly assume that the timing of the Western Expedition Army's grand offensive remains unchanged, and will dispatch their main forces to support Xiqing Port, thus creating the opportunity for the Western Expedition Army to ambush them en route. Of course, the Black Bat clan must also keep their intentions concealed. Their ambush on our eastern transport convoy will not be without strength. We will likely be the first to initiate combat, and approximately 2 hours later, the main forces of the Black Bat clan will attack the western transport convoy, subsequently retreating towards Xiqing Port. Chapter 65. The Black Stone Barrier System Observation, Black Stone Host. Zhao Zirai stared at the black stone before him, pondering for a long while, before addressing Halls within the black stone space. Master, you could easily eliminate everyone in the square, so why let 80 of them go? Especially that Lin Yi, allowing him to know of your existence? Indeed, as long as a person from the Zhao Kingdom obtains the black box, it will eventually fall into your hands as the crown prince of Zhao. However, a complication arose, namely Lin Yi. He, like you, is also a core host. Zhao Zirai understood. If Lin Yi were to die, the light core could potentially be exposed, and the space core, which he could control, might be revealed. However, the exposure of the light core would be troublesome, as it was beyond his control, and the new host of the light core could not be designated by him. Rather than allowing someone else to seize it, it would be better for Lin Yi to retain it. At least he posed no threat to himself, and most of those around him were his allies, potentially serving him in the future. Thus, the master spared 80 of the people to protect Lin Yi. Like you, his secret must not be divulged, so he can only keep my secret, and he knows that my purpose for coming here is not merely to kill a few ants. I aim to collect 6 elemental cores, because the true crisis lies beyond this galaxy. Zhao Zirai recalled the dark light in the sky and could not help but ask, you mean, this universe will face destruction in 1,000 years? It is in 8,000 years that this universe will shrink to its limits and subsequently expand anew. At that point, all laws will be recreated. Theoretically, all living beings will face extinction in 1,000 years due to the universe's contraction, as the distances between galaxies shorten. Once a threshold is reached, the mass at the center of the galaxy will increase to an extreme point, resulting in the formation of black holes that will obliterate all matter. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Upon my arrival here, I discovered that this place is actually a sanctuary protected by my mother. That so-called divine clan is likely a servant of my mother, which is why the planetary mass and gravity remain stable here. However, at that time, my dark universe will expand to a level where a multitude of galaxies processed by black holes will transform into chaotic energy, rendering me immensely powerful. Should I not achieve my goals by then, I will personally deal with this divine clan. Zhao Zirwei inquired further, "You have instructed me to auction off this black stone? Yet the Tianjai has made no progress in its research. If this stone does not reveal any capabilities, who would be inclined to purchase it? Of course, it must demonstrate its potential at that moment." A dark thread extended from the heart of the black stone, emerging from the location of Zhao Zirwei's own heart, and made contact with the black stone. With a hum, the surrounding air suddenly rippled, and Zhao Zirwei found himself within a gray realm, where all living beings, including himself, were rendered motionless. He had entered the space of the black stone. This gray area, known as the chaotic domain, spanned approximately 10 cubic kilometers and could obscure any cosmic laws, including time. However, within the soulstone space, such constraints did not apply. You can showcase this function to them once, and then claim that the stone requires energy absorption, necessitating a decade of charging before it can be utilized again. How large can this area expand? How long will it last? Zhao Zirwei inquired. A top-grade fire element crystal can enlarge its realm by 10 cubic meters, but you may set the dimensions of this domain, and it will last for a day, Halls replied. Zhao Zirwei narrowed his eyes and smiled. I shall put it to the test in tomorrow's naval battle. The next day, the 3 major fleets of the Zhao Kingdom stationed in Haizhou were fully prepared for departure. A middle-aged man clad in a naval commander's uniform sat in the command room, orchestrating tactics. The 3rd fleet is tasked with holding off the demon race's fleet. You must delay them for at least 5 hours at all costs. Once we secure Xiqing port, I will dispatch the 2nd fleet to support you, and you shall retreat with all your might. The speaking middle-aged man was none other than Song Chao, the commander of the Zhao Navy. Commander Song, you have reassigned my aircraft carrier. The demon fleet possesses 2 carrier battle groups, each weighing 20,000 tons. We have no carriers, only 3 energy combat ships and 18 energy missile destroyers, along with 20 barrier armored vessels. With such a configuration, how can we contend with their energy aircraft? Given the formidable air force of the Black Bat clan, I require sufficient aircraft carriers to suppress their aerial might. However, the latest weapon from Tianjai, the Type 2 piercing bird missile, has been successfully developed. They will coordinate with you. If we can sink one of their carriers first, they will surely be thrown into disarray, allowing you to launch a surprise attack. The commander of the 3rd Fleet exclaimed with excitement, the piercing bird hypersonic missile has been developed. It is a bane to aircraft carriers. The 2nd Fleet commander interjected. Demon carriers typically remain at the rear of their battle groups, maintaining a distance of 150 kilometers from our combat forces to evade the effective range of our energy cannons. Our reconnaissance aircraft, venturing close to their effective range, would be entirely neutralized. The enemy possesses barrier ships that can project a disruption barrier within a 150-kilometer radius of their carriers. Aircraft positioned further away cannot detect their carriers, nor can they send communication signals. Without precise coordinates for their carriers, how can our missiles strike them? Upon hearing this, the assembly was left in a state of despair. At that moment, a youth clad in splendid attire approached, accompanied by Zhuge Tianji. Commander Song, I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and to you, esteemed National Master. Song Chao bowed deeply, as did the others in attendance. The Crown Prince smiled. Our Tianjai has recently developed a small unmanned device that can disguise itself as a fish, capable of point-to-point signal transmission. The assembly was aware of the Shadow Guard's communication devices, which could ignore all jamming within a 5-kilometer radius. Suddenly, the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Fleet experienced an epiphany, exclaiming, we can deploy these fish in abundance, aligning them in a straight line at intervals of 4 to 5 kilometers to relay the carrier's coordinates through point-to-point communication. Even if they are discovered, due to the small and agile nature of these unmanned devices, and their vast numbers, the enemy will be unable to effectively eliminate them. Moreover, if we succeed in transmitting the coordinates just once, their carriers will undoubtedly be doomed. Zhuge Tianji added, in truth, engaging the demon fleet head-on is merely our second strategy. Our primary plan is to send the puppet fish to within 1 kilometer of their carriers and then deploy a barrier to seal them for a day. The assembly exchanged glances, their faces revealing confusion. Song Chao questioned, Master Zhuge, what kind of barrier could possibly seal the demon race's carrier battle groups? Zhao Zirwei produced a black stone and declared, a barrier measuring 2 kilometers in length, 2 kilometers in width, and 50 meters in height. This stone, which we procured from Shigu Square, originates from the Black Radiance, but activating such a barrier requires the energy of 200,000 top-grade fire element crystals. The expressions of the assembly resembled that of encountering a ghost, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 66. Contingency Plan. The mountain paths of Shieling were rugged and steep, with many sections carved precariously along cliffs. The width of the road barely exceeding 3 meters. The transport of lightweight armored robots could only proceed sideways, inching forward step by step. Due to their massive size, they occupied nearly the entire width of the mountain path, and a moment's carelessness could send them tumbling off the cliff, posing significant challenges for the puppet controllers. Fortunately, most of these controllers were seasoned masters selected from the Salt Gang and military. Experienced and coordinated up until now, not a single transport puppet had been lost. Step back a bit. Now a little to the left. No, wrong, move forward, forward. Erkson was directing the puppet controlled by Baiying, who was sweating profusely and appeared flustered. This is too troublesome. I'm not a professional puppet controller. Xiaoba, are you done yet? Come help me, Baiying shouted to Du Xiaoba in the distance. As they were young martial artists, their puppets were left at the rear. Xiao Ying, wait a moment. I'll help Lan Su pass first. As a professional puppet controller, Du Xiaoba was significantly more adept, having already maneuvered his puppet across the cliff. At that moment, at the highest point of the cliff, on the crown of a large tree, a green emerald bird was gazing into the distance, its eyes emitting a green glow, clearly observing the scenery 100 kilometers away. Half of Lin Yi's consciousness resided in the Soul Stone Space Plaza, where the aerial view displayed everything the emerald bird had seen. The capabilities of the thousand-eyed bird were indeed extraordinary. It could clearly perceive situations 100 kilometers away. It seemed the Black Bat clan had laid barrier traps along all critical routes. And once we entered Black Bat Ridge, we would find ourselves in dire straits. At that moment, Lin Yi detected a signal from his communication system. Puppet controllers, place the puppets in the front canyon to rest. Young masters, keep an eye on the puppets. The Heavenly Masters Academy and Ejo Martial Academy's teams, along with other adult martial artists, gather at the front to prepare for battle. Through the observation of the emerald bird, Lin Yi discovered that about 50 kilometers away, the Shadow Guard had encountered a group of individuals, seemingly also young martial artists but well-trained. They swiftly took down the Shadow Guard scouts through cooperation and sent a signal. The main forces of the Black Bat clan were gathering towards the Zhao Kingdom's merchant convoy. Numbering around 500. Judging by their cultivation levels, the young special forces comprised about 20 individuals, all above the soul element level, while among the adult martial artists, there were over 80 soul element experts, with the rest being above the spirit element level. Looking at their side, they had 25 young experts, 50 Shadow Guard experts, and over 100 puppet controllers, but their primary task was to protect the transport puppets and they would not participate in combat. Lin Yi utilized the Shadow Void technique and White Feather Divine skill, swiftly appearing beside Commander Bai Fan. Lin Yi, what brings you here? You needn't participate in the battle. Just oversee the transport puppets. Bai Fan remarked. Uncle Bai, there are over 500 of them, nearly 100 experts above Soul Element, and over 400 above Spirit Element. Their main force is approaching from the south and will arrive in about 30 minutes. Over 20 young experts are closing in from the east and will reach us in 10 minutes. Morong Tianyan and Bai Fan exchanged glances, astonished. The reconnaissance team only informed us of over 200 approaching, with about 5 young experts. How did you ascertain the situation ahead? Lin Yi opened his palm, revealing the emerald bird. The two gasped in unison. This was the first reconnaissance demon beast, the emerald bird. Lin Yi, how much for this demon beast? Morong Tianyan joked. It has been with me since childhood. It recognizes only me as its master. If I sell it, both the person and the bird must go. Lin Yi retorted, Murong Tianyin replied, I only want the bird, not the person. Name your price. 100,000 top-grade fire element crystals? I won't sell. This bird was a mutated beast. Even just its two types of energy could fetch a price of over 100,000 top-grade fire element crystals. Given that the emerald bird possessed abilities such as teleportation, long-range vision, concealment, transformation, and ironclad defense, its value might exceed 10 million. Furthermore, it had a slight connection to the treasure of the beast tamer immortal, which made Lin Yi reluctant to part with it. The emerald bird recognized him as its leader. It was his brother, truly priceless. Murong Tianyin understood that selling was out of the question and was not displeased. All right then, let's get back to business. We cannot handle so many. Do we have to retreat? Upon concluding her statement, she cast a glance at Bai Fan. Impossible. My mission is to delay until at least the afternoon. You may leave, but our shadow guards must remain and fight to the last breath. Bai Fan displayed a resolute expression. Lin Yi shot a glance at Bai Fan, as if he had divined something, and remarked with a smile, Uncle Bai, there is no need for us to engage in a head-on clash. Why little Bai Wang has observed that the southern flank of Black Bat Ridge is vulnerable. Our youth squad can first restrain their young warriors while Uncle Bai leads the shadow guards and 10 transport puppets deep into Black Bat Ridge, then withdraw, drawing away the enemy's main forces. Once we have dealt with their youth squad, the remaining transport puppets will continue along the northeastern path. Uncle Bai's task is solely to lure the bulk of their forces away, without any need for a desperate struggle. Every 5 to 10 kilometers, release one transport puppet. By the time all puppets have been deployed, our main forces will have already retreated far. Bai Fan gazed deeply at Lin Yi and said, Young friend Lin, you truly do not resemble an 18-year-old youth. However, the depths of Black Bat Ridge are riddled with the enemy's traps and mechanisms. How shall we pass through unscathed? Thus, let the transport puppets trigger the traps. My reconnaissance beast, along with the 10 transport puppets, should be able to clear a safe passage, Lin Yi proposed. The transport team was divided into 3 groups. Lin Yi, Bai Fan, 50 shadow guards, and 10 puppet controllers, with Du Xiaoba and Lu Zixian volunteering to join Lin Yi's group. The second group was led by Murong Tianyin, consisting of the Wing Prefecture team, the second group from the Puppet Master Mansion, and the Inner Guard Martial Academy from Tiandu. Their task was to confront 20 unidentified young warriors approaching from the front. The third group comprised the remaining 90 puppet controllers, who hid deep within the valley, awaiting the outcomes of the first and second groups. Initially, Murong Tianyin's team engaged in a skirmish with the mysterious young warriors, while Lin Yi's team moved deeper into Black Bat Ridge, deliberately drawing near the enemy's main forces. As anticipated, the Black Bat clan's main forces detected Lin Yi's team and began shifting westward, while Lin Yi's party continued their advance southward. Xiao Baiwang soared high above, guiding the group's path. For any suspicious routes, it would teleport ahead to trigger traps and then evade them. Du Xiaoba's puppet team led the way, with Bai Ying's puppet at the forefront. Bai Ying, skilled in lightness techniques, flitted behind the puppet like a swallow, racing forward under Lin Yi's direction. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Bai Fan lingered at the rear of the group. The enemy possessed experts at the Tianyuan level, whose speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Through Xiao Baiwang's observations, Lin Yi discerned that several individuals from the pursuing team were rapidly closing in. We shall intercept the pursuers. You continue to flee, Bai Fan declared. Uncle Bai, do take care. Remember, we only need to buy time, Lin Yi urged. Lin Yi, I truly suspect you might have already guessed the Master's plan. Fear not, our Bai family excels in the art of retreat. Bai Fan replied, abruptly vanishing from sight. Teleportation, not merely a manifestation of empty feathers, but a minor mastery of spatial laws. With Bai Fan's cultivation at the second tier of Tianyuan, his teleportation distance was roughly over 200 meters. Witnessing this, Lin Yi's confidence in Bai Fan's escape abilities grew. Behind them, the experts of the Black Bat clan accelerated their flight using their techniques. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the distance, prompting the Black Bat expert to decelerate in preparation to dodge the incoming flying dagger. Unexpectedly, the dagger surged forward, reaching him in an instant. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to evade just in time. The dagger grazing his cheek and drawing blood, he halted his pursuit, directing his gaze toward a figure clad in white. Bai Fan, it is indeed you. After letting you escape on previous occasions, this time I shall personally ensure your demise. Injan, it seems your Black Bat clan holds me in quite high regard. dispatching the third strongest of the Yin family. However, your clan's fate is drawing near. It would be wise to surrender to our Lord Zhuge. We will be lenient in our treatment of you. At this moment, a dozen or so experts exceeding the peak of Soul Yuan arrived. Yin Zhan signaled for them to continue the pursuit, and the others nodded in agreement to press forward. Oh, you are quite honorable in your martial ethics. Why not surround me instead? Bai Fan jested with a smile. Tio kill you. I, Yin Zhan, need not rely on anyone else. That would be quite disgraceful if I slay you today. It shall surely be a great accomplishment before my elder brother. With that, bat-like wings unfurled behind him, and his form grotesquely transformed into that of a bat demon. His cultivation reaching the fourth tier of Tianyuan. Bai Fan's expression grew grave as he retracted the previously launched flying dagger, aiming a standard dagger toward Yin Zhan. Suddenly, he noticed Yin Zhan had vanished from sight. A colossal, terrifying claw shadow descended from above, enveloping Bai Fan. Utilizing empty feathers, Bai Fan teleported 50 meters back, yet the massive claw shadow pursued him relentlessly. Bai Fan realized that no matter how he moved, the enormous claw shadow remained directly above him, drawing ever closer. This was the first time he had encountered such a technique, and his heart raced with an increasing sense of pressure that rendered him breathless. At that moment, Bai Fan's communicator buzzed to life. Uncle Bai, watch out for illusions. Under the vigilant observation of Xiao Bai Wang, Lin Yi had also noted the battle unfolding on Bai Fan's end. Bai Fan comprehended. The Black Bat clan was a member of the Illusion Demon Alliance, adept in illusions, albeit not as pure as the Nine-Tailed Celestial clan or the Yellow Weasel clan. However, at a high level of mastery, they could still pose a significant threat. Bai Fan disregarded the looming claw shadow and sought Yin Zhan's position. Suddenly, he felt the shadow enveloping him, causing his entire body to tremble as if bound by an unseen force. Rendering him immobile. An epiphany struck him. The Nine-Tailed Celestial clan's illusion technique, Sunshine, was akin to the illusion bat's illusion. Although the conscious mind recognized it as an illusion, the body and subconscious would perceive it as reality, resulting in an involuntary and transient paralysis. Beware above, a voice echoed. Bai Fan realized the adversary lurked directly overhead. His body could not move, yet as a thought master, he summoned his mental energy, directing the flying dagger straight upward. It turned out that the claw shadow's illusion obscured Yin Zhan's location, preventing Bai Fan from detecting the enemy above, just as Yin Zhan prepared to unleash a Yuan technique aimed at Bai Fan's crown. In an instant, a white light flashed overhead, and Bai Fan found himself before Yin Zhan. Taken aback, Yin Zhan was caught off guard as the dagger pierced his right hand and struck his left eye. Howling in pain, Yin Zhan swiftly retreated using lightness techniques. Bai Fan finally freed himself from the illusion, discovering Yin Zhan above, writhing in agony. Evidently, Xiao Bai Wang had learned human language over the past 3 years and had completed a master-servant contract with Bai Niao. Lin Yi could relay information through the Soul Stone to Xiao Bai Wang, who in turn communicated the content through mental thought. Boss, do you need me to assist him? Xiao Bai Wang queried through mental communication. Just provide him with guidance from the sidelines. If you utilize your skills, your identity will be exposed, putting you in grave danger, Lin Yi cautioned. He understood that Xiao Bai Wang's abilities merely encompassed the iron feathers that allowed for invisibility. But these feathers represented Xiao Bai Wang's true identity. Bai Fan, how did you know I was above you? Yin Zhan stammered, trembling, his left hand pressed against his injured eye, clearly suffering from the recent attack. Such trifling tricks, and you wish to kill me? You are simply deluding yourself. Bai Fan did not respond. He activated his mental energy. Triple force. Overwhelmed by confusion and pain, Yin Zhan momentarily forgot that Bai Fan was a master of flying daggers, one of the few from the Bai family who had achieved the mastery of triple force. This technique was sufficient for Bai family's daggers to challenge warriors of 3 tiers above. Just as Yin Zhan realized he needed to draw out the dagger lodged in his left eye quivered. A surge of blue energy began to gather at the hilt, then flowed toward the blade's tip. Yin Zhan prepared to exert all his strength to extract the dagger, but it suddenly unleashed its second hidden force, directly countering his strength, followed by the third force, which pierced through Yin Zhan's skull. In just 3 exchanges, a formidable master from the Yin clan met his demise. This was the prowess of Bai family's triple force. Lin Yi understood that the techniques of Bai family's flying daggers differed markedly from those of Du family's throwing darts. The 7 illusions seizing souls utilize dark combinations to condense 7 streams of power simultaneously. The Bai family's multiplicative force is characterized by a unique structure of flying daggers, which enables the stacking of mental energy in layers, allowing for greater flexibility in its application. Although its initial potency does not rival that of the 7 illusion soul snatch, the multiplicative force boasts a potential of 9 layers. When cultivated to the 9th layer, it theoretically embodies 9 layers of hidden strength, whereas the 7 illusion soul snatch offers a maximum of only 7 times the accumulation. However, as a technique of the celestial origin level, the difficulty of mastering the multiplicative force is exceedingly high. For the past 3 centuries since the Bai family established their sect, apart from the founding ancestor, the most any Bai clan member has managed to achieve is the 5th layer of this technique. Even the current clan leader, Bai Tianyu, has only reached the 4th layer. The cultivation rules for the Bai family's multiplicative force hinge on both cultivation level and spatial loss. The 2nd layer requires a soul origin level or higher. Along with a minor understanding of spatial loss, the 3rd layer necessitates a celestial origin level or above, with a minor perfection in spatial loss. The 4th layer demands a peak celestial origin level supplemented by a minor perfection in other elemental laws. And the 5th layer requires a celestial origin level at its limit, combined with a major perfection in any other elemental laws, and so forth. For practitioners lacking spatial laws, comprehending these laws poses a formidable challenge. Bai Fan is a rare practitioner of spatial attributes, having achieved a minor perfection level by the age of 40, among the few dual attribute practitioners capable of deploying the 4th layer of multiplicative force. Bai Tianyu possesses wind and spatial attributes. Bai Xiaoying wields gold and spatial attributes. Bai Shaoli commands fire, wind, and spatial attributes, and Bai Shaoling embodies wood and spatial attributes. Only these 4 individuals have the potential to cultivate beyond the 4th layer of multiplicative force. Indeed, Bai Shaoli is a prodigy with 3 attributes, a secret known solely to Lin Yi and Bai Tianyu, as Bai Shaoli seldom leaves the Bai family stronghold, nor has any academy assessed her abilities. Lin Yi, is that you? Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have unwittingly fallen into his trap. I will share half of the credit for killing Yin Zhan with you this time. Ha ha ha! Bai Fan was exceedingly exhilarated. For it had been a long time since he had defeated a master of the celestial origin level, especially 1-2 tiers above himself. He gazed at the emerald bird perched atop the treetops. A smile gracing his lips, he was aware that beast tamers could transmit sounds to their targets through the domestication of beasts, yet he was unclear how Lin Yi, who was not a beast tamer, could possess such an ability. Chapter 68. The grand offensive commences at noon. The azure sea lay tranquil, with 2 energy carriers quietly anchored 300 kilometers from Xiqing port. Surrounding the carriers were dozens of battleships, nearly 100 medium-sized and small energy artillery vessels, along with over 40 energy barrier ships, encircling them like stars around the moon. Commander Yi Haifeng, in 2 hours, the forces from Heifucheng will attempt to break out towards Xiqing port. Once they enter the port, we shall commence our assault on the Zhao kingdom to facilitate their escape. Long Qi, I have already cautioned you not to bring your carriers too close to mine. If the Zhao navy were to launch a surprise attack, we would be finished. Rest assured, the barrier ships have activated their shields, and our reconnaissance vessels are patrolling within a 500-mile radius. They will find it exceedingly difficult to mount a surprise assault. Moreover, shortly, the Hefes clan will deliver a substantial quantity of energy crystals, amounting to 10 times the cost of this expedition. I need to keep an eye on you. Everything must be split evenly. Ha ha ha, Long Qi jested. Long Qi, you are quite the miser. Does our holy demon council truly lack energy stones? One must realize how many top-grade fire energy crystals our energy carriers consume daily. A 200,000-ton carrier, equipped with over 100 energy fighter jets, incurs a maintenance cost of 1 million top-grade fire energy crystals each day. The total daily maintenance cost for our entire fleet approaches 3 million crystals. We have been adrift at sea for nearly half a month, resulting in a depletion of around 50 million energy stones. How much did the Hefes clan promise us? A mere 1 billion. Is that sufficient? Once the battle commences, our daily consumption could reach several tens of millions, not accounting for the losses of energy planes and warships. Yi Haifeng, you are preparing for the worst-case scenario. Should we lose a few battleships and dozens of energy planes, that would amount to several billion, and losses. 1 billion is hardly enough. However, if the Zhao military were to abandon Xiqing port out of fear, then for as long as they dare to engage us, they would effectively be declaring war against the Holy Demon Council. Do they truly have the audacity? Why wouldn't they? The Zhao people are rife with ambition, and their alliance with the illusory Demon Council is tantamount to a declaration of war against us. Furthermore, the ceasefire agreement has only been in effect for less than a decade. Though their carriers are smaller in tonnage, they utilize mixed energy, resulting in a daily energy stone consumption that is 1/5 less than ours. Their runic technology remains far superior to the Holy Demon Council's, should they choose to fight. We could seize one of their carriers and transport it to the Holy Demon Continent for an in-depth study of their mixed energy engines. At that moment, a school of fish surged towards the carrier battle group like a tidal wave, swimming in intervals of 20 to 50 meters from all directions. Look, there are so many peculiar fish. This is the deep sea. How can there be diving fish? At this moment, several fish had already arrived beneath the Dragon Clan's carrier, initiating a point-to-point connection and transmitting coordinates. Zhao Kingdom, Shiliao Port Navy Operations Command Room. Zhuge Tianji glanced at the clock. It was precisely 12 noon. Informed by Tianyu that the 150,000 troops of the Western Expeditionary Army are ready to assault the city. The 50,000 troops from the Celestial Master's office stand by, prepared to intercept if the enemy's main force emerges from the West Gate. Commander Song, has the puppet reconnaissance fish been deployed? Lord Zhuge, the point-to-point connections are being established. We have arranged 6 directions and 18 point-to-point lines. Even if the enemy detects our presence, they will find it difficult to destroy all 18 lines at once. As long as one line transmits the coordinates, the strike bird will launch immediately. At this moment, the Command Room S intercom announced, the 18 point-to-point lines are ready, and the coordinates of the enemy's 2 carriers are being transmitted in real time. Zhuge Tianji stated, 18 lines, 18 receiving points. We have deployed nearly 5,000 energy puppet fish. Now we shall wait and see how this unfolds. If the fleet from the Holy Demon Continent detects this in advance and fires upon the puppet fish, the Gray Domain plan will be activated prematurely. If they remain unresponsive, the emergence of the Black Bat's main force from the West Gate will signal the initiation of the Black Bat plan. Beside him, Zhao Ziru inquired in confusion. Teacher, why install the black stones on the strike bird missiles instead of placing them on the puppet fish? This is a precautionary measure. First, I want to test the feasibility of the point-to-point scheme. Second, I need to ascertain whether the strike bird can directly penetrate the enemy's barrier. A successful strike requires practical testing. Third, placing them on the puppet fish may invite unforeseen variables. Fourth, activating them requires 200,000 top-grade fire energy crystals. But a puppet fish can only carry 10,000 crystals in its storage gem. Clustering 20 fish together presents too large a target. The strike bird has ample space to accommodate the fire energy crystals. The southern gate of Heifucheng erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, with a deluge of energy projectiles striking the fortress's defensive barrier, creating ripples upon ripples. Atop the walls of Heifucheng, the clan leader Yin Ao was observing the battlefield. Leader, the energy stone convoy from the west of Zhao Kingdom has entered our control area. Yin Ao smiled lightly. Gather all main forces and transport puppets. We are heading to Xiqing Port to pilfer their energy stone convoy. A stake of 1 billion top-grade energy crystals will certainly extract a hefty price from Zhao Kingdom. At that moment, an elder rushed in hastily. Be brother, the 3rd elder has fallen. What? How is that possible? A mere convoy could not possibly breach the illusory bat's divine arts. Moreover, to slay Yin Zhan, one must possess at least the strength of the 4th layer of celestial origin. Yin Ao nearly lost his footing but quickly regained his composure. So, they regard the energy crystal convoy with utmost seriousness, dispatching a warrior capable of killing Yin Zhan for its protection. Once they secure sufficient energy crystals, they will launch a full-scale assault. We must hasten our retreat. Brother, are you truly willing to abandon Heifucheng? Yin Zhan, quickly gather your belongings and family. Do not use the energy flying boat. In the current combat zone, anything that appears in the air will be shot down immediately. 2 hours later, the west gate suddenly swung open, and simultaneously, the barrier of Heifucheng dissipated, with dozens of energy fighter jets soaring forth. The Zhao Kingdom's air defense forces opened fire with full force. And within a quarter of an hour, the energy fighter jets were shot down in droves. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Black Bat quietly slipped through the west gate, heading straight for Xiqing Port. Commander, Heifucheng has deactivated its barrier. Should we directly destroy their energy core device? Bai Tianyu chuckled. They have abandoned Heifucheng. Are they betting it all? Launch the Annihilation Thunder. 3 blue orbs and a massive fireball plummeted from the heavens. One blue orb pierced through a defensive barrier of Haifecheng, followed by 2 others that consecutively penetrated 6 1-meter-thick black iron protective walls, creating a pit 20 meters deep and approximately 10 meters in radius. Chapter 69. The counter-ambush. Then, the colossal fireball plunged into the giant pit. With a thunderous roar, the entire Haifecheng trembled, followed by nearly a magnitude 7 earthquake, causing multiple collapses within the fortress. The underground energy core system was directly obliterated, rendering the majority of Haifecheng's offensive and defensive arrays devoid of energy supply and incapacitated. It is the latest weapon of the Celestial Master S office. It is the Annihilation Thunder. Our energy system has been destroyed. Flee quickly. We cannot hold. Withdraw. The most formidable main force abruptly departed from the western gate, and with the energy core supplying the defensive system obliterated, the remaining troops lost their will to fight. Many fled through various small gates when suddenly another fireball descended, shattering the southern gate and central wall of Blackbat City. The enemy's air defense system was rendered inoperative, prompting a full-scale assault. Bai Tianyu issued the command for a comprehensive offensive. The energy warplanes descended from the skies like a swarm of wasps. In the absence of air superiority, Blackbat City lay vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, as the aircraft unleashed a relentless bombardment. Most independent defensive strongholds within the city were annihilated, and in an instant, flames soared to the heavens. The poised Western Army surged forth, with armored vehicles, energy tanks, energy ironclad puppets, black-armored demon soldiers, and profound armored demon soldiers advancing towards the breach in the southern gate like a horde of locusts. At this moment, the main force of the Blackbat clan had entirely exited through the western gate. Clan leader In Ao gazed at the distant, towering flames of Blackbat City, grinding his teeth in fury. He never anticipated that just a few dozen kilometers from the city, Blackbat City would collapse like a house of cards. It turned out that the Blackbat clan had long been infiltrated by the Shadow Guards, who were well aware of the underground energy core and the locations of various defensive arrays and turrets within the city. At this juncture, they split into 2 groups. The second elder In Zhan led 300 Soul Origin Realm experts to intercept the Zhao Kingdom's western supply convoy, while the clan leader directed the remaining forces straight towards Qing Port in the west. The second elder's contingent quickly located the western supply convoy and encircled them. Haha, you've delivered another 100 crates of crystal stones to me. You Zhao folks are indeed generous. The second elder In Zhan laughed heartily. However, the Zhao supply convoy seemed to have anticipated their arrival, remaining eerily silent. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out. In Zhan, let your men remain here today. Before their eyes, the crates behind 200 transport puppets opened, revealing 200 martial artists, all of whom were at least of high soul origin cultivation, including 7 who were at the celestial origin level. The 200 controllers of the transport puppets, clad in green and gray robes, all stripped off their garments to reveal they were actually purple-robed celestial masters, with 5 of them even donning black robes. In Zhan and his companions sensed the precarious situation and prepared to retreat, but 5 towering black-armored demon soldiers emerged behind them, each standing over 2 zhang tall, with the tallest directly facing In Zhan. Approximately 3.1 zhang in height. In fact, the height of these black-armored demon soldiers could be used to gauge their strength. Those over 2 zhang were typically of silver-tier physical cultivation, corresponding to celestial-level combat prowess. Those exceeding 3 zhang were peak silver-tier, equating to the combat strength of peak celestial warriors. Upon the back of the towering 3 zhang demon puppet stood a graceful young man, elegantly wielding a folding fan and clad in white brocade. Exuding an extraordinary charm, Wuhan, In Zhan recognized him. This was Qiu Wuhan, the second disciple of Zhuge Tianji, only 22 years of age, a black-robed wolf-patterned celestial master. In Zhan noticed that beside Qiu Wuhan stood a black-armored demon soldier nearly 2.9 zhang tall, atop which stood a short-haired woman in red leather attire, radiating an exceptional presence. In Zhan smiled and remarked, "The eldest daughter of the Shimin family has also arrived. I am truly honored. In Zhan, the Zhao Kingdom has sheltered you, yet you are insatiably greedy, seeking to establish your own reign. Today, you shall experience the might of our Shimin family's black-armored demon soldiers," Qiu Wuhan retorted. "The Zhao Kingdom took us in merely to sow discord among the demon clans, and since our arrival in Blackbat City, the Zhao people have regarded my clan with suspicion. For a century, We of the Black Bat clan have felt no sense of belonging. Today, we shall depart this cursed place forever. And none shall stop us. As the two sides clashed, the Black Bat clan's experts were swiftly overwhelmed under the onslaught of the black-armored demon soldiers. These soldiers could withstand nearly all attacks from foes of two minor realms beneath them, while their own strength and the energy cannons they wielded were formidable. Injun's side suffered rapid casualties. The celestial origin level Injun unleashed the Bloodbat hand, yet he could not breach the barrier of Qiu Wuhan's giant demon puppet. Qiu Wuhan commanded the black-armored demon soldiers to swing their colossal swords, directly shattering Injun's Blackbat energy, sending him flying several zhong, blood spewing forth in less than a quarter hour. Over half of the 300 soul origin experts from the Black Bat clan had perished. "Retreat, I will cover your escape," Injun shouted, producing a black flute, and immediately began to play. A blue magical array, 20 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized before him, and a wormhole appeared at the center of the array. Voraciously drawing in the earth and debris around IT's beast control technique, he is summoning a demon beast. Qiu Wuhan commanded, "Shinner, you pursue the others and ensure that all of them stay here." Indeed, a massive red beast crawled out of the wormhole, stretching its enormous wings, measuring approximately 18 meters in total length. Qiu Wuhan assessed its strength. It was a celestial origin peak blood bat beast. The gigantic bat demon exhaled red flames, charging toward Shimin Xian and her companions, who were in pursuit. Qiu Wuhan directed the black-armored demon soldiers to block its path and erected a blue defensive barrier to entirely shield against the flames. However, the destructive force of the flames was immense, causing Qiu Wuhan's defensive barrier, along with that of the black-armored demon soldiers, to rapidly weaken. Qiu Wuhan activated the energy cannon mounted on the chest of the black-armored demon soldiers, firing towards Injun. The bloodbat beast halted its fiery breath, instantly moving in front of its master, folding its wings to shield against the energy cannon. Yet, the bloodbat beast was also knocked back by the tremendous force, pushed back over 10 zhong. Seizing the opportunity, the black-armored demon soldiers lunged forward, brandishing their massive swords. The bloodbat beast clutched the giant's sword with its claws, biting down on the tip, desperately attempting to hold it in place. The black-armored demon soldiers found themselves unable to withdraw their weapon. Qiu Wuhan knew Injun was hiding behind the demon beast. With a flick of his fan, a white magical array appeared above Injun's head, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy swords from the heavens. Having already sustained internal injuries, Injun was powerless to withstand the deluge of swords and could only retreat. Qiu Wuhan redirected the flying swords, which relentlessly pursued Injun. As Injun played the flute, the bloodbat beast unfurled its wings, managing to block the entire onslaught of swords. Qiu Wuhan threw out 5 talismans, which zipped past the gaps in the bloodbat beast's wings and landed behind Injun. As the 5 talisman arrays activated, black-armored arms suddenly emerged from the ground, and 5 towering 2-meter-tall black-armored puppets sprang forth. "Celestial-level human puppets," Injun exclaimed in astonishment. The Celestial Master's control over puppets was divided into dead puppets and living puppets. The giant demons were merely the pinnacle of living puppets, yet living puppets were not limited to just the giant demon race. Both humans and demon races could be refined into puppets, though this method was considered exceedingly cruel. The Fire Cloud continent had laws prohibiting the refinement of ordinary humans and demons into living puppets unless they were heinous criminals. Of course, the living puppets of celestial masters were mostly clad in runic armor, and the faces of human puppets were often disfigured, making it nearly impossible to discern their identities in life. The 5 celestial-level puppets united in their assault against Injun, each adorned in E-grade black mystic iron armor, rendering them nearly impervious to blades and spears. Some wielded sharp iron claws, others brandished long spears, while some swung massive hammers, and others wielded dual blades or greatswords, indicating their diverse backgrounds in life. Injun's demon beast was ensnared by the black-armored demon soldiers and could not break free, quickly becoming surrounded by the 5 impervious celestial-level experts. After just a few exchanges, Injun found himself struggling to defend. Bang! Injun received a crushing blow from a giant hammer, spitting blood and losing his combat capability. "Do not kill him. He shall be my 6th human puppet," Qiu Wuhan declared, soaring to Injun's side with a smile. "Death, or will you surrender?" Injun could hardly believe that he, a master of celestial origin level 6, had been bested by a younger generation. In less than 10 exchanges, his opponent displayed the abilities of Celestial Master Puppet Control, Celestial Barrier Techniques, Celestial Talisman Assault Techniques, and Celestial Array Techniques. Defeated by such a prodigy, he accepted his fate. However, Qiu Wuhan did not genuinely wish for Yinzhan's surrender, as doing so would mean forfeiting the Bloodbat Beast. Yet, being on the battlefield, where numerous surveillance systems were present, protocol dictated that he must offer the enemy a chance to surrender. On the brink of death, Yinzhan forced a bitter smile. "Just kill me. Do not turn me into a puppet." Qiu Wuhan revealed a gleeful smile. "You will die without pain." Then, he hurled a silver needle, which pierced Yinzhan's brain core. The silver needle released a blue liquid within the core, directly devouring Yinzhan's memory cells. Instantly, Yinzhan lost all recollection, becoming a mere shell of his former self. Qiu Wuhan surveyed the Bloodbat Beast, which was now grappling with the black-armored demon soldiers. With its master deceased, its seal was lifted, and it regained its freedom. The Bloodbat Beast flapped its wings, preparing to flee. The black-armored demon soldiers swung their massive swords, aiming to slay it. "Halt!" commanded Qiu Wuhan. And the black-armored demon soldiers instantly froze, becoming statues. 8 energy chains shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the Bloodbat Beast, binding its limbs, wings, neck, and waist tightly. Qiu Wuhan contemplated the fate of this demon beast for some time. Internally, he mused that his beast space already housed a celestial origin peak black-armored demon dragon. While this beast was merely a third-tier creature, the silver dragon beast belonging to the 4th tier of demon beasts. In this present moment, one can only contain a single sealed demon beast within the bounds of their spiritual prowess. Much to his surprise, Qiu Wuhan is also proficient in a 5th vocation, Heavenly Master Summoning and Sealing Arts. Should he auction it off or bestow it upon Xian'er? A sense of conflict swells within Qiu Wuhan. At this juncture, Shiman Xian returns with others, announcing, "Wuhan, 30 of them have surrendered, while the rest have been eliminated. Our side has 10 injured, but no fatalities." With a flourish, Qiu Wuhan fans himself lightly and glances at the bound demon beast, smiling as he addresses Xian'er. "Xian'er, shall I gift this to you?" In the West Sea, 2 missile-like birds dart swiftly across the ocean's surface. As they approach Xiqing Port, one veers westward while the other breaches the defensive barrier set around the port. The reconnaissance barrier detects an intruder. Activate the 9th-level defensive barrier. The Black Bat clan's aircraft carrier docked at Xiqing Port suddenly engages its defensive barrier, sending personnel and armored vehicles hurtling away from the barrier's edge. At that moment, the missile bird makes contact with the defensive barrier, unleashing a crimson beam that punctures the barrier, marking a red sigil on the carrier. Subsequently, a multicolored energy sphere materializes at the tail end and instantly teleports to the marked position. A tremendous energy surge erupts, cleaving the carrier in two and annihilating all 60 energy fighter jets stationed aboard. Chaos ensues at the Xiqing Port naval base. Shortly thereafter, over 400 Zhao Kingdom energy fighter jets descend upon Xiqing Port, initiating a frenzied bombardment. At the Shiliao Port naval base, Song Chao and Zhuge Tianji observe the computer screens, noting that the last missile bird is the key to this operation. They initially believed that the Demon Clan's fleet would detect the puppet fish in advance, but were taken aback by the poor vigilance of the Demon Clan's carrier battle group. Until the main force from Black Bat City emerged from the West Gate, over 5,000 point-to-point controlled puppet fish had not suffered a single loss. At this moment, a demon crew member captures a puppet black fish. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought to find such a plump freshwater fish here? Tonight, we shall have fish soup. This is the deep sea. How could there be freshwater fish? You must be mistaken. No, it is indeed a freshwater fish. Look, no good, it is a fake, an enemy reconnaissance fish. Quickly notify the colonel." As the missile enters enemy reconnaissance territory, the carrier battle group sounds the alarm. Both carriers simultaneously activate their defensive barriers and unleash all anti-aircraft fire to intercept the missile birds. The missile birds, moving with incredible speed and protected by their own ultimate defensive barriers, easily penetrate the blockade, crashing into the defenses of the Wolf Clan's carrier. A red beam pierces through the barrier, marking a spatial coordinate between the two carriers, and the black stone is instantly transported to a depth of 10 meters beneath the sea. The seal on the black stone is lifted, and a vast gray barrier, 2 kilometers in width and 50 meters in height, suddenly materializes, enveloping the Demon Clan's carrier battle group. The small combat vessels on the periphery, realizing the main forces are trapped, begin firing in a desperate attempt to breach the gray barrier, only to find their projectiles suspended mid-air upon entering. Within the gray barrier, time seems to come to a standstill. The entire Demon Clan carrier battle group appears frozen in place in the Shiliao Port Naval Command Room. Jubilation erupts as the operation exceeds all expectations. Report. The carriers at Shiqing Port and 60 energy fighter jets have been destroyed. The Black Bat fleet has lost 80% of its air superiority. Report. 70% of the vessels at Shiqing Port have been obliterated, and we have lost 5 energy fighter jets. Withdraw the energy fighter jets. The first, second, and third carrier battle groups are to set sail and secure full control of Shiqing Port. Song Chao issues the command as Zhao Kingdom's navy mobilizes toward Shiqing Port. Zhuge Tianji turns to Zhao Ziru and inquires, "Your Highness, how shall we retrieve the Black Stone?" Zhao Ziru responds, "The Black Stone is 10 meters beneath the water's surface. We shall dispatch a few puppet fish to swim down to 30 meters. And after 24 hours, they will catch the Black Stone." Zhuge Tianji questions, "With such power, why not utilize it ourselves instead of auctioning it off?" Zhao Ziru explains, once activated, its ability requires at least 2 years before it can be used again. Furthermore, the Black Stone possesses an ability to create chaos beasts, although I am still uncertain how to activate this function. Rather than keep a ticking time bomb in our possession, it is wiser to part with it. Moreover, the other allied nations are likely aware that the Black Stone is in our hands. If we do not auction it, they will surely devise ways to seize it. It is better to relinquish this hot potato. Chapter 71. The fierce battle of the Eastern Escort Team. Zhuge Tianji gazes intently at Zhao Ziru. Ever since this nephew acquired the Heritage Demon Core, his demeanor has matured significantly. His spiritual prowess is unfathomable, and the secret of the Black Stone can only be discerned by him through the special methods of the nine-tailed celestial clan. Now, having accomplished such a great feat for Zhao Kingdom, one cannot help but wonder what manner of formidable king he will become upon inheriting the throne. Bai Ying, direct your puppets to trigger the traps ahead. Upon receiving the telepathic message, Bai Ying promptly distances herself from the puppets, commanding them to charge into the open ground ahead. Suddenly, the ground becomes soft, and a puppet towering a height of 10 feet sinks into the quicksand. It's a quicksand trap. Everyone, halt, Bai Ying warns the group. Little Bai Wang teleports to the front of the trap and walks nearly 10 meters before relaying to Du Xiaoba. The quicksand trap extends 8 meters. To the left is a cliff, and to the right lies a thunderfire trap. Du Xiaoba reports the situation ahead to Lin Yi and a shadow guard captain. The three decide that Du Xiaoba will organize the puppet team to fell trees and construct a bridge, while Lin Yi, Lu Zixuan, and an additional 50 shadow guards will hold off the 200 enemy warriors closing in. Thus, both sides plunge into chaotic battle. Fortunately, Bai Fan has dealt with Yin Zhan and arrives from the rear, catching the enemy off guard. Several weaker Soul Yuan realm experts swiftly fall to his flying daggers. Lin Yi, meanwhile, draws the attention of 3 elite Soul Yuan realm experts to a remote location. "You dare to come here to die with such low cultivation? Do you not realize we purposely lured you to this spot? Killing you will fulfill our basic mission, and we can return to Black Bat Fortress. Seeking easy prey, are we? This ambush on the transport team was indeed a ruse. Once you 3 eliminate me, you can escape to Shiqing Port, correct?" The 3 are momentarily taken aback. Then without hesitation, they strike simultaneously. Lin Yi employs the empty feather flash to position himself behind them and activates his 10th layer of transformation, instantly elevating his power to the 3rd layer of Soul Yuan. However, he had already invoked the 1st layer of transformation the previous evening, leaving him with only 20% of that power. Now, with the 10th layer activated, his physical enhancements can only endure for 5 minutes. It seems Lin Yi is all in, determined to eliminate the 3 highest level opponents among the 200 before him. Otherwise, his team would be in grave danger. Lin Yi brandishes the Qiyang Qingjiao knife, unleashing the Qiaying split knife technique, sending 3 blade shadows hurtling towards the trio. Some evade, others activate their protective energy, while one foolishly attempts to block with an iron rod. To their shock, the one wielding the iron rod is cleaved directly in the skull, while the evasive ones find the white knife shadow suddenly reversing, cutting through the abdomen and splattering blood everywhere. Only the warrior who defended with energy sustains minor injuries. The damage dealt is equivalent to the 6th layer of Soul Yuan, in but a single exchange. 2 are lightly wounded, and 1 heavily injured. Given that the blade's power is merely at the 6th layer of Soul Yuan, the resilience of the ultimate Soul Yuan experts barely allows them to withstand it. The one whose skull was cleaved suffers a mere half-inch cut, bloodied but not in mortal peril. Lin Yi does not afford them a moment's respite. 3 flying daggers are loosed, aimed at the trio. With his transformation's duration limited to less than 5 minutes, if he cannot resolve the situation swiftly, he will undoubtedly perish. Point 2 of the flying daggers are standard 4-star knives issued by the Bai family, while one is a 5-star knife gifted by Lier. Unlike in the virtual realm, Lin Yi can freely employ his personal arsenal. Is Old 7, all right? The leading warrior queries while dodging the flying daggers. But Old 7 has no time to respond. He struggles to stuff his entrails back into his abdomen while desperately evading the daggers. However, due to his severe injuries, his agility has significantly diminished, allowing Lin Yi to seize the opportunity, employing double strength to drive the 5-star knife straight through his throat. Old 7, the bloodied warrior, filled with rage, brandishes a dark iron rod and swings it at Lin Yi. In response, Lin Yi executes the white feather divine technique, creating an afterimage as he sidesteps and delivers a downward strike. The warrior instinctively raises the iron rod to block, but his footing falters, his feet sinking into the earth, revealing the immense force behind Lin Yi's blow. It turns out Lin Yi's cultivation is at the 3rd layer of Soul Yuan, yet the physical prowess from his 10th layer of transformation grants him the defensive and offensive capabilities of the 3rd layer of Heavenly Yuan. Naturally, as his foundational cultivation remains at the 3rd layer of Soul Yuan, the base power of his techniques is still at that level. Meanwhile, Bai Niao skillfully manipulates 2 flying daggers, entangled with the lightly injured warrior. The daggers strike from deceptive angles in a relentless assault, leaving the seemingly martial artist unable to attend to Lin Yi. Observing from a distance, the iron rod-wielding warrior finds himself thoroughly suppressed. Rendered immobile little by Wang, Lin Yi shouted loudly. Suddenly, an invisible blast echoed, and a crimson light surged forth from behind the iron-clad warrior, striking with the swiftness of lightning and piercing directly through the warrior's heart. A fireball erupted on the ground ahead, indicating that the object had embedded itself into the earth with immense heat. A gaping wound appeared where the warrior's heart once resided, causing his body to collapse instantly. Shock etched across his face as darkness enveloped his vision. He was oblivious to the manner of his demise. This was the lethal weapon of Lin Yi, known as the Xiaobai Wang. Currently, Xiaobai Wang was at the 3rd level of soul origin, and due to the 120-fold acceleration of the soul stone space, its cultivation had ascended further. Its body extended a full yard in length, but it could compress itself to just an inch through enhancement techniques, thereby tripling the density of its iron feathers. Coupled with the high-temperature armor-piercing feathers, Xiaobai Wang's flying feathers could unleash power equivalent to the 8th level of soul origin, and its speed surpassed even Lin Yi's flying daggers. Naturally, Lin Yi, intending to showcase the prowess of Xiaobai Wang, would leave no survivors. The warrior, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee. However, the flying daggers controlled by the white bird, akin to phantoms, severed any chance of escape. Lin Yi utilized the void feather to teleport in front of him and unleashed 3 phantom blade strikes. The warrior understood that his opponent's blade shadows could shift angles at will and comprised both real and illusory blades. Failing to perceive the location of the real blade made evasion perilous, forcing him to once again summon his protective aura. Nevertheless, the opponent's protective aura was merely at the 9th level of copper grade. As a fellow wielder of protective aura, Lin Yi recognized its characteristics. Attacks on the same spot would progressively weaken the strength of the protective aura. Indeed, the 3 blade shadows abruptly altered their trajectory, targeting the intersection of his crossed hands. Following this, a crimson light struck, and the high-temperature armor-piercing feather cleaved through the warrior's hands, embedding itself into his chest. The warrior screamed in excruciating agony. Lin Yi activated the 5-star flying dagger, channeling double force, which struck the end of the armor-piercing feather, allowing it to penetrate through the warrior's chest effortlessly. The searing heat bore a massive hole in the chest of the last warrior. All 3 were successfully slain, and Xiaobai Wang retrieved 2 armor-piercing feathers. Lin Yi rummaged through the storage gems of the 3 warriors, totaling 10, consolidating all resources into his own storage gem. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of Black Bat City, and Lin Yi realized that the general assault of the Western Expeditionary Army had commenced. Chapter 72. The young warriors of the Holy Demon Continent Murong Tianyan struggled to fend off the attacks of his opponents. Reflecting, I never anticipated that the young warriors across from us would possess such formidable strength, especially the foremost two groups, which include three powerful metamorphs. One metamorph has transformed into a creature clad in dragon scales, elevating its power to the second level of Tianyuan, with both strength and speed exceedingly terrifying. Another has morphed into a lion-headed beast, whose lion's roar technique is incredibly domineering, leaving several lower-ranked warriors dazed for several seconds. The most formidable among them was the werewolf. After transformation, his defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Even the most potent techniques from the warriors of the Tian Master Martial House had no effect on him, indicating that his defenses were at least at the advanced level of Tianyuan. They are likely akin to us, students from the genius class of the Holy Demon Continent, Murong Tianyan exclaimed vocally. There are 20 of them, while we only have 16, remarked Shimin Longqing, the captain of the Tian Master Martial House. Murong Tianyan noticed that within the rear ranks, a few bat-like creatures were present. Evidently, they were the young warriors nurtured by Black Bat City. These individuals found it challenging to join the 22 martial academies of Zhao State, thus resorting to traversing the ocean to participate in the 35 martial academies of the Holy Demon Continent. However, due to the vast population of the Holy Demon Continent, competition was exponentially fierce, resulting in few being able to join the genius class of martial academies. Fortunately, Black Bat City was affluent, and most of these individuals were self-funded students. Let us each dispatch one warrior to collaborate with the Internal Guard Martial Academy to eliminate their last team. The rest of you, hold back the three front teams. Shimin Longqing comprehended Murong Tianyan's intentions and dispatched Songpa Tian. Murong Tianyan sent forth Murong Tiantong. Songpa Tian was the top talent under 20 in Haizhou, having attained the limit of soul origin cultivation by 19, and had mastered the Song family's Heavenly Blade technique to the 6th level. Murong Tiantong was a firearms specialist and control puppet master, albeit he manipulated demonic puppets, transforming members of the demon race into puppets post-metamorphosis. This method was rather cruel, for the demon race's cells remained in an agitated state post-metamorphosis. If not reverted within 12 hours, their bodies would suffer from overload, resulting in excruciating pain, and after another 12 hours, they would succumb to exhaustion and death. Thus, the usage time of such puppets rarely exceeded 24 hours. The Tian Master Puppet Controller could seal them and release them for use later. Initially, this practice was expressly forbidden by the Holy Demon Council. However, irredeemable individuals and hostile enemies during combat were exempt from this prohibition. Due to the warfare between Zhao State and the demon race 4 years prior, numerous demon experts were captured and transformed into puppets. Such puppets once flourished in Zhao State, but following the cessation of hostilities, according to the decree of the Holy Demon Council, all captives were released, making the creation of demonic puppets a rarity thereafter. Murong Tianyan unleashed the 7-star sword, with 7 swords inscribed with 7-star patterns swirling in the air, multiplying from 7 to 49, and then to 2,401, unleashing a torrential rain of swords upon the enemy. The 3 formidable opponents positioned themselves in front, while the demonic warriors behind unleashed demonic beasts, venomous creatures, and vengeful spirit techniques, alongside distant attacks, bombarding like a tempest. The purple-robed dragon pattern barrier master, Zhao Hong, erected a defensive barrier, effortlessly repelling the enemy's assaults. Shimin Longqing, Su Qi, and Su Lai controlled the trolls to engage in fierce combat with the enemy's demonic beasts. Gao Shang and Gao Tianhu charged to the forefront, clashing violently with the demon race's metamorphs. One was a defensive warrior, and the other a 9th-level copper-grade martial artist, rendering the enemy's attacks ineffective against them for the time being. Behind them, the barrier master, Lan Xiao, and the healing mage, Zhang Jingru, provided auxiliary skills, fortifying the team from Yizhou like an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Song Patian and Murong Tiantong maneuvered to the rear of the opponents, where the Internal Guard Martial Academy's mage conjured a firewall, isolating the enemy's final group. Suddenly, Song Patian found himself teleported to the center of the Black Bat Youth Warriors, immediately wielding his heavenly blade to unleash a series of devastating strikes. Of course, this was not due to his mastery of spatial laws, as a lightning-type martial artist like Song Patian found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend spatial laws. This was the innate skill of Murong Tiantong. the Tian Tong technique, enabling him to teleport the first target he glimpsed to the position of the second target he saw. His left eye was a spatial eye, inherently black and white, capable of placing observed objects into an alternate space of only 10 cubic meters and then releasing them from a different location. However, each use of this skill consumed 5% of his mental energy, leading to a total consumption of 10% when teleporting Song Patian. Should we not assist the Black Bat youths? Inquired the leader of the Dragon Clan team. The werewolf, Elong Si, cast a glance backward and chuckled. A pack of strays, they do not belong to our holy demon council. We are here solely for the point's mission, so we needn't concern ourselves. The Wolf Clan team had no intention of intervening. If none of you will act, then neither will I, remarked Dong Yiming, the leader of the Insect Clan team, who resembled a spider with 8 compound eyes. As a result, how could the Black Bat Youth team, with their highest cultivation at the first level of soul origin, withstand the onslaught of Song Patian? Within mere moments, 3 members of the Black Bat Youth team were slain. Captain, run! A Black Bat clan member shouted. Employing 2 massive Yuan Bat iron claws to claw at Song Potion's great blade, Captain Ainley turned and fled in desperation. Just then, a black crossbow bolt shot forth. As Ainley prepared to dodge left, the bolt suddenly vanished, reappearing at his forehead, directly penetrating through at point 16 against 15, seemed to guarantee victory for Zhao State. Yet Dong Yiming appeared unfazed. For every one of our fallen, do not expect your lives to be spared. Dong Yiming chuckled. Murong Tianyan then realized that the 4 members of the Insect Clan had vanished. In the distance, 5 warriors from the Internal Guard Martial Academy were ensnared by dozens of black tendrils. Suddenly, a half-human, half-mantis insect warrior leaped from behind them, swinging its 2 greenish-blue scythe-like arms, cleaving the control puppet master standing at the rear in half before he could react. The captain of the Internal Guard Martial Academy seethed with rage, raising his energy sniper rifle to unleash a high-velocity energy bullet, but the mantis warrior vanished in a blur, reappearing beside another mage. The scythe swung, and the mage, having anticipated the attack, raised a yellow shield to block it. She promptly cast a teleportation spell, transporting herself 50 meters away. At that moment, the sniper bullet followed closely behind, but the mantis warrior effortlessly sliced it in half. Upon observing the opposing mage, she found herself teleported into a muddy pit, where countless black hands emerged, dragging her beneath the surface. Chapter 73. The talents of humanity and the talents of the demon race captain. Do not worry about me. Kill the mantis demon and avenge Lure. Suddenly, the female sorceress conjured dozens of energy bombs, which detonated instantaneously, obliterating the underground wizard along with herself into mere dust. Schwer, the captain of the Internal Guards, in a frenzy, pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet the mantis kin effortlessly evaded them. As the 10th shot was fired, a serpentine tail surged from the ground, ensnaring the captain of the Internal Guards, Mo Dao. A man clad in black materialized behind the mantis kin, wielding a long blade reminiscent of the Qijia knife from Blue Star. The timing was impeccable, as the mantis was poised to dodge the 10th high-velocity bullet, in a flash of white light. The head of the mantis kin, along with the bullet, was cleaved in 2, while the captain was dragged underground by the serpent's tail. Moments later, a fountain of blood erupted from below, and Mo Dao remained expressionless, standing still as if he were a statue. At that moment, a dozen black poisonous needles flew in, but a burly man in black armor shielded Mo Dao, intercepting the needles. However, one needle pierced through the gap in his neck armor, causing one side of his body to turn black in an instant. Liamo, that needle is poisonous. Be careful. The burly man pointed at the airborne mantis expert, who sported a pair of bee-like wings. As the venom spread, the burly man gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. It turned out that Mo Dao was named Liamo, a high-level soul practitioner and the most formidable student of the Internal Guards. In the distance, Song Patian and Murong Tiantong were entangled by the transformed spider-like mantiskin, unable to provide timely assistance. Meanwhile, Murong Tianyan and the team from the Heavenly Master Martial Academy were also tightly restrained by the young teams of the Dragon and the Heavenly Wolf clans. Another wave of poisonous needles surged forth, yet Liamo remained unmoved. The needles merely brushed against the hem of his garment, failing to pierce his flesh. Such mastery of movement at the great perfection level. Morong Tianyan discerned Li Mo's actions. He had dodged, albeit with minimal movement, making it appear as though he had not evaded at all. Everything was merely to avoid revealing a flaw. One must understand that only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin could achieve movement at the great perfection level. Yet Li Mo, a mere 19-year-old youth, could execute it. This level of prowess was sufficient for admission into the elite class of Yuzhou. After the barrage of needles, Li Mo suddenly drew his blade, plunging it into the ground, causing blue blood to spurt forth. With a swift flick of his long knife, he lifted a serpent man into the air, then cleaved downwards, bisecting the creature. The sniper captain emerged from the serpent's abdomen. Though grievously wounded, he was fortunate to be alive. The airborne insect-like mantis emitted a furious shriek, a green horn sprouting from its head before it shot forward like lightning. The green horn transformed into a vast, skull-shaped cloud of poison in midair, too expansive for Li Mo to evade. Yet, he remained composed, directing the tip of his blade towards the airborne insect, and in an instant, his silhouette vanished. A gigantic blade sliced through the toxic fog, propelling him towards the mantis, cleaving it in two. A deluge of green toxic liquid cascaded from the sky, resembling a rain of poison. A wave of sword energy flowed around Li Mo. As the toxic blood approached him, it was instantly swept away by the sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. Damn it, my Heavenly Poison Academy's second group. The spider demon invoked a secret technique. Summoning countless green spiders towards Li Mo, Morong Tiantong employed a puppet control technique. Conjuring two soul practitioner-level red-armored puppets from the Earth. 1 unleashed a heavenly master attack technique, releasing flying swords, while the other, a martial practitioner, launched flying nails, systematically eliminating the red spiders. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of Black Bat City, indicating that it was under siege. Launch the full-scale assault. It appears the Black Bat tribe can no longer hold out. We must retreat, Dong Yiming urged. Stop lingering in battle. The ones who were supposed to grant us points have fled. Why are we still fighting? Damn it. You are Li Mo. I will remember you. With that, Dong Yiming transformed into a swirling cloud of black mist, enveloping the demon kin. The black mist is highly toxic. Move away! The crowd hastily retreated from the poisonous shroud. Once the mist dissipated, the young warriors of the demon kin had vanished. In the distance, the pursuing warrior teams chasing Lin Yi and Bai Kuan also began to withdraw. Their hearts no longer in the pursuit upon witnessing their stronghold under attack, redirecting their efforts towards Black Bat City. Shall we pursue or continue forward? Shiman Launching inquired. Our objective is points. The fate of the Black Bat tribe is of no concern to us. Let us return to the main force, Morong Tianyan stated. Had it not been for Morong Tianyan single-handedly holding back three formidable opponents, the young warriors of the Heavenly Master Martial Academy and Izhou Martial Academy would likely have suffered significant losses. However, they also recognized that since their opponents were elite youth from the Sacred Demon Council, the Black Bat tribe must be deeply colluding with them. Should the Illusory Demon Alliance discover this, they would undoubtedly eradicate the Black Bat tribe, leaving no foothold for them in the territories of Zhao State and the Illusory Demon Alliance. Lin Yi, along with Du Xiaoba, Lu Zixuan, Bai Fan, and others regrouped. Bai Fan cheerfully remarked, "It seems Lord Zhuge's plan has been a resounding success. Black Bat City has fallen. Boss, you truly predicted this. The total assault was indeed at noon, and we managed to hold out until the very end?" Du Xiaoba chuckled. Lin Yi scratched his head, replying, "It was merely luck. I did not expect Black Bat City to fall so swiftly. It is fortunate that everyone can complete their tasks safely." The group arrived at the gathering point for the transport puppets, only to find Morong Tianyan and others looking rather glum. Lin Yi and the others soon learned that they had encountered formidable resistance, facing the elite youth from the Sacred Demon Continent. While they had dismantled the young teams of the Black Bat tribe and 4 young Mantis experts, the Internal Guard Academy had suffered 2 casualties and 2 others severely injured. Fortunately, Zhang Jingru, a healing sorceress from Izhou, possessed top-tier healing techniques capable of counteracting the Mantiskin's potent toxins. Moreover, the Internal Guard Academy's Li Taitong, being a defensive warrior, exhibited high resistance to toxins, preventing further spread in the short term. The captain of the Internal Guard Academy, Dai Qing, had only suffered fractured hands and significant blood loss, but there was no immediate danger to his life. "Commander Bai, should we proceed directly to Black Bat City or to the Tamir Fortress?" Morong Tianyan inquired. After all, she was a guaranteed admission student. Her purpose for coming this time was merely to undergo trials and assist her family in their tasks. She did not anticipate that her overconfidence would lead to the loss of 4 young warriors from the Morong family. Though she found solace in the fact that her younger brother, Morong Tiantong, was in the same group. Being able to complete the task alongside her brother alleviated her spirits somewhat, and of course, we should head to Tamir Fortress. Your task completion will be evaluated there by the commander, Bai Fan remarked. Chapter 74, Beast Cultivation Space Report. Westqing Port has come under attack. The Westqing fleet has been completely annihilated. Report. The Demon Kin's fleet is trapped by an unknown barrier and can no longer support Westqing Port. Report. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets of Zhao State's navy have surrounded Westqing Port. The defenders have surrendered. Report. Black Bat City has fallen. The defenders have completely capitulated. In Ao gazed silently at the smoke and dust rising from Westqing Port, his family fortune now utterly destroyed. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his body swayed, nearly losing his footing. The news of the death of 3rd Elder In Zhan and the complete annihilation of the 2nd Elder's forces had just reached him, leaving him with only a few thousand warriors and over 1,000 transport vehicles laden with energy crystal ORE.AT. That moment, a warship bearing the mark of the Heavenly Master Academy appeared, casting a massive shadow over the entire Black Bat army.